The opening race of the 2022 season was destined to be a series of unexpected events. The rise of Ferrari, the decline of Mercedes-Benz, the dual retirements of Red Bull cars, and the remarkable performance of Haas and Alpin kept spectators enthralled. One couldn't help but feel that this season might rival the excitement of 2021. Meanwhile, among the 3 tasks assigned to Qin Mian, he managed to complete only the first 2. Task 1. Ascend to the podium at the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix. Completed. Reward: 1 team attribute point. Task 2. Avoid being overtaken by any driver during the race at the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix. Completed. Reward: 1 team attribute point. Task 3. Overtake 4 cars during the race phase of the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix. Failed. Reward: 1 attack capability rating. Having acquired these 2 team attribute points, Qin Mian did not hesitate. Given that the Mercedes cars were struggling on the track due to developmental issues, he promptly allocated the 2 newly acquired points along with a previously accumulated point to enhance his team's performance. Team: Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Overall Rating: 851-854-03. Car Problem Detection Ability: 81 Simulator Development Ability, 82 Car Tuning Ability, 89 Race Strategy Formulation Ability, 87 Car Protection Ability, 75 Tire Change Ability, 90 Power Department Development Ability, 94 Aerodynamics Department Development Ability, 8,688. 2. Chassis Department Development Ability, 85-86. 1. Durability Development Ability, 83. Chapter and 361. The rocket riding Mercedes team. This distribution of points is quite understandable. The speed of the Mercedes cars this season is commendable, with the engine performance on par with Red Bull's Honda engine. While they may not possess the overwhelming advantage seen at the onset of the hybrid era, they also do not suffer from any significant shortcomings. Thus, for the time being, the engine does not represent a weakness for the Mercedes team. Consequently, Qin Mian utilized the 3 attribute points to address the deficiencies in the team's aerodynamic design and chassis development, which was a reasonable allocation. However, Qin Mian's commitment to enhancing his car did not end there. He also decided to use 1 remaining Golden Skill Upgrade card. This card was obtained during the triumphant conclusion of the 2021 season, when Qin Mian achieved a remarkable win through a Golden 10 draw. At that time, he had refrained from using this card, but now it proved to be perfectly timed. He upgraded his original Research Department guide, Purple Skill, to Gold. The guiding light of the Research Department, Gold. When this skill is equipped, the average rating of the team's skills is elevated to 10. And the target achievement rate for developing team components is set at 5. Currently, the attributes of the Mercedes team have been enhanced by the inherent 5 attribute points from the purple skill of Qin Mian, with an additional 5 points. The team's attributes and ratings are as follows. Team Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 Team Total Team Rating: 851,901. 5. Racing Problem Identification Ability: 81-86. 5. Simulator Development Ability: 82-87. 5. Racing Tuning Ability: 89-94. 5. Race Strategy Formulation Ability: 87-92. 5. Racing Protection Ability: 75-80. 5. Tire Change Ability: 90-95. 5. Power Department Development Ability: 94-99. 5. Aerodynamics Department Development Ability: 88-93. 5. Chassis Department Development Ability: 86-91. 5. Durability Development Ability: 83-88. 5. Following the activation of Qin Mian's skill, many attributes that were hovering around 80 points for the Mercedes team have surged towards 90 points. The already prominent Power Department Development Ability has skyrocketed to 99 points, nearly reaching perfection. Simultaneously, other competencies have experienced a staggering increase. In summary, the presence of Qin Mian has catalyzed a qualitative leap in the development capabilities of the Mercedes team, which was already ranked among the top teams. Although the team's attributes appear impressive, the actual impact on the Mercedes team is not as substantial as one might imagine. Since the previous season, the FIA officially introduced budget cap regulations, preventing Mercedes from investing resources in car development without regard for losses, as was the case during the previous hybrid era prior to ground effect. Thus, even with the enhancement brought by Qin Mian, the team staff cannot implement all the myriad brilliant ideas they conceive, but must selectively choose a few for improvement and upgrades. Moreover, Qin Mian currently possesses only 4 skill slots. Aside from the three essential skills, diligence compensates for deficiency, strong and healthy, purple, and free from illness. He can only equip one additional skill. Not to mention that during competitions, he must also equip the skill, God of Racing, gold. Consequently, the Mercedes team will find that during race weekends, the staff's cognitive agility diminishes, whereas in the absence of races, their minds race with ideas, as if they are freely generating concepts without restraint. However, Qin Mian has received a piece of news that is uncertain in its goodness or badness. The three team attribute points he utilized for team upgrades cannot follow him when he departs from the team, unlike his skills. Once these three skill points are allocated to the team, they become eternally bound to the Mercedes team. As for the explanation of the last point, setting a target achievement rate of 5 when developing components for the team essentially means that when the team develops a new component, they will establish a specific target that the component must meet. With this criterion, the staff in the research and development department can achieve this goal with a 5 higher probability than under normal circumstances. For the team, this is indeed a remarkable skill. After accomplishing all of this, observing the team's current score, Qin Mian is confident in regaining competitiveness this season. Simultaneously, Qin Mian has also added another skill to his daily repertoire, as long as it is not a race day. It seems that the guide of the research department, gold, will be an unremovable asset for him, not only for the team, but also for himself. Qin Mian and the Mercedes team did not linger in Bahrain for long, nor did they convene a meeting to reflect on any inadequacies from the race. This is because another Grand Prix is scheduled to take place in the Middle East just a week later, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix at the Jeddah circuit. This circuit is quite challenging for Mercedes at present, particularly for both drivers, in a literal sense. After the race, Qin Mian and Hamilton disbanded on the spot, and both only needed to report to the paddock before Wednesday afternoon. At that time, the team would hold a post-race summary meeting for the Bahrain Grand Prix based on the data analyzed from the Brackley factory over the past few days. Consequently, Qin Mian briefly acquired 2 days of rest. However, although it is termed a rest period, considering the daily lifestyle of an F1 driver, it is likely that during these 2 days, the drivers are engaged in racing training and physical conditioning. Qin Mian is somewhat unique in that he has noticeably reduced his physical training recently, but due to the system's existence, he only needs to maintain a normal level of exercise to prevent any decline in physical fitness. Thus, Qin Mian has at least 2 additional hours each day compared to typical F1 drivers, which he usually dedicates to the simulator. Nevertheless, Qin Mian does not entirely lack any rest time. The afternoon following the Bahrain Grand Prix, that is, on Tuesday afternoon, he and Zhou Guanyu went to a local hot pot restaurant in Bahrain for a meal. This was purely a casual dinner between friends, during which they did not discuss work. It's only when I go out with you that I can enjoy hot pot, Zhou Guanyu remarked after placing a piece of tripe into his bowl. Qin Mian nodded. Naturally. Hot pot is laden with oil and salt. For professional drivers like us, it is a nemesis. The team's nutritionist would certainly be in a frenzy upon seeing this. After saying this, Qin Mian skillfully showcased a plate of beef drenched in red oil. I envy you a bit, Zhou Guanyu said, a hint of acidity in his tone. How come you can eat anything, and it doesn't affect you at all? Qin Mian chuckled. It's a matter of constitution. Much like my innate talent for racing, something you cannot learn. Zhou Guanyu shook his head and remarked, forget it. Let's not dwell on unpleasant topics. Let's continue eating. Qin Mian, however, was not pleased. Why is it unpleasant? I find this topic quite engaging, and I believe it warrants further exploration. Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes before divulging the purpose of his invitation to Qin Mian. Numerous endorsements have approached me recently, and I find myself somewhat conflicted. Do you have any advice? Without hesitation, Qin Mian queried, are you in need of money? I am not particularly in want of it. Is there a family issue that requires your assistance? Zhou Guanyu replied, not exactly. My family's business is doing quite well, and it seems to have improved even more because of my involvement. Curious, Qin Mian asked, then why are you considering endorsements? Zhou Guanyu admitted, I came to consult you precisely because I am uncertain. This left Qin Mian even more puzzled. I cannot believe that Zhou Guanyu cannot afford a professional operations team. Why seek my counsel instead of theirs? Zhou Guanyu responded, to be honest, I trust your judgment more than theirs. Setting aside his meal, Qin Mian folded his arms and scrutinized Zhou Guanyu's expression, attempting to discern his thoughts. Yet, faced with Zhou Guanyu's sincere gaze, Qin Mian could only shrug in resignation. Our family backgrounds are entirely different. My family can be considered middle class. We can afford meals and do not fear lacking new clothes during holidays. Thus, when endorsements come my way, I can filter them without impacting my daily life or training. I prefer those that do not require my presence and pose no threat to my image. Ultimately, I take on endorsements primarily for financial gain. But you are different. You have a family, and your household is financially secure. What is your motivation for accepting endorsements? Unless you wish to broaden your influence in the domestic sphere. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Zhou Guanyu confessed, I have such thoughts because my family has invested so much in me. A spot in the Alero team costs 30 million euros, and I want to contribute something in return, even if I do not earn much. I wish to demonstrate to my family that I am capable. Qin Mian gently patted Zhou Guanyu on the shoulder, just as Zhou Guanyu expected comforting words. Qin Mian unexpectedly stated, your performance on the track has already brought great joy to your father. There is no need for you to do anything more for the family. In an instant, the previously solemn atmosphere dissipated, and Zhou Guanyu playfully rebuked, get lost. What kind of friends have I made? Always seeking to take advantage. And yet you call yourself a world champion? You are nothing but a child who has yet to mature, so naive. I have no such ungrateful offspring. Zhou Guanyu admonished Qin Mian loudly. After a brief commotion, they resumed their meal, the weighty atmosphere now lifted. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mian suggested, in truth, I feel there is no need to overthink this. Given your family situation, money is of little consequence. Your immediate priority should still be to enhance your skills and achieve excellent results on the track. However, if one truly wishes to take action, one might as well follow the same path, engaging in a few advertisements that would not adversely affect one's daily training. Zhou Guanyu nodded, let's eat. After that, the two often engaged in casual conversation. However, after finishing their meal, Zhou Guanyu had no further work for the afternoon. So he suggested that Qin Mian accompany him back to the hotel for a few rounds of siestio. This proposal was met with a resolute refusal from Qin Mian. At this juncture, it would not be unreasonable for Qin Mian to indulge in a couple of rounds of siestio, as his personal improvement at this stage relied more on the accumulation of time and the breakthroughs achieved through standout performances in specific competitions rather than relentless practice. Yet, Zhou Guanyu, despite being older than Qin Mian, was not as skilled. With the system in place, Qin Mian had little room for further enhancement. His progress now hinged on accumulation and consolidation. Zhou Guanyu, on the other hand, still had potential for growth. Qin Mian did not believe that Zhou Guanyu could surpass Bottas this year, but one would expect him to at least narrow the gap in lap times between himself and Bottas over the course of the year. After bidding farewell to the somewhat disappointed Zhou Guanyu, who was unable to join him in gaming, Qin Mian returned to the hotel, tidied up his belongings, and then departed for Saudi Arabia. Although Bahrain and Saudi Arabia share a border, the two circuits are quite distant from each other, necessitating a traverse across the entirety of Saudi Arabia. Thus, Qin Mian took his private jet for the journey. On Wednesday, during the routine team meeting, all senior members of the team were present. As the technical director, Elliott addressed the team, discussing the issues encountered in Bahrain the previous week. Normally, this responsibility would fall to the chief technical officer, James Allison. However, since Allison was currently occupied in Brackley researching new floor and sidebox designs, Elliott had to step in. The performance of Ferrari and Red Bull on the track last week left a significant impression on him, and he was now contemplating the rationale behind their aerodynamic designs. After a half-hour meeting, Elliott reviewed all the issues and presented the proposed improvement plans, along with the timeline for implementation and the expected performance metrics for the car. This was essentially a report to the entire team regarding the upcoming upgrades for the vehicle, followed by a question-and-answer session. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton maintained their customary silence during such meetings, as their understanding of these critical design issues was limited to recognizing the outcomes without grasping the underlying reasons, leaving them unable to offer constructive feedback. Thus, they opted for silence. Once the meeting concluded, everyone naturally departed with their belongings. As soon as he departed from the team headquarters, just exiting through the doors, Toto sent a message to Qin Mian on his phone. Shall we have dinner together tonight? If convenient, please bring Xiaoming along. Qin Mian scratched his head while reading the message. Although he was uncertain about the reason for Toto's sudden outreach, he nonetheless replied, sure, where shall we dine? After all, it was impossible to decline an invitation from the team owner, director, and manager to share a meal after work. Furthermore, upon returning to the hotel, Qin Mian spent more time reviewing in-car footage than merely running simulations. I will send you the location after I finish work, he texted. After sending this message, Toto resumed attending to the documents at hand. P.S. Apologies, today I could only manage 4,000 words. This chapter concludes here. Regarding the gratitude for the rewards in February and additional updates. Last month, I was merely one chapter short. Primarily because I had to return to my hometown on the 3rd, which consumed considerable time in preparation. Therefore, I only managed to write 4,000 words yesterday. Additionally, the upcoming days may not see an abundance of updates, as there are still numerous matters to attend to upon my return home. I will strive to ensure a consistent update of 4,000 words. I hope for your understanding. In January 2024, the total of monthly votes reached 1,600. According to the update rules, this translates to 8 additional chapters. I would like to extend special thanks to the following patrons. Grateful to Rexlip for a total of 35,605 coins. Hema B for 788 coins, culminating in a total of 38,059. Rounding up gives us an additional 4 chapters, adding the remaining chapter from last month. February is now down by a total of 13 chapters. Thank you once again for your support. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Mian inquired with Xiao Ming if she wished to join him for dinner, but she declined. Qin Mian had perhaps pondered this matter in detail. Yet Xiao Ming understood that as the team owner, it was essential for Toto to maintain a relatively serious and enigmatic image in the eyes of his subordinates. To put it simply, he aimed to minimize his presence in front of them. Consequently, unless during festive occasions, Toto rarely dined privately with the team's drivers or other staff members. Therefore, when Toto unexpectedly sought to dine with Qin Mian, Xiao Ming felt certain that he had a significant matter to discuss, and her presence might disrupt their conversation. Thus, she decided not to attend. Qin Mian did not press the issue, as Toto's invitation had been phrased as a possibility rather than a requirement. However, upon arriving at the hotel where Toto had made the reservation, Qin Mian was greeted not only by Toto, but also by his wife, Sushi Wolf. Seeing her made Qin Mian realize that Xiao Ming's assumptions were partially incorrect, at least for now. It appeared that Toto merely wished to invite the couple for a casual meal. During dinner, the conversation between Qin Mian and the Wolf couple revolved around family life, housing, and travel, with no discussion of matters within the racing circuit. Over the years, Qin Miao has encountered numerous individuals and traversed various locales, thereby acquiring a considerable understanding of the diverse cultures around the globe. Engaging in meals and conversations with couples has never left him at a loss for words. However, once dinner concluded, Sushi attended to her work, while Qin Miao and Toto found themselves lodging at the same hotel, a common arrangement made by the Mercedes team. As they returned, Qin Miao drove, with Toto seated in the passenger seat. Just when Qin Miao assumed this gathering was merely an ordinary affair, Toto shifted the conversation towards the racing circuit. Qin Miao, Toto began. Now that you have become the F1 world champion, have you contemplated your driver contract? Do you not feel a sense of discontent regarding your current salary after achieving such an esteemed title? Qin Miao shook his head. To be frank, I have not given this much thought. Why do you ask? Raising an eyebrow, Toto glanced at Qin Miao before continuing, though it may be somewhat inappropriate given my position. I must assert that, considering your current prowess, your contract remuneration appears rather insufficient. I now comprehend why you initially declined our renewal proposal. With a reflective shake of his head, Toto remarked, at this juncture, with your skill and market value, you undoubtedly deserve a more lucrative driver contract. Qin Miao fell into silence for a moment. He could hardly disclose that his earlier refusal to Toto's renewal request stemmed from contemplating opportunities with other teams. Since Toto had expressed understanding, Qin Miao seized the chance to playfully respond. Had you not brought it up, I might not have realized it. But now that you mention it, my driver contract salary does seem a bit low. Is the team considering elevating my compensation to match Hamilton's level? A soft cough escaped Toto before he replied, certainly, if that is your desire, the team would not object to providing you with such a salary. However, Toto then altered his tone, but you know, the team is not a charitable organization. If you wish for a contract of that caliber, it would necessitate a renegotiation and an extension of the contract duration. Qin Miao shrugged. You are aware that I am not particularly inclined towards lengthy contracts. Of course, I understand, Toto affirmed. From your perspective, it is prudent not to sign a long-term agreement, as you are still in a phase of growth, possessing boundless potential and possibilities. Therefore, this time, the team simply intends to enhance your salary, while the contract duration remains unchanged, extending only until the end of 2023. This revelation left Qin Mian taken aback. Based on the previous season's performance from the team and Toto, Mercedes seemed quite confident, essentially adhering to the principle of not committing until they see tangible results. If you, Qin Mian, are reluctant to enter into a long-term agreement, even after clinching the championship, we would merely offer you a bonus, without any increase in your annual salary. Yet, merely a week after the first race of the season, Toto approached Qin Mian to discuss a race. It seems that there is a sense of wanting to mend the relationship between the team and Qin Mian, akin to closing the barn door after the sheep have escaped. Having been immersed in the environment around Xiaomeng for quite some time, Qin Mian has gleaned a hint of the underlying dynamics from this situation. It appears that the team has become somewhat anxious after realizing that the competitive strength of their racing cars this season has not met expectations. Faced with a clear lag in performance, they are naturally seeking to compensate in other areas. With only a handful of top drivers in the paddock, it is evident that the Mercedes team is eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Qin Mian. Their aim is to sway him towards their team when his contract expires. As for whether there are deeper implications, Qin Mian is not entirely certain. However, he understands that what Toto has proposed is entirely beneficial to him. It seems he has no reason to decline. In truth, there is little necessity to refuse, as this is merely a reward from the team for his outstanding performance last season. The delay in addressing this matter was primarily due to the team's overwhelming tasks and uncertainties regarding the new season's car performance. After the Bahrain race, once their work for the season is on track, they finally had the opportunity to examine any shortcomings, which led to the discovery of the issue with Qin Mian's contract. Qin Mian is inclined to believe that Toto's words are sincere. The team will provide specific contract details soon. All he needs to do is come to my office to sign it when he has the time. Regarding the salary, as he is aware, the team cannot offer a high amount without extending the contract duration, so the annual salary will be set at $20 million, with a weekly wage of $380,000. Of course, the original reward system remains intact, though it may seem modest compared to his current salary. Nevertheless, it can be considered an additional income, can it not? Although it is stated as such, the salary offered is already the fourth highest base salary in the paddock, surpassed only by Verstappen, Hamilton, and Alonso. This reflects the substantial value of a 20-year-old world champion. Such a high salary, devoid of any additional conditions, could easily lead one to suspect it is a scam. Imagining the scene of $20 million being deposited, Qin Mian chuckled and shook his head. In truth, you could refuse, as this would save the team a significant sum of money. Toto teased with a smile. No, this contract is quite favorable. I accept, Qin Mian affirmed, prompting an even broader smile from Toto. However, Toto soon composed his expression, advising that someone from the team would be specifically responsible for this matter. He reminded Qin Mian to consult a lawyer to carefully review the contract before signing, to ensure there are no discrepancies. Finally, he expressed his hopes for an increasingly close and collaborative relationship between Qin Mian and the team, stating, "Let us strive together." I hope so too, Qin Mian replied as his car came to a stop at a traffic light, their hands clasped together in that moment. It is noteworthy that neither Qin Mian, Toto, nor the Mercedes team have publicly announced any changes regarding Qin Mian's contract, despite the impressive annual salary of $20 million, which surpasses that of 85 of the drivers in the paddock. It appears somewhat modest when juxtaposed against the title of world champion. Thus, if not disclosed, few fans would concern themselves with the specifics of Qin Mian's salary at this moment. Even if curiosity arose, it would soon dissipate amidst other news. However, once this information is made public, the subsequent ramifications are beyond anyone's foresight. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Mian naturally relayed this matter to Xiaomeng. After contemplating for a while, Xiaomeng discerned no significant issues. There shouldn't be any major problems. I will assist you in scrutinizing the contract and consult a few different law firms for cross-verification of the terms. If everything checks out, we can proceed with signing it. Qin Mian reclined in a chair, slightly taken aback by Xiaomeng's assertion. Isn't it sufficient to simply have a lawyer confirm that there are no issues? Is such rigorous cross-verification truly necessary? You make me feel as though I am being investigated for espionage. Xiaomeng rolled her eyes. One should never harbor malicious intentions. Yet one must be vigilant against potential deceit. You ought to be more cautious. Isn't that what you're here for? I can rely on you for everything. Qin Mian replied nonchalantly. Xiaoming gave him a resigned glance and proceeded to contact a lawyer. The night passed without incident, and the following day, Thursday, marked the filming day for Qin Mian and his team. Given the significance of the day, Qin Mian arrived at the paddock early. After breakfast, Barber handed him a schedule. Upon receiving it, Qin Mian glanced at the document and remarked, "There are quite a few activities today." Barber nodded in agreement. This year, the viewership for the Formula One Grand Prix has reached new heights, leading to an increase in demand for pre-race filming as well as sponsor activities. The surge in fan numbers has resulted in more fans purchasing exclusive VIP tickets for the team. To enhance our influence in your hometown, the Grand Prix has invited several celebrities to attend. Wait, weren't those celebrities invited by the local tourism bureau at the last Grand Prix? Why has it changed in Saudi Arabia? Qin Mian noted the inconsistency. Barber shrugged. It's effective, apparently. You wouldn't believe how much Mercedes-Benz sales have surged in Asia over the past 3 days. All of this was a last-minute decision by the parent company of Mercedes. Qin Mian smacked his lips. F1 is ultimately a commercial alliance, prioritizing profit above all else. Indeed. Well, enough complaining. Let us get to work. Having concluded their conversation, they arrived at the entrance of the team house, which had been hastily constructed by the logistics staff overnight. Qin Mian's early tasks on Thursday proved rather mundane, as most of the time was spent recording videos, with both he and Hamilton merely performing rather than genuinely smiling. As the afternoon track day event approached, Qin Mian found himself in high spirits. For a driver, the sheer joy of maneuvering a vehicle on the racetrack is unparalleled, even if the car's performance leaves something to be desired. However, what took Qin Mian by surprise was the appearance of Jay Chou, whom he recognized instantly. Seated in the passenger seat, donning a safety helmet that had slightly altered his appearance. Although the helmet had molded his head into an unusual shape, Qin Mian's mind was flooded with questions. Wasn't Jay Chou just watching his race in Bahrain the previous week? What brought him to Saudi Arabia now? Good afternoon, Qin Mian. Nice to see you again. Jay Chou greeted him with a smile while fastening his seatbelt with the help of the track staff. Noticing the look of confusion on Qin Mian's face, Jay Chou seemed to anticipate his curiosity and explained, "My work here is not yet complete. I have several events and a fashion week to attend. I decided to extend my stay in the Middle East for a few days. And I heard there was a track day with the Mercedes team this week, so I came over." Qin Mian extended his hand for a cordial handshake. And after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he playfully inquired, "That sounds wonderful. I hope you enjoy your time in the paddock. However, what do you think of today's experience? Would you prefer me to drive faster or at a normal pace?" Surprised, Jay Chou responded, "Is that an option?" "Of course." Qin Mian replied with a grin, his expression radiating innocence, resembling a boy devoid of ulterior motives. Given that Jay Chou owned a supercar and had previously taken it on the track, he was intrigued to compare his driving experience with that of an F1 world champion. Thus, he quickly accepted Qin Mian's proposal, saying, "Actually, I have some experience in this regard. If possible, go as fast as you can." Qin Mian's smile broadened at this response. "All right, then hold on tight." After signaling to the staff member who was securing Jay Chou's seatbelt, Qin Mian watched as they conducted a final equipment check. Once confirmed that everything was in order, the staff gave Qin Mian a thumbs up, indicating all was well. With a slight smile, Qin Mian started the car, disabling the electronic control system and adjusting the engine to track mode, ready to take the reins of the vehicle. P.S. I apologize for the recent busyness as I prepare to return home. I will likely need to take a leave on the 3rd, but I should be able to catch up afterward. Today's quality is still 4K. My sincerest apologies. The news of Hamilton's transfer to Ferrari truly astonished me for an entire year. The 8-time champion, is he in a hurry? This chapter concludes. As for my leave of absence, I am driving back to my hometown today, taking a day off. In the midst of this, the unfortunate second victim of nausea, Jay Chou, was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation and curiously inquired about the driving experience of the AMG GT. However, Qin Mian did not respond immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "We are about to set off, so hold on tight, fasten your seatbelt, and once we hit the track, you will know for yourself." Upon hearing Qin Mian's words, Jay Chou nodded in agreement and then checked his gear, confirming everything was in order before stating, "I am ready." Qin Mian chuckled and added, "Just a final reminder, if you feel uncomfortable and need to vomit, please don't do it on me. or you'll find yourself on the blacklist. No sooner had Qin Mian finished speaking than he pressed the accelerator, causing the rear wheels of the race car to exceed their grip limit and spin in place. However, having already completed several laps, the tires of the AMG GT were sufficiently warmed. Thus, within half a second, the rear wheels regained traction, propelling the car forward with tremendous force. Before Jay Chou could fully comprehend the implication of Qin Miao's words, he found himself pressed into the racing bucket seat. Meanwhile, Qin Mian, seated in the driver's position, appeared entirely unfazed, even adjusting the steering wheel to correct the car's oversteer after the launch. As the car's speed increased, the G-forces on Jay Chou diminished, and when he finally found his voice, Qin Mian caught a faint exclamation of, "Damn it." Qin Mian smiled subtly, clearly relishing the experience. Nevertheless, the AMG GT has its limits, and the most exhilarating moments Qin Mian could offer Jay Chou were confined to the heavy braking points of T27 and T1, perhaps adding T13's long curve. With no reservations, Qin Mian pushed the car to its limits, and at these points, he could see Jay Chou instinctively gripping the car's handrails. The muscles in his cheeks visibly tensed. In contrast to Jay Chou's anxiety, Qin Mian, accustomed to the speeds of F1, felt as if he were merely driving a leisurely vehicle, even when the car was pushed to its extremes. Throughout the journey, he experienced little pressure, as the maximum lateral G-force was around 2 for GS. For Qin Mian, an F1 driver accustomed to pulling 5 GS while cornering, this was simply a relaxing experience. After 2 laps of being towed by Qin Mian, Jay Chou's complexion visibly paled, suggesting he had reached his limit. However, Qin Mian displayed a sense of moderation, recognizing Jay Chou's discomfort and slightly easing the pace before returning to the pit during the 3rd lap. In truth, Jay Chou's capacity for endurance is quite commendable. A singer capable of performing concerts across the globe undoubtedly possesses a heart of considerable resilience. The reason he began to show signs of distress after a few laps was primarily due to Qin Mian's driving style. The Jeddah circuit, to be precise, is akin to a street, with minimal buffer zones on either side, where the edges are defined by protective barriers. Moreover, seated within the vehicle, the restricted perspective leads both driver and passenger to perceive an intensified sense of speed, which can evoke fear in those unaccustomed to such sensations. Compounding this was Qin Mian's prior assurance that he would take Jay for a vigorous 2 laps, prompting Qin Mian to treat these laps like qualifying rounds. There was no need to probe the car's limits. Once Qin Mian settled into the racing machine, he had already comprehended its full capabilities. Given Qin Mian's skills, pushing the car to its limits would be a rather straightforward endeavor. Consequently, from Jay Chou's vantage point, every turn and exit felt perilously close to the barriers, with the sensation of imminent collision looming large. Under the dual pressures of physical and psychological strain, Jay's pallor betrayed his discomfort. The fact that he refrained from being sick in the car was a testament to his stubbornness. As soon as Qin Mian parked the car in the pit area, the shaken Jay Chou promptly exited, as though eager to escape from the confines of the racing machine. Qin Mian, having parked in the designated spot, after all, F1 driver's time is precious, concluded his duties. Upon disembarking, he approached Jay to assess his condition, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Jay accepted a bottle of water from his assistant, Doan I, took a few sips, and then waved his hand at Qin Mian, saying, "I'm fine, just a bit overwhelmed. I'm not accustomed to such sensations." After a brief moment to collect himself, Jay continued, "However, having experienced this, I genuinely admire your profession. Maintaining control of a car at such high speeds while consistently driving at a high level is remarkable." Qin Mian chuckled, "Well, it is our livelihood. If we do not perform at an exceptional level, we risk losing our means of sustenance. Wouldn't you agree?" Not one to overstep, Qin Mian noticed J's somewhat disheveled state and refrained from further pressing. "If you're all right, I have some work to attend to. Please wait a moment. Once I conclude my tasks, I can show you around the paddock and introduce you to other drivers." Upon hearing this, Denise's eyes sparkled with excitement. While she greatly admired Qin Mian's accomplishments in the F1 arena, her preference leaned towards Leclerc, and not without reason. He was, after all, the handsomest among the drivers. However, Jay Chou gestured dismissively. "No, it's all right. I understand that you F1 drivers are quite busy. Once you finish your work, please don't worry about us. I will be there to cheer you on during the races this weekend." Upon this realization, Qin Mian did not press the matter further. After exchanging contact information with Jay Cho, he concluded the day's work. Upon returning to the hotel, while savoring the apples that Qin Mian had sliced for him, he recounted the events of the afternoon. Qin Mian initially presumed that Qin Mian would be somewhat surprised by Jay Cho's presence in the Middle East, but not overly excited, considering she had met him just the previous week. However, to his astonishment, she immediately turned to him, her face a picture of despair as she lamented, why is it that every time you get to meet Jay Cho, I am never around?" Qin Mian was bewildered. "Didn't you seek him out last week?" Qin Mian looked up at him with a pitiful expression. "I couldn't find him. I searched throughout the entire match." Amused yet sympathetic at her distressed little face, Qin Mian gently ruffled her hair and inquired, "Then why didn't you tell me? You were at the match." Observing the blend of maturity and vulnerability in Qin Mian, Qin Mian couldn't help but smile wryly. He then pulled out his phone and handed it to her, saying, "Here, I exchanged phone numbers with Jay Cho before returning." Qin Mian reluctantly pushed the phone away. "It's of no use at this moment. Even if I had his contact information, I couldn't just call him out of the blue. Could I? That would only cause him trouble and leave a poor first impression." By this time, Qin Mian had finished his apple and stood up from the sofa, remarking, "Then we can only wait for Saturday and Sunday." Jay Cho mentioned he would be at the track those days. "I'll keep an eye out for you." Friday marked the opening day of the practice sessions, similar to last week's Bahrain event. This week's Saudi Arabian Grand Prix saw a considerable number of spectators attending the practice sessions. The turnout was notably higher than in previous years at this stage. Qin Mian frequently spotted a group of domestic fans supporting him in a corner of the track. The ensuing schedule followed the customary format of a Grand Prix, featuring 2 practice sessions focused on data collection and tire testing, leaving everyone quite busy. This week, the team had introduced several minor upgrades to the car. One enhancement involved the addition of wind deflectors on either side of the cockpit, designed to disrupt airflow above the car and direct more air towards the cooling vents of the side pods. Another upgrade included a redesign of the engine cover to facilitate airflow over the rear of the vehicle, thereby increasing downforce at the rear wing. The final upgrade, though not visible externally, involved repositioning the internal radiator to improve cooling efficiency as airflow passed through it. Though these upgrades were modest, they could still provide a slight speed boost without disrupting the car's tuning window. The team's significant upgrades, however, would not arrive until the Australian Grand Prix in 2 weeks, where they plan to unveil a new rear diffuser. However, the specific efficacy of this new rear diffuser remains uncertain. Returning to today's 2 practice sessions, we encounter the age-old dilemma. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton have expressed dissatisfaction regarding the persistent bouncing of the car. Qin Mian, in fact, harbors little concern about this bouncing issue. He only experiences some discomfort in his back during the latter stages of the race, which he can endure as the conclusion of the race approaches. In contrast, Hamilton's emotional response to the matter is notably more pronounced than Qin Mian's. The team finds itself in a state of helplessness, as the factory has only recently commenced addressing the problem, and a mere week is insufficient to completely resolve and eradicate it. Nevertheless, aside from the sluggish speed and the dolphin-like bouncing at high velocities, the car does not present any intolerable issues. At least in terms of consistency and tuning windows, both Qin Mian and Hamilton are satisfied with the vehicle's performance. Consequently, during the second practice session on Friday, Qin Mian quickly identified his most comfortable tuning window and dedicated the remainder of the session to assisting the team in data collection. Hamilton, on the other hand, lagged slightly behind Qin Mian in this regard, as he was simultaneously gathering data while seeking an optimal setup. This should not be interpreted as Hamilton's inadequacy. Rather, he seeks a tuning configuration that balances moderate speed with reduced bouncing. Qin Mian, however, is unconcerned, relying on his youth and physical prowess to withstand the impacts of the bouncing. Despite the Jeddah circuit's winding nature, it is a bona fide high-speed track. Except for the first timing sector, the second and third sectors feature minimal corners requiring braking. Most can be navigated with ease by merely easing off the throttle in the ground effect era. This type of circuit was exceedingly comfortable for last season's Mercedes cars. However, this season presents challenges. Even though the Mercedes engine still holds a power advantage, aerodynamic shortcomings and the bouncing issue prevent the engine's speed advantage from being fully realized. In fact, the faster the car goes, the more pronounced the bouncing becomes. Saturday swiftly arrived, and during the daytime practice session, Qin Mian completed all the tasks assigned by the team with stability and efficiency. This is precisely why the Mercedes team appreciates Qin Mian. He consistently fulfills his responsibilities without compromise, both inside and outside the paddock, even taking the initiative to assist the team in developing new cars. On Saturday night, the Bahrain circuit was illuminated brilliantly. Qin Mian found himself at the team's home base, ready for a pre-race interview. After the interview concluded, he turned and spotted Barber. But Autumn was nowhere to be seen. Where could Autumn be? I recall she was present just moments ago during the interview. Barber remarked that she had encountered a beloved celebrity in the team's paddock and had approached him for an autograph. Qin Mian nodded in understanding. She must have seen Jay Chou. Last week, Xiao Ming had sought out Jay Chou in the VIP section above the team's paddock. Although the area was not particularly spacious, the flow of people was significant. While it was somewhat surprising that she had not found Jay Chou, it was not entirely incomprehensible. However, this time, Jay Chou was directly present in the paddock, and the viewing area was rather limited. Once the competition commenced, even the VIP spectators were prohibited from moving about freely. Thus, Qin Mian felt it was unlikely that Xiao Ming would miss Jay Chou again. After a brief nod, Qin Mian led Barber into the team's paddock. As expected, when Qin Mian spotted Xiao Ming, she was in the viewing area behind her own race car, right beside Jay Chou. The girl was gazing at him, her eyes brimming with admiration and delight. Although Xiao Ming looked at Qin Mian with more tenderness and affection, Qin Mian could not shake a sense of bitterness. It seemed that Xiao Ming had never directed such admiration towards her. Wasn't he, after all, a world champion? Did he not deserve at least a glance of reverence? Chapter End 364, The Fall of a Legend? However, Qin Mian did not approach Xiao Ming. He merely nodded at the two as he passed by. After all, the preparations before the race were quite intricate, and Qin Mian needed to verify whether the parameters and preset racing modes he had established during practice had been tampered with. Indeed, while the Mercedes team was thoroughly satisfied with Qin Mian, he still needed to guard against potential sabotage. This was a lesson imparted by Hamilton. Despite the current tension in their relationship, where they scarcely spoke outside of the camera's gaze, Qin Mian had learned much from Hamilton. For instance, a teammate is always your greatest rival. Unlike other drivers on the track, you might face performance disparities with your car, providing excuses for losses. However, losing to a teammate signifies a deficiency in personal skill. Consequently, you would find yourself overshadowed by your teammate in terms of team resources, media exposure, and income. After all, the realm of F1 is ruled by merit. In such circumstances, one cannot guarantee that a teammate will willingly accept the role of a second driver. Never underestimate the treachery of human nature. Some individuals will go to great lengths to triumph over their teammates. For example, bribing a teammate's technician to subtly alter the settings of the already configured race mode in the teammate's car, perhaps modifying the engine's output power. While the teammate had intended to use that mode for long-distance racing to minimize fuel and tire consumption. However, once this mode is activated, Qin Mian's teammates quickly notice something amiss. Why are my tires and fuel insufficient? Such discrepancies are nearly impossible to detect until after the fact, and even if identified, one could easily attribute it to a lack of diligence or a careless misconfiguration of values during work. These are the lessons Hamilton imparted to Qin Mian, which have now become instinctual for him. Almost every time before qualifying in the race, he meticulously checks these settings in his car. Once the pre-race inspection process is completed, less than 10 minutes remain until the qualifying session begins. At this moment, Qin Mian has no intention of exiting the vehicle, instead choosing to remain seated within his car, awaiting the commencement of the race. At 1 o'clock in the morning on March 21, 2022, Beijing time, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix qualifying officially commenced. Amid the commentary from 5-Star Sports, numerous domestic fans watched the qualifying session with a mix of emotions. During the Q1 phase, Qin Mian's first flying lap yielded an impressive time of 1 minute and 333 seconds. This performance secured him a position that could directly qualify for Q2, elevating him to 4th place overall. The top 3 positions were occupied by Sainz, Verstappen, and Leclerc, and Qin Mian's presence in this ranking was somewhat aided by Perez's less-than-ideal performance. Nevertheless, after completing this flying lap, Qin Mian continued to push on the track for another flying lap. The Jeddah circuit, characterized by its scarcity of high-speed corners, allowed the C4 soft tires to maintain sufficient durability, enabling 2 flying laps without significant loss of speed. However, while it was stated that there would not be considerable degradation, the wear on the soft tires was an undeniable reality, resulting in Qin Mian's second lap being slower than his first. Despite Qin Mian's fourth position, the time gap between him and Leclerc ahead reached 0.5 seconds, a chasm that felt insurmountable. Notably, Hamilton's first flying lap was disappointing. After completing it, he found himself 13 seconds slower than Sainz and even lagging behind Qin Mian. Yet at this moment, neither the audience nor the commentators perceived Hamilton as faltering. They merely believed he might have made an error and that a slight adjustment could restore his competitiveness. While it was unlikely that Hamilton could contend with Ferrari or Red Bull, at the very least, he should be able to catch up to or surpass his teammate. In the second flying lap, Qin Mian utilized a set of soft tires that had already been used for several laps during practice, achieving a time that did not improve. However, he remained unfazed, as he was conserving his tires. To everyone's astonishment, Hamilton once again produced an exceedingly disappointing time, mirroring his previous lap. Fortunately, after completing his second flying lap, there were still over 2 minutes remaining in Q1, providing him ample opportunity to take the track once more on the current set of soft tires for one final flying lap. Despite the confidence exuded by both commentators and spectators regarding Hamilton at that moment, perceiving the incident merely as a trivial mishap on the track, Hamilton himself had clearly communicated to his race engineer within the Team TR that he could no longer accelerate further. Indeed, this assertion proved to be accurate. Upon completing his final flying lap, Hamilton's performance remained dishearteningly subpar, trailing the leader Sainz by an alarming 1,488 seconds. In a shocking turn of events, the seven-time champion Hamilton was unexpectedly eliminated in Q1. It is noteworthy that his teammate, Qin Mian, advanced to Q2 after completing just one flying lap. Observing Hamilton's performance, many domestic viewers experienced a complex mix of emotions. Due to Qin Mian's presence, most domestic fans often projected their perspectives onto him. Consequently, they were aware that Hamilton had imparted considerable knowledge to Qin Mian, with many regarding Hamilton as an elder brother figure. However, it is a well-known fact that younger drivers within the same team often aspire to surpass their seasoned predecessors. Fortunately, Qin Mian achieved this ambition. In his inaugural season, he captured the World Championship, effectively seizing the 8th crown from his teammate, the 7-time champion Hamilton. Yet now, witnessing Hamilton's elimination in Q1 evoked sentiments reminiscent of the domestic populace during the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Reactions varied widely. Some relished the spectacle. Others observed with detached amusement, while many felt bewildered and disheartened, leading to a plethora of comments flooding various social media platforms such as Tieba, Weibo, and Hupu. Nevertheless, setting aside Hamilton's predicament, domestic fans still found joy in the race. On one hand, Qin Mian advanced to Q2 effortlessly, exuding the same pressure-free demeanor as before, functioning with the precision of a relentless racing machine. On the other hand, Zhou Guanyu triumphed over Norris, qualifying for Q2 in 9th place, with a mere 0.1 second gap separating him from his teammate Bottas. For a rookie, this achievement was met with satisfaction from Zhou Guanyu himself, his domestic supporters, and the Alfa Romeo team alike. Upon learning of this, Qin Mian could not help but exclaim, "Truly, he is my fine protege." After completing his final flying lap, as Qin Mian drove back to the pit area, he noted the absence of Hamilton on the display screen of his steering wheel. Noticing the drivers from this season's leading teams ahead, Qin Mian casually inquired, "Where's Lewis?" To which Barber replied, Lewis was eliminated in Q1. What? Indeed. Lewis's qualifying speed was less than ideal. This concluded their conversation within TR, yet as Qin Mian made his way back, his mind remained clouded with questions. How could Hamilton have been eliminated in Q1? It seemed inexplicable. After being pushed into the garage by Reyes and his team, Qin Mian removed his goggles, distinctly sensing the lower air pressure emanating from Hamilton's pit. Coincidentally, just as Qin Mian parked his car and had the old soft tires removed, Hamilton emerged from his vehicle, accompanied by Angela, to proceed to the weighing station. As Hamilton passed in front of Qin Mian, he shot him a glance. However, Qin Mian did not detect any negative emotions in Hamilton's eyes. Instead, they reflected a blend of helplessness and confusion. Despite his 2 days of relentless efforts, Hamilton wondered why his car remained unrefined while Qin Mian, seemingly unfazed, maintained such remarkable stability and speed. Was he truly growing old? This doubt clouded Hamilton's mind. Nonetheless, the day's race for Hamilton had concluded, as had Qin Mian's, who had already anticipated his final ranking and performance in this qualifying session. After watching Hamilton depart, Qin Mian refocused his thoughts and began analyzing the footage of his 2 flying laps. Although this season's Mercedes had faced challenges, with a significant performance gap compared to the other 2 teams, Qin Mian believed that as long as he maintained his consistency, opportunities to capitalize on others' misfortunes would arise, much like last week in Bahrain. Moreover, his contract with Mercedes, currently under review by his management, would likely be ready for signing following this race. Surely, he could not disappoint the substantial annual salary of $20 million offered by Mercedes. After a brief respite, Q2 commenced. At this point, commentators paid little attention to Qin Mian. Having developed confidence in his stability and speed from the previous season, they anticipated watching him again in Q3, convinced he would not falter in Q2. Their focus shifted to Zhou Guanyu, curious to see if both Chinese F1 drivers could achieve the remarkable feat of entering Q3 simultaneously. With 10 minutes remaining in Q2, Qin Mian completed his first flying lap on a fresh set of soft tires, clocking a time of 1:29.299. Following this, he opted for his old soft tires for the next flying lap, deeming it unnecessary to utilize new tires, as his current time assured him a secure place in Q3. Unbeknownst to him, upon witnessing Qin Mian's impressive time, Toto buried his head in his hands, casting a sigh in Hamilton's direction. Meanwhile, a minor incident unfolded during Q2, as Mick lost control of his car while exiting T10 and crashed into the wall. The impact shattered his vehicle, scattering debris across the track. This incident highlighted the perilous nature of street racing. A high-speed error in a corner, with no buffer, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Naturally, such a severe crash prompted the deployment of a red flag. Due to the extensive debris, the red flag remained in effect for nearly an hour as the track was cleared. Mick Schumacher was promptly transported via ambulance and subsequently airlifted to the hospital for examination. Following Q2's resumption, Qin Mian returned to the track, utilizing the old medium tires to complete a flying lap. This was merely an exercise in data collection, rendering the results inconsequential. Ultimately, as Q2 concluded, Qin Mian's time remained unchanged at 1:29.299. Nevertheless, he advanced to Q3 in 5th place. Regrettably, Zhou Guanyu did not qualify for Q3, finishing 11th and feeling a sense of disappointment. However, as the gatekeeper of Q2, Zhou Guanyu found some satisfaction in his position. The drivers eliminated in Q2 included Zhou Guanyu, Norris, Ricciardo, Mick, and Stroll. Soon after, the main event of the day, Q3, commenced. Right from the start, the season's formidable Leclerc set the fastest lap with a time of 1:28.323. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mian completed his first flying lap in Q3 with a time of 1:28.816. He felt this was the fastest speed he could achieve in the W13 at present, yet the time gap to Leclerc had widened to nearly 0.6 of a second. However, this was not the end. Perez swiftly demonstrated his prowess, claiming pole position with a time of 1:28.200, even outpacing his teammate Verstappen. As Q3 came to a close, Qin Mian settled into a familiar 5th place for the season. The final qualifying results were as follows: 1. Perez, 2. Leclerc, 3. Sainz, 4. Verstappen, 5. Qin Mian, 6. Ocon, 7. Alonso, 8. Bottas, 9. Gasly, 10. Tsunoda. Mick's car was irreparably damaged, leaving him unable to participate further. Magnussen once again elevated Haas to an unexpected 10th position. Ricciardo faced a 3-place grid penalty for obstructing Gasly's flying lap in Q2, and though he was demoted by 3 spots, he only lost 2 positions due to Mick's absence, as Mick's ranking persisted despite his withdrawal from the race. Thus, the qualifying session concluded. P.S. Apologies for the recent busyness. Updates may be limited to 4K daily. I recall the update from the day before yesterday and will make it up later. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter End 365. Learning well is hard. Learning badly is easy. Although Qin Mian finished this race in 5th place, there remains a glimmer of opportunity for him to aspire toward the podium. According to simulation data, this circuit exhibits minimal tire degradation, leading most teams to opt for a yellow-white or white-yellow one-stop strategy. Qin Mian could feasibly attempt a red-yellow or yellow-red one-stop strategy. Therefore, provided that no safety car or red flag interrupts the race. With his long-distance pace, he could potentially engage in a fierce battle with Ferrari and Red Bull. However, this may be where the limitations lie. The issue remains that Qin Mian's personal capabilities are finite. He cannot solely rely on his individual skills to bridge a 0.5-second gap in lap time. The following day, Sunday, marks the commencement of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Qin Mian has grown somewhat indifferent towards this race. The fervor for victory he experienced last season has waned considerably. At this moment, he resembles Alonso, purely relishing the joy of racing, seeking to advance as far as possible if circumstances allow. After completing the pre-race photographs, parade, and interviews, Qin Mian took a moment to rest within the team, glancing towards the spectator stands where Xiaoming stood, watching him. Upon noticing Qin Mian's gaze, the girl beamed with encouragement, raising her small fist and exclaiming, "You can do it." Qin Mian smiled at Xiaoming's gesture, conveying a reassuring look in return. It is worth mentioning that Xiaoming also has a tendency to become easily enamored and then disenchanted. On this Sunday, Jay Chou was also present. However, due to restrictions within the team's paddock, he was seated in the VIP section upstairs, where there were refreshments and a decent view, a far more comfortable place than remaining in the paddock to watch the race. Xiaoming, however, chose not to accompany him. After spending the day with Jay Chou during qualifying, she had grown somewhat familiar with him, and her idolization had faded. Thus, even though she knew Jay Chou was watching the race from the Mercedes VIP area above, she felt no inclination to join him. As the time approached, Qin Mian made his way to the track. His car was already parked on the circuit, and the sky gradually darkened. However, it was not yet time for the race to commence. They still had to wait for approximately 10 minutes. Fortuitously, Qin Mian settled down on the trackside barrier with his water bottle, sipping slowly while passing the time. Before long, someone sat beside him. Turning slightly, he saw Zhou Guanyu, clad in his Alfa Romeo team attire, taking a seat next to him. Qin Mian said nothing, instead pulling out a notebook from beneath him and handing it to Zhou Guanyu. These notebooks, which Qin Mian had obtained from Reyes, were intended for recording inspection details and contained boxes resembling checklists. Given the numerous items requiring inspection, the notebook was substantial and perfectly suited for cushioning against the dust on the track. Zhou Guanyu accepted it without hesitation, placing it beneath him. Once seated, Zhou Guanyu inquired, "How would you assess today's race?" Qin Mian chuckled. "Why do you sound like those roving reporters in the live streams, always cornering a host to ask for their opinions, only to take their remarks out of context?" Zhou Guanyu, influenced by Qin Mian, often streams while gaming, as he excels in the activity and frequently plays alongside Qin Mian. His status as an F1 driver attracts a considerable number of viewers to his broadcasts, and he has encountered various personalities in this realm. However, Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes and remarked, "I'm discussing serious matters here, so please refrain from digressing. How else could one evaluate the situation? In this race, he was merely a participant." Zhou Guanyu shook his head with a smile. "It appears I worried for nothing. I thought you would still be dominating the track this season. But it seems the disparity has been too great for you to accept, leading to a sense of despair." "I truly appreciate it," Qin Mian replied, emphasizing the words in a tone that suggested they were not entirely sincere. Zhou Guanyu, unfazed, shrugged, and said, "While paternal love is as steadfast as a mountain, sometimes a father must also manifest that love in tangible ways." After delivering a playful punch, Qin Mian retorted, "Are you here to counsel me, or to mess with my mindset? Haha, as long as you're all right. I just saw you sitting here like a forlorn child, feeling a bit desolate. Can't you say something nice?" Zhou Guanyu continued, "That old saying holds true, distance breeds beauty. Before knowing you, I thought you were rather aloof. But now I find you quite unfortunate. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me." Shaking his head, Qin Mian shifted the topic. "Has your team resolved the starting procedure? I didn't see you practicing starts at the pit exit during the practice session, so I hope there won't be any issues in today's race." With a sigh, Zhou Guanyu, feeling somewhat irritated, ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "I did practice. You simply didn't notice. Although the team has made improvements and upgraded the system, there are still instances of forced intervention to prevent engine stalls after the start. What then? What should we do? Endure it, I suppose, and pray that no issues arise during the race. I truly can't decide if you're lucky or unlucky. If I say you're unlucky, then the performance of the Alro team this season has been commendable. If I say you're lucky, well, you frequently encounter starting issues. Let's not dwell on this. It's truly unfortunate. After Zhou Guanyu departed, Qin Mian felt a warmth as he gazed at his retreating figure. Their conversations rarely adhered to seriousness, often meandering into paternal banter. Furthermore, he was not as emotionally fragile as Zhou Guanyu suggested. He wasn't suffering from the disparity. Yet, the concern from a friend is something many yearn for, and Zhou Guanyu's antics managed to dissipate the gloomy feelings that had arisen from racing performance. Noticing the Rolex clock in the distance, Qin Mian stood up, dusted off his pants, shook off the dust from the two books, and then approached Reyes. After receiving the two notebooks returned by Qin Mian, Reyes made a jest. The notebook that has graced the rear of a world champion. I must find a way to hide it away secretly. It could fetch a handsome price in the future. Qin Mian responded with a playful gesture, flashing Reyes the middle finger. Having worked together for nearly a year, Qin Mian had cultivated a camaraderie with the team staff, particularly since this was his own crew, fostering a friendly rapport that allowed for light-hearted banter without any reservations. After returning the books, Qin Mian donned his helmet and secured the Hans device before entering the race car. Reyes approached to adjust the headrest and checked the various safety equipment. Once satisfied that everything was in order, he patted Qin Mian's helmet and said, "All checked. Rest assured, drive well, and do not let temporary challenges deter you. In our hearts, you will always be the strongest F1 driver. You merely need to await your opportunity." Qin Mian nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. Minutes passed, and the track staff began to clear out. Frankie's voice crackled through the team radio. "All right, Qin Mian, the race is about to commence. The weather is favorable today, with a low chance of rain. The air temperature is 27 degrees, and the track temperature is 29 degrees, which might be a bit chilly. Ensure your tires are warmed up adequately. The air humidity stands at 81. Take care of your right front tire. Finally, I wish you a smooth race. Good luck." Acknowledging the message, Qin Mian gathered insights on the track conditions and awaited a further 3 minutes until all personnel had exited the circuit. At 8 o'clock local time in Saudi Arabia, the formation lap commenced. For this race, Qin Mian opted for soft tires at the start. However, given that the driver ahead of him was Verstappen, commentators held a flicker of hope regarding Qin Mian's ability to overtake him upon seeing the tires he had chosen. Nevertheless, such speculations held little significance for Qin Mian at that moment. As the formation lap concluded, Qin Mian returned to his grid position, with Sainz ahead and Verstappen to his right. As for the drivers behind him, Qin Mian felt confident that he would not be threatened by the two trailing him at the start. With Russell bringing his car to a halt in position, the safety car lined up behind, signaling that the race was about to begin. The 5 red lights illuminated and then extinguished, marking the official start. Qin Mian's launch was, as always, steady and swift. However, today, neither Ferrari nor Red Bull drivers were inclined to grant him any leeway. The broadcast cameras revealed that the top 5 drivers surged forth nearly in unison, with Qin Mian gradually reducing the gap to Verstappen, capitalizing on the advantages of his soft tires. Yet, the rate of closure was minuscule, insufficient for Qin Mian to mount an offensive against Verstappen before T1. Moreover, T1 presented a right-hand turn. Even if Qin Mian managed to align side by side with Verstappen before the turn, given Verstappen's position and temperament, he would not yield easily to allow Qin Mian to overtake. Thus, the advantage of the soft tires at the start dissipated. However, Qin Mian did not feel a sense of regret, for this is the nature of Formula One racing. There are victories and defeats, and not everything transpires as one might wish. Although Qin Mian was unable to mount an offensive against the cars ahead, Verstappen, benefiting from his advantageous position and the speed of his car in low-speed corners, seized the opportunity to overtake Sainz on the outside of T2, and subsequently executed a maneuver on the inside of T3 to surpass Sainz. After the start, he successfully ascended from 4th to 3rd. Aside from this, there were no further positional changes among the drivers ahead of Qin Mian. In the rear, Zhou Guanyu once again experienced a perplexing starting error. Initially commencing from 11th, his car encountered a stall protection issue shortly after the start. By the time his car regained power, he had fallen to the last position. Nevertheless, this season, the performance of the Aero car has been commendable. Thus, it did not take long for him to catch up with Russell, ultimately completing the overtaking maneuver on Russell by the second lap. Although Russell put up a struggle, the straight-line speed of the Williams could not compete with the Ferrari engine of Aero. In contrast to Zhou Guanyu swiftly regaining his rhythm, Hamilton continued to carry the struggles of qualifying into the race. By the 6th lap, Hamilton was still languishing in 14th place, with Zhou Guanyu even managing to close in on him. Meanwhile, Qin Mian, leveraging the advantage of his soft tires, had not been significantly distanced by Sainz, remaining just 3 seconds behind him as the race reached the 6th lap. In contrast, Qin Mian had established a gap of over 6 seconds from Ocon, who was trailing him, despite having completed only 6 laps. While it appeared that Mercedes had regained some competitive edge, Qin Mian still found it challenging to close the gap to Sainz. In fact, when the time difference between Sainz and himself reached 25 seconds, and the turbulent air from the cars ahead became negligible, Qin Mian attempted to push forward. Yet, during that lap of full effort, he could only match Sainz's pace. Under such circumstances, it became exceedingly difficult for Qin Mian to approach the car in front, let alone overtake. Consequently, he entered a cruising mode, aiming to extend the lifespan of his soft tires for as many laps as possible. Interestingly, as the race progressed to the 9th lap, Qin Mian noticed that Ocon, for reasons unknown, had become embroiled in a battle with his teammate Alonso on the track, exchanging positions back and forth. By the time Qin Mian regained focus, the tussle between his teammates had widened the gap between him and them to 8 seconds. As the 15th lap drew to a close, Leclerc, emulating Mercedes, announced his intention to pit over the team radio just prior to entering the pits. The team, adhering to Leclerc's directives, promptly transported 4 pristine hard tires to the track, with the crew members positioned and prepared, awaiting Leclerc's arrival to fit him with the new tires. Moreover, once Leclerc had communicated with the team, he accelerated, imparting the impression that he intended to deplete his tires entirely within this lap. Red Bull was quick to buy into this strategy. Their rationale was straightforward. With Perez ahead, he would become a mere shadow, mirroring Leclerc's every move. Subsequently, Perez made his pit stop. A dramatic turn of events unfolded after Perez entered the pits. Leclerc did not follow suit, leaving Perez tricked into pitting. Thus concluded this chapter, with Zhou Guanyu, the unfortunate soul, feeling the repercussions. Red Bull, in their haste, due to Ferrari's unexpected pit stop, failed to calculate where Perez would emerge post-stop. When Perez rejoined the track after a 29-second tire change, he found himself 3 seconds behind Qin Mian. While the time difference was trivial, the real concern was Qin Mian. Given the relationship between Qin Mian and Leclerc, coupled with Qin Mian's tire conservation and defensive prowess, one might ponder whether he would attempt to fend off Perez. Although at this juncture, Qin Mian and Perez were not in direct competition, and the early season saw Mercedes and Red Bull in different tiers, Qin Mian had little else to do but cruise. As the saying goes in China, when it rains, one might as well discipline a child. Idleness is still idleness. Another adage states, since you've come this far. With Perez now behind him, Qin Mian felt compelled to deliver a performance worthy of his team sponsors, ensuring they received ample screen time. As Qin Mian readied himself for action, at the end of lap 16, disaster struck. Russell, seemingly possessed by a driver of the same surname, made an error, crashing into the barriers. As previously noted, accidents on the streets are seldom minor. Thus, the safety car was inevitably deployed. At this point, Perez's pit stop had become futile. With the safety car out, most drivers opted to pit. However, those behind Hamilton chose not to, as they were too far from the pit entrance. By the time they made their stops, the pack had already bunched up, rendering any further pit stops a means of exacerbating losses rather than mitigating them. Though Qin Mian's soft tires were still capable of running, often outpacing many on medium tires, he too decided to pit. His rationale remained. Mercedes was in a state of inadequacy compared to the top teams, and whether he pitted or not would not significantly alter the outcome of his race. Thus, with such an opportunity presenting itself, it was prudent to seize it. Upon exiting the pits after his tire change, Qin Mian naturally returned to the position behind Perez. Leclerc appeared to be favored by fate, seizing the most advantageous position in this race. Additionally, Verstappen ascended to second place, followed by Sainz and Perez. It can be said that Russell's collision resulted in Perez being the sole victim. The safety car was deployed from lap 16 to lap 20, during which time Russell's debris was cleared. Following this, Leclerc began to compress the field, preparing for the restart. Qin Mian had certain strategies in mind, such as looking for opportunities to overtake Perez after the start. However, as Leclerc launched from the front, Qin Mian, utilizing medium tires, found himself trailing Perez by a 2-second gap after exiting T27. despite gaining a bit on the subsequent straight due to his engine and tire grip advantage. Perez, noticing Qin Miao's intentions to attack, firmly occupied the inside line, causing Qin Miao's pace to falter as he approached the end of the main straight. Consequently, the closest he could get to Perez was less than a meter from the rear diffuser of Perez's car. From that point on, there were no further developments. Perez reached the breaking point at T1. Faced with Perez, who had secured the inside line, even Qin Miao's late braking could not unveil any attacking routes, leaving him helpless. The rhythm of the race then settled into a familiar cruising pace for Qin Miao. Gradually, he was distanced by the leading group ahead, while the two Alpines behind posed no threat. The atmosphere was characterized by a sense of monotony. Notably, Hamilton, having opted not to pit during the safety car period, found himself positioned behind Magnussen. Of course, it was well understood that this position was merely temporary, and with a subsequent pit stop, Hamilton would inevitably drop back. Before long, the race reached lap 36. Just as Qin Miao began to find the race dull, an unexpected incident unfolded on the track. Alonso's car abruptly experienced issues, significantly reducing its speed. The gearbox became stuck in fourth gear, and attempts to shift were futile. Alonso reported to the team that he had lost power. Subsequently, he attempted to glide back to the pit lane, but due to the considerable distance from the entrance, his car came to a halt just at the pit entrance. Meanwhile, Bottas, who had been poised to score points, was forced to retire due to car troubles. To add to the turmoil, Ricciardo also retired, encountering gearbox issues that left him unable to shift beyond second gear. In a span of 3 laps, 3 cars retired simultaneously, marking a rare spectacle in the realm of Formula One. Among them, perhaps the unluckiest was Hamilton. When the first safety car made its appearance, he opted not to pit. However, this time, the virtual safety car presented an optimal opportunity for Hamilton to launch an attack. Yet he received a late reminder from his team as he passed the pit entry. This miscommunication directly resulted in his failure to capitalize on the best pit stop window. And by the time he returned to the pit entry on the next lap, it had already closed. At that moment, Matthew was busy guiding an Alpine and a McLaren into the pits. The virtual safety car persisted until the 41st lap, leaving just 9 laps to the conclusion of the race. Qin Miao refrained from accelerating, instead maintaining a leisurely cruising speed in preparation for the final 9 laps. From this point onward, all attention shifted to Leclerc in first place and Verstappen in second, as the two engaged in a thrilling battle over the ensuing 9 laps. However, in the last 2 laps, a collision between Albin and Stroll brought out the yellow flags for an extended period, depriving Leclerc of DRS at the prime overtaking zone of the main straight as he trailed Verstappen. Ultimately, as they crossed the finish line, Verstappen successfully defended his position, securing Red Bull's first driver victory of the new season. Leclerc, resigned, finished in second place, while Sainz exhibited a stable performance to claim third. Perez took fourth, and Qin Miao rounded out the top 5. It is noteworthy that despite his less than ideal starting position and car, Hamilton managed to finish in 10th place, thus earning a point for himself. After the race, as Qin Miao parked his car in the inspection area and greeted familiar drivers, he noticed a dejected Zhou Guanyu passing by. At that moment, Zhou appeared as though his spirit had been drained, seemingly in a state of despondency. Yet, Qin Miao still had responsibilities to attend to and could not find the time to inquire about Zhou's situation. Following the post-race weigh-in, Barber approached Qin Miao. Upon seeing him, Qin Miao curiously asked about Zhou Guanyu's performance. 11th, came the response. Qin Miao felt a wave of confusion. Although finishing just 1 position shy of scoring points was indeed disheartening, it hardly warranted such a forlorn demeanor. Nevertheless, he quickly suppressed his curiosity and proceeded to the post-race interview. The familiar journalist conducted the interview, and after its conclusion, Qin Miao returned to the team headquarters to engage with other media outlets. Once all media obligations were fulfilled, he attended a team meeting, and it was only after 11 o'clock at night that Qin Miao's responsibilities were finally complete. The final standings and driver scores for the race are as follows. P1, Verstappen 25 P2, Leclerc 19, fastest lap, P3, Sainz 14 P4, Perez 12 P5, Qin Miao 10 P6, Ocon 8 P7, Norris 6 P8, Gasly 4 P9, Magnussen 2 P10, Hamilton 1. The overall driver standings are as follows. 1. Leclerc 5-1-2, Sainz 32-3, Verstappen 25-4, Qin Miao 24-5, Magnussen 14-6, Hamilton 13-7, Perez 12-8, Ocon 14-9, Bottas 8-14, Alonso 1. The team standings are as follows. 1. Ferrari 8-3-2, Mercedes 37-3, Red Bull 37-4, Alpine 15-5, Haas 14-6, Alfa Romeo 12-7, AlphaTauri 6-8, McLaren 6-9, Aston Martin 0. Following the conclusion of the Saudi Grand Prix, the next race will be the Australian Grand Prix, occurring in 2 weeks. Having spent 2 days in the Middle East, Qin Mian was eager to leave. After finishing work, Qin Mian did not linger in the Middle East for even a day, quickly packing and departing for France with Xiao Meng, Zhou Guanyu, and the respective assistants of the 2 drivers. On the plane, Qin Mian poured a cup of coffee for Zhou Guanyu while opting for a bottle of cola for himself. Once seated, Qin Mian savored a delightful sip of his cola before gently patting the visibly downcast Zhou Guanyu. "What's wrong? You look as though you've lost a considerable sum of money," he remarked. Zhou Guanyu glanced at Qin Mian in confusion. "You don't know?" "No. I've been occupied since the race concluded. Interviews, meetings, and expressing gratitude to fans and sponsors. I hardly had a moment to breathe before boarding the plane." Zhou Guanyu smirked slightly, pondering whether this was the privilege of a world champion. "It's nothing significant. The team let me down during the race." Clearly reluctant to dwell on the matter, Zhou Guanyu intended to brush it off and shift the conversation. However, Qin Mian, intrigued by the hint of drama, pressed on eagerly. "Oh, how did they let you down? Please, elaborate." Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes, anticipating Qin Mian's reaction once he disclosed the details. Nevertheless, he continued, "During the race, I had a positional conflict with Albin and overtook him on the outside. I then inquired with the team whether I needed to give the position back." Qin Mian nodded. "So far, this seems quite reasonable. Are you still listening?" Zhou Guanyu asked, as Qin Mian quickly gestured for him to continue. Zhou Guanyu continued, expressing that there was indeed still room for redemption, as simply returning the position would suffice. He asserted that his speed surpassed Albin's, making overtaking merely a matter of time. However, to his dismay, the team informed him that returning the position to Albin was unnecessary. Typically, such an infraction would incur a 5-second penalty. Qin Mian, unable to restrain himself, interjected. Zhou Guanyu, disregarding Qin Mian's remarks, shrugged and stated, "Indeed, a 5-second penalty. It is what it is. I suppose I can accept a 5-second penalty, as I did not firmly assert my intention to return the position voluntarily, thus I bear some responsibility." But what was truly infuriating was that when the yellow flag was displayed, he returned to the pit to change tires while also serving the penalty. Zhou Guanyu paused momentarily, glancing at Qin Mian, and inquired, "You are aware of the standard procedure for serving a penalty, correct?" Qin Mian took a sip of cola and replied, "Yes. You must park the car, and all technicians are prohibited from touching the vehicle until the penalty time has elapsed." "Exactly," Zhou Guanyu exclaimed. "However, once I parked, those pests immediately lifted my car, and they made me wait there for 5 seconds. 5 seconds. This would have been tolerable. But when the penalty time expired and it was time to change tires, those pests simply lowered my car. They lowered it." Zhou Guanyu's agitation intensified as he recounted the events, prompting Qin Mian to feel as though Zhou Guanyu might wish to confront the team technician responsible for the front jack. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that if placed in Zhou Guanyu's shoes, such a scenario would indeed provoke immense frustration. Ultimately, they had to use the jack again to elevate the car and replace the tires, consuming a total of 15 seconds in the process. After completing 2 laps, the team informed him that the 5-second penalty would still apply, leaving Zhou Guanyu in a state of disbelief while seated in his car. "Oh, come on. No need for profanity," Qin Mian quickly interjected. In the end, he finished in 11th place. Had it not been for this debacle, he could have certainly finished ahead of Magnussen. The most exasperating part was that his super license was penalized with a point deduction. Initially, Qin Mian felt a degree of sympathy for Zhou Guanyu, given the unfortunate circumstances of the race. However, upon hearing that Zhou Guanyu's super license had been docked a point, he could no longer contain himself. "You have got to be kidding me." As the chapter concluded, 367, Secret Test, Zhou Guanyu cast a forlorn glance at Qin Mian, prompting Qin Mian to quickly adjust his expression, solemnly patting Zhou Guanyu on the shoulder, saying, "I empathize with your plight. Though I have never encountered such a situation, I feel for you." Then, unable to suppress his laughter, he added, "I'm truly sorry. But I can't help but find it amusing that your super license was penalized." Regretting having shared this with him, Zhou Guanyu lamented his choice in friends. After sharing a laugh, Qin Mian finished his cola, stood up, and proposed to Zhou Guanyu. Come, let us engage in a few rounds of CSGO duels. Zhou Guanyu, taken aback by Qin Mian's suggestion, gazed at him with disbelief. Didn't you notice that I am currently in distress? Is this the appropriate moment for such remarks? Let us go. After the plane landed, Qin Mian cheerfully extracted 500 euros from Zhou Guanyu's pocket, returning to Monaco contentedly with Xiaoming. Meanwhile, Zhou Guanyu, grumbling, took Qin Mian's plane back to England. As for the 500 euros, it was a result of a wager where Qin Mian won the sum after losing a round, thereby resolving any lingering debate regarding who truly excels at games among the racing drivers. After luxuriating at home for 2 days, devoid of work, media interviews demanding meticulousness, or the intrusive lenses of fans, Qin Mian felt an overall sense of relaxation. He also found time to engage in some unrestrained activities with Xiaoming at home. Of course, given Qin Mian's extraordinary physical prowess, it was always Xiaoming who found herself in a rather precarious position. However, such blissful moments were fleeting. On the third day, Qin Mian returned to England. In the following days, Qin Mian continued to immerse himself in the team's factory, assisting in the testing of various equipment. Notably, Elliott had stepped back from the development of the new chassis, as the budget had been exhausted, though there were indeed some positive outcomes. While the components could not be produced due to budget constraints, they at least provided the Mercedes team with an alternative development route and a platform. Although the new floor and sidebox did not perform exceptionally well in CFD simulations, there remained ample room for improvement. The pace of development was astonishing, even catching Toto by surprise. Nevertheless, the Mercedes team was still hesitant to implement the new chassis and sideboxes, as a significant upgrade was on the horizon. The new rear diffuser promised to alleviate the porpoising phenomenon that had plagued the rear of the Mercedes due to excessive downforce. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton eagerly anticipated this upgrade, with Qin Mian particularly delighted, as much of the simulator data and testing for the rear diffuser had been his handiwork. This marked a significant personal contribution from Qin Mian this season, naturally raising expectations. However, it is essential to recognize that simulator data does not always translate perfectly to actual race conditions. No one could ascertain whether the component would indeed deliver the anticipated results. Nonetheless, according to the simulator's data, while the bouncing could not be entirely eradicated, there had been considerable advancements in the car's top speed and acceleration. Simultaneously, upon implementing this upgrade, the team initiated new upgrade projects, primarily focusing on the floor and sidebox air intake. The design objective for the sidebox air intake was to further reduce the car's frontal area, thereby minimizing aerodynamic drag. Given that this season the Mercedes team had prioritized enhancing the engine's high-temperature resilience and operational stability, the reduction in the air intake size would not compromise the car's performance or engine reliability. Simultaneously, the objective of upgrading the sideboxes is to optimize the car's body, directing more airflow towards the rear section to create turbulence and impede the speed of trailing vehicles. The team was occupied until Saturday, allowing Qin Mian to take a day off tomorrow. Originally, Qin Mian planned to return to Monaco, but Leclerc had organized a gathering, wishing to invite Qin Mian for dinner and to meet some acquaintances. However, just as Qin Mian was about to leave the factory after work, Elliott called him. Qin Mian, are you still at the team factory? Although uncertain as to why Elliott had suddenly called, Qin Mian replied, yes, I am still at the team factory. Is there something you need, Mike? If you're free tonight, come to Silverstone Circuit at 11. Before Qin Mian could respond, Elliott hung up, staring at the disconnected call. Qin Mian felt perplexed. Why hang up after saying a bunch of incomprehensible things without explaining the reason? Nevertheless, Qin Mian was merely puzzled. Whether to go or not was another matter. The team must have an urgent issue, and if necessary, he could forego dinner with Leclerc, perhaps making it up to him later with a meal. After having dinner in the team's cafeteria, Qin Mian donned a mask and cap, then drove to Silverstone Circuit. Initially, he thought it might be a small internal gathering organized by the engineers, but upon reflection, he found that unlikely. As it was quite late, who starts a gathering at 11? Thus, he arrived at the circuit filled with curiosity. The distance from the Mercedes team factory to Silverstone Circuit is not great, although it is not directly across the road like Aston Martin's headquarters. Brackley is merely around 5 kilometers from the circuit. Driving there takes no more than 10 minutes. Upon meeting Elliott at the circuit, before Qin Mian could voice his doubts. Elliot quietly led him through a back entrance into the circuit. Inside, unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Mian asked, "Why did you call me over so late?" Elliot smiled and replied, "You'll find out soon." Quickly, the two traversed a dimly lit passageway and entered the inner sanctum of Silverstone Circuit. Upon entering the team's garage, Qin Mian was taken aback to see an AMG 1. "What is this? Is it mine?" Elliot chuckled, "If you desire it. You can indeed drive it away, but this car is not here for that purpose." Qin Mian gazed at him, silently awaiting further explanation. Elliot inched closer to Qin Mian, leaning towards his ear to whisper, "Take a closer look at the rear of the car. The diffuser at the back is actually the same upgraded diffuser we've used on our racing car. The purpose of your visit is to run the data on this diffuser and see if it aligns with our initial projections." Qin Mian paused for a moment, then turned to Elliot with a look of astonishment, lowering his voice in response. "Isn't this against the rules? Won't the FIA penalize us if they find out?" Elliot chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Not many are aware of this, and even if they do, it's inconsequential. Our AMG 1 is still in the development phase. After all, this vehicle is powered by an F1 racing engine, so it's quite normal to incorporate components similar to those found in F1 cars." Upon hearing this, Qin Mian was somewhat reluctantly persuaded by Elliot. Though he still expressed uncertainty, "This is my first experience with the AMG 1, and I have no prior sense of its handling. I cannot provide immediate feedback on its performance." Elliot waved his hand again. "That's of little importance. What we desire is simple, for you to push this car's performance to its limits. Moreover, your unfamiliarity with the car is actually beneficial. This is your inaugural drive. Even if the FIA were to investigate, they wouldn't suspect we could extract much information from this." Elliot continued, "You're here to seize the opportunity to experience the driving dynamics of the AMG 1. Qin Mian remained apprehensive. "Is it really fine?" Elliot assured him, "Even if we were discovered, it wouldn't affect you. I take full responsibility in the event of any issues." Qin Mian's doubts lingered until he spotted Toto in the team's paddock. With Toto's presence, it seemed the Mercedes team had executed their confidentiality measures flawlessly, allowing Qin Mian to relax slightly. Subsequently, he was seamlessly ushered into the cockpit and found himself immersed in activity on the Silverstone circuit until the early hours of the following day, around 2 in the morning. Over the course of 2.5 hours, Qin Mian drove the AMG 1 nearly 100 laps on the track. Despite the numerous laps, he remained invigorated, as this was his first encounter with a supercar equipped with an active aerodynamic kit. This active aerodynamic system provided Qin Mian with a unique sensation, especially while he was in a state of synergy with the vehicle. It felt as if he had gained an additional limb or organ when navigating corners. This extra organ assisted in altering the car's aerodynamic characteristics, enhancing grip and facilitating smoother cornering. The stark contrast between this aerodynamic kit and the F1 cars he was accustomed to filled Qin Mian with a profound sense of novelty from the very first moment he took control. Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, while he joyfully raced on the track, Elliot and Toto were observing the telemetry data and lap times of Qin Mian's car with great admiration, marveling at how a new generation surpasses the old. This very vehicle had been driven by Mercedes test driver prior to today, and the Silverstone circuit had been monopolized by the Mercedes team over the past 2 days, with De Vries testing this car just yesterday. De Vries, a driver for the Mercedes EQ Formula E team, also serves as a test and reserve driver for the Mercedes F1 team. Although he has not secured a permanent position as an F1 driver due to various circumstances, his capabilities are not to be underestimated. With the same car configuration, and even with Qin Mian's car fully fueled, he completed his first lap merely 0.3 seconds slower than De Vries. As Qin Mian progressively grasped the limits of the car and the nuances of the night track at Silverstone, his fastest lap outpaced De Vries by an impressive 15 seconds. This may elucidate why, despite De Vries' remarkable performances in Formula E, he is yet to transition into F1. After the work wrapped up, Qin Mian felt an insatiable urge to take his own car out on the track for another exhilarating run. However, at least the data collection phase had concluded, yielding satisfactory results for the team. According to the aerodynamic department's report, this upgrade on the car is projected to enhance lap speed by at least 0.1 seconds. While this may seem minimal, it nonetheless signifies progress. Moreover, prior to the season's commencement, No one in the Mercedes team anticipated that the hindrance to the car's performance would stem not from the engine or other issues, but from excessive downforce. Upon rejoining Toto and a throng of engineers clad in Mercedes attire, Qin Mian approached Toto and Elliott. Observing the two, he remarked, "It is undeniable that this car offers the finest driving experience among all the supercars I have piloted. When will my car arrive? I can hardly contain my anticipation." Toto and Elliott exchanged smiles at Qin Mian's affirmation, as it indicated that the car's performance met the expectations of a professional like him. However, Elliott dampened Qin Mian's enthusiasm with a dose of reality, stating, "Regrettably, the delivery of this car may not occur as swiftly as you envision. Due to technical and cost-related reasons, it will likely be next year before it reaches you, and since your vehicle is custom-built, it may take even longer." Qin Mian clicked his tongue in disappointment, lamenting, "In 2022, I truly cannot endure another day." Toto maintained his smile in response to Qin Mian's words. Yet soon it waned as he seemed to reflect on something, his expression growing somber. From Qin Mian's statement, Toto was reminded of the difficulties currently faced by the Mercedes team this season. Would the following year prove to be any better? This question lingered in Toto's mind. After a long night at the Silverstone circuit, Qin Mian finally returned home, completed his evening routine, and lay in bed by 3 a.m. At this hour, it was nearly impossible for him to attend Leclerc's gathering the following day. Consequently, he sent an apologetic message to Leclerc. Although Leclerc expressed some disappointment over Qin Mian's absence, he also conveyed his understanding. On Sunday, Qin Mian spent the entire day resting at Brackley's residence. In the ensuing days, Qin Mian's life regained its rhythm. And soon it was Wednesday, the designated time for the weekly system task announcements. Notably, he had failed to complete any of the 3 system tasks assigned the previous week. One task required him to secure a podium finish during the race. Another involved overtaking 3 cars during the race. And the last required him to qualify within the top 3. Unfortunately, in both qualifying and the race, Qin Mian remained stagnant in 5th place, resulting in no rewards for him last week. This week, however, the system seemed to have taken Qin Mian's current situation into account, as the difficulty of the tasks had been significantly reduced. Yet, the rewards were correspondingly modest. One task demanded that he maintain a lap speed of over 12,500 during the race, excluding safety car and yellow flag periods, with the reward being a long-distance speed rating for Qin Mian at 3 o'clock. The other task simply required him to return the car intact, with the reward being a 0-1 boost to the team's car durability research capabilities. The simplicity of these tasks was evident from the rewards offered. While not trivial, they certainly did not require much effort from Qin Mian. However, as he viewed these tasks, he felt a twinge of being underestimated by the system. After all, his lap speed during the race could easily exceed 12,450. On Wednesday morning, Zhou Guanyu arrived at Qin Mian's home. With Qin Mian's private jet and their good rapport, Zhou Guanyu often joined him for races, provided there were no special arrangements from the team, since they shared the same destination and typically departed on Wednesdays. And given that they spent most of their time in the UK, the additional passenger did not significantly impact the fuel costs for Qin Mian's aircraft. However, after Zhou Guanyu stepped out of the car, Qin Mian, waiting at the door, remarked, "Why not just buy a house here? It would save you the trouble of coming over every weekend." After securing his vehicle, Zhou Guanyu pondered Qin Mian's suggestion and found merit in it. Yet, after some consideration, he replied, "There's not much time right now, but after the Australian Grand Prix, I'll come by to look at houses. It seems like all the properties around here belong to the villagers and are passed down through generations, so finding one might be quite a challenge." Qin Mian opened the door, gesturing for Zhou Guanyu to enter as he spoke. Zhou Guanyu shrugged and remarked, "If it comes to that, I might as well purchase your neighbor's house. It's merely a matter of price." Upon hearing Zhou Guanyu's words, Qin Mian gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a wealthy individual." As they spoke of finances, Zhou Guanyu set down his luggage and curiously inquired of Qin Mian, "By the way, you secured the championship title last season. Did Toto not express any appreciation, perhaps with a salary increase?" Qin Mian, feeling no need for secrecy, confidently replied, "Indeed, my salary has been raised. Although this has yet to be made public. What is your annual income now?" Zhou Guanyu pressed. "Not much, just around $20 million a year. Including bonuses and income from commercial activities, I managed to earn approximately $50 million annually. Moreover, since I reside in Monaco, I can keep all of it tax-free." So it essentially amounts to 50 million a year, Qin Mian explained nonchalantly. Zhou Guanyu couldn't help but smirk at Qin Mian's understated remarks. Your use of not much and just is quite impressive. Given your upbringing in the country, I suggest you avoid such expressions if you're unsure of how to use them. Qin Mian chuckled with pride. But just as he was about to respond, his phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up and gestured to Zhou Guanyu. The plane is ready. Let us head to the airport. Zhou Guanyu clicked his tongue, realizing they had yet to even sip water since arriving at Qin Mian's residence before heading to the airport. Yet he replied, all right. Subsequently, the two set off to the airport with their luggage, flying directly from the UK to Australia. Although the flight was lengthy, the sole advantage of a private jet was the freedom to move about. They could stretch their legs whenever they felt fatigued. Being both F1 drivers, they possessed exceptional physical fitness, so the journey did not cause either any discomfort. Upon landing, they parted ways to their respective teams' reserved hotels. After a night of silence, the following day, Qin Mian and several drivers entered the paddock to record promotional videos and engage in commercial activities. Before long, Friday arrived, and the entire Mercedes team was filled with both anticipation and apprehension for the race week. The excitement stemmed from the team introducing new upgrades, with simulator results indicating that the new rear diffuser could effectively mitigate the W13's porpoising. The concern arose from the fact that the Mercedes team had fallen from grace, leaving everyone feeling uneasy about potentially disappointing their fans with their performance on the track. Regardless of the team's mental state before the race, it was a challenge they had to confront. During the first practice session on Friday, Qin Mian and Hamilton broke from tradition. As soon as practice began, they both rushed onto the track for testing. The Mercedes team's eagerness left other teams puzzled. What was going on with Mercedes today? Had they taken some sort of medication? However, it was not long before Qin Mian and Hamilton experienced starkly contrasting sensations on the racetrack. Indeed, the upgrades introduced by the Mercedes team significantly alleviated the phenomenon of porpoising in their race cars, at least during high-speed runs. The car exhibited markedly reduced amplitude and frequency of porpoising compared to its performance at the Jeddah circuit the previous week. Even during qualifying, it managed to reach its top speed without any porpoising. Nevertheless, this merely indicated a less severe bouncing. Under heavy fuel conditions, the car still experienced porpoising, meaning that the phenomenon persisted during the race phase. Simultaneously, the car's terminal speed and acceleration in the latter stages showed notable improvement, ensuring that the vehicle would not struggle to maintain high speeds while the throttle was nearly pressed to the floor. Qin Mian's physical condition allowed him to tolerate this level of bouncing. Indeed, after the reduction in severity, he felt no discomfort in his back after completing an entire Grand Prix. In contrast, Hamilton found it increasingly challenging. At 37, he could not match the physical prowess of the youthful Qin Mian. Thus, despite the significant reduction in porpoising, Hamilton still felt some discomfort in his back after a practice session. Consequently, upon the conclusion of the first practice, Hamilton and Qin Mian returned to the lounge with differing sentiments. Qin Mian patiently awaited the start of the second practice, while Hamilton sought out Toto and Elliott to discuss further strategies for minimizing porpoising and the direction of development. After a brief respite and preparation, the second practice commenced. Throughout this process, Qin Mian maintained a pace that astonished the entire team. The simulator had failed to predict that the introduction of the new floor would lead to a remarkable improvement in cornering speed, resulting in performance that exceeded expectations. By the end of the two practice sessions, Qin Mian astonishingly ranked second, trailing only Leclerc and outpacing Verstappen by 0.1 seconds. While he understood that qualifying results were merely a source of amusement, the sight of such performance invigorated not only the commentators from 5-Star Sports, but also domestic fans and the Mercedes team staff. Even Toto, typically stoic during races, bore a rare smile of relief. At least, based on the current progress of the team's upgrades, it appeared effective. The Mercedes team might indeed regain its competitive edge mid-season or later, re-entering the championship contention. However, as Saturday arrived and qualifying began, this optimistic vision was swiftly shattered. During Q1, while Qin Mian's speed was commendable and faster than his teammate Hamilton's, both still found themselves in 5th and 6th place, respectively. From this, it becomes evident that during the practice session, both Mercedes drivers exerted themselves to the utmost in pursuit of rapid lap times, while Ferrari and Red Bull seemingly approached the practice merely as a means of familiarization. In the Q1 phase, both Qin Mian and Hamilton managed to progress steadily. However, their results appeared somewhat incongruous with the traditional image of Mercedes. Meanwhile, Zhou Guanyu successfully advanced through Q1 in this race. The drivers eliminated in Q1 included Albin, Russell, Magnussen, Vettel and Stroll. It was somewhat surprising to see Magnussen eliminated at this stage, as his speed this season has been commendable, particularly during the first two races where his performance was notably impressive. Nonetheless, it seems that his current results reflect an inconsistency. As time swiftly moved to Q2, both Qin Mian and Hamilton maintained a similar pace. However, during this advancement, Qin Mian qualified 6th while Hamilton claimed 5th. This indicates a further narrowing of the performance gap in single-lap speed between the two Mercedes drivers. Previously, Hamilton consistently outpaced Qin Mian in qualifying sessions. But now they engage in a more competitive exchange on the track, showcasing Qin Mian's remarkable development. Unfortunately, Zhou Guanyu was eliminated in Q2, along with his teammate Bottas, with only a minor time difference separating the two. This should provide some reassurance to domestic audiences, as Zhou Guanyu's qualifying performance was not significantly inferior to that of Bottas. The drivers eliminated in Q2 were Gasly, Bottas, Zhou Guanyu, Tsunoda, and Mick. Soon, Q3 commenced. However, just as Qin Mian and Hamilton completed their first flying laps in Q3, an incident occurred on the track. Alonso, who had posted a purple sector in the second segment, experienced a misjudgment at turn 11, leading to an understeer that propelled him into the barriers. The replay revealed that Alonso was attempting to downshift as he entered the corner, but it appeared that there was an issue with the car's hydraulic system, preventing him from shifting out of fourth gear. One might question how a seasoned driver like Alonso could be so distracted during qualifying, missing the apex and going off track, even if he was unable to downshift. It should not have disrupted his cornering rhythm. However, it is crucial to note that in F1 racing, braking is not solely reliant on the brakes. The engine also serves as a means of deceleration. By lowering the gearbox's gear, the reduced engine RPM can effectively decrease the rear wheel speed, thus aiding in braking. Therefore, Alonso's inability to downshift resulted in a loss of braking force, causing him to miss the apex and ultimately crash into the wall. Alonso's collision with the wall resulted in significant damage to the left front suspension of his car. Furthermore, the absence of a Matthew channel at that location made the removal of the wreckage quite cumbersome, prompting the race officials to display a red flag. Fortunately, most drivers had completed their initial flying lap. The unluckiest among them was Sainz, who encountered the red flag approximately 100 meters before the finish line, rendering his first flying lap time null and void. One must not underestimate the value of a preliminary flying lap, for it provides drivers with a benchmark that allows them to push their limits more freely during the final lap. Even if the last lap yields a poor time or results in a mishap, having an established time ensures that their standing may not plummet to an unacceptable position, such as starting from 10th place. However, due to the disruption, Sainz approached his final flying lap with trepidation, hesitant to push to the limits, resulting in a performance that fell short of what it could have been with a prior timed lap. Ultimately, Sainz did not secure a commendable position in the qualifying session, not due to the lack of a flying lap, but because of car issues in the final stages, causing his last flying lap to be nearly 11 seconds slower than Leclerc, who took pole position. On the other hand, with one less competitor among the four drivers from the top teams, Qin Mian managed to glimpse the top four positions. Following the conclusion of the qualifying session, the results for the top 10 were as follows: 1. Leclerc 2, Verstappen 3, Perez 4, Qin Mian 5, Hamilton 6, Norris 7, Ricciardo 8, Ocon 9, Sainz. In this chapter, the first yellow flag was waved as Qin Mian secured fourth place, finishing just 0.009 seconds faster than Hamilton. Surprisingly, McLaren, whose performance in the first two races had been dismal, regained their form in this third race of the season, achieving 6th and 7th places in qualifying. Meanwhile, Haas, which had managed to reach Q3 in the previous two races, found themselves back in their expected position. Leclerc, having shaken off the malaise from the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, clinched pole position for the Australian Grand Prix. Although both the Australian and Saudi Arabian circuits are high-speed tracks, the Jeddah circuit features more corners, while Albert Park, the venue for the Australian Grand Prix, is characterized by its straights and DRS zones, allowing Ferrari to fully exploit the maximum performance of their engine, which they had developed in advance of the season. Consequently, Leclerc's speed in qualifying was markedly superior to that of the Red Bulls. As Qin Mian proceeded to weigh in after the race, he observed Leclerc and others being interviewed from behind a glass wall, devoid of any joy at surpassing his teammate, only feeling envy toward those on the track. What had once seemed a natural achievement in the previous season now felt somewhat distant and unattainable to him. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Mian turned his attention back to his work. At least now, he felt a sense of anticipation within. In the two races held in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, the average qualifying lap time difference between Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull was approximately 0.6 seconds. In this race, excluding Hamilton, Qin Mian's lap time was merely 0.4 seconds slower than the average of the leading group. Although Qin Mian had spent a considerable amount of time aiding the team in developing the new Season S car, the majority of his efforts were devoted to running simulations. Through the feedback from these simulations, he informed the team about the aerodynamic implications of their designs and conveyed his driving experience with the car. Therefore, what Qin Mian did not realize was that the upgrade of the rear diffuser was not a permanent solution. This indicated that the subsequent enhancements to the Mercedes car would not yield the immediate improvements akin to those brought by this rear diffuser. Essentially, this upgrade addressed the excessive rear downforce issue of the W13, alleviating a significant burden on the car, resulting in a noticeable increase in speed. Strictly speaking, this season's W13 should have been performing at this level all along. As night fell without a word, the next day brought the main race. Unlike the pre-race parades of the previous two events, where they rode on a truck trailer, this time, Qin Mian completed the parade in a vintage automobile. One advantage of this antique vehicle was that it spared the drivers from interviews during the parade, as these classic cars typically had only two seats, one for the driver and one for the racer, leaving no room for journalists to conduct interviews. However, the pre-race parade could not merely consist of drivers making a lap around the track without any interaction, so interviews were still arranged. Due to the vehicle limitations, it was impossible to interview everyone. Typically, only the pole position driver was interviewed. Thus, Leclerc was seated in a four-seater vintage car, with a camera in the front and Leclerc alongside a journalist in the back. At this moment, Qin Mian found himself quite relaxed, simply needing to sit in the car and greet the spectators lining the track. Notably, while domestic venues were still conducting extensive nucleic acid tests, international events had completely relaxed restrictions, highlighting a sense of freedom. As a result, the grandstands at Albert Park were nearly filled to capacity, and among the crowd, Qin Mian spotted several fans donning red hats and wearing Mercedes team white attire. As he passed by them, their cheers were louder than those of any other spectators around. Qin Mian felt a surge of emotion. At least during this low point, these individuals had not turned their backs on him. However, he was puzzled by the oversized, comical photos of himself that some fans were holding. Where could they have acquired such representations? Reflecting for a moment, Qin Mian remembered that he had always maintained control over his expressions. He had never smiled so wildly. Nevertheless, he playfully pointed at those few who clearly appeared to be international students, mimicking a husky's gesture. The group soon realized that Qin Mian was not angered, which only fueled their enthusiasm further as they waved his large portrait vigorously. After this brief interlude, the post-race parade concluded, and Qin Mian returned to the team's headquarters. After donning his racing suit and addressing his personal matters, he made his way back to the team's briefing room. At that moment, Reyes and the others were still engaged in the final inspection of the cars. Qin Mian, unfazed, pulled up a chair beside Frankie, who graciously made room for him. The weather was splendid, and the track temperature was ideal, allowing for a more relaxed approach to tire management. As per Qin Mian's strategy, the team had devised a pit stop plan involving a red and yellow tire change. However, the soft tires utilized in this race were C5, while the medium tires were C3. Choosing the red and yellow strategy could potentially lead to difficulties with tire performance in the latter stages of the race, as suggested by the team's simulations. Qin Mian nodded nonchalantly and replied, "It's fine. I trust my tire preservation skills. I can handle it." Seeing this, Frankie refrained from pursuing the matter further and shifted the conversation to another topic. "Given the current performance of our car, I understand that racing on the track might feel somewhat monotonous. However, if you maintain a time gap of under 17 seconds from the leading group, they will fall behind you after their pit stops. Should you opt for a yellow and white tire strategy, there might be a chance to defend against them." This exchange resembled a light-hearted banter between friends. Although Qin Mian's battle with the cars behind him could effectively enhance the visibility of Mercedes sponsors, it conflicted with the team's interests. Frankie was merely offering a suggestion after observing Qin Mian's solitary cruising over the past 2 races. Qin Mian pondered Frankie's proposal for a moment, but ultimately shook his head and said, "I appreciate the suggestion, but it isn't necessary. Since my tires may face some strain in this race, I will likely remain in preservation mode." Just then, Reyes called out, "Qin Mian, the car is ready. Come for inspection." Qin Mian patted Frankie's shoulder and dragged his chair away. After completing the final checks on the car, he headed to the track alongside his vehicle. When the broadcast cameras from Wuxing Sports captured the scene, Qin Mian was already seated in his car, adjusting his gloves and helmet. Soon, the warm-up lap commenced. How ran? In this race, we see that Qin Mian is again starting on soft tires. However, we know that the 3 types of tires for this race are staggered: C5, C3, and C2. Consequently, we understand that the C5 soft tires do not possess the typical durability of standard soft tires. Under normal conditions, how many laps can this set of C5 soft tires endure during the race? The commentators from Wuxing Sports naturally centered their discussion around Qin Mian as they commenced their coverage of the event. Zhou Hauran hardly glanced at the data he had recorded before he spoke up. The reason for employing the C4 tires in today's race is that the grip of this season's C4 at the Albert Park circuit is nearly identical to that of the C3. Consequently, both tire types offer comparable speeds, yet the durability of the C4 is significantly inferior. This led the organizers to ultimately select the C5 as the soft tire option for the race. After this brief explanation, Zhou Hauran returned to the main topic. Under normal circumstances, the C5 can only endure a maximum of 13 laps, provided the car is in a light fuel state. However, during the initial phase, with a full tank, this number may decrease to approximately 10 laps. Therefore, I find myself curious as to why Qin Mian opted for a soft tire start. Is it possible that he intends to employ a 2-stop strategy during the race? Fei Gu posed another hypothesis, but it was swiftly dismissed by Bing Gu. Considering the current speed of the Mercedes team, such a choice is entirely unnecessary. In long-distance speed, Mercedes cannot keep pace with Ferrari and Red Bull. Throughout the race, they might just be cruising, and there is no need to complicate what could be a steady performance, thereby introducing unnecessary risks. Regardless, we all look forward to the surprises that Qin Mian and Mercedes may bring to this race. And we hope that the upgrades introduced by Mercedes this week will yield the desired effects. As Binga spoke, all the drivers had already completed their warm-up laps and parked their cars in position, with Qin Mian being no exception. On the track, Qin Mian glanced at Hamilton's position. Among all the cars in the race, he was the only one to start on soft tires, while all the other top 10 drivers opted for medium tires. Thus, he anticipated not having to contend with Hamilton's aggression during the initial phase. Instead, he focused his attention on Perez ahead. Verstappen was positioned directly in front of him, and the gap of over 2 car lengths was not something Qin Mian could easily close. Therefore, he set a goal for himself in this race, to attempt overtaking Perez and strive for a podium finish. Soon, the 5 red lights illuminated one by one, and Qin Mian began to accelerate, raising the engine's RPM. As the lights turned off, he swiftly released the clutch button on his steering wheel, propelling the car forward. After the start, Qin Mian's speed clearly surpassed Hamilton's, rapidly widening the gap between them. Additionally, Perez did not have a strong start, seemingly feeling the pressure that Qin Mian exerted. By the time the 4 cars approached turn 1, Qin Mian had already positioned himself half a car length on the inside line of Perez. During the T1 phase, Qin Mian braked normally for the turn, and by the apex, he and Perez were already racing wheel to wheel. Exiting the turn, Qin Mian naturally capitalized on the advantages of his soft tires, accelerating at least 5 meters earlier than Perez. The Mercedes engine exhibits superior low-speed acceleration compared to the Honda engine. Even though there are certain aerodynamic shortcomings in the Mercedes car's floor design, such deficiencies do not come into play during low-speed corners. Consequently, as Qin Mian emerged from the corner, he found himself ahead of Perez, thereby elevating his position to 3rd place. Splendid performance by Qin Mian. His start was exceptionally impressive, entering turn 1 with remarkable tenacity, directly surpassing Perez to secure 3rd place. At this moment, the commentators momentarily forgot that Qin Mian was still on soft tires. Instinctively exclaiming upon seeing his position, Is there a possibility for Qin Mian to achieve another podium finish in this race? On the track, having overtaken Perez ignited a surge of ambition within Qin Mian. Given how effortlessly he had passed Perez, he pondered whether he might also attempt to overtake Verstappen ahead of him. Thus, Qin Mian resolutely maintained his pursuit of Verstappen, diligently extracting every ounce of performance from his soft tires, aiming to remain within the DRS zone behind Verstappen, awaiting the activation of DRS. However, in the second lap, during T12, Sainz, who had been losing position since the start, made a mistake and veered off the track, sending his car careening into the grass. Subsequently, propelled by inertia, he crossed the entire track and ultimately became ensnared in the gravel trap beyond the circuit. Despite Sainz's attempts to restart his car after coming to a halt, the car's undercarriage had already made contact with the gravel, rendering the acceleration futile as the rear wheels spun helplessly without traction. Those familiar with Formula One know that once a car is lodged in the gravel, it is virtually impossible to return to the race. Therefore, in nearly the second lap of the race, one driver from Ferrari, who had been spectacular this season, was eliminated from the contest for the podium. The yellow flags on the track swiftly transitioned to a virtual safety car, which ultimately escalated into a full safety car deployment. Notably, Zhou Guanyu was positioned directly behind Sainz, witnessing the latter's attempt to overtake in T11, where he missed the braking point and lost grip, resulting in his unfortunate plunge into the gravel at T12. Many might perceive Sainz's error as a sign of incompetence. However, those within Ferrari are aware that this mistake cannot be solely attributed to Sainz. The steering wheel he primarily used had malfunctioned during the final checks on the track, rendering it inoperable with less than 5 minutes remaining before the race. There was insufficient time to repair the original wheel, prompting the team to urgently provide him with a spare. Unfortunately, this replacement had not been calibrated with the settings Sainz had utilized during practice, thus placing him on the battlefield with an unfamiliar weapon. Consequently, Sainz's retirement from the race is, under the circumstances, quite understandable. Happy New Year, my friends. May the year of the dragon bring you abundant wealth. I cherish you all. The chapter concludes here. As the safety car completed 4 laps, the race was poised to restart at the 6th lap when the lights finally extinguished. Qin Mian had fortuitously benefited from the situation, his soft tires having endured 4 laps less wear. During this time, he had adeptly maintained his tires at an optimal temperature. Thus, upon the race's resumption, he would have the opportunity to seize that elusive second position. Notably, a new regulation was introduced during this race concerning the safety car when it prepares to release. The front wing of the trailing car must not surpass the rear wing of the leading car. The first infringement would result in a warning, while the second would incur a 5-second penalty. Qin Mian sensed that this rule was explicitly aimed at Verstappen, who often pressed the leading driver by aligning his car alongside during the safety car period. This time, however, he remained compliant, dutifully trailing Leclerc without overstepping. During the initial phase of the restart, Qin Mian maintained a composed demeanor, following closely behind Verstappen while keeping an eye on Leclerc ahead. His confidence in his reaction time allowed him to synchronize with Leclerc's pace the moment the latter accelerated out of turn 14. As anticipated, Qin Mian never engaged in actions without certainty. As Leclerc sped up after exiting the corner, Qin Mian matched his pace seamlessly. However, due to the newly instituted safety car regulations, neither he nor Verstappen found any opportunity to attack the car in front. Unexpectedly, Perez experienced a rare moment of excessive throttle application in turn 15, resulting in a brief wheel spin. This allowed Hamilton to capitalize on the situation, forcefully overtaking Perez on the inside at turn 16. This outcome was satisfying for both Mercedes drivers, with Hamilton advancing from 5th to 4th. Meanwhile, the skirmish between Hamilton and Perez widened the time gap between Qin Mian and Hamilton. Initially, the gap between Qin Mian and Perez was a mere 0.5 seconds. And given the performance disparities, Perez was likely to close that distance rapidly. However, with Hamilton's overtaking maneuver, Qin Mian not only gained a moment of respite, but also extended his lead over Hamilton to 1 second. Coupled with the soft tires on his car, Qin Mian estimated that he would remain untroubled by any threats from the drivers behind for a considerable duration. As the race approached the 8th lap, commentators could distinctly sense that the time gap between Qin Mian and the 2 leading drivers had not widened, while Hamilton, trailing behind Qin Mian, was visibly losing ground. Novice fans, unfamiliar with the intricacies of F1 rules, might have found joy in this spectacle, as Qin Mian's performance during the race was indeed commendable. However, the strategist at Mercedes overseeing Qin Mian's tactics, alongside his track engineer, Frankie, wore expressions of concern. Qin Mian was employing a qualifying-style pace to pursue the two ahead, which would inevitably lead to rapid degradation of his soft tires. Furthermore, it had been noted that Qin Mian was racing with a qualifying mindset, rendering him susceptible to any disturbances that could result in driving errors and potentially a collision. Thus, silence prevailed among the team. They anticipated that Qin Mian likely aimed to advance further, probably waiting for the DRS zone to activate before attempting to overtake Verstappen ahead. Despite the reservations expressed by Toto, Elliott, and other high-ranking team members regarding Qin Mian's impulsive approach, their unwavering faith in him stemmed from his flawless performance throughout the season, devoid of any voluntary or forced mistakes. By the 9th lap, the time gap between Qin Mian and Hamilton had stretched to 2 seconds. On the 10th lap, with DRS enabled, Qin Mian, who had been trailing Verstappen by approximately 15 seconds, began to unleash the dwindling power of his car's battery. He swiftly closed the gap to just 8 seconds behind Verstappen, positioning himself to launch an attack. However, upon reaching the main straight on lap 11, Qin Mian, utilizing DRS, managed to reduce the distance to just 4 seconds. Despite this progress, he could not exert any pressure on Verstappen. Observing this, the typically composed Qin Mian felt a surge of eagerness. At this moment, Frankie aptly intervened to temper his enthusiasm. Qin Mian, your soft tire degradation has exceeded expectations, and Hamilton behind you has failed to fend off Perez's challenge, who is now only 3 seconds adrift. Conserve your tires if you still intend to contend for a podium. Qin Mian's desire to continue pressing against Verstappen was fueled by ambition rather than frustration at being unable to overtake. Upon hearing Frankie's words, his gaze regained clarity. Understood. Nevertheless, hints of discontent lingered in his tone. Frankie refrained from further commentary, instead reviewing Qin Mian's tire data to assess how much longer they could endure, preparing to offer strategic advice at a moment's notice. On the 15th lap, Perez closed in to within 9 seconds of Qin Mian. At this juncture, Qin's tires were still in relatively good condition, with approximately 5 laps remaining until reaching the cliff point, and his lap time was merely half a second slower than Perez. However, this gap was significant. Given Qin's current defensive capabilities, maintaining his position against Perez's assault would prove challenging, especially since the Albert Park circuit is a high-speed track replete with numerous DRS zones. Should the time difference narrow to 3 seconds, Qin could effectively block Perez's advances. Regrettably, the performance disparity of their cars was a factor, leaving Qin to struggle in his endeavor. Unexpectedly, while Perez pursued him with fervor, his speed diminished upon entering Qin's turbulent wake, and the exhaust fumes emitted from his vehicle, substantially easing the pressure on Qin's defense. Upon reflection, this phenomenon was not without reason. Perez's tires had likely endured considerable strain. After battling with Hamilton and then exerting full power to chase Qin, it stood to reason that the durability of Perez's medium tires was waning. Consequently, Qin managed to maintain his position ahead of Perez until the tires reached their cliff point, ultimately allowing Perez to pass him only when he pitted for a tire change on the 18th lap. At that moment, Perez found himself 6 seconds behind Verstappen, who was ahead. As for whether Qin's defense against Perez would exacerbate his tire wear, potentially preventing him from completing additional laps on the circuit, this was a jest. Zhou Hauran had previously remarked that Qin's set of C5 tires could endure no more than 13 laps on the track. Although there were 4 laps under the safety car, tire degradation during this period was minimal, albeit not non-existent. Moreover, with Qin running on a full tank while simultaneously pursuing Verstappen and defending against Perez, it was calculated that his soft tires could comfortably last until lap 22 without undue strain. Thus, pitting at this juncture could only be deemed a routine stop. Upon emerging from the pit with new medium tires, Qin found himself in 10th place, just ahead of Tsunoda and behind Bottas. With a mere 5-second gap to Tsunoda and 2 seconds to Bottas, the team's pit strategy was executed with remarkable precision. Any delay would have resulted in Qin falling behind the likes of Tsunoda. After exiting, Frankie recalled Qin's performance on soft tires during the race and advised him, if possible, to conserve his current set of tires, as he would need them to last until the race's conclusion, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Qin naturally agreed wholeheartedly, yet in truth, He was uncertain about his actions once back on the track. By the 20th lap, Qin had closed the gap to Bottas at a pace of 1 second per lap, coincidentally catching up to him in the DRS zone situated between turns 12 and 13. After a vigorous use of DRS on the main straight, Qin Mian effortlessly overtook Bottas, who was driving an Alfa Romeo. Indeed, this season has proven to be a challenging one for Mercedes. It is almost impossible to catch a glimpse of the rear lights of the Red Bull cars, let alone Ferrari, as Leclerc has already established a 5-second lead over Verstappen. However, I had complete control over this struggling Alfa. Bottas offered no resistance, allowing Qin Mian to slip past with ease, propelling him into 9th place. Ahead of him, Gasly was a daunting 13 seconds away in 8th. As Qin Mian charged towards Gasly, his approach was akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. On lap 21, utilizing DRS once more on the same straight, Qin Mian overtook Gasly. Compared to Bottas, Gasly put up a more vigorous defense, being a member of Red Bull. Yet, the speed Qin Mian displayed was beginning to pose a significant threat to Perez's position. Despite Gasly's attempts at resistance, it proved futile. Qin Mian, without a hint of frivolity, executed a clean overtake on the outside purely based on speed. By lap 22, Qin Mian was taken aback to discover that Perez had been undercut by him. Perez, too, found himself in a predicament after Qin Mian's pit stop. His tires began to falter, leading him to be overtaken by Hamilton before he could enter the pits. Thus, it was only natural for Perez to emerge from the pit lane trailing Qin Mian. What followed was intriguing. While Qin Mian continued to carve through the competition, Perez, positioned behind him, maintained a similar pace, also slicing through the field. The question remained as to which of the two would cut through the pack more swiftly. However, lap 23 coincided with the pit stop window for other drivers, prompting Qin Mian and Perez, along with the cars ahead, to initiate their pit strategies. By the time lap 23 concluded, Qin Mian had ascended to 5th place, with Alonso ahead, who had yet to pit, and Hamilton trailing him, followed by Perez. Qin Mian felt a sense of déjà vu regarding the situation behind him. In the second sector of lap 23, Perez managed to surpass Hamilton. Shortly thereafter, a yellow flag appeared on the track, which quickly transitioned to a safety car situation. When the camera panned over, it revealed Vettel's car, stranded on the circuit. Fortunately, it had come to rest near the pit entrance, and visually, there seemed to be no significant damage to its 4 tires, allowing the marshals to swiftly remove the vehicle from the track. Vettel's error was indeed unfortunate. His misstep occurred at the exit of turn 4, where a notably high curb awaited. He misjudged the curb during his exit, causing the chassis of his car to collide with it. As he accelerated before the car had fully settled back onto the ground, the rear wheels experienced a brief moment of spinning, resulting in a total loss of traction upon landing, leading to the car veering uncontrollably towards the track's barrier. The front wing of Martin's car was struck, leaving debris scattered across the track. Consequently, the safety car was deployed to allow Matthew to clear the wreckage. This situation proved advantageous for the drivers who had not yet pitted before the safety car period. They were granted an unexpected opportunity to make a pit stop without any cost. Meanwhile, those who had just exited the pit and completed less than a lap must have felt a profound sense of despair. However, Qin Mian remained remarkably composed, even feeling a surge of excitement. Currently on medium tires, he noted that Verstappen and Leclerc were on hard tires. With the field compressed once again, he saw a chance to attack them. Perhaps he could not only secure a podium finish, but also clinch 2nd place. Yet, as the race progressed, Qin Mian noticed an anomaly. Why had Alonso not pitted? He had clearly just passed the pit entrance. Upon closer inspection of Alonso's tire choice, he realized it was the hard compound. Inquiring within the team's radio communications clarified everything. Alonso had started the race on hard tires. Although some drivers had already made a pit stop, those on hard tires were still only halfway through their stint. For them, a pit stop at this juncture would indeed be counterproductive. This chapter concludes with a note. Today, I have returned to Shenzhen and am unable to write. Hence I request a day off. I wish everyone a happy new year. May all your aspirations come to fruition, and may you thrive with vitality. There will be no updates today, but I will resume posting 4,000 words tomorrow and begin repaying debts the day after. Alonso's decision not to pit presented a significant challenge for Qin Mian. Without Alonso making a stop, he could not attempt to overtake Verstappen ahead. The safety car period lasted from lap 24 until the end of lap 26, when the lights extinguished and the race was poised to restart. Following the restart, Qin Mian's launch was remarkably stable, even quicker than Alonso's. However, Leclerc's position at the apex of the corner meant that as Qin Mian braked, he was unable to pose any threat to Alonso ahead. Nonetheless, Alonso was on hard tires, specifically a set that had already completed 26 laps, so overtaking him would not present excessive difficulty for Qin Mian. Nevertheless, he exercised caution and refrained from overtaking Alonso immediately after the restart, as Perez was continuously pressuring him from behind. Though Qin Mian could currently defend against Perez's advances due to the grip advantage of his medium tires, he was acutely aware that prolonged defense could lead to a breach, especially given the performance disparity of the cars. This season's vehicles, due to ground effect floor regulations, made it easier for trailing cars to follow closely compared to the previous season. Thus, Qin Mian began to employ his cunning, directly relinquishing the possibility of surpassing Alonso, opting instead to decelerate and maintain a time gap of approximately 6 seconds. This distance could have been closer, yet Qin Mian, in an effort to alleviate the pressure on Alonso, deliberately created a minor separation. He truly is too gentle. It brings me to tears. In truth, Qin Mian was perhaps overthinking. Given Alonso's extensive experience on the track, he could fairly deduce that Qin Mian harbored no intention of overtaking him. Consequently, Alonso refrained from diverting too much attention to Qin Mian, choosing instead to focus on maintaining his own long-distance pace. Such seasoned individuals often possess a remarkably keen perception. Subsequently, the two drivers, Alonso and Qin Mian, formed a brief alliance on the circuit, establishing a DRS train behind them. Upon witnessing Qin Mian's maneuvers, Perez felt somewhat disheartened, as last season Red Bull's drivers had utilized the DRS train to defend against Qin Mian. Who could have anticipated that this season the roles would be reversed? Truly, fortunes shift like the tides, and the wheel of fate turns. Moreover, it was not only Perez who fell victim to Qin Mian's strategic use of the DRS. Hamilton and, shortly thereafter, Magnussen also joined this burgeoning train. As for Qin Mian's earlier fervor towards Verstappen, that had dissipated, risking too much could jeopardize even a podium finish, let alone contend for second place. Had he not observed that just 2 laps after the race resumed, Alonso's gap to Leclerc had widened to 5 seconds? Even Verstappen was 3 seconds ahead. Thus, Qin Mian concluded that a pragmatic approach would serve him best, settling for third would suffice. As a result, the audience would soon witness the leading group on the track swiftly distancing themselves from Alonso and his cohort. Thanks to the DRS provided by Alonso, coupled with Qin Mian's strategic blocking of Perez's entry line, he maximized tire preservation while firmly securing his position against Perez. Witnessing this scene, the likes of Bingu could not help but exclaim, "This is Qin Mian, our Chinese F1 world champion." Even without a top-tier car, he adeptly seizes every opportunity around him, transforming them into his advantage. By the time the race reached lap 32, the DRS zone behind Alonso had accumulated 7 cars: Qin Mian, Perez, Hamilton, Magnussen, Norris, Ricciardo, and Albin. This entire sequence was orchestrated by Qin Mian. Having locked Perez in place, Hamilton found himself unable to mount any effective offense against Perez, even with DRS, as Perez had it as well. The same predicament applied to the drivers behind Hamilton. Thus, a chain reaction ensued, causing this DRS train to grow increasingly lengthy. At this juncture, the time gap between Alonso and Leclerc had ballooned to 10 seconds. Indeed, from a certain perspective, the temporal disparity at this juncture has become inconsequential. For unless an unforeseen event transpires, the 10-second gap is insurmountable. However, as the instigator of the situation, Qin Mian naturally received complaints from the drivers in the DRS train behind him, although these grievances could not reach his ears, just as everyone anticipated that Qin Mian, the train conductor, would guide this DRS train until Alonso made his pit stop. An unexpected turn of events occurred on lap 39. Verstappen halted near the Matthew corner on the track. Aerial footage revealed smoke billowing from the rear engine compartment of Verstappen's car, and upon his inspection, he discovered that the engine was indeed aflame, indicating yet another issue with Honda's engine akin to the one experienced in Bahrain. Once again, a safety car was summoned to the circuit, albeit a virtual one this time. And with no debris littering the track, it was unlikely that a physical safety car would be deployed. Upon catching sight of Verstappen's retiring vehicle, Qin Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement. An opportunity had arisen. However, he did not hastily act. Instead, he promptly inquired within the team's telemetry room about the status of his tires. Frankie, intuitively understanding Qin Mian's thoughts, reassured him, "They're in excellent condition, capable of enduring the remainder of the race. You've managed your tires exceptionally well, allowing you to defend against Perez behind you with confidence." With this information, Qin Mian felt considerably more at ease. As for Perez contemplating a pit stop for fresh tires under the virtual safety car, that thought never crossed Qin Mian's mind. While pitting during a virtual safety car may offer some advantage, it pales in comparison to the benefits of a physical safety car. Moreover, with merely 18 laps remaining in the race, and given that Perez was not in the same position as Qin Mian, lacking fresh medium tires, his tire conservation abilities, though commendable, could not rival Qin Mian's extraordinary skills. Thus, even if Perez were to switch to a brand new set of soft tires, he would not possess the stamina to pursue and challenge Qin Mian after completing the subsequent 18 laps. The prospect of switching to medium tires was even less feasible, as there were still 7 cars trailing Qin Mian. Should Perez pit at this juncture, he would likely emerge behind Zhou Guanyu. One must ponder whether Zhou Guanyu would lend any assistance to Qin Mian in fending off Perez's advances. At present, Qin Mian found himself in a position of unshakable tranquility, awaiting Alonso's pit stop for new tires before he would begin to accelerate and defend against Perez. In the midst of lap 40, the virtual safety car was rescinded, and upon completing his tire change, Alonso concluded his tactical fusion with Qin Mian. As a result, Qin Mian ascended to second place, with Perez situated in the DRS zone behind him. Yet, Qin Mian remained unfazed. Activating his ERS, he swiftly distanced himself from Perez, who then began his pursuit of Qin Mian. Behind Perez, Hamilton and the DRS train were also relieved due to the departure of the locomotive and its driver. Interestingly, after this release, Hamilton began to gradually fall behind Perez. In the subsequent laps, Qin Mian, leveraging the advantage of his medium tires, steadily pulled away from Perez in the various corners, only for Perez to close the gap on the straights. Qin Mian exhibited remarkable precision in controlling the distance between himself and Perez, often allowing Perez's front wheels to align with his rear wheels at the braking points, then utilizing his racing line to compress Perez's exit trajectory. As a result, Perez's rhythm was frequently disrupted, and after exiting the corners, Qin Mian consistently managed to extend his lead by at least 0.6 seconds. Throughout the race, Qin Mian seemingly focused solely on employing every defensive strategy and theory he had, leaving Perez bewildered. The audience was thoroughly enthralled. Each time Qin Mian successfully defended against Perez's advances, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. The commentators from 5-Star Sports were equally exhilarated, their faces alight with excitement throughout the process. Naturally, the happiest were the F1 officials and the sponsors of Mercedes and Red Bull. In the final laps, approximately 85% of the broadcast focused on the duel between Qin Mian and Perez. Due to the relentless pressure from Qin Mian, Perez's hard tires were subjected to excessive heat, leading to significant wear. With just 3 laps remaining, Perez's tires finally succumbed. Reluctantly, he had to abandon his pursuit of Qin Mian. However, after reducing his speed, his communication with the team revealed a startling question. How did he manage that? It's impossible for medium tires to last this long. Perez's track engineer could only respond with a sigh. Perhaps this is why he is on the path to becoming a world champion in his very first season. Ultimately, Qin Mian crossed the finish line in second place, 25 seconds behind Leclerc, but 2 seconds ahead of Perez. Frankie and the others were ecstatic, celebrating loudly beside the barriers as Qin Mian crossed the line. At that moment, Qin Mian was also filled with joy, raising his right hand high in a victory gesture. Despite the numerous challenges faced by Mercedes this season, it was evident that Qin Mian's prowess remained formidable. His mindset was unaffected by the team's underwhelming performance, as demonstrated by his firm control over Perez for 15 laps. Witnessing Qin Mian cross the finish line in second place, the commentators from 5-Star Sports expressed genuine happiness and pride for him. "This is a child from our country. Well done, Qin Mian. Magnificent job." Frankie was the first to extend his congratulations. In an instant, the Mercedes team's paddock was filled with applause. "Haha, am I impressive or what?" Qin Mian beamed with delight. "Impressive indeed." Frankie adeptly responded to Qin Miao's inquiries in fluent Chinese. Although Qin Mian appeared to effortlessly contain Perez during those several laps, the pressure on him was substantial. On one hand, he had conserved his tires thanks to the DRS train in the early stages. On the other, Perez's car had been consistently absorbing the heat emitted from Qin Mian's vehicle. The engine's power was not particularly robust, and most crucially, Qin Mian's precise control over Perez's position, coupled with a stroke of luck, played a significant role. These advantages gradually accumulated, enabling Qin Mian to fiercely defend against Perez for a remarkable 15 laps. As they completed their final lap, Qin Mian accelerated to join Leclerc. The two friends, one in a Ferrari and the other in a Mercedes, paraded together in a triumphant display after the race. Notably, upon reaching Leclerc's side, the latter flashed a thumbs up at Qin Mian. Despite the nickname Qin Mian had humorously assigned himself, Old 4, Leclerc genuinely admired Qin Mian's racing talent, particularly his defensive prowess, which left Leclerc feeling somewhat inferior. While most F1 drivers typically adopt a conventional approach to defense, Qin Mian distinguished himself with his astute strategy. He meticulously planned when to initiate his defense for the next corner, often having mapped it out in the previous timing section. This long-term defensive strategy consistently astonished Leclerc whenever he reviewed Qin Mian's defensive maneuvers. Leclerc often pondered how Qin Mian managed to maintain such focus on the race, while also contemplating his defensive tactics for the following corner, all while sustaining his speed and position on the track. This curiosity lingered in Leclerc's mind for quite some time, leading him to inquire with Qin Mian about the secret behind it. Qin Mian's explanation was rather vague. It was instinct, akin to an innate ability. Meanwhile, fellow Chinese driver Zhou Guanyu scored points once again, finishing in 9th place. Throughout the first 3 races of the season, Zhou Guanyu had demonstrated his capabilities to the Alfa Romeo team, and had it not been for the team's issues, he likely could have scored points in the previous race as well. Based on his current performance, Zhou Guanyu's position as a driver appeared secure. Qin Mian and Leclerc arrived at the pit area podium, one behind the other. After disembarking from their cars, Qin Mian noticed Perez exiting his vehicle. The Mexican approached Qin Mian, extending a handshake and embracing him. Undeniably, your defense in this race was remarkable. Congratulations. In response to Perez's graciousness, Qin Mian smiled and replied, "To be honest, I felt immense pressure throughout the process." As he spoke, Qin Mian removed his helmet and sweat-absorbing balaclava, presenting it to Perez and adding, "Look, it's soaked." End of chapter. 372. New neighbors indeed. This was the case. Typically, after completing a race, drivers' sweat-absorbing balaclavas are dry, yet Qin Mian's exhibited numerous sweat stains in various areas. Upon seeing this, Perez also smiled, remarking that it seemed this race was not entirely without merit for him. After exchanging a few words with Perez, Qin Mian proceeded to complete the weigh-in. Although the helmet and headgear were not heavy, the exertion required to defend against Perez had drained him considerably, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Once he had finished the weigh-in and placed his helmet on the designated table, he jogged over to the crowd of the Mercedes team to celebrate. In the past, everyone enjoyed patting Qin Mian's helmet, but this time, without it, they began to touzle his hair, rendering his already disheveled hairstyle, due to perspiration from the lengthy race, ever more chaotic. Nevertheless, after the celebration, he noticed this and promptly donned a hat to cover his unruly locks. Meanwhile, Leclerc finished celebrating with his team personnel, and the two were once again on the verge of standing together on the podium. However, unlike the last time when Leclerc finished first and Qin Mian third, this time Leclerc was first and Qin Mian second. Haha, congratulations. Although I regret missing the opportunity to witness how you defended against Perez, I am confident it was a thrilling display of strategy. Once the post-race activities conclude, I must watch the replay, Qin Mian remarked with a smile. Actually, there's no need for such trouble. Just find an opportunity to give me a car that is 10 horsepower slower than yours, but otherwise comparable in performance, and I shall let you experience it firsthand. He continued, "You are far too gracious. That is entirely unnecessary," Leclerc decisively declined. Anyone who has experienced F1 knows that while being outpaced by another driver can be somewhat tolerable, the feeling of being trapped on the track by someone slower is incredibly frustrating. Even 5 or 6 laps of such an ordeal can become unbearable for many. Those with a poor mindset might even resort to cursing in the team radio out of exasperation. To illustrate, one might envision themselves on a highway with only 2 lanes, where they are blocked by 2 vehicles traveling at a mere 60 kilometers per hour. No matter how vigorously one honks the horn, those two sluggish vehicles continue to crawl along, oblivious to the distress caused. Thus, it is evident that Qin Mian's ability to defend against Perez for 15 laps showcases his skill, while Perez's composure in engaging with Qin Mian post-race reflects his own prowess. Regardless, Leclerc had no desire to experience such a scenario. After sharing a few more words and jokes, the two drivers, both having achieved commendable results that day, tidied up and proceeded to their interviews. The first to be interviewed was Perez, followed by Qin Mian. Conducting the post-race interview was our old friend, the pilot, Mark Webber. As Qin Mian took his place, before Mark Webber could utter a word, the local spectators in the stands erupted into an enthusiastic applause. Although Qin Mian did not secure the championship title in this race, his remarkable duel with Perez over the course of 15 laps certainly captivated the audience, leaving many to believe that this is how Formula One should be raced. Consequently, during an interview, the spectators expressed their utmost admiration for Qin Mian. In return, he graciously waved to his supporters with a smile. As the audience gradually quieted down, the commentator remarked, "Qin Mian, it is incredible. Your defensive display today was nothing short of an artistic performance. Every maneuver was executed with precision, and astonishingly, you maintained this level of performance for 15 consecutive laps." Qin Mian shook his head with a wry smile and replied, "Undeniably, Perez is a seasoned driver, and the pressure I faced throughout the defense was immense. I made a few mistakes, and my tires were at times under significant strain, but fortunately, I managed to withstand all the pressure. Ultimately, we achieved a gratifying result. Of course, I must also express my gratitude to the fans present. Without their support, none of this would have been possible." The audience erupted in applause and cheers upon hearing Qin Mian's words. Once the cheers subsided slightly, the commentator continued, "In this race, aside from your formidable defensive skills, you also showcased another notable ability. While other drivers opted for the more conventional yellow-white tire strategy, you boldly chose the red-yellow combination. Remarkably, this strategy yielded impressive results. Prior to the race, did you contemplate the tire situation?" Qin Mian nodded, "Certainly. With the introduction of the C5 tire, our team and I discussed the possibility of the red-yellow strategy extensively before the race. I realized that if I chose this route, I would need to avoid overly aggressive defensive or offensive maneuvers throughout the race to prevent excessive tire wear, which could jeopardize my ability to finish. However, I felt it was worth attempting a more aggressive choice, as simulations indicated that the red-yellow strategy would maintain superior long-distance speed compared to yellow-white. That said, we did not anticipate so many yellow flags and safety cars during the race. While I sympathize with the drivers who retired, it is undeniable that those yellow flags were quite advantageous for me." Despite Qin Mian's impressive performance, which showcased the recent efforts of the Mercedes team to their loyal fans, he ultimately finished in second place, not as the main protagonist of the race. Thus, following two final questions, the post-race interview concluded. After exchanging pleasantries with Leclerc, Qin Mian ascended to prepare for the final award presentation. As he departed, the venue erupted once more in fervent applause, clearly directed towards Leclerc. After Leclerc's interview concluded, the final award ceremony commenced. Qin Mian was already well acquainted with this process, so we shall not dwell on it further and instead transition directly to the champagne spraying segment. During this moment, Leclerc revealed a glimpse of his darker nature. As he sprayed champagne, nearly half a bottle was directed towards Qin Mian, while he stood atop the highest podium, embodying an air of superiority. Consequently, Qin Mian found champagne seeping into his collar. However, Leclerc was not much better off. His race engineer and Qin Mian relentlessly bombarded him, leaving his fireproof racing suit thoroughly drenched in no time. Once the champagne spraying concluded, the three victorious drivers posed for a photograph, clinking their bottles together, marking the end of the award presentation. The scoring for this race is as follows: P1, Leclerc 26, fastest lap; P2, Qin Mian 18 P3, Perez 14 P4, Hamilton 12 P5, Norris 10 P6, Ricciardo 8 P7, Ocon 6 P8, Bottas 4 P9, Zhou Guanyu 2 P10. Gasly won. The total driver standings after this race are: 1. Leclerc 7-7-2, Qin Mian 42-3, Sainz 32-4, Ocon 28-5, Perez 26-6, Verstappen 25-7, Hamilton 25-8, Norris 18-9, Magnussen 14-15. Alonso won. The team standings are as follows: 1. Ferrari 1092, Mercedes 67.3, Red Bull 51.4, Alpine 29.5, McLaren 26.6, Alfa Romeo 18.7, Haas 14.8, AlphaTauri 7.9, Aston Martin 0.10, Williams 0 following the race. It was evident that Red Bull was occupying a position not befitting them. However, astute observers recognized that the instability of their engines had hindered their performance. Based on their usual speed, they should rightfully be placed second among teams. After the race, the team tidied up their belongings and promptly returned to Europe. Nonetheless, Qin Mian's defense against Perez for an impressive 15 laps sparked considerable discussion among fans and professionals alike, with many drivers lauding Qin Mian's invincibility on social media. Leclerc candidly remarked that if he and Qin Mian were both driving Ferraris, he would have no intention of attacking him as long as Qin Mian was ahead, knowing full well that no matter how aggressively he pursued, he would remain locked behind him. Upon reading Leclerc's comments, Perez could not contain his frustration, muttering that it was easy for Leclerc to speak from his position, especially given Ferrari's exceptional speed this season. However, he wondered how Leclerc would fare if he were to become teammates with Qin Mian. Following the conclusion of the Australian Grand Prix, there would be a 2-week hiatus before the next competition. Qin Mian, adhering to his customary routine, returned to Brackley after finishing his work. In the initial days, his professional life remained relatively stable, with his daily activities largely unchanged. However, it is noteworthy that unlike many other drivers who frequently attend various events, Qin Mian devoted the majority of his time to the development and enhancement of the racing car with his team. Typically, even if one is a world champion, such disregard for commercial matters can easily tarnish one's reputation among the elite in that sphere. Over time, this often results in a diminished number of invitations to diverse events. Qin Mian, however, approached this situation with a nonchalant attitude, indifferent to the presence or absence of invitations. Strangely enough, after declining numerous requests, the invitations seemed to multiply, with the fees for his appearances steadily increasing. Some individuals in the circuit took pride in having Qin Mian attend their gatherings, and the fee for his presence escalated with each event. Perhaps this is what they refer to as rarity lending value. Thus, on this Sunday, Xiaoming found herself still at home, managing these affairs. After a long wait, upon completing her work in the afternoon, she emerged from her room with an air of despondency, settling beside Qin Mian, who was engrossed in his PS5 game, resting her head on his lap as she reclined on the sofa. "You've worked hard," Qin Mian remarked, gently caressing her face before returning to his game. Xiaoming, unfazed by his demeanor, had developed an excellent understanding with him over time. Just as she prepared to lounge on Qin Mian while fiddling with her phone, contemplating what to cook for dinner, a knock echoed at the door. With a sigh, she rose to answer it. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she found Zhou Guanyu standing there. "Meng Meng," he greeted, recognizing her. The smile that had just graced Xiaoming's face instantly faded. They were familiar enough not to maintain any pretense. "Good afternoon," she replied before retreating back to the sofa, nestling into Qin Mian's embrace. Zhou Guanyu, unperturbed by her lack of hospitality, comfortably retrieved his slippers from the shoe rack at the entrance. Once settled on the sofa, Qin Mian paused his game and inquired, "What brings you here so early this week?" Typically, Zhou Guanyu would arrive on Wednesday if he intended to fly with Qin Mian to the race venue. With a smile, Zhou Guanyu replied, "I came to share some good news." Qin Mian raised an eyebrow, and Xiaoming, who had been playing on her phone in Qin Mian's lap, curiously lifted her head to listen. Zhou Guanyu, not one to keep people in suspense, stated directly, "Remember we discussed the matter of the house last time?" "House? What house?" Qin Mian was momentarily stunned, and then recalled that he had indeed mentioned to Zhou Guanyu that it was quite bothersome to have to meet him every Wednesday on competition days. It would be far more convenient to simply purchase a residence near his own home. Upon this realization, Qin Mian reacted with surprise. "Oh, you've already bought one?" Zhou Guanyu chuckled softly, revealing a set of keys from his pocket. "Look, impressive, isn't it?" Qin Mian remarked, "But I never realized you, Zhou Guanyu, were such a decisive person." Zhou Guanyu, feeling slightly bashful, scratched his head and replied, "The truth is, I wanted to seek your guidance, after all. You are recognized as one of the strongest drivers in the circle." Qin Mian, feeling somewhat annoyed, grumbled about his back molars. "So you're just here to take advantage of me, huh?" Zhou Guanyu, with a shy smile, responded, "Well, we have a good relationship, don't we?" Qin Mian, exasperated, face-bombed and muttered, "What a sin." After a brief moment of sarcasm, he added, "Enough sitting around. Let us go check out your house. Did you buy or rent? Is the furniture all set? Do you need any help?" "I bought it," Zhou Guanyu replied. "The decoration and furniture are ready, and the cleaning has been taken care of, so no need to trouble you." After a moment, Zhou Guanyu continued, somewhat embarrassed, once the owner realized I was Zhou Guanyu. "They hesitated for a moment, but then sold it to me directly, saying they were a fan of yours. They even asked me to get a helmet with your signature on it. You have a spare helmet at home, right? Could you lend me one for a personal favor?" Qin Mian's lips twitched. Despite 1,000 retorts bubbling in his throat, he ultimately shook his head in resignation. Amidst Xiaoming's curious inquiries about the exact location of Zhou Guanyu's new home, Qin Mian returned to his storage room, which was designated for tools. Due to Xiaoming's occasional cleaning visits, there was hardly any dust in the room. After searching for a moment, Qin Mian discovered 3 boxes containing helmets from the previous racing season. These helmets were still sealed, untouched. Qin Mian recalled that these were given to him by the team for his collection, and they could also serve as gifts. However, despite being intended as gifts, these helmets were identical to the one he wore during the last season's races, essentially being standard racing helmets. Carrying one of the boxes, Qin Mian stepped out. "Here, last season's helmet, still sealed. Should I sign on the box or directly on the helmet?" he asked, holding a black helmet box. Zhou Guanyu pondered for a moment. "On the box, I can bring the helmet back later if they want your signature on it. Since our homes are close, it won't be a hassle." Qin Mian rolled his eyes. "I truly appreciate it." Hearing Zhou Guanyu's words, Qin Mian didn't react immediately, but Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. Qin Mian shot a glance at her, then picked up a golden pen and inscribed both his Chinese and English names, along with a little flourish, on the box. "This is the driver number of Qin Mian, merely inscribed in Chinese. I trust that Zhou Guanyu will clarify this with the other party in due course. Is that satisfactory?" Zhou Guanyu glanced at it, weighed the helmet in his hands, and remarked with surprise, "Goodness, isn't this a bit extravagant?" Qin Mian rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Do you really expect to receive counterfeit goods from me? That is a fair point. Come, let me show you my new home." Zhou Guanyu's residence is not too distant from Qin Mian's, merely a straight-line distance of under 500 meters, a 10-minute stroll at a normal pace. In the days that followed, the presence of Zhou Guanyu posed challenges for fans who enjoyed watching Qin Mian play video games. When alone at home, Qin Mian typically refrained from venturing out at night, primarily due to his status as a public figure. Although he did not mind being in the limelight, many foreigners often lacked a sense of propriety. Upon encountering their admired driver or any other celebrity, they would display overwhelming enthusiasm. Faced with his fans, Qin Mian could not adopt a cold demeanor. He often found himself spending considerable time with them, at times even sacrificing his sleep. Thus, for a myriad of reasons, Qin Mian generally avoided going out in the evenings. Nonetheless, one must find a way to unwind during such hours, which is why Qin Mian typically indulged in gaming at home. With Zhou Guanyu's arrival, the two men frequently discovered peculiar forms of entertainment together, such as attending a football match, fishing, purchasing equally sized Lego sets to see who could assemble theirs faster within a set time, or acquiring 2 remote-controlled cars to construct a makeshift racetrack in the backyard for competition. In essence, these two always managed to unearth amusing diversions. However, this arrangement did not last long. When unoccupied, Qin Mian adhered to a routine akin to that of an ordinary worker. In contrast, Zhou Guanyu had a different situation. Qin Mian could forego taking on advertisements and harbored no strong desire for wealth, believing that sufficiency was enough. Yet, Zhou Guanyu had numerous commitments. The apparent leisure of the past few days was primarily due to his recent move, which led him to decline several promotional engagements. Thus, in the following days, Zhou Guanyu resumed various advertising shoots and gatherings, as well as events within the fashion industry. Naturally, as an F1 driver, he remained self-aware, diligently maintaining his physical fitness and training for racing. Before long, Wednesday arrived, and the system task reappeared. This time, the challenges presented in comparison to the Australian Grand Prix 2 weeks prior exhibited both increased difficulty and more substantial rewards. However, they still fell somewhat short of previous standards. This week, Qin Mian received only 2 tasks. One required him to overtake a driver during the race, regardless of who it was, even if it were a slower vehicle, with a reward of an enhancement in his attacking ability. The other task was to finish within the top 5, granting a reward of $2 million. The first task is rather straightforward, essentially a mere formality. The second task, however, pits Qin Mian against his teammate Hamilton in a contest. For if Red Bull resolves their car stability issues this week, Mercedes may struggle even to secure a fourth place, let alone vie for a podium finish. Nonetheless, Qin Mian harbors doubts that Honda can rectify engine-related problems within a mere fortnight, suggesting that this challenge should not prove overly daunting. Having reviewed today's objectives, Qin Mian stretched languidly before rising from bed. After completing his morning routine, he drove to Zhou Guanyu's residence. Once they were together, the duo embarked for Italy, a country both drivers know intimately. Their shared history as young drivers here has forged a special bond with Ferrari, from which they both emerged. Zhou Guanyu maintains a favorable connection, as his team, Alfa Romeo, is affiliated with Ferrari. In contrast, Qin Mian, since joining Mercedes, has become somewhat estranged from the Scuderia, and reflecting on this evokes a sense of nostalgia. Despite Qin Mian's continuous efforts to enhance the team's developmental capabilities this week, there have been no significant upgrades to the car's performance. In fact, the team has even opted for a minimalist approach, removing the small wings flanking the cockpit. Internal components underwent adjustments and weight reductions that were invisible to Qin Mian, culminating in a total weight reduction of 2 kilograms, slightly decreasing drag, without any other enhancements. While 2 kilograms may seem trivial, this reduction translates to a potential improvement of at least 0.5 seconds per lap on the track. Instances of a 0.0001 second victory are not unheard of, thus emphasizing the significance of this weight loss. Although the team has not made upgrades for this race, 2 distinct enhancements are planned for the Miami Grand Prix in 2 weeks, which should further elevate the car's performance. Upon disembarking from the plane, Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu parted ways to check into their respective hotels. To Qin Mian's dismay, he encountered fans waiting at the hotel entrance as he and Barber exited. This was, in truth, expected, as the hotel's accommodating teams rarely keep their locations confidential due to sponsorship affiliations. A little inquiry suffices for those in the know. What truly vexed Qin Mian was the exuberance of his fans, who seemed overly eager for amusement. At the hotel entrance, he spotted someone brandishing a large photo of his face. However, this time it was not the exuberant image of Qin Mian laughing, but rather a meme featuring a husky pointing, which had been created from a snapshot taken during last week's pre-race parade. Faced with this, Qin Mian could only shake his head in bemusement. Aside from this, he refrained from expressing much else, as he had an upcoming interview that required his attention and was pressed for time. He also feared that engaging in conversation with these fans might lead to further antics. After returning to the hotel and settling his belongings, Qin Mian took the electric Mercedes through the back door to the circuit. Time swiftly passed, and it was now Friday. The weather in Italy had been rather dreary in recent days, with incessant rain, and Friday morning began with a light drizzle. By the time Qin Mian arrived at the team headquarters for the meeting, the meteorological department had ominously indicated that the first practice session was likely to be rain-soaked, with the second session perhaps showing slight improvement. Yet rain during the qualifying and race remained a distinct possibility. When rain was mentioned, the members of Hamilton's team appeared unfazed, treating it as a normal meteorological condition, an inconvenience, perhaps, but not insurmountable. In stark contrast, the members of Qin Mian's crew felt an involuntary shadow fall over their spirits upon receiving the news. In their eyes, if the exceptionally gifted and promising Qin Mian had any discernible weakness, it was his performance in wet conditions. Whenever faced with a rainy race, although his performance did not necessarily deteriorate, Qin Mian often adopted a more conservative approach to cornering. This tendency had become almost instinctual for him, akin to a doctor testing your knee reflexes with a small hammer, prompting an involuntary reaction. The team had made attempts to help Qin Mian rectify this issue, but to little avail. However, after a period of fruitless efforts, they soon came to terms with the situation, acknowledging that no one is without flaws. Moreover, this was not an overtly significant drawback, as rain merely curtailed Qin Mian's potential, reducing his standing from that of a top-tier driver to a midfield competitor. His speed in wet conditions was still commendable, albeit lacking the dazzling brilliance seen during dry races. Thus, the team members harbored only minor concerns, not overly fixating on the matter, believing that rain during practice was inconsequential as long as the race remained dry. Once the morning meeting concluded, preparations for the race commenced. and soon it was time for the first practice session. True to the predictions of the team's meteorological department, it began to rain heavily even before the session commenced. However, as the first practice officially began, the intensity of the rain noticeably diminished, though it persisted. Despite the ongoing drizzle, the rainfall no longer significantly impeded the car's normal operation. Consequently, the majority of drivers donned intermediate tires and commenced their practice laps to gather data, and Qin Mian was no exception. It is noteworthy that, in previous practice sessions, Qin Mian would typically complete the tasks assigned to him in just 3/4 of the allotted hour. Yet today, he barely managed to finish all tests by the end of the session. Observing the stark contrast between Qin Mian's performance in dry conditions and his current state, Toto silently absorbed it all, refraining from comment. After all, before extending an olive branch to Qin Mian, Toto had perused countless evaluation reports regarding him. What remains most vividly etched in Toto's memory is the period when Qin Mian commanded lightning and thunder in F2. The only time Qin Mian withdrew from a race was due to rain on the track. Once domestic fans discerned this, they began to analyze the reason behind Qin Mian's name from a metaphysical perspective. The most popular interpretation suggested, "Allow me to analyze." Qin Mian might have consulted a fortune teller, as his fate lacks water. Furthermore, the surname Qin has the character for grain beneath it, which requires water for nourishment. Given his fate's deficiency in water, it stands to reason that his parents might have considered naming him Joie, but since that character is obscure and difficult to pronounce, they opted for Miao instead. Now, upon reflection, the character Miao, which signifies an abundance of water, leads me to conclude that this is the reason behind Qin Miao's name. Responses such as "incredible," "what a unique interpretation," and "what curious knowledge," followed, along with a puzzled "huh?" This last exclamation was actually Qin Miao's mother, who stumbled upon a forum discussing her son and expressed her bewilderment. When she originally named Qin Miao, she did not overthink it. She simply tossed the dictionary into the air, and upon opening it, the position corresponding to the pinyin Miao caught her eye. Amidst a myriad of similar sounds, Miao seemed the most fitting for a boy's name. Thus, Qin Miao it was. She had never contemplated such complexities when naming him. Indeed, once one achieves success and fame, no matter the foolish acts committed, there will always be those willing to justify them. The chapter concludes with an account of the frequently disrupted qualifying rounds. Regardless, after the first practice session, Qin Mian had fulfilled all the testing tasks assigned by the team. The speed of the car matched closely with that provided by the team's simulator. The good news was that by the time qualifying arrived, the rain had ceased, and the track had dried, restoring Qin Miao's testing efficiency. Moreover, due to the rain during the first practice, his dry tires had sustained minimal wear, granting him a subtle sense of reassurance. This is what they call having provisions in hand, alleviating anxiety. I assenti it. There is no need to dwell on the second and third practice sessions, as time swiftly carried us to qualifying. Today's qualifying, much like yesterday, was met with rain. However, the downpour was light, and after 2 laps, distinct racing lines emerged on the track. Observing this, many familiar with Qin Miao's characteristics were intrigued to see whether his speed on this semi-dry track would resemble his performance on dry ground or that under wet conditions. Inside the car, after listening to Frankie outline the weather and track conditions for the qualifying phase, Q1 commenced. It is noteworthy that both Mercedes and Alfa's cars were among the first to hit the track. However, neither Qin Mian nor the other 3 drivers achieved remarkable times at the outset, as there remained a hint of moisture on the track. Consequently, the 2 Mercedes drivers, Qin Mian and Hamilton, after completing their first flying lap, opted not to return to the pit for a respite, instead, mirroring the pit stop rhythm of a race. They entered the garage to don a new set of tires before rejoining the circuit to continue their laps. As time progressed, the conditions of the track would inevitably improve, thus enhancing the pace during the qualifying session. This strategic decision by the team allowed Qin Mian and Hamilton to remain on the track. However, shortly after Qin Mian began utilizing his second set of soft tires, an unexpected incident occurred. Albin's car caught fire at the right rear wheel, trailing a long flame as it raced across the track. Although Albin quickly learned of his car's anomaly through team radio and reduced his speed, during his attempt to return to the pits, the brake disc of his vehicle exploded due to excessive heat. Consequently, debris from the shattered brake disc littered the circuit, prompting the deployment of the safety car. Fortunately, Qin Miao's set of soft tires had not yet commenced its flying lap, allowing for a brief warm-up in the pits before continuing. The red flag lasted a mere 20 minutes, and once the race resumed, the Q1 phase proceeded without further incident. However, Mercedes soon identified a troubling issue following the completion of Qin Mian and Hamilton's first flying laps. The W13 model continued to exhibit porpoising on such a high-speed track, particularly on Imola, known for its lengthy straights, especially the main straight, which ranks among the longest of the season. Thus, while both drivers advanced to Q2, Qin Mian entered in 10th place, while Hamilton narrowly secured his position in 15th. In contrast to the lackluster performance of both drivers in Q1, it was surprising to witness Zhou Guanyu qualifying 4th for Q2, outpacing his teammate Bottas by 0.07 of a second. This discrepancy may also stem from other drivers not exerting their full capabilities during Q1. In the Q2 phase, no further incidents occurred. However, despite the absence of accidents, Mercedes' performance in this qualifying session appeared somewhat lackluster. Although Qin Mian notably utilized 3 brand-new sets of soft tires in Q2, it did not alter the final outcome of the session, leaving both Mercedes drivers eliminated in 11th and 12th positions, respectively. The team was well aware that this performance was not indicative of any inherent issues with the car, as the recent upgrades focused primarily on weight reduction. In Formula One, many upgrades can yield adverse effects, yet weight reduction remains a universally beneficial enhancement, provided it does not disrupt the car's overall balance. The small wings flanking the cockpit primarily serve to guide airflow, and the overall speed of the racing car would not be significantly affected by the absence of these appendages. Nevertheless, both Mercedes cars were eliminated in Q2, indicating that the current vehicle configuration is ill-suited for the high-speed Imola circuit. Ultimately, the drivers who were ousted in Q2 included Qin Mian, Hamilton, Zhou Guanyu, Mick, and Stroll. Upon receiving this news, both five-star sports and domestic fans were initially incredulous. However, they soon accepted the outcome, especially considering that Hamilton, Qin Mian's teammate, had previously experienced elimination in Q1, thus allowing fans to mentally brace themselves. After Qin Mian parked his car in the pit area, Frankie and others quickly surrounded him. They understood that this was not the time for self-pity. Rather, it was paramount to attend to Qin Mian's emotions, as many viewed him as merely a child at the tender age of 20. Faced with such an abrupt setback, it was entirely plausible that Qin Mian could suffer a blow to his confidence, given that this was his first elimination in Q2 since entering F1. Despite their concern, Frankie and the team remained composed. When Qin Mian removed his helmet visor, Frankie did not perceive any emotional turmoil in his eyes. In fact, Qin Mian appeared remarkably calm, even more so than Hamilton, who had been complaining to other team executives since stepping out of his car. Nevertheless, Frankie spoke, "I apologize, Qin Mian. The final results on this track deviated from our simulator predictions, and I know the team has hindered your performance." As Qin Mian dismounted from his car and began to remove his gear, he shook his head. "No need to say more, I understand. The team is neither divine nor the architects of F1 regulations, and unforeseen circumstances will inevitably arise. However, I hope the team recognizes that if the issue with the porpoising cannot be entirely resolved, our competitiveness on a high-speed circuit like Imola will be virtually non-existent, let alone contending for the championship." Frankie shrugged in resignation. "We are aware of the problem, but as you know, it cannot be rectified in the short term." Qin Mian nodded in acceptance of this reality. The ensuing procedures felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. After parking the car, he proceeded to the weighing area and completed the weighing process before enduring the post-race interview. As he walked towards the weighing station, listening to the thunderous roar of racing engines on the track, Qin Mian suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. The interviewer was a familiar face. Yet being part of the Mercedes team, they were somewhat flustered and refrained from probing Qin Mian about the qualifying issues. After discussing a few unrelated topics, the post-race interview concluded. After the post-race interview, Qin Mian convened a follow-up meeting primarily aimed at analyzing the reasons behind the car's lack of competitiveness on the Imola circuit. During the proceedings, both Qin Mian and Hamilton refrained from speaking much, as the topic delved into areas beyond their expertise. The duration of the meeting was brief, as data readily illuminated the root causes of the car's underwhelming speed, once again pointing to the well-worn issue of porpoising, which hampered the Mercedes' top speed. It is evident that the current W13 model's characteristics are ill-suited for the Imola track. The team has come to accept the flawed high-speed performance of the W13, and there is little that can be altered following the race. The only lingering concern is whether the W13's long-distance speed at Imola will surpass its qualifying pace. Notably, during Q3, the track experienced 3 red flags due to intensifying rain. Even with the switch to intermediate tires, seasoned F1 drivers were prone to errors. One red flag occurred when Magnussen misjudged his braking point, locking his rear wheels and veering off the track, resulting in a 5-minute stoppage. Another incident involved Bottas, who halted on the track due to an engine failure. The final red flag was prompted by Norris, who, overwhelmed by the heavy rain, made a mistake while exiting the track and became ensnared in the gravel. In summary, Q3 was significantly disrupted by the downpour, rendering the 10-minute session rather fragmented, with 3 red flags interrupting the action. Because of Norris's incident, which occurred with just 38 seconds remaining in Q3, the battle for pole position concluded between Verstappen and Leclerc. Upon the conclusion of the meeting at Mercedes, Qin Mian received the final results of the qualifying session: 1. Verstappen 2. Leclerc 3. Perez 4. Sainz 5. Norris 6. Ricciardo 7. Bottas 8. Magnussen 9. Alonso 20. Albon. Zhou Guanyu was actually faster than Hamilton, but his final flying lap in Q2 was disqualified due to going off track. This was an unfortunate circumstance, as the drivers had to contend not only with the slippery surface but also with the sporadic crosswinds on the circuit. Thus, the qualifying session came to a close. Returning to the hotel and opening his phone, Qin Mian was inundated with notifications. Numerous friends and acquaintances reached out to inquire about his mental state. It was evident that they had been closely following Qin Mian's performance, and upon witnessing his elimination in Q2, they were concerned he might be struggling, prompting them to check in on him. Among those reaching out was Jay Cho. At this juncture, Qin Mian found himself with little to occupy his time, so he reclined on his bed and began to respond to the well wishes of his friends one by one. The night passed in silence, and the following day, Sunday, marked the commencement of the main race. Upon awakening, he noticed the sky was draped in rain. Checking the weather forecast on his phone, he sighed at the prediction of light to moderate rain. After freshening up, Qin Mian made his way to the paddock. Having traversed through all the pre-race procedures, Qin Mian returned to the team's garage. When he appeared on the broadcast cameras, he had already settled into his racing car, while Reyes and the others had yet to vacate the track. A rain cover was still draped over his vehicle, indicating that the light rain persisted on the circuit. This precaution was necessary to prevent water from seeping into the car's interior and causing damage, as the openings in the race car would be less susceptible to water intrusion once the race commenced. Despite the rain abating somewhat before the race, it continued to fall, leading the drivers to opt for intermediate tires. 10 minutes later, the warm-up lap began, but the track was still devoid of racing lines, the surface slick with water. During this warm-up lap, the team communicated via radio to inform Qin Mian that the rain would gradually lessen, though another band of rain clouds was expected to arrive in 15 minutes, bringing another round of moderate rain. Fortunately, in the interim, the track would dry out, alleviating any concerns Qin Mian had about pitting for tire changes. He was simply required to adhere to the team's strategy during the race. As fate would have it, apart from Zhou Guanyu, all other drivers had positioned their cars in readiness for the race's start. Zhou Guanyu's absence from his designated starting position stemmed from the team's decision to exert additional pressure following the completion of the qualifying rounds the previous day. Although the cars were returned directly to the team's garage post-qualifying, the team personnel were prohibited from making contact with the vehicles during this time. The proper procedure dictated that upon returning to the garage, the team could only elevate the car and push it into the paddock. Subsequently, FIA officials would inspect the car's condition before the team was permitted to make any repairs, modifications, or cleanings. However, it seemed that the engineers from the Aero team might have been transferred from Ferrari, as Zhou Guanyu's engineer blatantly lifted the hood of the car immediately upon its return to the garage after he was eliminated in Q2. Although this engineer was swiftly intercepted, Zhou Guanyu had nonetheless infringed upon FIA regulations. The team then discovered that a parameter had been incorrectly set, prompting an adjustment of Zhou Guanyu's settings, which ultimately rendered his qualifying time void. Consequently, he would have to start the main race from the pit lane. Upon receiving this news, Qin Mian couldn't help but speculate if there were any undercover agents from Ferrari infiltrating the Aero team. Indeed, Zhou Guanyu had encountered a streak of misfortune. This is merely the 4th race of the season, yet Zhou Guanyu has already been let down by his team on 2 occasions. Returning to the matter at hand, Once all the cars were securely positioned, the safety car took its place, and the green flag was waved. The 5 red lights illuminated gradually. Soon, the 5 red lights extinguished, signaling the commencement of the race. Due to the wet conditions of the track, all drivers opted for intermediate tires. Consequently, during the initial phase, the drivers were less inclined to fully press the throttle as they would in dry conditions. Qin Mian, along with many others, even started in second gear to mitigate excessive torque on the rear wheels and prevent slippage. Thus, none of the drivers managed to unleash the full potential of their engines in the early moments. The start on a rainy day appeared somewhat languid. Nevertheless, F1 is F1. And once the cars reached their full speed, that exhilarating sensation of velocity returned. However, due to the rain on the track, shortly after the start, Qin Mian found his vision completely obscured by the spray kicked up by the rear tires of the vehicles ahead. The mist was so thick that Qin Mian struggled to discern the path ahead, seeing only the 3 blinking lights on the back of the car in front of him. Last season, Qin Mian had also raced in the rain, but during that time, he could still vaguely perceive the road ahead even when the spray was present. In this race, however, as the lead cars picked up speed, Qin Mian found it utterly impossible to see the track ahead, with visibility limited to the boundaries of the track and the indicator lights of the car ahead. This phenomenon is, in fact, a characteristic of ground effect cars, which generate 60 of overall downforce from their underbody. Furthermore, the low-pressure airflow at the rear due to the diffuser caused the rainwater on the track to be drawn upwards by the suction created beneath the ground effect cars, resulting in significantly more spray than last season's vehicles during wet conditions. Moreover, it was not just Qin Mian who faced this challenge. Other drivers encountered similar issues. Aside from Verstappen, who started from pole position, none of the other drivers could clearly see the road ahead. Nevertheless, none of the drivers chose to ease off the throttle due to this visibility issue. This may be an instinctive trait of F1 professionals. Speed is paramount. During the initial phase, Qin Mian exhibited remarkable reflexes, swiftly closing the gap between himself and Alonso ahead. Alonso, typically known for his strong starts, had a rather mediocre launch in this race, allowing Qin Mian to catch up quickly. Having already surpassed Alonso, it was only natural for Qin Mian to also overtake Vettel, who had started just ahead of him. It seemed that the heavy rain was not particularly kind to the older drivers, whose reaction times were not as sharp as their younger counterparts. After surpassing these 2 drivers, Qin Mian found himself thoroughly content, as reaching 9th place from the initial stages of the race was a delightful surprise he had never anticipated. His focus now shifted to leveraging his advantage in long-distance speed on the track, gradually pursuing the drivers ahead. However, as the cars approached T2, an unforeseen incident unfolded. When Ricciardo exited the corner in front of Bottas, his right front wheel collided with Sainz's left rear wheel. Fortunately, due to both drivers utilizing wet tires, Ricciardo's car did not launch into the air upon impact. Nevertheless, this sudden external force caused the rear balance of the Ferrari, already at the limit of grip while negotiating the turn, to falter. Sainz's car executed a 180-degree spin on the track, and both drivers careened off the circuit. During this chaotic moment, Bottas, trailing behind, inadvertently made contact with Ricciardo. In an unfortunate turn of events, as Sainz exited the track, the rear of his car was positioned directly towards the sandy gravel outside. Realizing this peril, Sainz immediately attempted to rectify the situation. The moment his car came to a halt, he pressed the accelerator in hopes of regaining power. Regrettably, having reversed into the gravel, his attempts at self-rescue were futile. The vehicle had completely ceased moving, and no matter how fervently Sainz pressed the gas pedal, the rear wheels merely spun idly, failing to provide any propulsion. The race had scarcely commenced, yet Sainz's inaugural home race of the season concluded in a dramatic fashion. Consequently, Qin Mian, who had started in 11th place, found himself inexplicably ascending to 7th without the chance to revel in his earlier overtakes. Bottas, initially in 6th, was also affected by the incident, as he was directly behind Ricciardo. The collision prompted Bottas to slow down significantly to avoid the 2 drivers. This allowed both Magnussen and Qin Mian to capitalize on the situation, ascending 1 position each, Magnussen to 5th and Qin Mian to 6th. What brought Qin Mian the most joy was the realization that, due to the crash, the top 5 drivers had already distanced themselves considerably. However, the deployment of the safety car meant that the competitive field would be condensed once more, erasing the advantages gained by the frontrunners. During the safety car period, the officials aired a replay of the incident, revealing that Ricciardo had initially been turning left upon exiting the corner. Yet, his eagerness to accelerate caused a subtle understeer, a phenomenon often imperceptible to the untrained eye. For a driver attuned to the nuances of vehicle dynamics, this was akin to a firecracker going off right beside them. Upon realizing the situation, Ricciardo immediately retaliated with a correction. It was precisely due to this adjustment that he, who would not have collided with Sainz after exiting the corner, inadvertently veered slightly to the right, resulting in the collision. Undoubtedly, this incident was entirely Ricciardo's fault. In this chapter, titled All Thanks to Fellow Competitors, the one who profited the most from the incident was Qin Mian, who ascended 5 positions, moving directly from 11th to 6th place. Apart from Qin Mian and Magnussen, who benefited from the situation ahead, the most elated was Zhou Guanyu, who had started from the back. Although the number of his primary competitors remained unchanged, the time gap between him and the drivers ahead, initially stemming from his pit lane start, was eradicated due to the safety car's intervention, allowing him to regain 2 positions. Despite Ricciardo appearing behind Zhou Guanyu, the latter was undeterred. He had acquired defensive techniques from Qin Mian, which he was eager to put into practice against a suitable opponent. The safety car led the race from the 1st lap until the 4th, with the race set to resume at the beginning of the 5th lap. Following the restart, there were no further changes in driver positions. Given that the starting positions were now restricted before the restart, this scenario is likely to become the norm during future safety car periods. Once the race resumed, Qin Mian closely followed Magnussen. However, as the race progressed, he discovered that under the damp conditions of the track, he was unable to mount a significant challenge against Magnussen ahead. Although trailing was somewhat easier this season compared to the last, the Mercedes cars exhibited a lackluster top speed in the latter stages, while Haas seemed unnaturally swift. It could also be attributed to Ferrari's engine proving excessively powerful this season. Fortunately, conditions soon improved as the racing line developed over time, allowing Qin Mian's speed to increase. By the 11th lap, he managed to make a challenging overtake on the Haas powered by Ferrari engines at the end of the main straight, elevating his position to 5th. Nevertheless, even after surpassing the Haas, he still found himself 4 seconds behind Norris, having only completed 6 laps since the race restart. Qin Mian began to establish his regular long-distance pace, simultaneously shedding Magnussen's hindrance. He also made a conscious effort to navigate the waterlogged edges of the track to cool his tires. With the rain having ceased and his continual attempts to attack Magnussen, Qin Mian's intermediate tires had overheated. In terms of long-distance pace during the race, Qin Mian was indeed faster than Norris, gaining 0.2 per lap. However, due to Magnussen's presence, the time gap to Norris was still considerable at 4 seconds, necessitating 20 laps of consistent performance to close the distance. At a speed equivalent to W13, even if he were to catch up with Norris ahead of him, it would prove challenging for Qin Mian to overtake him unless Norris made a conspicuous error. In such a scenario, the only recourse would be to apply pressure on Norris, waiting for an inevitable mistake to surface. By the 17th lap, Ricciardo, positioned at the back, still had not surpassed Zhou Guanyu, and he decided to abandon that endeavor. The racing line on the track had become quite discernible by this point, prompting Ricciardo to opt for a pit stop to change his tires. Upon re-emerging, he was fitted with a set of medium tires. Given that the racing line had established itself, it was conceivable that Ricciardo's speed on dry tires could exceed that of his competitors. However, the imminent arrival of another rain shower presented a singular dilemma. While other teams deliberated on whether to utilize intermediate tires until the rain arrived or seize the fleeting opportunity to pit for dry tires, Ricciardo's first sector time in the 18th lap was 2 seconds quicker than that of Albin ahead of him. Indeed, it was a remarkable sector time. Moreover, his overall lap time was only 0.2 of a second slower than Verstappen's in the Red Bull. Though 0.2 may seem negligible, it underscored the performance gap between McLaren and Red Bull. It was merely a testament to the track conditions favoring the dry tires. Consequently, as they approached the 19th lap, a multitude of drivers opted to pit for dry tires, as the 2-second advantage in sector time was too significant to overlook. Qin Mian was no exception and was summoned to the pit. However, unlike his fellow competitors, he chose to switch to soft tires. This decision was twofold. He aimed to capitalize on the impending rain to attempt an undercut on Norris ahead of him, and he faced no concerns regarding tire warm-up. Despite the clear racing line on the track, The temperature had yet to reach the average levels typical of normal racing conditions. The optimal working temperature for soft tires was approximately 10 degrees higher than that of medium tires. Hence, all teams opted for medium tires at this juncture, as they were more likely to achieve suitable working temperatures under the current conditions, even with the impending rain looming. Overall, medium tires presented a more favorable cost-benefit ratio. However, Qin Mian encountered no such issues. His team had discerned through numerous races that he possessed a unique proficiency in tire warm-up. By the time the 20th lap arrived, all drivers had completed their pit stops, and uniformly, they had all donned medium tires, leaving Qin Mian as the sole driver on soft tires. However, no one found this surprising, for considering Qin Mian's long-distance speed and his adept tire preservation. The durability of his soft tires bore no significant distinction from the medium tires of other drivers. Since all drivers had made a pit stop, Qin Mian's position remained unchanged. Nevertheless, it was heartening to observe a marked increase in Qin Mian's speed after switching to soft tires. He was now able to close the gap to Lando Norris by 6 seconds per lap. Despite this, the team harbored concerns. Under the prevailing track conditions, overtaking off the racing line proved to be exceedingly challenging. Even if Qin Mian managed to catch up to Norris, surpassing him would not be an easy feat thus. Spectators witnessed Qin Mian trailing Norris by less than a second by the 27th lap. During this interval, Qin Mian made several attempts to overtake Norris over the course of 3 laps. However, as the team had feared, the substantial water accumulation on the track compelled Qin Mian to venture off the racing line to attempt an attack on Norris. As a result, his tires would rapidly cool, diminishing grip and leading to potential skids. Qin Mian also endeavored to establish an outside line for overtaking before the braking point at T2, deliberately maneuvering off the racing line in hopes of drying it out. Yet, even the most meticulous strategies have their oversights. The drainage capability of dry tires was vastly inferior to that of intermediates. In this scenario, the racing line had already been carved out by the 18 competitors utilizing their intermediates, rendering the improvements from Qin Mian's dry tires negligible. Consequently, he found himself locked behind Norris. Despite his superior speed, the constraints of the track thwarted any overtaking attempts. Norris, on his part, offered little in the way of defensive maneuvers against Qin Mian. Of course, Qin Mian was not alone in facing such a predicament. Charles Leclerc, equally faster than the driver ahead, found himself firmly stuck behind Sergio Perez. Coincidentally, both friends relinquished their offensive efforts at lap 22. Qin Mian cruised at a distance of 14 seconds behind Norris, with Leclerc in a similar situation. Time passed swiftly, leading to lap 34. To everyone's astonishment, the anticipated rain that had been forecasted prior to the race had yet to materialize, and the race officials even activated DRS during this lap. Upon receiving this news, Qin Mian, who had been conserving his tires, visibly began to close the gap to Norris. Initially startled by the activation of DRS, Norris quickly regained his composure. Realizing that with only a set of soft tires that had completed 15 laps, how much speed could Qin Mian possibly retain? Then, in lap 35, as they approached the T14 and T15 combination, Qin Mian had reduced the gap to less than a second behind Norris. Norris felt a chill run down his spine as he spotted the Mercedes W13 in his rearview mirror. Qin Mian, have you forsaken your humanity? Is Pirelli your father? How is it that your soft tires have endured so long with such grip? Norris was not kept waiting. In the first timing sector of lap 36, Qin Mian effortlessly overtook Norris using DRS, ascending to 4th place. Throughout this maneuver, Qin Mian adhered to the precise line he had meticulously practiced on the track, attesting to his diligent preparations. However, he believed that his race would effectively conclude here, as after surpassing Norris, he found himself a staggering 17 seconds behind Leclerc ahead. While this gap ensured that Qin Mian would not be lapped during the race, it also rendered any further advancement virtually impossible. Meanwhile, on 5-Star Sports, Fei Gu expressed his delight at Qin Mian's overtaking of Norris, although a tinge of regret accompanied his joy. The Mercedes this season is indeed underwhelming. Unless a driver ahead makes a mistake after overtaking Norris, Qin Mian is likely to finish in 4th. Subsequently, Qin Mian settled into a cruising pace, diligently conserving his tires. Despite his astonishment at how Qin Mian's soft tires maintained their grip, Norris remained unfazed by his loss of position. With 27 laps remaining, He was skeptical that Qin Mian's tires could endure for the entirety of that distance. Interestingly, during lap 40, Verstappen, who had begun lapping slower cars, caught up to Hamilton, prompting the race officials to display blue flags to Hamilton. The broadcast fixated on the duo of Hamilton and Verstappen, evoking a sense of nostalgia for last season, when Hamilton and Verstappen were locked in fierce competition. In contrast, this season had placed Hamilton in a rather precarious position, invoking a sense of bittersweet reflection. At this juncture, Qin Mian still possessed considerable speed, with the gap between him and Norris fluctuating between 11 and 7 seconds due to the activation of DRS. Regardless, Qin Mian consistently managed to distance himself from Norris before reaching the DRS detection point. Norris could only admire Qin Mian's formidable defensive skills and tire conservation prowess, which bordered on the extraordinary. By lap 50, the once confident Norris was now drenched in sweat. How is it possible that Qin Mian still has speed? Meanwhile, Leclerc, who was faster than Perez yet unable to find an overtaking opportunity alongside the Ferrari team, decided to take a bold gamble. On lap 50, Ferrari called Leclerc into the pits for a 24-second tire change to fresh soft tires. Ferrari had calculated that Leclerc would emerge approximately 0.5 seconds ahead of Qin Mian. However, Leclerc also found himself under considerable pressure, as the timing of his pit stop was rather critical. The exit of the pit lane was somewhat slippery, causing Leclerc to accelerate a bit hastily upon his exit, resulting in a brief moment of wheel slip. Despite Leclerc's remarkable reflexes and driving intuition, he quickly rectified this minor mishap, yet it ultimately meant that he could not completely position himself ahead of Qin Mian. As a result, Qin Mian managed to overtake Leclerc right as he emerged from the pit lane, placing Leclerc squarely between himself and Norris. Qin Mian was acutely aware of this development. He had considered defending against Leclerc behind him, but weighing his own tire wear, the performance of his car, and Leclerc's tire longevity, he ultimately refrained from taking any defensive maneuvers. At the DRS detection point on lap 50, the time gap between Qin Mian and Leclerc was just 0.5 seconds. Upon entering the DRS zone, Qin Mian maintained his normal pace on the racing line without any defensive actions, allowing Leclerc to overtake him on the outside. This resulted in Qin Mian losing no speed and swiftly reclaiming his position, while Leclerc did not linger behind him for too long. In a similar vein, on lap 51, Perez opted for a pit stop to change tires. He was already significantly faster than Leclerc, and post-pit, he continued to lead without any pressure. Meanwhile, the Mercedes team noted the satisfactory pace of their drivers on the soft tires after their pit stops, prompting them to inquire via team radio, Qin Mian, "How are your tires holding up? Do you need to consider a pit stop?" Qin Mian was momentarily taken aback. He was indeed confident he could complete the race on his current set of soft tires, though the latter stages might prove challenging, necessitating his defensive ingenuity. However, if he were to switch to a brand new set of soft tires, the outcome could be significantly different, as his tire preservation skills would alleviate concerns about tire degradation in the later laps. Nevertheless, Qin Mian posed a question through the team radio: "If I pit, what position will I emerge in?" The response was swift and precise: "You will be 2 seconds ahead of Vettel, with a 16-second window to spare. And there are still 12 laps remaining." After a brief contemplation, Qin Mian confirmed his decision to pit. At last, the set of soft tires that had completed 33 laps on the track fulfilled their mission. During this time, Qin Mian diligently maximized the remaining value of these tires. Notably, due to his sudden acceleration in the latter stages, upon exiting the pit lane, Qin Mian found himself 2 seconds ahead of Vettel. Upon witnessing Qin Mian's pit stop, Norris exhaled in relief. It was unclear whether he felt relieved due to the absence of cars ahead of him, or because Qin Mian had finally ceased to persist on his set of soft tires on the track. Upon exiting the pit lane, Qin Mian immediately commenced his relentless pursuit. While his lap times may not rival those of Verstappen and his ilk, Qin Mian nonetheless outpaced Norris significantly, consistently clocking in 1.719 seconds faster each lap. Just as Qin Mian emerged from the pit and focused on chasing down Norris, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on lap 54. Leclerc, in his pursuit of Perez, faltered as he approached T14. It appeared that either the steering wheel malfunctioned or he was perhaps influenced by some mysterious force from the east. Upon entering the corner, Leclerc misjudged the apex, taking too much of it. The notorious sausage curb at T14 is particularly high, causing Leclerc's car to be catapulted upwards. When it landed, the resultant force caused all four wheels to bounce, while Leclerc attempted to countersteer to the right. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. The Ferrari lost control, veering off the track while spinning. Ultimately, the left side of the car collided with the outer barrier. Fortunately, the impact was not severe, and the suspension remained intact, allowing Leclerc to return to the race. However, a significant portion of the front wing was damaged, necessitating a pit stop for a replacement. Although Ferrari managed to complete the tire change and wing replacement in a mere 88 seconds, Leclerc re-emerged behind Yuki Tsunoda, now positioned in 8th place. On lap 55, Qin Mian caught up to Bottas. Despite Bottas's strong defensive stance, his resolve faltered in the face of Qin Mian's tire advantage. Bottas, primarily a driver of raw speed, could not match Qin Mian's prowess in both offense and defense. In the DRS zone on lap 55, Qin Mian effortlessly overtook Bottas, elevating himself to 4th place. At this juncture, the time gap between him and Norris had dwindled to just 7 seconds, with 7 laps remaining in the race. Given Qin Mian's current pace of gaining 15 seconds per lap on Norris, it seemed inevitable that he would eventually catch and surpass him. Surprisingly, despite a lackluster qualifying performance, Mercedes found themselves in a position to contend for a podium finish. By lap 60, Qin Mian had closed in on Norris within the DRS zone. The resistance Norris attempted to mount was akin to a small child attempting to oppose a burly man, essentially futile. In the DRS zone, leveraging the terrifying acceleration afforded by his soft tires, Qin Mian easily surpassed Norris, ascending to 3rd place. After this event, it had been quite a while since the Mercedes team had received any broadcast coverage. The director, however, remarkably chose to show a scene from their pit. It was evident that after Qin Mian overtook Norris, everyone in the Mercedes pit erupted in cheers, with many embracing and applauding one another. Even Toto, who had been in a rather sour mood lately, wore a smile. It is hard to imagine that this was a team that fought fiercely for the championship last season. Yet now, with Qin Mian only securing a 3rd place, they celebrated so exuberantly. This just goes to show how fortunes can change. Ultimately, the positions of the top 3 drivers remained unchanged. Verstappen crossed the line first, followed by Perez, and then Qin Mian. Following them were Norris and Bottas, while Leclerc regretfully finished in 6th place. The final standings of the race were as follows: P1, Verstappen 26, fastest lap; P2, Perez 18 P3, Qin Mian 14 P4, Norris 12 P5, Bottas 10 P6, Leclerc 8 P7, Tsunoda 6 P8, Vettel 4 P9, Magnussen 2 P10, Stroll 1. The Drivers' Championship standings after this race were as follows: 1. Leclerc 8-5-2, Qin Mian 56-3, Verstappen 51-4, Perez 4-4-5, Sainz 3-2-6, Norris 37, Ocon 28-8, Hamilton 25-9, Bottas 22-16, Alonso 1. The Constructors' Championship standings were as follows: 1. Ferrari 1-1-7-2, Red Bull 95-3, Mercedes 81-4, McLaren 3-8-5, Alpine 29-6, Alfa Romeo 28-7, Haas 16-8, AlphaTauri 13-9, Aston Martin 5-10, Williams 0. It was somewhat unfortunate that Zhou Guanyu, due to a less-than-ideal starting position and the team's poor timing during the tire change, missed the optimal opportunity to pit. Consequently, he entered the pit only after the other drivers had already made their stops, resulting in him missing out on scoring points in this race. This chapter concludes here. In the race, Qin Mian's teammate Hamilton also failed to score any points. To be honest, Qin Mian was not entirely sure what issues Hamilton faced, but it was evident that given Hamilton's temperament, he would likely have some grievances to express during the post-race meeting back at the team headquarters. In the Drivers' Championship standings, Qin Mian still held the 2nd position, although he recognized that this position was merely temporary and was largely due to the performance of his peers and his own consistency. The thought of possibly losing this standing in the near future left him feeling somewhat uneasy. In terms of the team standings, Mercedes has been displaced from its 2nd position, with Red Bull surging ahead, thanks to the formidable performances of both its drivers, accumulating a total of 95 points. Following the conclusion of the race, Qin Mian routinely participated in the post-race award ceremony. Once this segment of his responsibilities was completed, he returned to the team's headquarters. During the interval before the post-race meeting, Qin Mian typically utilized his time in the lounge to review the onboard footage of the race on his computer, scrutinizing whether he had made any errors or noticeable missteps during the competition. After all, with the race freshly concluded, it was easier to recall his thoughts while on the track, which could provide insights for refining his driving habits. Should he identify any issues, Qin Mian would meticulously document them on his computer. However, while Qin Mian was engrossed in his analysis, a knock resounded at the door of his lounge. He paused momentarily. For having spent considerable time with the Mercedes team, he was aware that the others possessed a basic understanding of his routine during race weekends. At this hour, it would be unusual for anyone to disturb him. Nevertheless, despite his curiosity, Qin Mian closed his laptop, rose, and opened the door. To his astonishment, he found Lewis Hamilton standing there. "Good afternoon, Qin Mian. I hope I am not intruding," Hamilton said. "Of course, come in and take a seat." Although uncertain about the purpose of Hamilton's visit, Qin Mian graciously gestured for him to enter. Once Hamilton was settled, Qin Mian retrieved an unopened bottle of mineral water from the cooler in his lounge and offered it to him. "Thank you," Hamilton replied politely as he accepted the bottle. Only then did Qin Mian take a seat across from him. It is noteworthy that this was the first time Hamilton had approached Qin Mian since he had claimed the world championship from him last season. Hence Qin Mian's surprise upon seeing him at the door. After a brief silence, it was Hamilton who broke the ice. "Qin Mian, I won't keep you in suspense any longer." Qin Mian nodded, adopting an attentive demeanor. "Our driving styles are quite similar, are they not?" "Indeed. While there are subtle differences in our driving habits, there is no denying that our styles share a significant resemblance," Qin Mian responded candidly. "Yet, despite this similarity, I have always harbored a question. Why is it that I am unable to extract the full potential of this car, while you consistently deliver satisfying results for the team?" Hamilton said, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. After a brief pause, he continued, "That is why I have come to inquire about how you manage to masterfully control this vehicle. When I drive the W13, I often feel as though it could slip from my grasp at any moment. I feel as though I am not merely steering this racing car in a competition, but rather grappling with it upon the track." Qin Mian was particularly astonished that Hamilton, the very competitor I regard as my fiercest rival, sought my counsel. However, Qin Mian did not ponder this for long, as he was not one to keep his thoughts concealed. Thus, he directly remarked, "I am uncertain of the specific issues you are encountering, but if you would be so kind, please share your car's setup and the telemetry data from this race. I would be glad to assist you. Naturally, if you desire, I can also provide you with my telemetry data to ascertain whether there are distinctions in our driving styles or the configurations of certain subsystems of our vehicles." Hamilton promptly nodded, clearly prepared, and produced a USB drive. Without hesitation, Qin Mian accepted the USB drive and plugged it into his laptop. Upon opening his laptop screen, Hamilton was greeted with the live footage of the race's competitive phase displayed on Qin Mian's computer. Witnessing this, Hamilton could not help but be impressed. It was no wonder Qin Mian exhibited such formidable competitiveness on the track, immediately reviewing his race footage after its conclusion. Judging by the elapsed time, it was evident that Qin Mian had been scrutinizing it for quite a while. This revelation instilled a sense of admiration in Hamilton for Qin Mian. At least his attitude towards the profession of racing remained unwaveringly dedicated and earnest. Minimizing the video on his computer, Qin Mian then accessed the files contained within Hamilton's USB drive, examining the telemetry data from Hamilton's race. Subsequently, he also requested his own telemetry data from Frankie. With a laptop featuring dual screens, Qin Mian adeptly arranged to display his telemetry data below, allowing for a straightforward comparison with Hamilton's. The two drivers then engaged in a discussion regarding the primary intent and outcomes of their respective setups. It is curious how human nature operates. When there is no conflict of interest, interactions between two individuals can be remarkably amicable. Yet, when such conflicts arise, relationships can deteriorate to the point where, aside from public appearances, they may not exchange a single word in private. However, now that both drivers had relinquished their chances of contending for the World Championship, they found themselves able to convene and deliberate on how to resolve the issues of insufficient car performance and tuning for the season. After thorough analysis, Qin Mian discerned that, in many corners, his braking points occurred earlier than Hamilton's, while his entry speeds were faster. Though subtle, this distinction was readily apparent to someone like Qin Mian, who frequently reviewed race footage and onboard videos. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mian inquired of Hamilton, "Lewis, while driving the race car? Have you sensed any aspects that render you distinctly uncomfortable? Upon hearing this question, Hamilton nodded helplessly. There are indeed numerous issues. The most intolerable one for me is the porpoising problem. Noticing Qin Mian's expression of disbelief, he elaborated, perhaps individuals of your age lack such experiences, but as one ages, bodily functions inevitably decline, unlike in one's youth. With a hint of melancholy, Hamilton confessed, after nearly every race, my back aches considerably. Moreover, the car consistently exhibits oversteer during braking into corners. You can imagine how distressing it is for drivers like us who prefer understeer. Qin Mian nodded in understanding, recognizing the discomfort of attempting to push the car just to the limit of grip, only to have it drift into the corner on its own. After pondering for a moment, Qin Mian asked, have you considered adjusting the brake balance towards the rear? Hamilton raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't such a change yield minimal effects? In his perspective, the root cause of the car's oversteer stemmed from excessive downforce at the rear. Shifting the brake balance to the rear wheels would not alter the car's aerodynamic characteristics. It would still oversteer upon entering and navigating corners. Qin Mian snapped his fingers, realizing the crux of the matter. You might try shifting the brake balance more towards the rear wheels during the upcoming Miami Grand Prix. Hamilton nodded slightly, indicating his comprehension of Qin Mian's suggestion, yet he expressed some confusion. However, adjusting the brake balance towards the rear will increase braking distance, which significantly impacts lap time. Qin Mian acknowledged, indeed, this is a valid concern. Therefore, I typically identify the most suitable braking point during practice sessions and establish the corresponding brake settings. Hamilton nodded, recognizing that while this approach undoubtedly heightens his workload during practice, it appears to be the only viable solution at present. Furthermore, Hamilton's recent performances have fallen short of Qin Mian's, regardless of the car's inherent issues. The sheer difference in speed indicates that Hamilton has yet to unlock the car's full potential. He simply could not extract the performance from it. Thus, he resolved to experiment with Qin Mian's method upon returning home after today's work. Nevertheless, Hamilton remained puzzled. Why would merely adjusting the brake balance resolve this vexing issue? What is the basis for this? Of course, Qin Mian, I am not questioning your advice. I am merely curious. Qin Mian rubbed his temples. Truthfully, I am uncertain as well. In the midst of Hamilton's astonishment, tinged with a hint of absurdity, Qin Mian shrugged and remarked, I merely felt that this configuration during practice would maximize the car's entry and exit speeds in high-speed corners. As it turns out, my choice hasn't been misguided, has it? Although Qin Mian's words were somewhat veiled, Hamilton understood that he implied, while this approach indeed sacrifices some speed, it guarantees that my lap and long-distance speed surpass yours. Nevertheless, Hamilton remained unconcerned, for it was an undeniable truth. He then shifted to another topic, asking, have you not consulted Allison and the others regarding this matter? I did, Qin Mian replied, but they stated that to validate this issue, one must conduct specific tests in the wind tunnel to ascertain the reasons. Moreover, wind tunnel time is now limited, and it would be imprudent to squander such precious time on my personal inquiries. At this juncture, Qin Mian paused, adding, furthermore, it should not escape your notice that since the advent of ground effect, Allison and his team have appeared somewhat flustered, struggling to comprehend the car's development. Hamilton nodded thoughtfully and, finally addressing Qin Mian earnestly, expressed, I have greatly benefited from our discussion. I sincerely appreciate your enlightening insights. However, I remain curious, indeed. I am not alone in this curiosity, about how your tires manage to endure for such extended periods. In response to this oft-repeated question, Qin Mian smiled and shrugged, I apologize, Lewis, but I truly cannot elucidate this matter. It is entirely an instinctive ability of a driver. When I desire it, it comes to me naturally. Hamilton chuckled as he rose, retorting, oh, come now, I refuse to believe that. You must be concealing something. With a wave of his hand, he added, yet, I shall not press further. A meeting is imminent, so please continue with your work. I would not want to intrude any longer. Qin Mian nodded, somewhat resigned, understanding that he could not clarify his predicament thoroughly. After Hamilton departed, he leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, and turned his gaze toward the telemetry data of Hamilton on his computer screen, silently opting to delete it. Notably, during the post-race team meeting, Allison coincidentally referenced the issue discussed between Qin Mian and Hamilton. This was not a problem that Allison's team had identified through their own testing. but rather one discerned through the observation of Ferrari and Red Bull's car dynamics during cornering throughout the race. Ferrari, it must be noted, had performed admirably this season, largely attributable to the new engine brought by Binotto. This year's Ferrari bore resemblance to previous seasons of Mercedes. However, what truly captured Allison's attention was the observation that Red Bull's car exhibited minimal changes in the angle of the front wing during braking while entering and exiting corners. In contrast, Mercedes' car experienced a forward shift in weight during high-speed braking, causing the front wing's angle to tilt downward. In summary, the front suspension experiences a state of compression due to braking forces, which consequently distorts the aerodynamic profile of the front wing, leading to a reduction in downforce, an increase in braking distance, and diminished grip when navigating corners as the car's aerodynamic components fail to perform optimally. Reflecting on an issue previously raised by Qin Mian, the team has identified this as a critical aspect. Therefore, the upcoming upgrades will primarily focus on the front wing, while also addressing suspension-related concerns. Additionally, the new floor and sidebox intake upgrades, which have been in preparation for several weeks, will be implemented before the Miami Grand Prix. These two enhancements serve two main purposes. Firstly, to improve the sealing of the floor, ensuring that airflow within is thoroughly contained to enhance downforce and counterbalance the rear suspension, thereby reducing the frequency of porpoising. Secondly, the sidebox intake has been further minimized, directing airflow more effectively towards the rear diffuser area, thus providing a significant advantage in straight-line speed without the risk of engine overheating. Throughout the recent races, Mercedes has observed a substantial improvement in the durability of their engines compared to last season. The stability under high temperatures has also proven commendable, allowing for a reduction in the car's frontal area. Even with a decrease in airflow through the intake, the engine operates normally during the race. However, the design of Mercedes' engine intake diverges from that of other teams. Red Bull's intake resembles a Chinese character for 1, whereas Mercedes is akin to the Arabic numeral 1, with most other teams adopting a style reminiscent of the letter D. This indicates an increasing extremity in design philosophies between these two teams. Currently, Qin Mian cannot ascertain the specific effects that these upgrades will yield, yet he remains hopeful that, with his expertise, the team might deliver an unexpected surprise. After the meeting concluded, Qin Mian took a flight back to Monaco. With rare downtime, he could not simply linger at the team factory. Hence, after finishing his work, he returned home. Spending 2 comfortable days at home, he managed to find time to dine with Leclerc. Strictly speaking, last week's third-place finish should have belonged to Leclerc. But due to his own error, he ultimately finished 6th. Such a situation would have been intolerable for Qin Mian. However, upon meeting Leclerc, he was unexpectedly struck by Leclerc's calm demeanor. While it cannot be said that he was devoid of emotional turmoil regarding his performance that day, Leclerc merely sighed when discussing the matter before returning to his usual activities. One can only remark that while Leclerc's consistency on the racetrack leaves much to be desired, often resulting in avoidable errors, his ability to regulate his emotions is rather commendable. Time swiftly advanced to Wednesday, when Qin Mian returned to the United Kingdom after a brief 2-day respite. In recent days, Zhou Guanyu had been away from home, having traveled to Switzerland, specifically to Hinwil, the headquarters of the Alfa Romeo team, presumably for work-related matters. The period leading up to the Miami Grand Prix would see Qin Mian stationed at the team's factory. Before long, it was Tuesday. Typically, Qin Mian would depart for the race venue on Wednesday. However, this particular Miami event was markedly different. According to information from the organizers of the Miami Grand Prix, a standard 3-day ticket had astonishingly sold for $150,000. Indeed, this was merely an ordinary ticket, not one for the VIP viewing area above the team or the prime seating sections. Even for these coveted spots, tickets were exceedingly rare, with prices in the secondary market soaring to $170,000 each. This clearly illustrates the immense commercial potential of Formula One in the American market. Consequently, Qin Mian needed to arrive early to partake in various activities hosted by the team's sponsors in the area, which, of course, came with a significant appearance fee. Thus, he set off on Tuesday, accompanied only by Qiu Meng and Barber, as Zhou Guanyu was traveling directly from Switzerland with most of the team's staff. Upon landing, team representatives welcomed Qin Mian to the team's hotel. After enjoying a lunch, he commenced his promotional duties for the team ahead of the race. To his surprise, it appeared that many attendees at these marketing events were indeed his fans, with several calling out his name in a somewhat peculiar accent in Chinese. Additionally, Qin Mian received an invitation to the largest gun store in the area, where he had the opportunity to experience firing a Gatling gun mounted on a Humvee at their shooting range. A photographer accompanying Qin Mian captured the entire progression from his initially calm demeanor to an increasingly exuberant smile. Of course, Qin Mian's pre-race activities did not conclude there. He also attended an NBA game, where, during the warm-up phase, he engaged in a friendly showdown with the Miami Heat star, Butler. This, however, was merely a demonstration match. Standing over 2 meters tall, Butler resembled a giant in comparison to Qin Mian, who struggled to even spot the backboard with Butler's arms raised. Yet, it was evident that Butler, in this exhibition context, offered little to no defense against Qin Mian, scarcely raising his arms. Although Qin Mian did not frequently play basketball, his athletic prowess was undeniable. Under the gaze of the cheering crowd, he deftly maneuvered past Butler's lackadaisical defense, culminating in a spectacular slam dunk beneath the hoop. It is difficult to fathom that Qin Mian, standing at a mere 175 centimeters, could leap high enough for his head to reach the rim. This spectacular dunk instantly exhilarated many spectators, who had initially gathered merely to witness the performance of the F1 world champion. Whistles and cheers erupted in response. Some seasoned fans even momentarily perceived a shadow of Allen Iverson in Qin Mian, as his jump was impressively swift, elevated, and characterized by a prolonged hang time, executed with remarkable precision and grace. Upon witnessing this emphatic dunk, the audience and several players were momentarily dazzled. Yet, amidst the excitement, there were those who felt a pang of anxiety. One was a staff member sent by the Miami Grand Prix organizers to coordinate the event, while the other was Barber. Chapter 376. The dilemma of the Mercedes team. Although F1 drivers are often perceived as invincible, basketball remains a sport rife with the potential for injury. If Qin Mian were to approach this exhibition match with the mindset of an ordinary individual, dribbling the ball, evading defensive maneuvers, and seeking an open shot, there would be little to critique. However, to leap directly into a dunk? What if he were to land awkwardly and sustain an injury? Would the competition still proceed? Thus, when Qin Mian landed gracefully, a sense of relief washed over him, but Barber rushed to him, seizing his wrist. "Brother, are you not aware of your status? This is an exhibition match. You must perform with caution. What if you land improperly after such a dunk and injure yourself?" Qin Mian was taken aback. While he may not be the best in the world, he certainly belonged to the elite tier of athletes, and injuries were not easily falling upon him. However, upon seeing Barber's pale visage and the frantic staff member from the Miami Grand Prix approaching, Qin Mian could only shrug in resignation. "Very well, I shall proceed with the exhibition as intended." The subsequent activities were relatively straightforward. Qin Mian engaged in a 10-minute game of one-on-one against Butler, culminating in a tie of 11-11. It was evident that both possessed a keen understanding of emotional intelligence. One cannot discount the possibility that the organizers had orchestrated this outcome intentionally. In addition, Qin Mian participated in the renowned American V8, an environmentally friendly QTM, in a straight-line acceleration race. However, as this was a marketing event, he could not drive any other brand's car. Instead, he took to the track in a modified vintage Mercedes. To everyone's surprise, Qin Mian's speed proved quite impressive. As these various activities unfolded, Thursday night arrived. This evening, Qin Mian donned the team's t-shirt and joined Hamilton and Toto at the paddock. A special concert was set to take place that night, akin to a grand rave, where attendees had purchased package tickets. All drivers were expected to make an appearance, along with brief interviews to follow. However, all that Qin Mian and his companions needed to do was make a brief appearance. Following this event, most marketing activities before the race would come to a halt. During their preparations, Qin Mian and Hamilton found themselves engrossed in conversation once more. "Did you have a pleasant weekend?" "It was rather mundane, just the usual routine." "How about you?" "I have sidelined most of my marketing responsibilities this week, dedicating my time to the simulator." Qin Mian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you fine-tuning your setup or something?" "Indeed. I attempted to achieve my fastest lap using my standard driving style on the simulator, and then I tried the method you mentioned." Qin Mian, intrigued, inquired, "What were the results?" Hamilton scratched his head. "To be honest, it might be the simulator's fault. After I recalibrated my braking point, my speed was still slower than when I drove in my usual manner." Upon hearing this, Qin Mian furrowed his brow. "Are you practicing on this week's track?" That can't be right. What is your fastest lap time on the simulator? Hamilton answered without hesitation, 1 minute and 28.1 seconds. Qin Mian frowned. Is there a problem? Yes, he replied. Your lap time is significantly faster than the best I've achieved on the simulator. Hamilton did not display any surprise but remarked, actually, the data I recorded on the simulator is about a second quicker than my normal lap times, at least for this year's tracks. Qin Mian suddenly looked up at Hamilton. Hamilton noticed the astonishment in Qin Mian's eyes and paused for a moment before uncertainly asking, does that mean your lap times are consistently faster than those produced by the simulator? Qin Mian nodded earnestly. My lap times are on average about 0.5 of a second quicker than the simulators. I always assumed the simulator lacked certain realistic features, which is why I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, I previously lacked your data for a clear reference. But now that you've mentioned it, I feel there might be an issue with the team's simulator. Hamilton echoed this sentiment, transforming his question into a statement. The team's simulator has a problem. This matter needs to be reported to the team, Qin Mian asserted. Hamilton nodded in agreement, but quickly added, even if we identify the issue, making adjustments will be a challenge. At this point, Hamilton refrained from elaborating, and Qin Mian understood the implication of his unsaid words. Modifying the simulator's data is no small feat. While Mercedes simulator may not be riddled with a chaotic codebase, the intricacies within it are not easily amendable. It stands to reason that even if the problem were identified and addressed, the team would require at least 2 months to see any preliminary results. This implies that the Mercedes team would likely not have any upgrades for their car in the near future. Furthermore, if this situation is indeed accurate, it suggests that the design philosophy behind the current W13 has been flawed from the outset, with subsequent upgrades following suit. Even though the recent upgrades from the team may seem like a fortunate coincidence, they have indeed yielded some positive effects, alleviating the phenomenon of porpoising and improving lap times. However, given the fundamentally flawed foundation upon which they were built, any additional construction would inevitably be misguided. After exchanging worried glances, both individuals began to fear that the upgrades introduced this week might prove ineffective or even counterproductive. Hamilton let out a wry smile, expressing his uncertainty. I don't know why, but I find myself hoping that our assumptions are incorrect. Qin Mian mirrored his smile, albeit with a hint of concern. Yet, despite realizing something was amiss during their conversation, their current positions and circumstances rendered them unable to voice their concerns. What ensued was a familiar routine for both Qin Mian and Hamilton. While contemporary F1 drivers may lack proficiency in the intricacies of their vehicles, they are undoubtedly adept at engaging and stirring the emotions of fans and spectators. However, after the event, both Qin Mian and Hamilton chose not to attend the reception organized by the hosts. Instead, they returned to the team's paddock and convened a meeting with the senior management still present in the paddock. During the meeting, Qin Mian articulated the concerns he and Hamilton had discussed, as well as their suspicion regarding a bug in the simulator. Although the management was initially taken aback by the sudden thawing of the previously frosty relationship between Hamilton and Qin Mian, they quickly redirected their focus to the pressing issues at hand. Toto called upon the head of the simulator department, who was still on break at the headquarters, to engage in a discussion regarding this matter. The reason this issue had only come to light now is due to the lack of information sharing between the two Mercedes drivers since the advent of ground effect. Consequently, neither Qin Mian nor Hamilton were aware of the specific data generated by the other in the simulator. Once the information bubble was breached, numerous previously obscure issues surfaced almost immediately. The meeting lasted a full 2 hours, and ultimately, the head of the simulator department delivered a rather grave piece of news. There were indeed errors in the parameters on the team's simulator, particularly concerning the data on fluid dynamics. This discrepancy in the simulator's data, especially at such a critical juncture in the ground effect era, could prove catastrophic for the team, potentially necessitating a complete overhaul of the car's aerodynamic design. Not to mention, Allison, who had previously been brimming with confidence about the zero sidebox concept, began to feel a wave of self-doubt upon hearing this news. It was deemed a good piece of news only because it allowed the team to preemptively detonate a deeply buried bomb. At least, with this bomb having exploded prematurely, the team would have more time to address the damage and gaps left in its wake. In summary, due to the thawing of the relationship between Qin Mian and Hamilton, the Mercedes team has quite literally been thrown into a frenzy. Numerous heads of vital departments, along with engineers and designers, have been compelled to work overtime. The development of the front wing and front suspension, which had already been initiated, was urgently halted. The team could not afford to squander additional resources on components that had deviated from their intended design. Subsequently, the focus shifted away from Qin Mian and Hamilton, as the immediate priority for the team became diagnosing and rectifying the issues with the simulator. This matter had transcended the realm of knowledge for both drivers. The sultry Miami evening breeze had softened considerably. On their way back to the parking lot to retrieve their car, Qin Mian and Hamilton, the two drivers of Mercedes, found themselves walking side by side, a rare occurrence. It appeared that noticeable upgrades to the car would be a challenge for the team in the near future. Hamilton spoke with a tone that was difficult to decipher, whether it conveyed joy or disappointment. Qin Mian nodded in agreement. At least for half a season, there will be no significant upgrades to the car, and it is quite possible that this will persist throughout the season. Would the team truly consider scrapping the design concept of this car entirely? Hamilton was taken aback by Qin Mian's assertion that the car might remain unchanged for the entire season. This possibility could not be dismissed. At that moment, a mix of frustration and a hint of joy appeared on Qin Mian's face. The frustration was self-explanatory, while the joy stemmed from the fact that he and Hamilton had collaboratively addressed the internal issues plaguing the team. One could only wonder where their standings would ultimately lie if the team refrained from upgrades this season. Hamilton felt a tinge of melancholy. Qin Mian smiled reassuringly. Think positively. At least by the end of this season, we won't have to pay as many exorbitant fees for the FIA Super License registration. Upon hearing Qin Mian's words, Hamilton chuckled and shook his head. As long as I can secure another world championship title, I wouldn't mind paying them a little extra, he quipped. The following day, Friday, marked the commencement of the first and second practice sessions. Despite the chaos that ensued within the Mercedes team due to the discoveries made by Qin Mian and Hamilton the day before, when the two drivers arrived at the team headquarters, most of the staff appeared to be diligently engaged in their tasks, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. It was as though the emergency meeting from the previous day had never taken place. Qin Mian did not possess a strong curiosity to inquire with the team personnel about their awareness of the previous night's events. Thus, he proceeded with the customary activities associated with every race weekend, maintaining his composure. During breakfast at the team, Hamilton joined him. After exchanging greetings, Qin Mian intended to return to his meal, but Hamilton took a seat directly across from him. Today, Hamilton was dressed as flamboyantly as ever. Although the colors were not particularly bright, his ensemble of denim paired with flared pants was undeniably eye-catching. Although Qin Mian was unaware of the price of Hamilton's attire, having mingled in foreign circles for quite some time, he understood that the ensemble was unlikely to be inexpensive. However, these were mere digressions. Once Hamilton settled down, he directly addressed Qin Mian. The results of yesterday's meeting have been released. Qin Mian nodded, as he had not previously inquired into this matter, and felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the meeting's outcome upon hearing Hamilton mention it. Hamilton continued, the team has not acted immediately. Instead, they are conducting an internal evaluation. At this juncture, the team's accompanying chef presented Hamilton's breakfast before him. After expressing his gratitude and waiting for the chef to depart, Hamilton resumed, saying, the team is reluctant to squander the resources currently dedicated to the W13 development. Some members still harbor hope for this vehicle. What if, by chance, they inadvertently find themselves on the right track? What this implies is that the team wishes to assess the untapped potential of the current W13. If there remains room for upgrades, they intend to persist along this path. At worst, they would only need to modify components that reflect design miscalculations. After all, as you are aware, changing the direction of the car's development at this juncture could be detrimental. Qin Mian nodded, recalling his discussion with Hamilton on this matter the previous evening. What is your perspective on this issue? Qin Mian casually inquired after taking a bite of his beef. Hamilton, now partaking in his breakfast, replied, I don't know. However, upon observing Qin Mian's skeptical expression, he added, all right, I do hope the team opts for a fresh start. Driving this car has been quite excruciating for me. Hamilton shrugged in resignation. Qin Mian concurred, my sentiments align with yours. Although this car possesses commendable speed, the complexity of handling has escalated significantly compared to last season's vehicle. Are you referring to the brake bias settings at various cornering points? Hamilton asked. Yes, if you have a moment later. You might want to examine the preset knob on my steering wheel. The carbon fiber there is noticeably smoother than in other areas, Qin Mian remarked. It is worth noting that carbon fiber is a robust material with high wear resistance. Thus, if a knob frequently used by Qin Mian is smoother than in other regions. It indicates that he utilizes this button with remarkable frequency, perhaps even more so than others. Typically, such conditions in a vehicle would only be seen in components like the paddle shifters. After finishing breakfast, Qin Mian departed, returning to the team's headquarters where he participated in a remote video conference from his office. Consequently, the morning meeting was no longer conducted by the team's technical director or other senior staff. It was led by Hamilton's track engineer, Peter Bonington. Of course, in the minds of many fans, he is more popularly known as Bono. Simultaneously, Qin Mian's track engineer, Frankie, provided supplementary explanations for this meeting. Despite the absence of the primary leaders and senior executives, the post-race meeting proceeded in an orderly manner. The process was largely consistent, and after all tasks were allocated, Qin Mian and Hamilton returned to their respective lounges, where they awaited the half-hour before the practice session commenced. When the time arrived, Qin Mian donned his racing suit and subsequently escorted Barber to the team's garage. Although the new upgrades potentially carried negative implications upon Qin Mian's arrival at the team, the new floor and sidebox air intakes were still affixed to the car. After all, these components might yield positive results akin to the rear diffuser from the previous race weekend. Of course, the precise effects of these upgrades would only be discernible once they hit the track, especially given the established issues with the simulator data. Having completed pre-race preparations and secured his helmet, Qin Mian nestled himself into the car. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the moment for the practice session to commence. During the first practice phase, Qin Mian refrained from exerting full throttle, instead dedicating his time to gathering the data necessary for the team to formulate strategies for the main race. Due to the timing of the events, only the latter half of the second practice session mirrored the conditions of the qualifying and main races, prompting Qin Mian to plan his optimal setup for that period. There is little need for excessive elaboration on the practice phase, as the standings held no significant reference value. All participants were focused on data collection. However, what surprised Qin Mian was the surprisingly low number of empty seats in the stands during the event. In typical European Grand Prix events, Friday practice sessions attract only a modest audience, with attendance reaching a notable level only when the crowd fills half the venue. One must commend the grandeur of the United States. The first two practice sessions yielded little of consequence, but given Qin Mian's adeptness in acclimating to the car, he quickly identified the setup that provided him with the utmost comfort. Yet, Hamilton experienced a slight frustration. The upgrades had indeed resulted in a significant enhancement in straight-line speed. Acceleration met the team's expectations, with the W13 achieving a top speed of 329 km per hour in qualifying mode within the third DRS zone at the Miami circuit. However, the Floor's performance proved excessively impressive. Under heavy fuel conditions, the car exhibited pronounced bouncing at the end of the straight, even more so than before. Consequently, with 10 minutes remaining in the first practice session, Qin Mian, having completed all testing tasks, was summoned back to the pit lane. By the time the second practice began, his new floor had been replaced with the original one. After reverting to the older floor, Qin Mian's dolphin-like jumps under heavy fuel conditions were indeed less exuberant than with the new floor, yet his lap times were not faster. In fact, they were somewhat slower. Ultimately, after the second practice session concluded, the team reinstated Qin Mian's car components onto the new chassis. After all, being young, Qin Mian could withstand the rigors of racing. However, when this issue was handed over to Hamilton, he found himself hesitating. The car's porpoising indeed posed a considerable challenge for him, yet as a professional driver, Hamilton could not permit a reduction in his speed in favor of personal safety. Thus, he ultimately decided against reverting to the old chassis and opted to continue with the new one. It is noteworthy that during the practice session, Hamilton experimented with the braking configuration that Qin Mian had discussed with him the previous week, which shifted the braking bias towards the rear wheels. This adjustment substantially alleviated the issue of oversteering, resulting in a noticeable increase in overall speed. However, Hamilton soon discovered a drawback to this approach. It rendered the car somewhat less effective in defensive maneuvers during the race, diminishing any advantages in cornering. Reflecting on the season thus far, Hamilton recalled that Qin Mian's overtaking strategy had evolved from last season's approach of initiating attacks in corners to a more precise method that relied on his cornering accuracy. In the early stages of the race, Qin Mian would closely tail the car ahead, leveraging DRS in designated zones to surpass it with considerable speed. Initially, Hamilton had presumed this change was due to a decline in Qin Mian's personal abilities. However, upon reflection, he recognized his grave error. In summary, the upgrades to the two components of the Mercedes car had indeed yielded positive results, particularly for Qin Mian. While his average lap times still did not allow him to close the gap to the leading Red Bulls and Ferraris, they did widen the time difference from the McLarens trailing behind. Before long, the 3 practice sessions concluded in an orderly manner. The weather in Miami had been favorable in recent days, and this Saturday was no exception. After completing the 3rd practice, Qin Mian awaited the race's commencement in the team's tire compound, indulging in an ice bath. Unlike a typical bath, Qin Mian's was filled with ice cubes, intended to lower his body temperature before the race. With the air temperature at 33 degrees and the track temperature soaring to 52 degrees. This was a significant challenge for a driver who must endure prolonged, intense driving. A driver's surface temperature could reach at least 40 degrees. Coupled with the car's inadequate ventilation system, the entire race felt akin to a sauna. Therefore, to ensure that Qin Mian maintained optimal physical condition and a clear mind during the race, the team prepared an ice bath for him prior to the event. As the time drew near, Qin Mian splashed his face with ice water and then rose to change into a fresh set of clothes. When Qin Mian appeared in the live broadcast, he was engaged in a conversation with Hamilton in the team's P-room. Their demeanor suggested that the discussion was rather serious. Many fans who witnessed this moment may not have felt much, as they perceived a long-standing amicable relationship between Qin Mian and Hamilton. Indeed, this has led to a considerable number of fans in China supporting Hamilton, demonstrating a certain affinity. However, those within the industry were somewhat taken aback. Previously, there had been rumors in the paddock that Qin Mian and Hamilton had reconciled, which was met with disbelief. After all, Qin Mian had taken a championship title from Hamilton. And while the animosity may not have reached the level of a vendetta, it was certainly deep-seated. Yet, upon witnessing their interaction, one might conclude that it was indeed genuine. Typically, during the pre-race preparations, drivers are preoccupied with their own tasks and do not convene as they did. In fact, Qin Mian and Hamilton were discussing matters related to car tuning. Once qualifying commenced, any valid lap time achieved would render the car's settings immutable. Otherwise, the qualifying results would be annulled. Thus, sharing insights gathered during practice sessions could be seen as a last-minute effort to consolidate their strategies. Following a prompt from their respective race engineers, Qin Mian surprisingly shook hands with Hamilton, wishing him a smooth race. Upon returning to his car, the qualifying session was nearing its start. In the first flying lap of Q1, Qin Mian posted an impressive time of 1:30.511, a result that essentially guaranteed his advancement to Q2. Consequently, he opted not to utilize a brand new set of soft tires for subsequent laps, instead relying on the set he had used during practice. Meanwhile, after adjusting his driving style, Hamilton's pace markedly improved. It was evident that he had fallen into a rut recently, but after being guided by Qin Mian onto a different path, his competitive edge was swiftly restored. Despite Hamilton's first flying lap in Q1 being compromised by a moment of disarray, resulting in rear tire slip and going off track, he rebounded in his second flying lap, adapting to his new style and achieving a time of 1:30.388, thus surpassing Qin Mian to progress to Q2. Unlike the previous Italian Grand Prix, this qualifying session's Q1 was devoid of unexpected incidents. The only discomfort for domestic fans arose when Zhou Guanyu encountered traffic during his final flying lap at T17. Everyone was eager to wait for the cars ahead to create sufficient distance before attempting a clean flying lap free from interference. However, the critical issue was that many drivers harbored similar thoughts, leading to the unfortunate situation where, by the time Zhou Guanyu completed his flying lap, he found himself hindered by 3 or 4 cars ahead. Consequently, a white flag was waved on the track, forcing Zhou to forfeit what was undoubtedly a commendable lap time. Although ample time remained for him to cross the finish line and complete another flying lap, the set of soft tires on his car had already been used for a prior lap, resulting in diminished grip. While Zhou had absorbed much knowledge from Qin Mian, the latter's expertise in tire preservation was something Zhou could not emulate, even if Qin wished to impart it. As a result, Zhou's speed on his second lap significantly declined, and in the end, the unfortunate Zhou was eliminated in Q1. The drivers who were ultimately knocked out in Q1 included Magnussen, Zhou Guanyu, Russell, Albin, and Ocon. Ocon's presence in this list was due to a mechanical failure discovered during qualifying, which meant he spent the entire Q1 phase in the team's garage, failing to record a valid lap time. In Q2, both Qin Mian and Hamilton, the Mercedes drivers, exhibited commendable speed. In the first timing segment of Q2, they achieved impressive lap times. Notably, after Q2 concluded and both drivers successfully advanced, Qin Mian was summoned to the FIA inspection area for a check. He recalled that the last time he had been called for inspection was during the previous season. However, the FIA officials were astute, waiting until Qin completed his final flying lap in Q2 before calling him in, allowing him to advance without issue. The drivers eliminated in Q2 included Gasly, Alonso, Vettel, Ricciardo, and Mick. Post-race, the broadcast provided a comparison of lap times between Qin Mian and Hamilton, illustrating which driver was slightly faster in various corners. The graphical representation clearly showed the lap time segments of both drivers nearly overlapped. Soon, the time for Q3 arrived. Notably, the usually steady Qin Mian made a rare mistake during his first flying lap in Q3. In the T4, T5, and T6 corners, which were reminiscent of Silverstone, he inadvertently cut the corner too sharply, causing the left rear wheel to experience a brief moment of lift due to the elevation change. Although the car swiftly returned to the ground, the left rear wheel lost grip upon landing due to its rotational speed. Fortunately, Qin's quick reflexes allowed him to regain control of the car, preventing more significant damage. However, this flying lap was ultimately rendered futile. Despite this setback, Qin Mian's mindset remained unaffected. The primary reason for this misstep was that Qin Mian discovered that during Q2, Hamilton had clocked a slightly faster time in the first sector. Consequently, Qin Mian aimed to extract additional speed in that segment. However, the outcome was quite evident. Qin Mian's endeavor to enhance his performance was unsuccessful. Nonetheless, in the final flying lap of Q3, Qin Mian managed to regain his speed. Yet, he refrained from attempting a more aggressive line, the rationale for which has already been discussed. Ultimately, Qin Mian recorded a time of 1:29.655, which was 0.5 seconds slower than his teammate Hamilton, allowing him to advance to Q3. The driver standings post Q1 were as follows: 1. Leclerc 2. Sainz 3. Verstappen 4. Perez 5. Bottas 6. Hamilton 7. Qin Mian 8. Tsunoda 9. Norris. It is noteworthy that during the qualifying session, neither Qin Mian nor Hamilton managed to surpass Bottas, with even the fastest Hamilton trailing Bottas by 0.2 seconds. The Mercedes team has been studying the performance of the Alpine team, particularly given their impressive results since the advent of ground effect technology. However, upon investigation, Mercedes discerned that the aerodynamic layout of the Alpine team was not particularly commendable. Their newfound competitiveness this season primarily stems from their car being significantly lighter than the minimum weight requirement. This advantage allows the Alpine team to install ballast to adjust the car's center of gravity for various circuits. On this day, Mercedes found themselves outpaced by Bottas, indicating that on the Miami circuit, the lighter Alpine car indeed had a distinct advantage. Apart from a troublesome gearbox, the weight and engine of the Alpine car rank among the best in the paddock. Nonetheless, the Mercedes team remains confident in their car's long-distance speed during the race, thus expressing satisfaction with the performance of both drivers. Following the conclusion of the qualifying session, Qin Mian has grown somewhat accustomed to the feeling of not appearing in the podium area for interviews. At times, he cannot help but marvel at humanity's remarkable capacity for adaptation. Observing Bottas's performance has left many domestic fans feeling a tinge of regret. Had Zhou Guanyu not encountered traffic during his final flying lap, he too might have advanced to Q3. After all, Bottas's qualifying speed surpassed that of both Mercedes drivers by 0.2 seconds. The early races of this season have already demonstrated that Zhou Guanyu's speed is not significantly inferior to his teammate Bottas's. This would have allowed domestic fans to witness the remarkable sight of two Chinese drivers starting side by side. Upon returning to the team headquarters, Qin Mian indulged in a bath, and to his surprise, when he returned from qualifying, the ice in the ice bucket he utilized had not completely melted after just 5 minutes. However, what took him aback was that even before Barber had the opportunity to fetch a new batch of ice, Hamilton had already arrived. Certainly, the old man is not here merely to indulge in a bath. Although he may take a moment to relax in the water after the competition, he remains quite conscious of his public image and generally refrains from such behavior in communal spaces. His presence here is primarily for the purpose of filming a vlog tailored for American fans, focusing on a tour of the Mercedes team's hospitality suite and the conditions within their paddock. Of course, this is in the United States, where while Qin Mian holds some influence, it pales in comparison to that of Hamilton. If a Grand Prix were to be held domestically, it is likely that Qin Mian would be the one managing such tasks, possibly even busier than Hamilton, with barely a moment to breathe. At that juncture, whether it be the FIA, local organizers, teams, or fans, there would certainly be a desire for Qin Mian to make more public appearances. Despite the high profile of F1, the domestic fanbase is relatively small. However, due to Qin Mian's involvement, the number of F1 enthusiasts in China has seen a remarkable increase, elevating his commercial value alongside this burgeoning fanbase. Consequently, there will be more marketing activities. Yet, the current situation in the country remains less than optimistic, and Qin Mian is uncertain whether the 2023 Chinese Grand Prix can proceed smoothly. But that is a matter for another time. At this moment, Qin Mian found himself somewhat bewildered as he observed Hamilton entering with a photographer in tow. Clad only in a pair of swim trunks, he was caught off guard. "Hey, Qin Mian," Hamilton greeted him with a smile, his own expression mirroring Qin Mian's confusion upon noticing the photographer. After exchanging pleasantries, Hamilton turned to the photographer and earnestly explained. The Miami circuit is a high-temperature track, and during the race, the temperature inside the car can exceed 50 degrees Celsius. Thus, we typically employ this method to lower our core body temperature and relax our muscles for recovery before and after the race. Following Hamilton's remarks, the camera shifted its focus onto Qin Mian. Although he harbored no reservations, being a man with minimal body fat and well-defined muscles in a relaxed state, he felt a twinge of embarrassment under the intense scrutiny of the lens. Nonetheless, Hamilton was considerate, allowing Qin Mian a few moments before moving on. Yet, Qin Mian remained somewhat dazed, thinking, "That rascal seemed to have acted without my consent." After this brief interlude, time swiftly progressed to Sunday. The pre-race parade was markedly different from previous occasions. The distinction lay in the fact that this was the United States Grand Prix, with the Free Media Group aiming to attract fans and expand the F1 market. Naturally, it was inconceivable to have drivers parading in vintage cars during this phase. That is a spectacle favored by Europeans. Instead, the drivers were seen in modern supercars from their respective brands, emphasizing style and flair. While teams like Ferrari, McLaren, and Aston Martin had no shortage of impressive vehicles, Mercedes presented an AMG GT as their sleek, convertible offering. However, teams such as Alfa Romeo, Haas, and Williams do not possess their own supercars. Indeed, Alfa Romeo has one. Yet it is more akin to a vintage vehicle, clearly unsuitable for the present occasion. Thus, the drivers from Alfa Romeo found themselves behind the wheels of Ferraris, while Haas and Williams opted for Mercedes. This arrangement appears somewhat abstract, to say the least. The most abstract of all are the drivers from Red Bull, who seem unencumbered by such concerns, comfortably seated in Rolls-Royces and Pagani cars, simply choosing the most enjoyable ride available. Nevertheless, one rule remains unchanged. These vehicles do not belong to the teams, but are instead provided by local enthusiasts who apply to showcase their cars at the event. Upon completion of the cruise, the owner of the vehicle carrying Qin Mian enthusiastically posed for a photograph with him, then retrieved a pen from the glove compartment. Qin Mian, already accustomed to such encounters, took the pen and signed his name on the side of the trunk of the AMG GT convertible. This location for his autograph ensured it would not mar the car's overall aesthetic, nor would it easily be obliterated in the event of an accident. Following this brief interlude, Qin Mian and the other team personnel commenced preparations for the main race. Unlike the qualifying round, this time Toto was present in the P-room, personally overseeing the proceedings. Ordinarily, Pirelli provides a pit strategy forecast prior to the race, and today was no exception, offering two strategies involving two pit stops, one with a yellow-white-white sequence and the other yellow-white-yellow. While this might not seem particularly noteworthy, once this information faded from the screen, Pirelli presented an additional pit strategy specifically tailored for Qin Mian. The single-stop strategy with yellow tires would see him pit at the 24th lap, after which he would complete the remaining laps on white tires. Upon seeing this, the three commentators from 5-Star Sports exchanged knowing smiles. It appeared that Qin Mian's tire preservation skills had garnered Pirelli's recognition, as Fei Gu remarked. Bing Gu jokingly noted, they couldn't possibly ignore it. While other drivers struggle, Qin Mian seldom complains about tire wear within the team's radio communications. Clearly, Pirelli had been impressed by Qin Mian's seemingly unreasonable tire conservation capabilities. Zhou Haoran commented, "It seems he has now begun to poke fun at himself." Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, he was stealing the spotlight in the broadcast. The conditions of the circuit today necessitated particular attention to corners T4, T5, and T6. Throughout this race weekend, his speeds had been commendable, with errors only occurring in these three corners. Therefore, it was advised not to adopt overly aggressive driving techniques in this race. Qin Mian nodded in agreement. During practice and qualifying, he could afford to drive with a bit more audacity, as there was room for error. Even in the event of an unfortunate mishap resulting in damage to the car, there would still be time for repairs, and at worst, he would start the main race from the rear. However, during the race phase, the primary focus remains on stability, as bringing points back securely is of utmost importance. That is about all there is to it. Reyes tucked away his notebook and extended his left hand towards Qin Mian. "May the force be with you," he said. Qin Mian paused momentarily, then smiled wryly, reaching out to shake hands with Reyes. Yet, he could not help but add, "If you truly wish to convey such sentiments, you might express it in our native tongue, wishing you great success in your endeavors. Understood. I shall practice and aim to say it to you without an accent before our next race." Reyes gestured in response. Following this exchange, Qin Mian proceeded to high-five his crew members one by one, and they swiftly cleared the track. Once Qin Mian had gathered his emotions, the warm-up lap had already commenced. After the warm-up lap concluded, all drivers positioned themselves, the medical car took its place, and the green flag waved behind them. 5 red lights began to illuminate one by one. As the last red light extinguished, the race commenced. In the initial phase, Qin Mian's speed was impressive. Hamilton, positioned to his right front, matched this rapid pace. The two Mercedes drivers swiftly began to close the time gap between themselves and Bottas ahead. Despite the numerous straights at the Miami Grand Prix, the starting straight was relatively short. Thus, even though both Qin Mian and Hamilton exhibited greater speed than Bottas, they could not find an opportunity to overtake him at T1. In fact, Hamilton's right front tire locked up due to a closing maneuver from Perez ahead, causing him to miss the chance. Consequently, Qin Mian adeptly overtook his teammate from the outside. Tsunoda, unaffected by the earlier incident, had the opportunity to capitalize on Hamilton's misstep. However, due to Qin Mian's obstruction, Tsunoda could not advance a position. In a remarkably brief moment, Hamilton regained his rhythm, discreetly raising a hand toward Qin Mian's car, acknowledging that without Qin Mian's intentional block against Tsunoda, he might have lost 2 positions due to that error. Meanwhile, Verstappen and the Red Bull cars showcased formidable performance throughout the race. During the start, Verstappen outpaced Sainz ahead of him, and at T1, he utilized the superior aerodynamic capabilities of his car to overtake Sainz on the outside. In T2, Sainz still had a positional advantage. He could have firmly resisted Verstappen, potentially forcing him off the track, as regulations permit such maneuvers. However, Sainz chose a more lenient approach, allowing Verstappen to pass. Given that he had retired early in the previous race, Sainz was understandably cautious, prioritizing a smooth start and the commencement of this race above all else. After all, if he were to charge out once more, both Ferrari and its fans would begin to question his capabilities. Ultimately, it was inevitable that he would drop to 3rd place. Thus, amongst the top 10 starting drivers, only Verstappen and Qin Mian managed to ascend a position. The race then transitioned into a more leisurely phase. With everyone awaiting the activation of DRS, Qin Mian's primary objective was to keep pace with Bottas ahead. However, he was somewhat disconcerted to find that the Mercedes W13's acceleration in the latter stages was unable to match that of the Alfa Romeo in front. While Qin Mian could easily surpass Bottas in the corners, he consistently found himself outpaced on the straights. A year ago, he could hardly have imagined that the Mercedes, renowned for its powerful engine, would struggle to keep up with an Alfa this season on the straights. As the race reached the 3rd lap, DRS was activated. Qin Mian, who had been trailing Bottas by less than a second, initiated his attack. He effortlessly overtook Bottas in the DRS zone on the lengthy straight between T16 and T17 of the 4th lap. Although Bottas attempted to defend against Qin Mian, he was not particularly skilled in the defensive aspect. During his time with Mercedes, his offensive and defensive capabilities were not remarkable, and now, in an Alfa, he was confronted by Qin Mian, a driver exceptional in both offense and defense. Naturally, he resembled a powerless child, easily handled by Qin Mian. After surpassing Bottas, Qin Mian ascended to 5th place. Upon witnessing this, the commentators from 5-Star Sports expressed their joy, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. Given Qin Mian's current standing and the competitiveness of Mercedes this season, it seemed likely that he would only be able to finish 5th at best, with a high probability of concluding the race in that position. Feige uttered this thought without much preamble. The other two commentators paused momentarily, and then, as if struck by a revelation, began to concur. Indeed, the competitiveness of the Mercedes this season appeared lacking, and they too felt that Qin Mian would likely finish in that position. Despite their reluctance to accept it, it seemed that Qin Mian's race was effectively over. At this moment, even Qin Mian himself shared this sentiment, believing that the 4 drivers ahead would not afford him any opportunities for a comeback. In the 6th lap, Hamilton also overtook Bottas, reclaiming his starting position of 6th. Meanwhile, just 1 lap later, Zhou Guanyu passed Yuki Tsunoda to move into 12th place, indicating that the Alfa Romeo was indeed performing well on this track. Zhou Guanyu appeared poised to potentially score points in this race. Observing Zhou Guanyu's pace, Bingu could not help but laugh joyfully, as long as the Alfa Romeo team refrained from causing any further issues for Zhou Guanyu. His current speed suggested he could finish at least in the top 8. In merely 6 laps, Zhou Guanyu ascended from the 15th to the 12th position, demonstrating a commendable pace that delighted the commentators. To be precise, during the initial 3 laps of the race, DRS was not available. Thus, while overtaking was not entirely impossible, it proved quite challenging. Zhou's ability to surpass 3 competitors within this time frame is indicative of remarkable speed. One might speculate that Qin Mian could achieve a similar feat, however. Scarcely 3 minutes after the commentators made their observations, Zhou's position began to plummet on the left side of the track's leaderboard, rapidly descending from 12th to the last position within half a lap. The 3 commentators from 5-Star Sports were left astounded. By the time the broadcast shifted back to Zhou, he had returned to the pit area, where the staff of the Alfa Romeo team lifted his car and maneuvered it back into the garage. It was evident that Zhou was set to retire from the race. It seems that Zhou has encountered a streak of misfortune. During the Q1 phase of qualifying, a promising flying lap was thwarted by traffic in the penultimate corner. Just as he was gaining momentum in the race, a mechanical failure struck his vehicle. Even Qin Mian was taken aback upon learning of Zhou's retirement during the team radio communication. Could it be that his luck is truly that poor? On the 9th lap's main straight, Verstappen overtook Leclerc and swiftly distanced himself from the DRS zone. It is astounding to witness the Red Bull's top speed surpassing that of Ferrari on this track, while Ferrari demonstrated superior performance in the corners. The design philosophies of these two teams appear to have been completely inverted. Meanwhile, Qin Mian, now in 5th place, found himself gradually trailing Perez by over 7 seconds. Hamilton, closely following him at a 2-second interval, had the pace to challenge Qin Mian, but opted against an aggressive maneuver. He understood that even if he attempted to overtake, the likelihood of success was minimal, potentially resulting in a mutually detrimental outcome. Given that Qin Mian had managed to defend against Perez for an extended period despite a performance deficit, Hamilton surmised that any offensive action against Qin Mian would likely be futile and might even invite pressure from the pursuing Bottas. Thus, Hamilton ultimately chose a more comfortable approach, maintaining his position behind Qin Mian. On the other hand, Leclerc encountered yet another mishap. In the 12th lap at turn 17, having pursued Verstappen at a constant 16-second deficit, Leclerc misjudged his braking point. When he rejoined the track, the time gap to Verstappen had ballooned to 26 seconds. A minor error resulted in a significant 1-second loss in time. While Leclerc is undoubtedly considered one of the prodigious talents in the realm of racing, his consistency pales in comparison to that of his friend, Qin Mian. He frequently commits unforced errors, particularly when pursuing drivers ahead, having made such mistakes twice this season alone, both while chasing Verstappen. Conversely, Leclerc exhibits commendable stability when defending against drivers behind him, seldom faltering in such scenarios. It can only be said that Leclerc's temperament leans towards the impatient. At this juncture in the race, Qin Mian and Hamilton, both representing the Mercedes team, have scarcely garnered any broadcast attention as the two world champions commence their own cruising on the track. In the 22nd lap, Qin Mian begins to close in on Perez, gaining on him at a rate of 3 seconds per lap. It is evident that the tires of the leading group ahead are rapidly deteriorating, while Qin Mian skillfully maintains his tires in optimal condition. However, many observers have noted this shift, dismissing it as inconsequential. The time advantage amassed by Perez and his compatriots in the earlier laps is substantial, and once they activate their pit window in the 26th lap, Qin Mian's tire advantage will swiftly diminish. What troubles Qin Mian the most is that Ferrari called Leclerc into the pits on the 25th lap to switch to hard tires. Upon exiting, Leclerc found himself positioned 34 seconds ahead of Qin Mian. At this moment, Qin Mian had no intention of easing up on Leclerc, seizing the opportunity to attack while Leclerc's tires were still warming up. However, it soon became evident that Ferrari's car was exceptionally strong this season. Despite Qin Mian's sudden acceleration, the closest he could get to Leclerc was a mere 13 seconds, after which he could only watch helplessly as Leclerc, with his tires now warmed up, gradually pulled away. Of course, Qin Mian's timing for his pit stop was later than most anticipated. By the 28th lap, his set of medium tires was still performing within standard parameters, even proving to be 2 seconds per lap faster than Perez, who had already made a pit stop. Nevertheless, Red Bull was not overly concerned, knowing that Qin Mian would have to pit eventually. They allowed him to pursue, confident that even if he passed Perez, he would fall behind once he made his stop. However, by the 35th lap, Qin Mian's pace had slightly diminished, with his pursuit speed dropping from 2 seconds per lap to 1 second. Yet, this rate of pursuit still astonished many, considering Qin Mian had already run 35 laps on his current set of tires. Horner and Marco were left scratching their heads, questioning what Pirelli had done. Did they somehow mix Michelin into Qin Mian's tires? How was he still able to maintain such performance? By the time the 35th lap concluded, the gap between Qin Mian and Perez had increased from 2 seconds to 11 seconds, bringing him tantalizingly close to entering Perez's DRS zone. Certainly, at this moment, Red Bull remained remarkably composed. According to the regulations of Formula One, one must inevitably make a pit stop, regardless of how exceptional one's tire preservation abilities may be. After entering the pits, the time gap between you and Perez would inevitably widen. Even on Qin Miao's team, Frankie expressed his concerns, inquiring, "Qin Miao, how are the tires holding up? Should we consider a pit stop?" Upon hearing Frankie's words, Qin Miao emerged from his state of seamless synchrony with the car. Unbeknownst to the team members, Qin Miao had just entered a harmonious state of man and machine. As he cruised effortlessly, he felt no pressure and allowed his instincts to guide him through the race, momentarily lost in thought. It was only after Frankie's interjection that he regained his focus, suddenly realizing that Perez had appeared before him without his notice. Oh, the tire condition is quite good. How's my lap time?" Frankie glanced at the timing, noting that Qin Miao's pace had only lagged by 0 for seconds compared to the beginning of the race. It's decent. Still 2 seconds per lap faster than if you were to pit for hard tires at this moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Miao abruptly inquired, "How many laps can I run on the soft tires at full throttle?" 10 laps. Then let's plan to pit with 10 laps remaining in the race. Alright. This exchange of technical radio communication was somewhat lengthy, and although the broadcasting team responsible for the race wished to air this segment, they ultimately refrained. However, the crew responsible for the transmission exhibited expressions of astonishment and surprise upon hearing Qin Miao's remarks. Yet, a turning point soon arrived. By lap 36, Qin Miao received an update. Rain is expected in approximately 8 minutes. Qin Miao paused. "Should I accelerate my pace?" "No need. Maintain the current status. We have a chance to overtake Perez ahead, and I believe we can afford to wait a bit longer for a safety car." Understood. Although Qin Miao did not anticipate the likelihood of a safety car or virtual safety car appearing given the current track conditions, he found himself with little else to occupy his time, did he not? Despite having caught up to the DRS zone behind Perez, the straight-line speed of Qin Miao's car could not quite match that of Red Bull. The ability to close in on Perez depended largely on cornering speed. Thus, recognizing that he posed no immediate threat to Perez, he gradually re-entered his state of harmony with the vehicle. Observing this scene, the higher-ups at Red Bull could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, this time, the broadcasting team seized the opportunity to air the initial exchange between Qin Miao and Frankie. After translation, the elder commentators, Bing Gu and Fei Gu, were left bewildered, questioning, After so long on track, do Qin Miao's tires still have grip?" Yet, Qin Miao did not wait for rain, nor did he wait for the pit window. Instead, he encountered a yellow flag on the track. In lap 41, a collision incident occurred. In a recent defensive maneuver, Gasly's car sustained damage following a collision with Alonso, severely affecting its speed, likely due to a loose tire. As Gasly was overtaken by Norris from behind, an inadvertent collision occurred between the two. Norris's right rear wheel collided with Gasly's left front wheel, resulting in a catastrophic blowout for Norris's tire, leaving only the bare rim attached to the car. With a tire missing, Norris's vehicle was rendered immobile. However, a stroke of fortune placed his car conveniently at the entrance of the pit lane for swift assistance. Simultaneously, the safety car was deployed, much to Qin Mian's unexpected advantage. Nevertheless, the Red Bull team recognized the potential threat posed by Qin Mian's entry into the pit, prompting them to call Perez in as well. Just as Red Bull felt a slight sense of relief from having mitigated Qin Mian's offensive strategy, they soon sensed something amiss. What is Qin Mian's most notable strength on the track? His tire conservation ability. With only 15 laps remaining in the race, and knowing that Qin Mian had begun the race on medium tires, it was a straightforward conclusion. Would Qin Mian opt for soft or hard tires during this pit stop? This was unequivocally a question with an obvious answer. He would certainly choose soft tires, as hard tires would not only lack speed, but also be wasteful. Given Qin Mian's exceptional tire preservation skills, the soft tires would easily last him for the remaining 15 laps. Indeed, upon entering the pit, the Mercedes team equipped Qin Mian with a fresh set of soft tires. As other drivers struggled with tire degradation, Qin Mian maintained his pace, establishing an impressive gap of over 11 seconds from Hamilton. Furthermore, with the safety car's intervention, Qin Mian emerged from the pit still ahead of Hamilton. Following his pit stop, Perez found himself 2 seconds ahead of Qin Mian, thanks to Red Bull's tire change being 1 second faster than Mercedes's. It is perplexing why Mercedes's tire change speed has diminished significantly this season, with average pit stop times soaring from 27 seconds to 32 seconds. Unable to pinpoint the cause, the team could only attribute the delay to the increased tire dimensions. On the other hand, Perez had switched to a set of used medium tires, ones that had been utilized during practice sessions without any thought of conserving them. Thus, as he glanced through his rearview mirror and spotted Qin Mian closing in, Perez found himself genuinely sweating. After all, Qin Mian was on a brand new set of soft tires. Meanwhile, in another stroke of good fortune for Qin Mian, Ferrari had not summoned either of their drivers back to the pits. In other words, if the traffic on the track is compressed, Qin Mian could effortlessly overtake Perez in front of him, thereby significantly enhancing his chances of securing a podium finish in this race. The commentators from 5-Star Sports, witnessing the current state of the race, were filled with anticipation. Qin Mian. The opportunity has arrived for Qin Mian. Initially, I thought Qin Mian's chances in this race had waned, but unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. Let us hope he seizes this opportunity. Notably, the debris on the track was more abundant than anticipated, particularly after Norris's car skidded a considerable distance post-collision. The Miami Grand Prix circuit resembles a street track, with few entry points and surrounded by barriers. The cleanup process was both cumbersome and time-consuming. Consequently, the safety car was deployed from lap 41 to lap 47. Upon seeing this, Qin Mian couldn't help but smile. He recalled that his team had informed him that the current set of tires on his car was sufficient for a full throttle push for approximately 10 laps. And now? There were precisely 10 laps remaining in the race, and his tires required no warming. After just 6 laps, they had already reached the optimal operating temperature. Simultaneously, Qin Mian unhesitatingly unleashed his skills against Perez ahead of him. A closer look revealed that Perez's pressure gauge had soared to 60, a clear indication of his mounting tension. How could he remain composed? Right behind him was a prodigious driver, unparalleled in both offensive and defensive capabilities. At that moment, Perez recalled the memory of being fiercely defended by Qin Mian for 15 laps. Thus, he understood that in this race, he must not allow Qin Mian to overtake him. He was acutely aware that once overtaken, reclaiming his position would be nearly impossible. This realization was the root of Perez's elevated stress levels. Let us see what you are capable of. During the final warm-up phase before the race resumed, Toto, who typically refrained from communicating with drivers during the race, took the rare opportunity to address Qin Mian in the team radio. Coincidentally, everyone at Mercedes was eager to witness Qin Mian deliver a stunning performance on the track. So, keep your eyes peeled and don't blink, Qin Mian confidently replied with a smile. This exchange was subsequently broadcasted. The moment had arrived for Qin Mian to shine. Despite the absolute disparity in car performance between him and Perez, we all believed in Qin Mian, the only F1 world champion from our nation. Now, it was a matter of whether he could deliver an exhilarating performance on the track. Soon, the cars approached T17. Verstappen, who had been leading since overtaking Leclerc, accelerated sharply, while Qin Mian and Perez had just reached the apex of T17. As Qin Mian prepared to increase the pressure on Perez, aiming for a higher value, he noticed a fleeting moment of wheel spin from Perez's rear tires as he accelerated out of the corner. Following this brief slip, the pressure on Perez's car, which had been at 60, surged to 70. Qin Mian quickly realized that Perez had made an error while accelerating out of the turn, applying too much throttle and causing the rear wheels to lose grip. After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Mian felt a surge of exhilaration. Having unleashed his skills upon Perez, he anticipated some forced mistakes from his competitor on the track, though he had not expected such an error to occur so soon into the race's restart. With the race only just resumed, Perez had already faltered. Consequently, throughout the T18 and T19 corners, Qin Mian closely shadowed Perez's vehicle as they emerged onto the long straight. Qin Mian was eager to press the accelerator to the point of nearly colliding with Perez's rear diffuser, fully activating his car's ERS. Meanwhile, Perez's pressure levels escalated, reaching 74 as they transitioned from T19 onto the straight. Although this straight was not particularly lengthy, Qin Mian exploited his tire's superior exit speed and the slipstream gained from half of the straight to dive into Perez's inside line. Catching a glimpse of the Mercedes in his right rearview mirror, Perez experienced a fleeting moment of relief from his previously intense anxiety. However, this was short-lived, as a sense of helplessness and exhaustion soon overcame him. After 11 years of racing in F1, while not the most elite driver, he had established himself as a perennial figure in the paddock. Yet, observing his teammate Verstappen alongside Mercedes' Qin Mian and Ferrari's Leclerc, Perez profoundly recognized the stark disparities in talent among drivers. At times, it felt as if the gap was greater than that between man and dog. As Qin Mian seized the inside line from Perez, the latter attempted to squeeze him towards the dirty side of the track. However, this season, Qin Mian was not contending for the championship. He was the one with nothing to lose. Although he was indeed pushed towards the right edge of the track, he refused to yield. Subsequently, he executed a late braking maneuver on the inside line at T1, skillfully and precisely blocking Perez's optimal exit route. As they exited T1 amidst the thunderous cheers from the crowd, Qin Mian successfully overtook Perez. "Nice!" echoed through the Mercedes garage, a chorus of celebration filling the air. After the team's competitive edge had waned, Toto Wolff, who had rarely been featured in broadcasts, found himself once again in the spotlight. Clenching his right fist with fervor, he exclaimed, "Nice!" As the camera zooms out to a wide angle, one can observe the team members within the convoy exuberantly celebrating Qin Mian's remarkable overtaking maneuver. However, the broadcasting team of the American Grand Prix is known for stirring the pot. Following the reactions from the Mercedes team, the camera abruptly shifts its focus to Christian Horner, seated at the Red Bull team's command post. At this moment, Horner's expression reveals little anger. Rather, it portrays a serene demeanor. Yet, the frame captures Dr. Marco, clad in a white shirt, sitting beside Horner, his white hair noticeably agitated, clearly dissatisfied with Perez's rare misstep. Qin Mian. He has succeeded. He capitalized on Perez's infrequent error. Due to a 5-minute delay in the broadcast from 5-Star Sports, the commentators only grasped the unfolding situation 5 minutes after it occurred. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their excitement as they leapt from their seats upon witnessing Qin Mian surpassing Perez. They had lost count of how many times they had felt compelled to rise from their seats in exhilaration while watching Qin Mian race. But they were certain it would not be the last. Chapter End 379. Miami concludes. Although the commentators from 5-Star Sports were elated to witness the current spectacle, they were also acutely aware that after overtaking Perez, Qin Mian would likely be preoccupied with defending his position against Perez for the ensuing 10 laps. While they held hopes for a commendable performance from Qin Mian, their imagination had reached its limits regarding any offensive maneuvers against Ferrari. Such thoughts were entirely beyond their contemplation. Then, on the long straightaway of lap 47, amidst the astonished gazes of the 3-Star Sports commentators, Qin Mian found himself in the DRS zone trailing signs. What? With the soft tires, Qin Mian was astonishingly faster than Sainz? At this juncture, Qin Mian could not employ his skills, as they had already entered cool-down after overtaking Perez. Yet, he sensed that Sainz was also perspiring profusely. Sainz had opted not to pit for new tires during the safety car period, and thus, the hard tires on his car could not compete with the grip of Qin Mian's fresh soft tires. After a lap, Sainz realized that Qin Mian seemed to be faster than him. For Sainz, the sole piece of good news was that the DRS had not been activated. He still had the opportunity to leverage his car's performance to create distance from Qin Mian during this interval. Conversely, Qin Mian understood that overtaking Sainz would be a formidable challenge. Attempting to engage Sainz at this moment would likely result in a battle that would allow Verstappen and Leclerc to extend their lead. Although Qin Mian did not believe he could further ascend after surpassing Sainz, he still wished to entertain a glimmer of hope for himself. Qin Mian may often appear carefree in daily life, frequently forgetting to bring essential items, only recalling them when reminded by Xiaoming. However, on the racetrack, Qin Mian tends to think strategically about the long game. What if the time spent surpassing Sainz is not as extensive as anticipated? Might this advantage afford him an opportunity to challenge Leclerc? Thus, Qin Mian has been relentlessly pressuring Sainz of late, yet he has yet to make a genuine offensive move, allowing Sainz to maintain a respectable pace alongside his teammate, Leclerc. As the 49th lap approached T3, Qin Mian finally received the notification that DRS was activated. The hunt was on. A slight smirk appeared on Qin Mian's lips, but unlike the vibrant smile, his eyes were filled with a fierce determination. Exiting T16 on the 49th lap, Sainz pushed hard out of the corner, activating his car's ERS as he entered the straight, striving to prevent Qin Mian from closing in. However, the disparity in tire performance was staggering. Sainz had reached the limits of his tires. Even a mere millimeter more on the throttle could send his rear wheels skidding. At that moment, Sainz was nearly at the point of abandoning his car, yet Qin Mian was firmly glued to Sainz's rear, just 0.8 seconds behind as they crossed the DRS detection point. Upon entering the DRS zone, Qin Mian naturally activated his own DRS. Nonetheless, despite the aerodynamic advantage of Sainz's slipstream and his own DRS activation, Qin Mian found no opportunity to overtake Sainz in this instance. However, as he approached the breaking point of T17, the time gap between him and Sainz had diminished to 0.2 seconds. This was a critical moment for Qin Mian to seize the opportunity to launch an attack on Sainz ahead. The broadcast team recognized the significance of this moment. Nothing else mattered. The audience was eager to witness whether Qin Mian could wrest the podium position from Sainz. Nevertheless, Sainz proved to be a formidable competitor. Although Qin Mian closely shadowed him through T17 and T18, Sainz made no errors. Qin Mian remained composed. His soft tires provided a distinct advantage in the corners. And with 5 laps remaining in the race, he had ample opportunities ahead. Approaching the monitoring point of the long DRS zone on the 50th lap, the time gap between Qin Mian and Sainz had shrunk to a mere 0.6 seconds. As they exited the corner, Sainz began to feel the pressure. In his attempts to shake off the relentless Qin Mian, Sainz had effectively depleted his car's energy reserves. Yet, it was clear from the time difference that Sainz's efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, Qin Mian maintained a strategy of waiting patiently, steadily closing the gap between them, primarily relying on the superior cornering speed of his soft tires, hardly utilizing his car's energy at all. Upon exiting the straight, Qin Mian's ERS battery retained a charge of 90, while Sainz was left with a mere 10. With full power unleashed after the turn, Qin Mian activated the maximum output mode of his ERS, resulting in an immediate surge of 20 additional horsepower compared to normal conditions. Despite Sainz's attempts to defend against Qin Mian's aggressive maneuver with intricate tactics, including an inside line takeover, the speed of Qin Mian on his soft tires proved insurmountable. Coupled with the advantages of ERS and DRS, Sainz's efforts were rendered futile as Qin Mian executed an overtaking maneuver on the outside, relying solely on his velocity. However, such speed came at a cost. Qin Mian reached a staggering velocity of approximately 335 km per hour, causing his car to experience severe porpoising, which even tested the physical endurance of the robust Qin Mian. Ultimately, he succeeded in surpassing Sainz, elevating his position to 3rd place, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, securing a podium finish. In the Mercedes team's paddock, the atmosphere was jubilant, as if they themselves had clinched the championship. Meanwhile, Ferrari, who had previously mocked the perceived frailty of Red Bull, found their laughter stifled. They could hardly fathom that after Qin Mian had overtaken Perez, he still had the energy to surpass Sainz. Some within the Ferrari team began to speculate whether the outcome would have been different had Qin Mian remained with them this season, pondering if those he had bested might have included Verstappen. Binotto, seated at the Ferrari pit wall, shook his head, redirecting his focus to Leclerc's telemetry data. As Sainz endeavored to reclaim his podium position, it became clear that the condition of his tires would not permit such a feat even if he possessed sufficient tire life. The probability of reclaiming his position against Qin Mian's steadfast defense was slim. In fact, by the 52nd lap, Qin Mian had distanced Sainz enough to leave him outside the DRS zone. What truly astonished the spectators was not just Qin Mian's overtaking of Sainz, but his relentless pursuit of Leclerc, closing the gap at a rate of 0.3 of a second per lap. Regrettably, while Qin Mian was entangled in his battle with Sainz, Leclerc had managed to pull away by more than 3 seconds. With only 5 laps remaining, it was evident that the proximity between Qin Mian and Leclerc, coupled with the limited number of laps left, precluded any further advancement. Achieving a rise from 7th to 3rd was the pinnacle of Qin Mian's performance in this race. Nevertheless, few would contest that Qin Mian's drive was anything short of exceptional. Ultimately, the race concluded amidst a complex mix of emotions for both Red Bull and Ferrari, who finished first and second, respectively. After fiercely dispatching the second driver of the two rival teams, Qin Mian secured a commendable 3rd place, crossing the finish line amidst the jubilant laughter and cheers of the Mercedes team's staff. P3. Well done, Qin Mian. It was a thoroughly exhilarating race, a testament to his fortuitous prowess. At that moment, Frankie, within the TR team, extended his congratulations to Qin Mian, even mimicking a phrase Qin Mian had exchanged with Reyes earlier, albeit with a somewhat peculiar accent. As Qin Mian's performance with Mercedes continued to improve, he began to notice the gradual infusion of his own country's culture into the team. Many staff members greeted him with a simple hello, although their accents often sounded a bit odd. Simultaneously, the team's chef had started to prepare an increasing variety of Chinese dishes, though for some reason, the chef's hair seemed to be thinning more than when Qin Mian first met him. It certainly wasn't due to the domestic culinary terms like moderate or light that could have caused such thinning. Furthermore, the team's cafeteria had also incorporated chopsticks into their dining utensils. Returning to the main topic, after crossing the finish line, Qin Mian exhaled deeply. Strangely, the sense of accomplishment from this 3rd-place finish felt almost as fulfilling as winning a race last season. On the sidelines, aside from Red Bull, the happiest individuals were surprisingly the staff of Mercedes. Their elation was understandable, as the competitiveness of Mercedes cars this season had been lacking. Securing a podium was indeed a fortunate convergence of timing, circumstances, and teamwork. Such unexpected joy was bound to evoke a profound sense of happiness. Once he parked the car in the post-race interview area, situated alongside the Red Bull and Ferrari vehicles, it evoked a sense of fierce competition among the 3 teams. Upon exiting the car, Qin Mian spread his arms wide with a smile as he approached his team, resulting in a jubilant embrace amongst the crowd. His helmet echoed with the sounds of applause. However, this time, Toto did not come over. Instead, it was Allison. While Qin Mian's podium finish was unexpectedly delightful, the stark contrast to the achievements of the other 2 teams rendered his accomplishment somewhat bittersweet. After all, the Mercedes team had been a frequent visitor to the podium as the reigning champions last season and this season. Securing a spot on the podium relied heavily on the extraordinary tire management skills of the defending champion. While Qin Mian and the team might not be overly concerned, Toto could not afford to lose face. After celebrating with his team, Qin Mian made his way towards the grooming station, removing his helmet along the way. Notably, the post-race weigh-in occurred prior to the awards ceremony, located in the driver's lounge behind the podium. Thus, the area where Qin Mian parked his car was solely designated for post-race interviews. En route, he happened to encounter Leclerc, who greeted the team staff. Upon encountering Qin Mian, Leclerc's countenance bore not only exhaustion but also a lingering apprehension. Fortunately, the abundance of debris on the track allowed for a prolonged cleanup, or else he felt his position would have been precarious. After exchanging a brief embrace with Qin Mian, Leclerc remarked, "You're overthinking it." Given my driving style at that moment, my tires could only endure for about 10 laps before entering a critical phase. leading to various issues and a significant drop in speed. I truly appreciate your way of speaking. 10 laps, and that's all, Leclerc teased Qin Mian. However, he ultimately added, "Nonetheless, congratulations are in order. You executed a splendid race today." Qin Mian nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, and you as well, although your defensive strategy could use some improvement." This comment referred to Leclerc's early pole position, which was soon overtaken by Verstappen on the 9th lap. The jest stemmed from their close relationship. Such banter from an ordinary driver would likely offend Leclerc. "Off I go for an interview." "Ha ha ha," Qin Mian exclaimed, his face merely glistening with sweat, yet radiating vitality, prompting Leclerc to shake his head in bemusement. Qin Mian seemed almost superhuman, exhibiting astounding tire conservation and formidable defensive skills. Yet, on the F1 circuit, the decisive factor remains the performance of the car. Leclerc was left in awe of his friend's exceptional talent. However, if one were to inquire about the quality Leclerc envied most in Qin Mian, it would be the unnoticed physical endurance. Following an intense race, Leclerc's complexion would undoubtedly be waning, and Verstappen ahead would share a similar plight, both still gasping for breath. Yet, Qin Mian appeared as if he had merely broken a light sweat, his demeanor vibrant and breathing remarkably steady. The sweltering temperatures within the car seemed to him akin to a relaxing soak in a hot bath. Observing Qin Mian's retreating figure toward the interview stage, Leclerc shook his head in resignation. After a brief respite and a cordial exchange with Verstappen, the moment for post-race interviews swiftly approached. Being the first to complete his appearance adjustments, Qin Mian was the inaugural interviewee. The interviewer, a black man who appeared to be a singer of sorts, was unfamiliar to Qin Mian. "Qin Mian, welcome to Miami. Are you satisfied with today's results?" Qin Mian nodded. "Thank you. I adore Miami, the sunshine, and the beach. I plan to take some time to stroll along the shore after the race. As for today's performance, the expressions on my team's faces reveal my satisfaction. I could not be more pleased, and I must extend my gratitude to the team for their efforts." "Do you ever feel that the race only truly begins once the safety car departs?" Qin Mian smiled and remarked, "Each lap is of paramount importance to me. It encapsulates the essence of the race and is an indispensable segment of the competition. It is undeniable that my pursuit in this race commenced only after the safety car period concluded, so that assertion holds some truth." To Qin Mian's surprise, after addressing the initial two inquiries, the interview was not yet over, as the interviewer posed an additional question. "I am somewhat curious. How is it that your set of medium tires lasted so long?" This question, albeit a common one, elicited a resigned shrug from Qin Mian, who then jested. "I bribed Pirelli, and they provided me with specially crafted tires." His gestures, expressions, and tone made it abundantly clear to everyone present that he was merely joking, prompting a wave of laughter from the audience, with some even whistling in amusement. The only ones who reacted differently were the Pirelli representatives in their designated area, who winced at Qin Mian's post-race interview, wondering if the FIA might come knocking due to his comment. "We genuinely haven't done anything," they thought, perplexed. Thus concluded Qin Mian's post-race interview. However, as he departed, Leclerc was preparing for his own interview. When he passed by Qin Mian, he leaned in and whispered, "If what you said is true, do share the details of that bribe. I might consider paying the entry fee myself." Qin Mian rolled his eyes in exasperation and chose not to respond. It is worth noting that this race was organized by the Americans themselves. Consequently, the podium for the awards ceremony was not situated above the driver interview area, but rather on the opposite side of the Hard Rock Stadium. As a result, both drivers and team personnel had to traverse the entire stadium to reach the awards area. Since Qin Mian and Leclerc were the first drivers to be interviewed, they boarded the shuttle arranged by the organizers, which took them through the underground passageway directly to the lounge behind the podium. Their journey was seamless, as there were no cameras or crowds to navigate. However, when Verstappen concluded his interview and was set to depart, all the Red Bull team staff also needed to head to the podium, resulting in a traffic jam in the underground passage. While the champion of the race was caught in the congestion, Qin Mian and Leclerc had already settled in the waiting room, sipping water and engaging in conversation. Given the recent conclusion of the race, their discussion revolved around racing topics, tires, fuel, and mistakes made on the track. It was predominantly Leclerc inquiring, with Qin Mian responding, as Leclerc was particularly intrigued by Qin Mian's tire preservation skills. He understood that had Mercedes' car been merely 0.2 of a second faster per lap, he might not have stood a chance for second place in this race. Meanwhile, racing enthusiasts back home began to engage in discussions regarding the event. Someone brazenly cheated. Mysterious Eastern forces have severely interfered with this competition. During the race, certain individuals engaged in opportunistic tactics, though I shall refrain from naming names. The notorious five-star poison indeed lives up to its reputation, having not only caused Zhou Guanyu's downfall, but also propelled Qin Mian onto the podium. Is there a double standard at play? Their affection for Qin Mian is truly overwhelming. After the race, the AlphaTauri team will undoubtedly discover traces of dairy products in the area where Zhou Guanyu encountered his mishap. It is likely that Perez and Sainz, while racing, began to exude dairy from their steering wheels and pedals. To be fair, I too am curious how Qin Miao's set of intermediate tires managed to last so long. Has Pirelli perhaps infused something special into Qin Miao's tire formula? After chatting for a while, a flushed and disheveled Verstappen entered the relaxation area behind the podium. The victorious driver tidied himself up and completed the weighing process before approaching Qin Mian and the others. After shaking hands with Qin Mian and Leclerc, Verstappen curiously inquired how Qin Mian managed to secure third place. I didn't pit before the safety car, after it was deployed. I switched to a brand new set of soft tires, Qin Mian explained. Verstappen nodded in understanding. If it were you, it would indeed be normal for a brand new set of soft tires to endure such a duration without degradation. It was evident that Verstappen held a degree of respect for Qin Miao's driving prowess. After exchanging a few more words with Leclerc, the moment arrived for the post-race awards ceremony. Given that this is America, the post-race interviews are bound to take an unconventional turn. Thus, during the award presentation, the drivers donned uniquely American football helmets, although they could remove them during the trophy presentation and while listening to the national anthem. The person presenting Qin Mian with the third-place trophy was George Silberman, the chairman of the American Gas Association, a balding, elderly gentleman. With great enthusiasm, he asked Qin Mian if he had considered transitioning to IndyCar racing after retiring from F1. Qin Mian, ever courteous, offered polite remarks without providing a definitive answer. The celebrations following the race will not be elaborated upon here. This marks Qin Miao's third-place finish of the season, and it is worth noting that only 5 races have been held thus far. For some reason, as he made his way back, clutching his trophy, champagne, and football helmet, Qin Mian couldn't shake the feeling that he would inevitably be dubbed Qin III by his fans or admirers. Following the conclusion of the race, the drivers' points and rankings are as follows: P1, Verstappen 26, fastest lap; P2, Leclerc 18 P3, Qin Mian 14 P4, Sainz 12 P5, Perez 10 P6, Hamilton 8 P7, Bottas 6 P8, Ocon 4 P9, Alonso 2 P10. Albin won. The overall driver standings are as follows: 1. Leclerc 1032, Verstappen 77.3, Qin Mian 74, Perez 5.45, Sainz 4.46, Hamilton 33.7, Ocon 32.8, Norris 39, Bottas 28.16, Alonso 3. The team standings are as follows: 1. Ferrari 1472, Red Bull 131.3, Mercedes 1034, McLaren 385, Alpine 356, Alfa Romeo 34.7, Haas 16.8, AlphaTauri 13.9, Aston Martin 5 in the final stages of this race. Aside from Qin Mian, the most surprising performance came from Albin. Driving a Williams, Albin remarkably secured points. It appears that with the advent of ground effect regulations, the speed disparities between teams have significantly diminished. The FIA's modifications to the rules have indeed proven effective. In the driver's standings, Qin Mian has been displaced by Verstappen, now occupying third position. Nonetheless, Qin Mian is aware that this was an eventuality, and upon witnessing his drop in rank, he maintained a sense of calm. Currently, turmoil persists within the team, leaving Qin Mian uncertain about the potential for salvaging this season's car. However, he recognizes that reaching the highest podium this season seems unlikely, relegating him to a position of merely observing from the periphery. Thus, Qin Mian adopts a spectator's perspective, watching the fierce championship battle unfold between Leclerc and Verstappen. This sensation is rather peculiar, a novel experience that Qin Mian has yet to encounter. Regarding the team standings, due to Albin's performance, every team has now accumulated points as the 5th race of the season commenced, varying in quantity. Following the Miami Grand Prix, just 2 weeks later, Alonso and Sainz will compete in their home race, the Spanish Grand Prix. Consequently, Qin Mian and his team are not under significant time pressure. However, unlike Hamilton, who engaged in numerous post-race commitments, Qin Mian utilized this rare interval to spend 2 days exploring Miami with Xiaomeng. This illustrates that Qin Mian is indeed a man of his word. He mentioned his intentions during an interview and promptly acted upon them the following day. Nevertheless, Qin Mian remained fully attired, as the Miami Grand Prix had just concluded, and he had been voted the most popular driver by the local audience. Thus, he had yet to become desensitized in the minds of the local populace. Therefore, should he stroll about nonchalantly, he would easily attract recognition. Americans are not as restrained as their European counterparts. Once they recognize Qin Mian, the streets will likely be inundated with a throng of admirers. Despite the discomfort of wearing a disguise for an extended period, Qin Mian has found joy these past few days. On the morning of the 3rd day, he dialed Zhou Guanyu. Hello? Where are you? Miami. Returning? Now. Tonight. Address? I'll send it to you shortly. With that, he ended the call and tucked his phone away. Xiaoyong, who had been engrossed in a book, diverted her attention back to Qin Mian and inquired curiously, Zhou Guanyu, when did your phone conversations become so cryptic? After pondering for a moment, Qin Mian replied, I intended to engage in a proper discussion. But Zhou Guanyu was so reticent that I couldn't be bothered to waste my breath. Xiaoyong shook her head in exasperation. Men are truly childish. They always need to compete. As she spoke, Qin Mian sent his hotel address to Zhou Guanyu, mentally strategizing how he would tease him upon arrival. Indeed, despite Zhou Guanyu's misfortunes during the previous week's race, traffic delays in the qualifiers and mechanical failures in the main event, Qin Mian eagerly anticipated mocking him for his misadventures. After all, that is what friends do, isn't it? In the afternoon, Zhou Guanyu called Qin Mian. Rather than going down to meet him, Qin Mian sent his room number and invited him up. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Guanyu arrived at the hotel room. Xiaoyong greeted him before retreating to her own room with her book. Her departure was not out of concern for disrupting their conversation about work. Rather, she was all too familiar with these two. With approximately 6 hours remaining before Qin Mian's flight, they would inevitably begin playing games, turning the room into a cacophony that would render her attempts to read futile. Thus, it was wiser to distance herself from them now. Looking good. You seem energized. Qin Mian remarked as he tossed a bottle of water to Zhou Guanyu. Don't even mention it. This Grand Prix weekend has been a disaster, and post-race, I have a mountain of social obligations. Zhou Guanyu caught the bottle and flopped onto the sofa. The thought of Zhou Guanyu's plight brought a smile to Qin Mian's face. He acknowledged that this reaction was inappropriate. Yet he could not resist the urge to revel in Zhou Guanyu's misfortunes, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Zhou Guanyu rolled his eyes, wishing he could hurl the bottle of water at Qin Mian's face. By the way, what happened to your car? I saw the broadcast during the race. Your car was performing well in the early stages, so it didn't seem like there were any issues. What else could it be? That wretched Ferrari engine had a coolant leak. At the outset, the team contemplated whether repairs could be made remotely. Thus, despite my awareness of the engine issues, I continued to race on the track. However, as time passed, the team noticed an alarming increase in coolant leakage and a significant rise in engine temperature. Reluctantly, we had no choice but to withdraw from the race. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian sighed in resignation. It was indeed unavoidable. If coolant leakage were to escalate, the engine would be unable to dissipate heat, transforming it into a ticking time bomb, vulnerable to catastrophic failure at any moment. In severe cases, it could even ignite the fuel within the engine, leading to spontaneous combustion. This season, Ferrari's engines had been traded for their longevity. Zhou Guanyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. While the speed is impressive, the stability has reached unprecedented lows. Qin Mian nudged Zhou Guanyu's legs off the sofa and sat down, expressing his frustration. Mercedes has turned the tables this season. Their engine is remarkably stable. After 5 Grand Prix races, my engine's horsepower has only decreased by about 5 units. I estimate it can endure at least 3 more Grand Prix races before requiring a replacement. Zhou Guanyu gazed at him with envy. Is it really that good? What a joke. The engine just 1T pickup speed. After taking a sip of water, Zhou Guanyu abruptly shifted the conversation. Have you heard? Geely has made another move. Oh, Qin Mian responded with surprise, having not paid much attention to Geely since his last meeting with Mr. Wang. What kind of move? I'm not entirely sure. I heard from my agent that Geely has initiated the second round of negotiations with the Aston Martin board, aiming to increase its stake from 17 to 37. Zhou Guanyu explained enthusiastically. But that shouldn't be the case. Doesn't Geely hold shares in Mercedes? You should have received some news by now. How would I know? Qin Mian shrugged. After a moment's pause, he suddenly said, I happen to have Mr. Wang's number. Should I call him to inquire? No, it's currently around 3 in the morning in China. Calling at this hour would be rather disrespectful. Zhou Guanyu quickly interjected. Although Zhou Guanyu was not currently considering a team change, and the performance of the AlphaTauri car was commendable, he was indeed fortunate. His own abilities were quite respectable, sufficient to match the caliber of AlphaTauri. Strictly speaking, Zhou Guanyu was well positioned among the mid-tier drivers. Thus, he need not worry about his seat. Even if AlphaTauri were to release him, he would not have to fret about losing his position as an F1 driver. Nevertheless, Zhou Guanyu welcomed Geely's potential entry into the sport. After all, if Geely did enter, Aston Martin would effectively become a Chinese team, albeit possibly rebranded under a different name, such as Lotus or even directly as Geely F1 team. The entry of Geely is indeed fortuitous for both him and Qin Mian, as even if the majority of teams within the paddock no longer require his services for various reasons, he still possesses an avenue of retreat. However, I recall you mentioning that there are no rumors in the paddock. The fact that such news has emerged from a professional like him suggests its veracity. Zhou Guanyu remarked. If this is indeed true, what do you propose? I believe your contract with Mercedes is set to expire next year, correct? Have you renewed it? Qin Mian shook his head. Not yet, and discussing this now holds little significance. The crucial point is that my current contract has not yet lapsed. I refuse to believe you haven't contemplated this direction. Share your thoughts. Let your brother in on the details, Zhou Guanyu said, crossing his arms and gazing at Qin Mian. After a moment's reflection, Qin Mian chose honesty over concealment, stating, if Geely truly enters the fray, I doubt I would consider them in the initial years before their racing competitiveness matures. You know, with my capabilities, I can contend for the World Championship. There's no need to squander my time with a nascent team, while growing alongside a team, like Norris has, is undoubtedly intriguing. I would prefer to seize the opportunity to secure multiple world championships while I am still young and driven, once I have amassed accolades in my later years. Contributing to Geely by developing their racing cars and nurturing young drivers would be a worthwhile endeavor. Are you implying that you might consider driving for Geely? After all, it's a team comprised of our own. There's a certain comfort in that. I assent there? As he spoke, Qin Mian shifted the conversation. However, I genuinely believe you could join Geely immediately upon their entry. Your current prowess places you at a mid-tier level with a decent competitive edge, albeit with a bit of misfortune. Zhou Guanyu interjected, pointing at Qin Mian. I advise you to tread carefully. Qin Mian shrugged nonchalantly, continuing, in time, Geely could pair you with an experienced driver, akin to how Bottas complements Albin now, creating a balance. By investing several seasons to enhance the team's infrastructure and recruiting talent, there is certainly a possibility of contending for the World Championship. And then you swoop in to claim the accolades? Zhou Guanyu mused. Qin Mian rolled his eyes. Come on. It's not like I'm merely there to bolster the team. Do you comprehend the concept of a championship puzzle? Zhou Guanyu clicked his tongue. Such bad luck. Seriously? Qin Mian retorted. After a leisurely chat, they commenced playing on the PS5, just as Qiu Meng had surmised. After a fierce 2-hour battle, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon when Qin Mian's phone abruptly rang. The call diverted his attention, resulting in his Chun-Li being taken down by Zhou Guanyu's Qin with a series of combos. Damn it. What terrible luck, Qin Mian cursed, disregarding Zhou Guanyu's smug demeanor as he answered the call, clearly agitated. Soon, the voice of Leclerc echoed from the other end. Qin Mian, have you left Miami yet? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mian replied, I have already arrived in the UK. Upon hearing Qin Mian's words, Leclerc was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at the luxurious Maybach prepared for Qin Mian, which he had driven during the Grand Prix weekend, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Stop with the nonsense. I saw your car in the parking lot. You haven't left at all. Qin Mian replied helplessly, I'm not at the hotel. I just called Qiu Meng. Damn it. Qin Mian muttered, reluctantly allowing Leclerc to come up. Once Zhou Guanyu cheerfully went to open the door for Leclerc, he began exclaiming, Qin Mian, I brought you something good. Do you want to take a look? With a sense of resignation, Qin Mian stood up, snatching the bag from Leclerc's hands before he had a chance to unveil its contents, and hurried to the kitchen. Now, Qin Mian truly regretted his earlier decision. Why had he foolishly chosen to cook for them during the new year? Now, Every time there was an opportunity, these rascals would come over to mooch off him. After using the excuse of having no ingredients in the house once, they now arrived with their own supplies, making him feel like their caretaker. Did he not care for his dignity as a world champion? Nevertheless, despite his internal complaints, Qin Mian deftly washed and prepared the vegetables. In less than an hour, he had prepared a lavish dinner. However, since Leclerc and the others were merely there to indulge, Qin Mian did not cater to their tastes, cooking only dishes that Xiao Meng enjoyed, which meant an abundance of chili. Zhou Guanyu was indifferent. He could handle the spice, but Leclerc, upon seeing the spread, could only salivate in trepidation. Qin Mian's cooking was undoubtedly delicious, yet he seemed oblivious to the niceties of hosting. He lacked any sense of hospitality. Conversely, Xiao Meng, upon seeing the array of dishes, anxiously touched her face, aware that she had recently been experiencing some skin troubles, with several breakouts appearing. After enjoying a meal at Qin Mian's, the group gathered for some light-hearted conversation later that evening. Eventually, Leclerc took his leave, needing to stay in the United States for a couple more days, while Qin Mian, accompanied by Zhou Guanyu and Xiao Meng, boarded his private jet back to England. As they embarked on their journey home under the night sky, the trio fell asleep on the plane, and upon arrival, the sun had already risen, sparing them the trouble of adjusting to a time difference. However, upon reaching England, Qin Mian found himself unexpectedly at leisure. When he arrived at the team factory, he discovered that there were hardly any employees present. Most were merely those responsible for equipment maintenance. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Mercedes was currently engaged in simulator inspections, alongside assessments of the racing car design concepts, resulting in a complete halt to the production of components. The team was understandably cautious, fearing that the W13 might veer off course, leading to ineffective parts being produced and wasting their budget cap. Consequently, there was little work for Qin Mian to occupy himself with at the team. Since entering Formula One, Qin Mian has been incessantly busy. But this week, he finds himself with a rare moment of respite. After meeting with Toto for a meal and discussing various racing matters, Qin Mian proceeded to dine at Hamilton's residence. Subsequently, he treated his team of technicians to a meal, successfully completing his efforts in maintaining interpersonal relationships within the team. With social niceties no longer requiring attention and the team devoid of immediate tasks, Qin Mian and Xiao Meng returned to their home in Monaco. Over the next few days, aside from daily training, Qin Mian cherished the opportunity to spend quality time with his wife, exploring numerous new techniques learned from the internet. Additionally, he took Xiao Meng on a 2-day fishing trip at sea, enjoying a delightful and uninterrupted mini-vacation. After this pleasant week, Wednesday arrived. Evidently, during the team's evaluations of the W13, further upgrades were not feasible. However, it is not entirely definitive, as the team introduced a high downforce rear wing specifically prepared for the balanced circuit of Catalonia prior to the season's commencement. Furthermore, an aerodynamic package was designated for circuits predominantly favoring high downforce, such as Monaco and Hungary. The good news is that over the past 2 weeks, the Mercedes team has identified the root cause of the issues within the simulator. This substantiates the existence of problems with the racing simulator, and the team has commenced modifications in response. Nonetheless, the timeline for completion remains uncertain. Meanwhile, the evaluation of the current W13 has encountered challenges to thoroughly comprehend the vehicle. Time on the CFD is essential for analyzing the car's overall aerodynamics, which is a time-consuming process. The team has calculated that, under normal circumstances, once the W13 evaluation report is completed, they may only have a handful of hours of CFD time remaining. How will subsequent upgrades for the season be managed? However, foregoing CFD usage would compromise both efficiency and accuracy in the assessment of the car. In addition to these two evaluation strategies, a third perspective has emerged within the team: to abandon the evaluation entirely for this season and focus on developing the existing W13 along specific lines. For instance, enhancing the car's grip in medium to low-speed corners could yield significant advantages on circuits characterized by such turns, allowing the team to contend for 1 or 2 race victories this season. Alternatively, the team could strengthen the car's top speed on straights by reducing drag and minimizing the downforce induced by the floor, thereby mitigating the phenomenon known as porpoising. Tuning the W13 towards a muscle car configuration may also yield favorable results on select circuits. As the season draws to a close and the team standings stabilize, with minimal fluctuations anticipated, the entire focus will shift towards refining the B-spec car, which has been meticulously developed in the simulator. Currently, internal debates within the team revolve around 3 distinct proposals, with each member articulating compelling arguments in favor of their preferred option. Fortunately, Qin Mian possesses an exceptional ability. Regardless of the car provided by the team, he can extract its utmost performance. His versatility is indeed commendable. Conversely, Hamilton leans towards the third option, often participating in team meetings. His perspective is straightforward. He desires the team to develop the car based on his driving style, steering it in a direction that aligns with his comfort. Although the current vehicle no longer feels as sluggish as it did in earlier races, he still grapples with adapting to this new driving approach, hindering his ability to fully exploit the car's limits. Nonetheless, irrespective of the outcome of the internal discussions, the W13 utilized in the Spanish Grand Prix following the Miami Grand Prix will see no performance enhancements. In fact, its performance may even decline due to engine wear incurred during the Miami race, potentially resulting in a loss of approximately 0.5 seconds per lap. Fortunately, this minor engine degradation is unlikely to significantly impact the race results for either driver. Moreover, the team cannot afford to remain stagnant, as internal conflicts have led to a standstill in the development of the new car. A resolution must be reached promptly. Thus, on Wednesday evening, as Qin Mian settled into a hotel near the Circuit de Catalunya in Spain and commenced his daily physical training, after nearly half a month of deliberation, Brackley finally arrived at a consensus that satisfied the majority. The decision was made to strive for improved standings this season. The team will continue with the design philosophy of the W13 while upgrading the car based on the enhanced simulator. However, resources allocated for these upgrades will be halved, with the remaining resources earmarked for the development of next season's new car. Additionally, prior to the start of this season, the new floor and side pod designs conceived by Allison, which had existed only on paper, were once again brought to the forefront. Regarding the evaluation of expenditures for the new car design, Qin Mian learned that the frequency of communication between the team's engineers and the sailing department had notably increased. Despite the FIA's budget cap, affluent teams invariably find ways to circumvent scrutiny, a practice common among wealthier teams. Notable examples include Ferrari and Alpine's Le Mans racers, as well as the hypercars being developed by Red Bull and Aston Martin. These projects are all products within the FIA budget cap. The sailing department at Mercedes is similarly a product of this dynamic, with many aerodynamic components undergoing simulation and testing in that domain. Moreover, Qin Mian had heard within the team's work group that this department had been working overtime daily for quite some time. However, these matters no longer held significant relevance for Qin Mian. His current focus was solely on preparing for the Spanish Grand Prix. It is worth noting that both Ferrari and Red Bull had introduced new upgrades this week. Red Bull primarily aimed to reduce the weight of their car, while Ferrari focused on enhancing aerodynamic efficiency. Typically, upgrades from Mercedes in the previous race would only be implemented in the current event. Yet the development speed of these two new components exceeded the team's expectations, leading to their early introduction. Nevertheless, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. On Friday, due to his familiarity with the track and the insights gained from the previous race regarding his car, Qin Mian did not participate in the first practice session. The car driven by Qin Mian during this session was piloted by Mercedes reserve driver NYCK de Vries. This aligns with FIA regulations, which stipulate that each team must provide a rookie driver with at least 2 practice opportunities per season. Thus, the team utilized this chance to fulfill that requirement. Consequently, when Qin Mian entered the car for the second practice session, he faced a considerable increase in workload. However, Qin Mian was renowned for his efficiency, and he managed to complete the tasks with relative ease. Although de Vries's primary objective during the test was to familiarize himself with the F1 car and accumulate mileage, he was also a professional driver and contributed significantly to the team's efforts. Soon, Friday concluded, and Saturday arrived, marking the time for qualifying. The Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya was a venue that elicited mixed reviews from teams, as its balanced nature often hindered those with specialized setups or extreme designs. Nevertheless, most drivers praised the track, as it offered a comfortable driving experience once the appropriate setup was established. This week, Pirelli provided the hardest tire compounds, C3 and C1. However, given the high-speed, twisty nature of the Catalonian circuit, even with the hardest tires, it was anticipated that some drivers might opt for a one-stop strategy during the race. with the possibility of 2 or even 3 stops not being out of the question. Thus, Qin Mian strategically reserved 2 sets of fresh soft tires for the race phase during the practice sessions. In Q1, Qin Mian immediately showcased impressive speed, completing a lap with a time of 1:19.999 on his first flying lap. This performance allowed him to easily progress into Q2. Meanwhile, the Alfa Romeo team had learned from the previous race and strategically released Zhou Guanyu 2 minutes ahead of the last flying lap in Q1, allowing him to encounter minimal traffic. As a result, Zhou was able to fully demonstrate his capabilities and also advanced into Q2 with relative ease. Ultimately, the drivers eliminated in Q1 were Vettel, Alonso, Russell, Stroll, and Albon. This season, Williams has been progressing towards the development of muscle cars, resulting in their straight-line acceleration and top speed ranking among the elite. However, at the Circuit de Barcelona, a track that tests the overall performance of a race car, the capabilities of the Williams vehicles failed to shine. Consequently, both Williams drivers were unable to achieve satisfactory results. As we moved into Q2, Qin Mian posted a remarkable lap time of 1:19.400, securing the second position, just behind Verstappen, when the timer halted. Hamilton also effortlessly achieved a time that comfortably allowed him to advance to Q3. The accomplishments of Qin Mian and Hamilton brought a fleeting sense of joy to domestic fans. Despite the struggles of the Mercedes team, their heritage remained intact, ensuring a smooth passage into Q3. However, it was during Q2 that the domestic audience experienced true surprise and excitement, as Zhou Guanyu, with a time of 1:20.336, narrowly outpaced Mick Schumacher by a mere 0.1 seconds, thus qualifying for Q3. Ultimately, the drivers eliminated in Q2 were Mick Schumacher, Norris, Ocon, Tsunoda, and Gasly. In the Q3 stage, Qin Mian had access to fresh soft tires for both practice sessions, allowing him to race with abandon. In this qualifying session, in addition to demonstrating his characteristic stability, Qin Mian showcased his full potential. On his first flying lap in Q3, he clocked an astonishing time of 1:18.995, swiftly ascending to the top of the leaderboard, a full 0.4 seconds faster than Verstappen, who was in second place at the time. This remarkable performance left competitors from the Mercedes team in awe, with Toto himself rubbing his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing Qin Mian's staggering time, questioning the ferocity of their car's performance this season. The commentators at 5-Star Sports were equally perplexed, with Fei Gu exclaiming, "How can Qin Mian's speed be so extraordinary?" Notably, Hamilton's best time was only 1:19.512, meaning Qin Mian was 0.6 seconds faster than his teammate. After a moment of contemplation, Bing Gu proposed a theory. Could it be that the Circuit de Barcelona suits the Mercedes car exceptionally well? Moreover, Qin Mian executed a particularly impressive flying lap. Zhou Hauer nodded in agreement, suggesting that this possibility could not be dismissed, especially since the Mercedes team had not made any upgrades for this race, while Ferrari and Red Bull had both introduced enhancements. The positioning of Qin Mian could solely be attributed to his exceptional performance during that lap. Indeed, the speed of Qin Mian's final lap was a testament to his skill. He navigated many corners while pushing the tires to their absolute limits. In fact, at the exit of nearly every corner, he was just a centimeter or 2 away from exceeding the track boundaries. As Qin Mian completed his lap and prepared to return to the pits, he was struck by the realization that he might never again achieve such a flawless flying lap on the Circuit de Catalunya. Consequently, he decided to conserve one set of fresh soft tires, initially intended for his final flying lap in Q3, understanding that he could not improve upon his already remarkable time. Thus, he opted to complete Q3 on used soft tires. Nevertheless, he finished the qualifying session in a commendable second place, with Leclerc taking the top spot, Hamilton in 6th, and Zhou Guanyu in 9th. Following his triumphant performance, Leclerc exuberantly shouted, "Let's go!" within the team's radio communications. The final standings of the qualifying session were as follows: 1. Leclerc, 2. Qin Mian, 3. Verstappen, 4. Sainz, 5. Perez, 6. Hamilton, 7. Bottas, 8. Magnussen, 9. Zhou Guanyu. This marked Qin Mian's first appearance in the post-qualifying interview area of the season. After stepping out of his vehicle and glancing at the Ferrari and Red Bull beside him, he felt a poignant sense of nostalgia. However, he quickly composed himself, greeted his competitors with a handshake, and celebrated briefly with his team before proceeding to the scales for an interview. The atmosphere of this race lacked the flamboyance of the American Grand Prix, and after following the usual procedures, Qin Mian took his place at the interview podium. The host congratulated him on his impressive result and inquired about his performance, particularly his unusually swift first flying lap. Qin Mian candidly expressed his belief that he might never replicate such an extraordinary lap again, eliciting laughter from the audience both inside and outside the paddock. Beyond that, his pre-race interview consisted mainly of standard formalities. After the interview, Qin Mian returned to his team to attend to some matters, but later in the evening, he chose not to dine at the team's cafeteria. Instead, he joined Zhou Guanyu for a meal. The impetus for this outing stemmed from Zhou Guanyu's conversation with Alonso, who had recommended a local restaurant known for its delectable cuisine, sharing both the name and address with Zhou. Intrigued, Zhou Guanyu was eager to sample the fare, especially considering this was his first visit to Spain. The fact that it was a recommendation from his idol made it all the more compelling. Dining alone felt somewhat desolate, so Zhou Guanyu invited Qin Mian along. This week, Qin Mian found himself in Spain alone, as Qiu Ming had to return to her agency to handle some contractual matters. Several of Qin Mian's endorsement contracts were nearing expiration, necessitating discussions about renewals or potential new agreements. If renewals were not forthcoming, Qiu Ming would need to assist Qin Mian in securing new endorsements. Moreover, Qin Mian felt that this Grand Prix offered him little opportunity to showcase his abilities, and the likelihood of securing a podium finish was rather slim. Consequently, he decided that Qiu Ming would not join him this week. Thus, during their meal, only Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu were present. With no outsiders or distractions, their conversation flowed freely. Strangely, whenever he was with Zhou Guanyu or Leclerc, they could effortlessly delve into a myriad of topics, branching out endlessly from a single point of discussion. In the initial 10 minutes, they exchanged gossip about the paddock, such as who had a new girlfriend. But soon their conversation shifted to the merits of black stockings versus white ones, and eventually meandered to the authenticity of the moon landing. As their dialogue evolved, they began to discuss their respective teams. When the topic of Alfa Romeo arose, Qin Mian expressed his exasperation with the team, noting that his car seemed to encounter issues at nearly every Grand Prix. This prompted Zhou Guanyu to vent his frustrations to Qin Mian. Sipping his cola, Qin Mian calmly remarked, "It's quite normal. All Ferrari-affiliated teams seem to have this flaw. Although they once thrived, they are now in decline. And it's unclear how these issues developed. When I was with Prema, my car frequently had various minor problems, which I grew accustomed to." "Really?" Zhou Guanyu asked in surprise. "Prema's cars could have issues? And you still managed to drive so fast?" Qin Mian shrugged. There weren't any major problems. As F2 cars are standardized, issues typically stem from the team's inadequate maintenance. The problems I faced were often minor, like loose screws, outdated coolant in the radiator, or improperly adjusted pedals. While not fatal, they were persistent nuisances. Fortunately, my skills were strong enough, and my understanding of racing profound enough to overcome these challenges. Zhou Guanyu felt tempted to criticize Qin Mian's self-praise. Yet given Qin Mian's remarkable performance in F2, his words could hardly be deemed boastful. They were merely a reflection of reality. After all, his achievements had been undeniably impressive. "I know you're clearly trying to show off, but faced with your statements, I find myself at a loss for words," Zhou Guanyu admitted helplessly. Qin Mian smiled broadly. "What do you mean? I'm simply being honest. There's nothing boastful about that. It's called transparency." Let us not dwell on that. What I truly hope for is that my team avoids any further mishaps in this race. My starting position is decent today. I'm not expecting to gain more than a position or two in the main race. If I can finish in my current standing, I'll be grateful, he continued. Zhou Guanyu shifted topics to express his own concerns about the upcoming race. Qin Mian, however, wanted to say that the most distinctive trait of Ferrari-affiliated teams was their relentless ability to disappoint. Ferrari embodies a legacy, and so does Alonso, with even Haas, to some extent, reflecting the essence of Ferrari. However, in light of Zhou Guanyu's concerns, Qin Mian could only reassure him. Alonso is not so foolish. A particular type of mistake is unlikely to recur. Relax and focus on your performance. Zhou Guanyu shook his head, hoping for the best. The two swiftly transitioned to other topics, as is customary when dining with friends. Less pretense, more lighthearted banter. After finishing their meal, Zhou Guanyu settled the bill, and they both returned to their respective quarters to rest, as they had races the following day. The day of the main race arrived on Sunday. The paddock was predominantly filled with spectators supporting Alonso and Sainz, with most attendees clad in either Ferrari or Alpine team attire. Given that it was the home ground for both drivers, Qin Mian was not surprised by this. During the pre-race parade, the FIA continued to transport the drivers in the usual trucks. However, while conversing with Leclerc during the parade, Leclerc appeared to be in high spirits. From Leclerc's demeanor, Qin Mian could discern his ample confidence in the circuit. While it would be premature to declare Leclerc the certain victor, Qin Mian believed that Ferrari's upgrades this week had proven effective, particularly suited to the current track and Leclerc's driving style. Otherwise, he would not exude such confidence. Nonetheless, Qin Mian had no regrets about leaving Ferrari. Had he remained there last season, a world championship would have been unattainable. Moreover, Mercedes was undergoing a significant overhaul within their team, suggesting they might soon regain competitiveness. After the pre-race parade concluded, Qin Mian made his final preparations before arriving at the track. For today's race, he would start from the second position. Qin Mian felt he had a chance to maintain his current standing, especially since defending against Verstappen on the Catalonia circuit was not excessively demanding. Provided his opponent's upgraded car performance wasn't formidable enough to easily overtake him on the outer line of the corners. Once all pre-race preparations were complete, Qin Mian donned his gear and entered the car. Due to the bright sunshine, Reyes had placed an umbrella in Qin Mian's cockpit before attending to other matters. Feeling somewhat bored, Qin Mian leaned back against his headrest and closed his eyes for a moment of relaxation. Unbeknownst to him, the live broadcast had just focused on him, leading many viewers to assume he was so bored at the race that he had fallen asleep. The commentators from 5-Star Sports seized the opportunity to jest about Qin Mian's apparent slumber. In this competition, Qin Mian commenced in second place. According to the commentary from the three presenters at 5-Star Sports, the pressure on Qin Mian during this race was relatively light. It certainly did not resemble the earlier races of this season, where he failed to secure a spot on the podium. Indeed, while Qin Mian was in a moment of contemplation, focusing on maintaining his second position, the commentators harbored hopes that he would bring home a trophy. As the track personnel withdrew, the formation lap commenced. Unlike Leclerc ahead and Verstappen behind him, Qin Mian opted for medium tires at the start of the race. Throughout the initial phase, aside from the two Mercedes drivers who also selected medium tires, the remaining competitors chose soft tires. The rationale behind Hamilton's decision to begin on medium tires remains a topic for speculation. However, on a track that necessitates 2 pit stops, Qin Mian's choice indicated a strategy akin to that employed in the previous Miami Grand Prix, where he aimed to complete the race with a single stop. This decision left many drivers, particularly those trailing Qin Mian, feeling somewhat perplexed. Despite their own strategies, they realized that Qin Mian's overall pace during the race would not lag significantly behind theirs. Yet he would benefit from a substantial time advantage of at least 18 seconds by virtue of making one less pit stop. Frustratingly, this tactic seemed to be Qin Mian's exclusive expertise, one that they could not emulate, and even inquiries directed at him yielded no insights. Moreover, the telemetry data released by Qin Mian offered no discernible differences from that of his competitors, leaving engineers and coaches from other teams in a state of bewilderment. As the formation lap concluded, the drivers positioned themselves at the starting grid. Qin Mian, after securing his car, concentrated largely on Verstappen, who was stationed behind him. Fans in the paddock had noted that Qin Mian's average reaction time at the start was the fastest among all participants, averaging around 0.20 seconds from the lights going out to the start. Consequently, he had rarely lost his position in previous starts. However, on this occasion, he felt a rare sense of tension, given that he was on medium tires while Verstappen was on soft. Even with his quick reflexes, he faced a disadvantage at the start. Should he lose his second-place position, Verstappen would undoubtedly exploit the Red Bull's advantages to rapidly extend the time gap between them, making it improbable for Qin Mian to defend against him throughout the race. Thus, Qin Mian found himself increasingly anxious. With the safety car in position and the green flag waving from behind, the race was poised to begin. Qin Mian narrowed his eyes slightly, fixating on the lights above him. All 5 red lights illuminated. The 5 red lights extinguished simultaneously. Qin Mian's reaction speed was astonishing, akin to having a competitive edge. His racing pace momentarily surpassed that of Leclerc and Verstappen. However, due to the drivers' respective positions on the track, this difference was not readily apparent. Despite Qin Mian's faster start compared to Leclerc and Verstappen, the disadvantage of his tires rendered the advantage he gained during the initial phase almost negligible. Nevertheless, By the time they reached turn 1, Qin Mian had not lost his position due to his start. At turn 1, he positioned himself on the inside line, just behind Leclerc. Meanwhile, Verstappen, relying on the performance of his soft tires, braked late, attempting to overtake Qin Mian on the outside of turn 1. He was well aware of Qin Mian's formidable defensive skills and tire conservation ability. Following him closely for the remainder of the race would likely lead to a challenging experience for him. Although Verstappen was not one to shy away from a challenge, it was often best to avoid unnecessary risks. However, Qin Mian's defense was characterized by its tenacity. Moreover, without the burden of a championship title this season. Even as Verstappen's front wheels edged alongside Qin Mian's left side entering turn 2, he remained resolute. The line for turn 2 is mine, Qin Mian thought. He anticipated that Verstappen would ease off and fall back to wait for another opportunity. Yet, glancing in his rearview mirror before entering turn 2, he saw Verstappen stubbornly lingering at his side, refusing to yield. Perhaps it had been too long since Qin Mian had defended against Verstappen, allowing him to forget the intensity of Qin Mian's defensive maneuvers. As they approached turn 2, Qin Mian decisively closed the door, forcing Verstappen off the track. Although it appeared that Verstappen was at a disadvantage, he steadfastly continued toward Qin Mian, ultimately being pushed onto the outer track. Fortunately, the outer track was not gravel or grass but concrete, allowing Verstappen to maintain control of his car. Even after being forced off, he managed to re-enter the track in front of Qin Mian, utilizing a shorter exit distance. Qin Mian was left bewildered as Verstappen appeared ahead of him. Is this how you play it? Are you truly unafraid of being penalized by the FIA? Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, Verstappen had already sent a telegram within the Team TR, acknowledging his culpability, yet asserting that such a driving style was excessively dangerous and evidently deliberate. Upon seeing Verstappen ahead, Qin Mian felt a surge of anxiety. What if Verstappen continued to employ this tactic? If he got away with it, the worst consequence would be a 5-second penalty. Yet, it seemed impossible for Qin Mian to close that 5-second gap, leaving him frustrated at the thought of benefiting Leclerc. Despite maintaining a cordial relationship with Leclerc off the track, Qin Mian recognized that their camaraderie would not influence his standings during the race. However, he was more than willing to assist his friend on the circuit. Yet, the prospect of denying Verstappen a passage could potentially allow Qin Mian to secure a substantial advantage throughout the race. Just as he found himself in a quandary, even beginning to feel a twinge of regret, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the track. After the start, Hamilton exhibited commendable pace. Yet he was hindered by the cars ahead, failing to regain a position. In his tussle with Sainz, Hamilton lost further rhythm, ultimately falling prey to an attack from Magnussen as they exited the corner. This encounter transpired at a corner Hamilton was well acquainted with, T4 of the Catalonia circuit, where Hamilton's left rear tire collided with Magnussen's right rear tire on the outside line. The impact resulted in Hamilton suffering a puncture, damaging his left rear tire. Meanwhile, Magnussen, positioned on the outside and already at the grip limit, was jolted by the collision, causing his car to leap off the ground and veer into the gravel runoff. Hamilton's familiarity with this corner stems from a notable incident in the 2016 Spanish Grand Prix, where both Mercedes drivers, having made a solid start, engaged in a fierce battle at the T4 braking point, ultimately colliding and crashing out of the race. The location was familiar, albeit with different participants. How could Hamilton not recognize it? Fortunately, Magnussen, propelled directly into the gravel, managed to navigate his car out, thanks to the rear wheels providing sufficient momentum even in a state of inertia. Conversely, following the collision with Magnussen, Hamilton's speed plummeted significantly. When the camera shifted focus, it was evident that Hamilton's left rear tire had succumbed to a puncture, its rubber completely deflated and limply hanging around the rim, pathetically flapping as the wheel turned. It was unmistakable that Hamilton would need to pit for a fresh set of tires. As they approached the main straight on the first lap, Verstappen relinquished his position back to Qin Mian, while Hamilton and Magnussen found themselves at the rear of the pack. With the absence of two competitors ahead, Zhou Guanyu, who had started 9th, ascended to 7th place, right behind his teammate Bottas. Behind Qin Mian, Verstappen and the Red Bull team had a straightforward strategy in mind. Although shedding Qin Mian eased the pressure on both the team and Verstappen himself, they had to consider the presence of Leclerc ahead. Making the 5-second penalty incurred to shake off Qin Mian seemed rather unwise. Regardless of other factors, Leclerc aims to remain within a 5-second proximity of Verstappen, a task that is not particularly daunting for him and Ferrari. After careful consideration, and with the championship in mind, Red Bull and Verstappen ultimately decided to relinquish their position to Qin Mian. After all, if overtaking Qin Mian on the track proves challenging, there are always team strategies and pit stops to consider. Moreover, yielding position at this juncture incurs minimal speed loss for Verstappen himself. Until the DRS activation, Qin Mian felt relatively unpressured from the pursuing Verstappen. Although this season has seen easier following, Verstappen's tactics are predictable. Should Qin Mian display even a slight vulnerability at T4 or T10, Verstappen would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack. Yet, facing Verstappen's advances, Qin Mian consistently leveraged his lead to either push him off the track or compel him to decelerate. Consequently, upon reaching the long straight after the start, Verstappen lacked sufficient distance to launch an assault on Qin Mian, and even prior to the DRS activation, Qin Mian had not resorted to defensive maneuvers on the inside line. However, due to the ongoing battle between Qin Mian and Verstappen on the track, by the third lap, once DRS was activated, the time gap between Leclerc and the duo of Qin Mian and Verstappen had extended to 4 seconds. In contrast, the time difference between Sainz and Verstappen remained consistently under 1 second. Observing the proximity between Verstappen and Sainz, Qin Mian had never wished for Sainz to display more aggression and attempt an overtaking maneuver against Verstappen as fervently as he did at that moment. Defending against Sainz would certainly be less daunting than fending off Verstappen, wouldn't it? If Sainz could muster the courage to attack, Qin Mian could easily utilize the DRS to secure a spot on the podium. Why was he being so foolish? Once DRS was activated, Verstappen prepared to exploit the advantage of his soft tires to initiate an offensive against Qin Mian. Naturally, Qin Mian had conserved ample battery power in the preceding laps, bracing himself for the challenge. In the fourth lap, Verstappen demonstrated newfound caution, despite Qin Mian's noticeable misjudgment at the braking point in T10. He refrained from attempting to cut inside, fully aware that such a maneuver would result in being forced off the track by Qin Mian. He understood Qin Mian all too well. Therefore, he maintained his rhythm, adhered to the conventional racing line, and even lifted off the throttle slightly. After an extended battle on the track, Verstappen now recognized that overtaking Qin Mian would necessitate relying on the car's sheer speed to overpower him on the straight. Engaging in intricate tactical maneuvers in the corners was futile. Few could outmaneuver Qin Mian under the physiological limits of racing. Thus, Verstappen resolved to follow Qin Mian closely, biding his time until exiting T16 to accelerate. However, Qin Mian would not afford Verstappen such a comfortable opportunity to utilize DRS. As they approached T14 and T15 following T13, Verstappen found himself a mere 0.2 seconds behind Qin Mian. The proximity rendered their racing machines seemingly interconnected in the broadcast footage. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Qin Mian entered T14, miscalculating his braking point. This anomaly prompted Verstappen, instinctively, to attempt an inside overtaking maneuver. Emerging from behind Qin Mian's car, Verstappen confronted T14 and had the opportunity to execute a late braking tactic, forcefully cutting inside and potentially pushing Qin Mian off the track, mirroring the pressure Qin Mian had applied to himself in the cornering phase. Yet, in the face of this rare opportunity, Verstappen hesitated. He had been the most frequently outmaneuvered driver in the paddock by Qin Mian. Even Perez had not faced such a degree of strategic manipulation. Given Perez's comparatively lesser prowess, Qin Mian could exert much less pressure when defending against him. Observing this uncharacteristic blunder from Qin Mian, Verstappen harbored doubts that it might be a feigned vulnerability. Thus, instead of forcefully attempting to dive into the inside line, he opted to brake upon drawing alongside Qin Mian, avoiding risk. He rationalized that soon DRS would be at his disposal, making the overtaking of Qin Mian merely a question of time. Though the narrative seems extensive, the moment from Verstappen's attempt to overtake to his decision to brake transpired in an instant. At the precise moment Verstappen engaged the brakes, Qin Mian unexpectedly pressed the accelerator, positioning himself appropriately before beginning to decelerate for the turn. This sudden burst of acceleration allowed Qin Mian, initially in a precarious position, to surpass Verstappen, who found himself directly behind him as they entered the corner. Ordinarily, Verstappen would have reacted to such a sudden shift, but having just engaged his brakes, his thought process was dominated by considerations of how to exit the turn and closely follow Qin Mian. The notion that Qin Mian would suddenly accelerate had not crossed his mind. Consequently, Qin Mian's entry into the turn was approximately 0.2 seconds faster than Verstappen's. By the time Verstappen realized the development, it was too late. The initial 0.2 second gap between them had unexpectedly widened to 0.5 seconds due to this abrupt braking and acceleration. This was not the conclusion of the matter. Exiting T14 and T15, Verstappen appeared somewhat anxious, overcompensating on the throttle as he exited T15, resulting in a brief slip of the rear wheels. Consequently, the time difference between Qin Mian and Verstappen, from the exit of the turn to the DRS detection point, expanded to a maximum of 0.6 seconds. However, due to this slip, Verstappen crossed the DRS detection point a full second after Qin Mian had already passed it. In this lap, Qin Mian managed to maintain his position with relative ease. In truth, the braking maneuver was intentional on his part. However, he had two primary thoughts at that moment. On one hand, he intended to allow Verstappen to pass before the DRS detection point, planning to regain his position in the DRS zone using his ERS. On the other hand, he considered the possibility of Verstappen attempting to force his way on the inside, in which case he would leverage his line advantage to push him off the track. This third option, however, was something Qin Mian had not anticipated. Yet, having observed Verstappen closely, he reacted swiftly, realizing that Verstappen had also braked early, prompting him to accelerate again. One could say that due to Verstappen's premature braking, Qin Mian's arsenal had expanded by yet another tactic. Meanwhile, Verstappen, feeling a bit frustrated, watched Qin Mian's rear and with a mix of annoyance and disbelief, having fallen into a trap he had not expected. Just as Verstappen began to feel a bit overwhelmed, the voice of his track engineer, GP, broke through his thoughts. Max, remain calm. Our lap speed is faster than Qin Mian's. Overtaking him is merely a matter of time. Stay behind him, and after T16, it will be quite straightforward to surpass him in the DRS zone on the main straight. The engineer's words served to temper Verstappen's agitation. After taking a few deep breaths, he replied, "Understood." He then simply trailed behind Qin Mian, allowing his car's battery to recharge without applying any further pressure. On Qin Mian's side, he was prepared for any challenge, only to suddenly notice that Verstappen had settled down. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mian discerned Verstappen's intentions. Smirking to himself, "If you're not going to push, how can I comfortably defend against you?" In the fifth lap, Qin Mian deliberately reduced his lap speed by 0.2 of a second. With this slower pace, the time gap between him and Leclerc widened further. Observing this, Verstappen felt no urgency. After all, he believed that having many deaths was not a cause for concern. By the fourth lap, the time difference between Qin Mian and Leclerc had grown to 5 seconds, a gap that would not be easily bridged in a short time. Thus, Verstappen focused all his attention on overcoming the obstacle that was Qin Mian. As for the seemingly unattainable Ferrari ahead, despite not being one to rely on luck, Verstappen found himself willing to trust in fortune today. After all, it was Ferrari. One should never underestimate their ability to perform under pressure. When it came to disappointing fans, Ferrari never failed to deliver. End of chapter 383. Saturday go go go, Sunday no no no. Setting aside Leclerc ahead, Qin Mian had managed to vex Verstappen thoroughly. Unable to overtake and painfully slow, Verstappen was truly gnashing his teeth in frustration at Qin Mian. However, Verstappen is also receptive to advice. At this moment, he patiently charged his car, awaiting an opportunity. Yet, with only 70 battery capacity, Sainz, who was trailing him, was closing in on a distance that would allow him to challenge Verstappen due to Qin Mian's further constriction of Verstappen's speed. This situation caused Verstappen's mind to become somewhat overloaded by Qin Mian's defensive maneuvers. During the initial phase when Qin Mian suppressed Verstappen, he meticulously controlled his speed to a point where just a slight decrease would enable Verstappen to break free from his defense and overtake him. Yet, it was precisely this marginal distance that Verstappen could not exploit because of Qin Mian's various defensive actions. Whether it was late braking or taking the outside line, he was merely a fraction short. After hearing the team's directive not to attack Qin Mian, there was an opportunity for Verstappen to overtake Qin Mian on the outside of the corner, relying on the superior performance of his car. However, at this moment, Verstappen's mind was clouded by Qin Mian's defenses, coupled with his fervent desire for victory and the increasing distance of Leclerc ahead, alongside the team's reminders. His mind was flooded with an array of information, rendering him oblivious to this critical insight. After all, the environment within an F1 car can hardly be described as comfortable. It is akin to a hellish ordeal. The lateral G-forces exceeding 4 G-press from all directions. And a heavy brake application requires at least 50 kilograms of force from the left foot to engage the brake. Additionally, the average temperature within the cockpit exceeds 50 degrees Celsius. It is akin to simultaneously enduring a sauna, riding a roller coaster, and lifting weights. A normal person would struggle to endure such conditions for even 5 minutes. Yet F1 drivers must compete for over an hour in this environment while maintaining clarity of mind to navigate various challenges. Considering what Verstappen has accomplished thus far, it is unreasonable to demand more from him. As Sainz began to make his move against Verstappen, the pressure on Qin Mian naturally lessened. Moreover, with Verstappen's speed further diminished, Sainz surprisingly found himself evenly matched with Verstappen. However, at the exit of T4, Sainz, who could have posed a threat to Verstappen's position, made a mistake and veered off the track. The silver lining was that Sainz exited the track directly into the buffer zone, allowing his car's inertia to carry him back onto the racing surface. Unfortunately, by the time Sainz returned to the track, he had dropped to the 11th position. Sainz's excursion off the track was a considerable setback for Ferrari, the local Spanish fans, and Qin Mian alike. Observing the cloud of dust in his rearview mirror and the Ferrari racing into the gravel, Qin Mian's lips twitched in frustration. What use is he if this is the pressure he could impose on Verstappen? How could he himself end up off the track? However, once Sainz veered off the track, the two drivers from the Alfa Romeo team were undoubtedly the happiest. Bottas and Zhou Guanyu, having done nothing at all, found themselves fortuitously elevated to 5th and 6th positions, respectively. Before the season commenced, Alfa Romeo could hardly have dreamt of reaching such heights. On the other hand, Qin Mian found himself in a predicament. With Sainz no longer a factor, the pressure returned. Verstappen, exhibiting his cunning, remained unperturbed by any of Qin Mian's attempts to create openings. Even in the shorter DRS zone between T9 and T10, Verstappen patiently lingered behind Qin Mian, waiting for the DRS opportunity without making any aggressive moves. It wasn't until the 9th lap on the main straight that Verstappen truly initiated his assault on Qin Mian. By this time, Verstappen's soft tires had already begun to wear significantly, and his lap times were nearly on par with Qin Mian's medium tires. Yet, the stark disparity in car performance and the advantage of DRS was glaringly evident. Qin Mian did attempt to resist, employing tactics such as weaving or positioning his car to disrupt Verstappen's airflow. However, these efforts proved futile. Ultimately, Qin Mian conceded, maintaining his line and allowing Verstappen to pass on the inside. Thus, after 9 laps of defending against Verstappen from his second-place start, Qin Mian reluctantly yielded. Nevertheless, the Spanish fans in attendance applauded Qin Mian for his valiant defense during those laps. It was a display that epitomized the essence of Formula One racing, a fierce battle on the track. After being overtaken, Qin Mian felt a sense of resignation but not regret. It was an undeniable truth that his car's performance could not rival Verstappen's, and failing to outpace him was entirely understandable. Triumphing over Verstappen would have been a true cause for celebration. Subsequently, Verstappen swiftly extended his lead over Qin Mian, while Perez behind began to close the gap. However, upon realizing that Perez was the one trailing him, Qin Mian felt little pressure. Compared to the relentless Verstappen, defending against Perez was considerably easier. With Perez having raced in F1 for quite some time now, his driving habits had become well established. Qin Mian could easily discern Perez's driving style by reviewing recent race footage and onboard videos. Consequently, he regarded Perez with a sense of nonchalance. However, as the race progressed to lap 11, when Perez closed in on Qin Mian's slipstream, he prepared to mount an attack. Just then, Verstappen, who had recently overtaken Qin Mian, suddenly skidded off the track at T4. It is evident that Verstappen's departure from the track mirrored that of Sainz, as both experienced a sudden loss of traction in the rear tires while entering the corner, propelling their cars forward. Initially, when Sainz veered off the track, many attributed it to his lack of driving finesse, believing such a situation would invariably lead to trouble. However, when Verstappen subsequently found himself in a similar predicament, it served to illustrate to the spectators that the issue stemmed not from the driver's skills, but rather from the winds affecting their control over the vehicles. Upon returning from the runoff area to the track, Verstappen found himself directly behind Zhou Guanyu, occupying the 6th position. In an unexpected twist, Qin Mian inexplicably re-emerged in second place, while Leclerc retained his lead. At this juncture, with 11 laps completed, the lap times of drivers on soft tires had fallen behind that of Qin Mian, the sole competitor utilizing medium tires throughout the race. Consequently, many teams opted to call their drivers into the pits. However, these developments bore no relevance to Qin Mian, who now focused on maintaining a strategic distance from Perez, contemplating whether he could effectively position Perez to obstruct Bottas, thereby creating a DRS train behind him to stymie Verstappen's advances. As fortune would have it, Qin Mian, who had initially harbored little expectation of finishing second, began to devise new strategies. Meanwhile, Perez observed as Qin Mian's pace began to wane, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. In contrast, Bottas, trailing signs, felt a sense of comfort as the gap between the two vehicles diminished. Given the prowess of the Alfa Romeo, securing a favorable position within a DRS train could prove advantageous for him. At this moment, Zhou Guanyu found himself 2 seconds behind Bottas. Despite Qin Mian's defensive maneuvers against Verstappen, Zhou fell victim to an overtake before he could reach the DRS zone behind Bottas. He yearned to assist Qin Mian, yet his own capabilities and those of his car simply did not permit him to intervene effectively. Thus, upon surpassing Zhou Guanyu, Verstappen ascended to 5th place. However, as Verstappen approached Bottas, witnessing a Mercedes, a Red Bull, and an Alfa Romeo ahead within the DRS zone, a sense of dread washed over him. How had this DRS train reformed? Qin Mian, is it never-ending? The most vexing aspect for Verstappen was that had Perez been in front of him, he could have requested his teammate to yield the position. Alas, the driver ahead was Bottas, with Perez positioned further up the track. Consequently, Verstappen realized that his intention to surpass Qin Mian on the track through conventional driving methods was no longer feasible. He would have to rely on an undercut strategy. At that moment, drivers from other teams also opted to pit during the first window. However, Qin Mian's DRS train did not maintain its position on the track for long. On the 14th lap, Verstappen chose to pit for new tires, emerging 24 seconds behind Qin Mian. Prior to Verstappen's pit stop, the team had already observed Red Bull's actions and promptly inquired about Qin Mian's stance. Verstappen may pit for tires. Would you like to follow his pace? It was evident from the race that Qin Mian was deliberately targeting Verstappen. Nevertheless, upon receiving the team's inquiry, Qin Mian promptly declined. His strategy against Verstappen was not aimed at clinching the race victory, but merely at snatching second place from him. With Verstappen faltering, there was no need for Qin Mian to cling desperately to the competition. After all, if he could not match Verstappen's raw racing prowess, he could at least rely on his own skills to defend against him. However, if it came down to team and car performance, Qin Mian knew he would not gain any advantage. Aside from Verstappen, Zhou Guanyu pitted on the 14th lap, followed by Bottas on the 15th. Subsequently, Qin Mian navigated the track on his medium tires, trailing Leclerc. At this point, Qin Mian's tire durability surpassed that of Leclerc's soft tires, allowing him to close the gap at a rate of 0.4 of a second per lap. Yet, as previously mentioned, Leclerc's early advantage was substantial. Unless he struggled to maintain his pace until the 25th lap, Qin Mian's chances of overtaking him were exceedingly slim. Qin Mian's steady pace persisted for quite some time. Even after Leclerc pitted, Qin Mian continued his rhythm, maintaining a commendable speed that did not significantly lag behind those who switched to medium tires. Despite Verstappen and Leclerc now pursuing him at a rate of 0.9 of a second per lap, Qin Mian still held a minimum gap of 17 seconds due to his earlier pit strategy. Considering his defensive capabilities and the likelihood of other drivers making 2 or even 3 pit stops, Qin Mian's position remained quite competitive. By the 27th lap, Leclerc had closed the distance to just 7 seconds behind Qin Mian. Although Qin Mian was leading at that moment, it seemed merely a matter of time before Leclerc overtook him. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Since the race commenced, Leclerc had been performing admirably, but suddenly his speed diminished, allowing Verstappen, who was trailing closely behind, to overtake him. As the live broadcast camera focused on Leclerc, the team's radio communications revealed his voice, tinged with helplessness and despair, exclaiming, "No, no, no. What happened? No power." Subsequently, spectators could clearly observe the dramatic decline in the speed of Leclerc's car, ultimately resulting in him leisurely returning to the pit area, where he promptly retired from the race. One could hardly deny the reputation of Ferrari in such moments. Although Verstappen understood that mocking Leclerc's misfortune was inappropriate, he could not suppress a smirk as he overtook Leclerc on his left. Even the frustration of being blocked by Qin Mian moments earlier dissipated completely. Did Qin Miao's assistance in creating a time advantage of over 10 seconds prove beneficial? Not in the slightest. It was merely an illusion. At that moment, Leclerc held a mere 26-point lead over Verstappen in the standings. If Verstappen secured victory and also achieved the fastest lap in this race, he could equal Leclerc's points in the overall driver standings. Consequently, Verstappen was particularly elated. Meanwhile, Qin Mian gazed at the DNF message that had popped up on his steering wheel, feeling a mix of emotions. On one hand, he was delighted that the second place he had fiercely competed for was now easily within his grasp following Leclerc's retirement. On the other hand, it was rather absurd that Ferrari consistently faltered at such critical junctures. Yet, on a brighter note, at least Leclerc would no longer have to endure the sweltering heat of over 50 degrees on the track like the rest of them. However, it seemed that those close to Qin Mian were plagued by misfortune. Just 2 laps after Leclerc's retirement, Zhou Guanyu discovered problems with his engine. Fuel was no longer being delivered. After discussions and inquiries over the team radio, it was confirmed that a mechanical failure had occurred in Zhou's car, leading him to reluctantly retire from the race. This marked Zhou's second consecutive race ending prematurely, and he had been in 6th place when he withdrew. Given the speed and stability Zhou had demonstrated in this race, he was quite likely to have finished in 6th position. Upon learning through the team radio of Zhou's retirement, Qin Mian was left with a multitude of questions. What did this mean? Was Zhou truly so unfortunate as to retire in 2 consecutive races? One might jest that Zhou and Leclerc, both products of Ferrari's youth program, were bad luck buddies, retiring in pairs. However, this sentiment was merely a light-hearted quip. While Qin Mian could take the opportunity to tease Zhou about his luck after one race, it was a different matter entirely when faced with 2 retirements in a row, neither due to personal error, but rather the team's shortcomings. At this moment, Qin Mian felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhou Guanyu. The fellow was indeed quite unfortunate. While he harbored considerable empathy for Leclerc and Zhou, Qin Mian understood that their predicaments had no bearing on his present situation. They had retired from the race, clocking out early, yet he still had to strive diligently for a podium finish. As the race approached the 33rd lap, Qin Mian maintained a steady pace. In fact, it was already time for his pit stop. The team calculated that calling him in at this juncture would allow him to complete the subsequent 33 laps on 2 sets of soft tires without any issues, especially considering Qin Mian's prowess, enabling him to push at full throttle throughout the remaining laps. However, after consulting with the team, Qin Mian opted to remain on the track, expressing his belief that he could afford to wait a little longer. He continued to hold out until only 20 laps remained, reaching lap 46. At this point, Pirelli was left in a sweat, as Qin Mian's lap times were merely 0.9 seconds slower than at the race's outset, a pace that was entirely acceptable. At this moment, he found himself with only Verstappen trailing behind, with no other cars in sight. Verstappen, in turn, respected Qin Mian's position and had no intention of overtaking him. He settled into a rhythm just 2 seconds behind, content to cruise at Qin Mian's pace. After all, Qin Mian had yet to pit for new tires, and eventually, he would have to. Once he did, Verstappen would be free to advance, effectively allowing him to claim an overtaking maneuver. Behind Qin Mian, aside from Verstappen, was Perez, positioned 10 seconds back. Should Qin Mian pit at this moment, he would emerge behind Perez, yet ahead of Bottas. Without much contemplation, Qin Mian signaled to the team, "I am ready to pit." The team promptly began preparing the tires. Without a doubt, they were set to provide him with a fresh set of soft tires, considering Qin Mian's exceptional tire management skills. He could easily complete the remaining 19 laps on a new set without sacrificing speed, as he pushed for one last lap on the track. Although it did not yield the fastest lap of the race, this final lap nonetheless extended his gap over Perez by 3 seconds. While 3 seconds may seem negligible, it was significant given that Qin Mian's tires had already endured 46 laps. Seeing Qin Mian finally head into the pits, Verstappen experienced an unexpected sense of relief. The tormentor had finally departed. However, the circumstances and feelings of individuals can vary greatly. While Verstappen exhaled in mild relief, Perez braced himself for the challenge ahead. Upon witnessing Qin Mian's exit from the pit lane, Perez had hoped that Qin Mian's speed would not match his expectations upon rejoining the race. As soon as Qin Mian completed his first lap, Perez, already drenched in sweat, due to the sweltering heat and immense physical exertion, found himself sweating even more profusely. Qin Miao's lap time was a full 0.9 seconds faster than his own. Though Perez understood that this speed was attributable to the soft tires under normal circumstances, he would not feel overly anxious seeing such a pace, as soft tires do not maintain their performance for long on the track. However, the individual trailing behind him was none other than Qin Mian, whose tire management skills eclipsed even the most renowned figure's mastery over time. Moreover, this was Qin Miao's outlap, during which his soft tires had yet to reach optimal temperature. Perez had an unsettling intuition that, under normal racing conditions, he might be overtaken by Qin Mian in no time. The broadcast team, recognizing the significance of this rivalry, fixated their cameras on the duel between Qin Mian and Perez, providing viewers with a comparative graphic of their lap speeds. This allowed the audience to witness precisely when Qin Mian would catch up to and surpass Perez. Meanwhile, during the initial phase of the race, Hamilton had quietly slipped to the back, following a collision, and now found himself behind Bottas. Like his teammate Qin Mian, Hamilton had made only one pit stop aside from his initial entry, and he had managed to sustain his performance on a single set of medium tires for over 40 laps. Just 2 laps after Qin Miao's pit stop, which occurred on lap 49, Hamilton opted to change to a set of soft tires, intending to emulate Qin Miao's tire strategy and leverage the advantages of the softer compound to challenge the drivers ahead, particularly Bottas. Emerging from the pits, Hamilton settled into 7th place. It was noteworthy that he had started the race in 6th position, but had plummeted to 19th following an incident at the start. To recover to 7th with only 16 laps remaining was a commendable feat for Hamilton. On the track, Qin Mian required less than 10 laps, merely 8, to catch up to Perez, reaching him by lap 55, with 11 laps left in the race. After tailing Perez for 2 laps and recharging his car's battery slightly, Qin Mian utilized the straight on lap 57 to execute a decisive overtake on Perez, capitalizing on his car's absolute speed advantage. Despite Perez's attempt to defend his position by taking the inside line and forcing Qin Mian to the dirty side of the track, such maneuvers proved futile against Qin Miao's straightforward speed advantage. With the tire-induced velocity now on full display, Qin Miao's successful overtaking of Perez placed him in pursuit of Verstappen. Yet only 9 laps remained in the race, and a 13-second gap separated him from Verstappen. The temporal disparity was rather considerable. Even if Qin Mian exerted himself to the utmost in the subsequent laps, it was inconceivable for him to overtake Verstappen. Consequently, after surpassing Perez, Qin Mian's pace gradually diminished. With 9 laps remaining in the race, he had previously overexerted his tires, and although they did not reach a critical failure point, their performance began to decline significantly in the latter stages. Thus, Qin Mian aimed to conserve his tires, ensuring a buffer against any potential advances from Perez. In the latter part of the race, Qin Mian's position remained unchanged. Perez, trailing behind him, seemed to lack the motivation to mount an offensive, as if the defensive prowess of Qin Mian had stifled his ambition. Even as Qin Mian's speed waned, Perez displayed no intention of challenging him. At one moment, Perez even pondered whether Qin Mian was deliberately slowing down out of boredom, seeking to engage in a playful contest. Meanwhile, Sainz, who was positioned behind Perez, could not withstand Hamilton's assault on soft tires, ultimately succumbing to Hamilton's overtaking maneuver on lap 61, which elevated Hamilton to 4th place. However, Hamilton could not maintain this position for long. By lap 64, the Mercedes team regretfully conveyed through team radio that Hamilton needed to temper his engine output. Apologies, Lewis, but the engine temperature is excessively high. Please refrain from full power to prevent potential engine failure. If necessary, you may relinquish your position to Sainz. This notification was not exclusive to Hamilton. Qin Mian received the same advisory. Yet, even without the team's communication, Qin Mian had already sensed through his instincts that the engine temperature was elevated. The track temperature was alarmingly high, pushing the internal temperature within the car's cockpit close to 60 degrees Celsius. Typically, Mercedes engines operated at around 130 degrees, which was already approximately 20 degrees higher than the average working temperature of other teams' engines. Under normal circumstances, given the durability of the Mercedes engine, a 20-degree increase would not significantly impair its performance. However, the extreme track temperature and the relatively small air intake of Mercedes cars this season made such an outcome inevitable. Nevertheless, this issue had minimal impact on Qin Mian, as he maintained a comfortable gap from Perez. Thus, as the race progressed towards its conclusion, even though Perez noticed Qin Mian's reduced speed, he realized that only 2 laps remained in the race. Ultimately, Qin Mian effortlessly defended against Perez's advances, crossing the finish line in second place. To everyone's surprise, the fastest lap of the race was not set by Verstappen, but rather by Perez. Meanwhile, although Hamilton was regrettably unable to ascend to the final podium due to overheating issues with his car's engine, his performance in this race was nothing short of remarkable. From the 19th position, he surged to 4th place, surpassing his starting position by 2 spots. Despite ultimately finishing in 5th, one cannot overlook the brilliance of Hamilton's display during the race. Consequently, it came as no surprise that he earned the accolade of the most popular driver among the spectators today. Qin Mian, starting in 2nd, finished in the same position. Many bewildered viewers mistakenly assumed that Mercedes had regained its competitive edge, yet the team was well aware that the apparent resurgence was entirely attributable to Qin Mian's individual prowess. Thus, while the team rejoiced at Qin Mian's commendable result, they recognized the weight of the ongoing challenges ahead. After securing a spot in the post-race podium area, Qin Mian stepped out of his car to celebrate briefly with his crew. Those watching the broadcast could clearly observe the distinct sweat stains on the back of his black racing suit. Despite Qin Mian's exceptional fitness, the sweat he produced on this demanding track revealed just how grueling the conditions were. Furthermore, aside from the high temperatures of the track, the elevated operating temperatures of the Mercedes W13 engine compared to those of other teams contributed to the increased cabin heat experienced by both Qin Mian and Hamilton. However, those concerns were now in the past. The hard-fought race had culminated in a moment of triumph. It is noteworthy that the post-race interviews for the 3 drivers exhibited starkly contrasting demeanors. One could easily discern Verstappen's elation following his victory, while Qin Mian maintained a calm composure after securing 2nd place, displaying no excessive excitement or disappointment. His responses were rather formulaic, as if he considered the accomplishment a trivial feat nevertheless. Given his status as the reigning champion, such a demeanor was to be expected. Conversely, when Perez took his turn for an interview, it became apparent from his expression that he was not entirely satisfied with the result of the race. After all, on the track, Perez had been outperformed by Qin Mian, whose car's performance was ostensibly inferior. However, this was merely a personal disappointment for Perez. Within Red Bull, no one questioned his performance, as it was entirely reasonable that he could not best Qin Mian, who had kept Verstappen at bay for so long. The chapter concludes here. In the aftermath of the race, the interview and awards ceremony will not be elaborated upon extensively. Qin Mian stood alone on the podium during the awards, with little interaction from the 2 Red Bull drivers. After all, it was only recently that Qin Mian had exhibited a rather unpleasant demeanor on the racetrack. Last season, Qin Mian's antagonism towards the Red Bull drivers could be justified, as he was in a fierce battle for the World Championship. However, this season, his conduct on the circuit has genuinely left the Red Bull team perplexed. Among them, the most bewildered is Verstappen. This season, Qin Mian's speed is merely about 0.5 seconds per lap slower than Perez. Given this marginal difference, it is understandable that Qin Mian would defend against Perez, as he could, in a sense, dominate Perez during the race without much pressure. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Verstappen is firmly convinced of Qin Mian's ability to fend off Perez. Moreover, when comparing speeds, Qin Mian's lap time is nearly a second slower than his own, prompting him to wonder why, with such subpar performance from their car this season, they would still engage in a rivalry on the track. To speak frankly, they are not even true competitors anymore. While I do not dispute your defensive skills, I am confident I will find a way to surpass you, and once I do, there will be nothing to hinder my progress. Your actions seem to be a fruitless endeavor, detrimental to both parties. Yet, Verstappen could not have anticipated that Qin Mian's defense against him during the race was largely motivated by his own boredom on the track. It is well known that when one is bored, they may engage in the most outrageous behaviors. Just look at the peculiarities that arise in Florida, often stemming from the antics of the bored locals. After the post-race photo session concluded, Qin Mian gathered his belongings and stepped off the podium. Upon returning to the team's headquarters, he was naturally surrounded by his teammates who began to praise him, as his performance in this race had been truly commendable. It can be said that Qin Mian single-handedly elevated the W13 to heights that were not originally hers, hence the collective joy among the team. Toto, in particular, gave Qin Mian a hearty pat on the shoulder and publicly expressed, "Qin Mian, I have rejoiced countless times at having signed you. Yet, each time I think you have reached your limit, you surpass my expectations, affirming the correctness of my decision." Toto's smile remained unwavering as he spoke these words. Qin Mian, ever humble, replied, "Toto, such words are too kind. I was somewhat lost at that time, unsure of what lay ahead. I am the one who should feel fortunate for this opportunity. Without the platform provided by Mercedes, how could I have fully realized my potential?" The team had grown accustomed to Qin Mian's consistent humility over time, having spent so long together. However, his unique approach to hospitality and dealings, in contrast to many in Europe and America, had endeared him to the team, earning him significant goodwill. At least when the team staff privately mentioned Qin Mian, everyone raises their thumbs and remarks, "Qin Mian is not only a gifted driver, but also an incredibly pleasant person, humble and composed." In summary, although the Mercedes team did not clinch the championship in today's race, they still held a celebration comparable to that of winning a Grand Prix. Thus, the Spanish Grand Prix of the 2022 season comes to a close. The standings and scoring during the race are as follows. P1, Verstappen 25 P2, Qin Mian 18 P3, Perez 15, fastest lap, P4, Sainz 12 P5, Hamilton 10 P6, Bottas 8 P7, Ocon 6 P8, Norris 4 P9, Alonso 2 P10. Tsunoda 1. It is evident that Perez exerted every effort to keep up with Qin Mian, even achieving the fastest lap in pursuit. Nevertheless, Qin Mian still finished ahead of Perez in this race. Notably, upon returning to the team's debriefing room, Perez expected Dr. Marco to critique his performance. However, to his surprise, the Red Bull post-race meeting did not address the matter at all. In truth, Red Bull recognizes that Perez's third-place finish was not a reflection of his personal capabilities, but rather a consequence of the formidable competition. Consequently, they found little reason to reproach Perez, especially when faced with an opponent who could dominate Verstappen despite a performance gap exceeding 1 second per lap. The Drivers' Championship standings are as follows. 1. Leclerc 1032, Verstappen 1023, Qin Mian 88-4, Perez 695, Sainz 566, Hamilton 43-7, Ocon 38-8, Bottas 36-9, Norris 34-16. Vettel for the Constructors' Championship standings are as follows. 1. Red Bull 171-2, Ferrari 159-3, Mercedes 131-4, Alpine 435, McLaren 426, Alfa Romeo 42-7, Haas 16-8, AlphaTauri 14-9, Aston Martin 5 in terms of the constructor standings. Due to Leclerc's retirement from the race, Red Bull, with a first and third place finish and an additional fastest lap, amassed 40 points, propelling them past Ferrari to claim the top position in the constructors' rankings. After the race, Qin Mian spent just one night in Spain before flying back to France the following day. For the drivers, this week is rather uncomfortable, as it marks the first back-to-back race week of the 2022 season. However, for Qin Mian and Leclerc, this is not bad news, as the next race will take place in Monaco. Monaco, though modest in size, feels akin to a home turf for the drivers residing there. For Qin Mian, who previously held a rather lukewarm view of the Monaco circuit, the Monte Carlo racetrack has taken on a newfound charm. However, both Qin Mian and Leclerc reside far from the circuit, and due to certain vantage points, the racetrack remains out of sight from Leclerc's residence. Although Qin Mian's home is situated at a higher elevation, its location does not afford a comprehensive view, allowing only a glimpse of the segment near the Monaco harbor. Watching the race from home is not an option. Attendance at the venue is essential. Nevertheless, the opportunity to sleep in his own bed during the Grand Prix week is a rare luxury for an F1 driver perpetually traversing the globe for 23 races a year. Moreover, due to internal team reviews this week, Qin Mian is spared the obligation of visiting the team factory, adding to his comfort. Thus, his spirits are high as he journeys back to Monaco. Upon landing, Qin Mian roused Zhou Guanyu from his slumber, saying, "Wake up, we've arrived." Groggy, Zhou removed his sleep mask and squinted at his surroundings before inquiring, "What time is it?" 9:22, Qin Mian replied, glancing at his phone. Zhou nodded, stretching lazily as he rose from his seat. "You rich folks have it easy. A long flight, and you wake up at your destination." Qin Mian rolled his eyes playfully. "As if you're any poorer than I am." Zhou, invigorated by the banter, retorted, Do I have more money than you? With your private jet and luxury residence in Monaco, what could possibly compare? Qin Mian offered a slight smile. I suppose I'm just not as fortunate as you. Zhou laughed heartily, haha. After sharing a moment of laughter, Qin Mian gestured. All right, let us gather our things. We have a transfer. Zhou nodded and turned to fetch his luggage. Qin Mian exchanged pleasantries with the crew of his flight before disembarking. Once on the ground, the two boarded the airport shuttle to the helicopter landing pad, where they boarded Leclerc's helicopter. Qin Mian had once considered purchasing his own helicopter, but given that Leclerc owned one, he found it more practical to utilize the existing aircraft. This helicopter typically shuttled between the airport and Monaco, and with merely a phone call to the pilot, Qin Mian could arrange for a pickup. Consequently, he decided to temporarily shelve his plans for a personal helicopter, opting instead to use Leclerc's. The fuel expenses would surely not concern Leclerc, given their camaraderie. After the flight took off and landed, Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu emerged from the airport, still carrying their belongings. As they made their way home, they observed that barriers had begun to be erected around the Monaco-Monte Carlo circuit, while vehicles still traversed the roads. Much of the equipment required for the race had already been installed. Even Qin Miao, while passing through the team's paddock area, could already see staff members clad in team uniforms busily attending to their tasks. The two chose not to disturb the crew and opted to return home first. However, on their way, Qin Miao was recognized by fans who had come to Monaco to watch the race and enjoy the sights. Under normal circumstances, even if a passerby recognized him, they would merely gaze from a distance. Today, however, was markedly different. Due to the imminent Monaco Grand Prix, many out-of-town visitors had arrived specifically for the event, and numerous individuals approached Qin Miao for autographs and photographs. Although they were eager to get home, they had no choice. Fans are the foundation of an F1 team and its drivers, and without them, securing sponsorships would be nearly impossible. Moreover, for the sake of their own reputations, both Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu had to pause their journey to engage with the enthusiastic fans. Nevertheless, Qin Miao was more familiar with the crowd, so he guided the fans to an area less frequented by tourists before posing for pictures. This was primarily to prevent a gathering that could attract more onlookers, potentially blocking their path home. Despite their preparations, they were still held up for nearly an hour before finally departing from the fervent admirers. Once free from the throng, Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu exchanged glances on their way home and silently donned their masks. Ah, it is indeed you. The prestige of a world champion is undeniable, as fans recognize you wherever you go. On the journey home, Zhou Guanyu couldn't resist teasing Qin Miao, remarking on how the fans had called out Qin Miao's name before his own. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Miao asked, "What is this? Are you envious?" When he posed the question, he expected Zhou Guanyu to retort defiantly. To his surprise, Zhou Guanyu expressed a hint of melancholy, saying, "Who wouldn't want to be a world champion? Unfortunately, I may never reach that pinnacle." Puzzled, Qin Miao inquired, "Why do you feel that way?" Zhou Guanyu appeared to misinterpret the intent behind Qin Miao's words. "You should have known this before entering F1. Once you're in, it's not merely about a driver's individual talent, but rather the performance of the car provided by the team." Ordinarily, Qin Miao's assertion was unassailable, as it encapsulated the truth of the F1 paddock. However, upon hearing it, Zhou Guanyu's lips twitched slightly. Not considering a driver's personal capabilities? You have no idea how you defended Perez during that race in Spain. He hardly smiled on the podium. While it is undeniable that Qin Miao's words hold weight, prior to entering Formula One, Zhou Guanyu believed that a driver's skill was the primary determinant of their performance on the track. But what is the reality? Qin Miao is indeed formidable. He secured a podium finish in his very first race, even managing to hold off Verstappen during that contest. Although his defense against Verstappen may not have been as pivotal as Hamilton's victory over Verstappen in a previous race, it undeniably laid a solid foundation for Hamilton's triumph. As for Hamilton, his prowess is beyond question. With 7 championship titles, he shares this remarkable distinction in F1 history solely with Michael Schumacher. Yet, amid the extraordinary talents of both Qin Miao and Hamilton, this season they find themselves overshadowed by Ferrari and Red Bull, unable to rise above the fray. Qin Miao's podium finishes this season have been attributed to his exceptional tire management skills. In contrast, Hamilton has not even graced the podium this season. Does this not reflect on individual capability? At the conclusion of this chapter, Zhou Guanyu shook his head. "I understand. But who among those who aspire to be F1 drivers is not filled with ambition? Am I not allowed to harbor dreams? Even if I cannot dream, am I not permitted a moment of reflection? Very well, whatever you say is correct. After some light-hearted banter with Zhou Guanyu, they soon arrived at Qin Miao's doorstep. Having taken a flight that landed at 9, they rushed home via helicopter, engaging in idle chatter along the way and encountering fans who momentarily delayed them. By the time they reached the entrance, it was nearly 11:30. As Qin Miao approached his home, a familiar aroma wafted from within, one he associated with his mother's cooking. Although both his mother and Xiaoming primarily prepared Hunan cuisine, the essence of their dishes bore distinct characteristics. After years of living with them and acquiring culinary skills himself, Qin Miao could effortlessly discern the subtle differences in their cooking aromas. Therefore, upon catching a whiff of a scent reminiscent of his mother's culinary creations, he furrowed his brow in curiosity. Why did this aroma seem akin to those of his mother's dishes? With a mix of confusion and intrigue, he opened the door to his home. The sounds of cooking immediately reached his ears, while Xiaoming sat on the sofa, engaged in conversation with guests. Upon closer inspection, Qin Miao was taken aback to find Leclerc and Norris unexpectedly in his home. Qin Miao? Seeing Qin Miao enter, Leclerc, as if the host of the household, greeted him with a wave. Ah, you're back? Make yourself comfortable. No need to be formal. Nearby, Norris also smiled and greeted both Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu. Good afternoon. Although puzzled by Leclerc's presence, Qin Miao felt a sense of relief at Leclerc's light-hearted demeanor, which suggested that the setback in Turkey had not weighed too heavily on him. The arrival at the home ground invigorated Leclerc, as it presented him with the opportunity to stand upon the highest podium in front of his hometown admirers and secure the championship at the Monaco Grand Prix this season. However, one can only hope that the jinx of his home circuit does not resurface, for if he were to withdraw from the race yet again, it would indeed bring him to tears. Setting aside such concerns, Qin Mian's earlier apprehensions were swiftly alleviated by Xiaoming. The young woman sprang from the sofa and, with a light jog, embraced Qin Mian warmly. In front of Leclerc and the others, she planted a hearty kiss on his cheek and cheerfully declared, "Leclerc and the others knew you were returning for lunch today, so I invited them over to our home. It's perfect, with so many of us gathered." The playful exchange between Xiaoming and Qin Mian elicited eye rolls from Leclerc and his companions, who found their unabashed display of affection rather shameless amidst such company. Qin Mian merely nodded, acknowledging Norris before rolling his eyes at Leclerc, choosing not to engage further. Ignoring Zhou Guanyu, he curiously glanced towards the kitchen, observing his gaze. Xiaoming smiled silently. Zhou Guanyu, well acquainted with Qin Mian's household, adeptly changed into his slippers and proceeded to unpack his belongings. At that moment, Qin Mian reached the kitchen door and, through the transparent glass, caught sight of a familiar figure busily preparing a meal, reminiscent of his childhood upon returning home from school. Mom. Initially taken aback by the sight, Qin Mian quickly recognized the warmth of nostalgia that affirmed it was indeed his mother. Hearing the commotion at the door, she turned and, upon seeing Qin Mian, greeted him with a smile. "You're back? Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." "All right," he replied, before retreating to his room to stow away his things. When he emerged, Xiaoming was already donned in an apron. Upon spotting Qin Mian, she cast a glance towards Leclerc and the others. Their mutual understanding led Qin Mian to grasp her intent immediately. "Just as you returned. You entertain our guests while I assist in the kitchen." Nodding to his wife, Qin Mian made his way to the living room and settled onto the sofa. "When did you arrive?" he inquired. "We got back yesterday and decided to rest today, so we thought we'd come over for a meal," Leclerc replied with a smile. Norris chimed in. "I did the same." Qin Mian, suddenly grinning, asked, "Is the food at my home still delightful?" The three, including Zhou Guanyu, nodded in agreement, as this was an undeniable truth. With a slight smile, Qin Mian continued, "What about our weight?" Instantly, the expressions of the trio stiffened slightly. For F1 drivers, the most formidable adversary often lies in the realm of weight, for even an additional kilogram can translate to a lap time that is approximately 0.7 seconds slower during a race. Moreover, the cuisine served at Qin Mian's home predominantly features Hunan dishes, characterized by their richness in oil and salt. When my mother cooks at home to entertain guests, she tends to pay more attention to their preferences, preparing dishes rich in protein yet mild in flavor. However, Qin Miao truly indulges in whatever brings her comfort, leading to a unique dining experience that is both pleasurable and painful for her friends when they partake in her meals. The food is indeed delicious, but the subsequent physical exertion required to burn off the calories is nearly doubled. At times, the spiciness of the dishes can transform a trip to the restroom into a rather torturous ordeal. Nevertheless, Qin Mian skillfully steers the conversation away from any potential awkwardness. Shifting the topic to the racing circuit. As they are all Formula One drivers, the four of them easily find common ground for discussion, instantly lifting the previously subdued atmosphere. After lunch, Qin Mian drives Leclerc and Norris back, while Zhou Guanyu heads to the hotel booked by the team with his luggage in tow. Given the back-to-back nature of the races, Qin Mian, who typically dedicates time to research and development for the team and engages less in commercial activities, finds himself with 2 days of respite. In contrast, Leclerc and the others, bound by endorsement contracts and team promotions, have considerably less free time. After enjoying a meal and nurturing their friendships, they all return to their respective homes to rest. Once Qin Mian tidied up the kitchen, rinsing the dishes before placing them in the dishwasher, he had nearly completed his post-lunch chores. Upon entering the living room and not seeing his mother, Qin Mian curiously inquired of Xiaoming, who was engrossed in paperwork, "Where's Mom?" "She seems to be in the study," Xiaoming replied. "I'll go take a look." Upon reaching the study, Qin Mian found his mother diligently wiping down the stand of his racing simulator. It had been some time since he and Xiaoming had been home, resulting in a considerable accumulation of dust. Normally, when both Qin Mian and Xiaoming are home, they arrange for a cleaning service to come by every week. However, with Xiaoming busy with matters concerning Qin Mian's management company in the UK and Qin Mian competing in Spain, there had been no time to engage help. "Hey Mom, why are you doing this? We'll call someone to clean later," Qin Mian swiftly intervened. "Well, since I'm idle at home, I might as well tidy up," she replied. Qin Mian raised an eyebrow. Knowing his mother, her claim of idleness likely stemmed from genuine boredom. Rubbing his head, he suggested, "How about I take you to the Louvre? We could also stop by the Eiffel Tower. I don't think I've ever been to those places." To his surprise, his mother rolled her eyes and said, "If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not interested. That wretched place is no better than our county town. The roads are narrow, and there's garbage strewn about everywhere." "Wait, you've been?" Qin Mian asked, puzzled. His mother nodded, casually handing him the cloth. "While you were in Spain racing, Xiaoming took me there." Qin Mian, taken aback, responded, "Why didn't you take me?" His mother rolled her eyes. The gesture remarkably akin to that of Qin Mian. "You ought to consider just how busy you are. By the end of the day, you can scarcely find a moment to answer a phone call. At times, I wonder if allowing you to travel abroad for this so-called F1 competition was indeed a wise decision. On one hand, I worry for your safety. On the other, I see you overwhelmed with your hectic schedule." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Mian rubbed his nose. In truth, if one were to assess the situation strictly, he would rank as the least occupied among all the F1 drivers. His peers, such as Zhou Guanyu, who are bound by endorsement contracts, find little to no respite during back-to-back race days. In contrast, he often manages to carve out 2 days for rest during such times. As for his mother's calls, it was not that he was unwilling to answer. Rather, she tended to call only after a race when he had achieved commendable results. At that moment, Qin Mian was typically engulfed in meetings, enduring a barrage of post-race interviews, attending to FIA obligations, and participating in team gatherings. Indeed, that was one of the busiest periods for him, leaving little room to pick up the phone. He longed to express, "Why don't you call me when I'm not busy?" However, he lacked the courage to voice such sentiments and could only nod in agreement. There was no shame in appeasing his mother. "By the way, how did you come to be here? You didn't even mention it beforehand." His mother, unfazed by the inquiry, replied, "I've resigned from my job back home, and now that I have ample free time, I thought I would come to see you." Despite being somewhat taken aback by her response, Qin Mian felt a wave of happiness. Now that he was financially stable, he could provide for her in her retirement without the need to weigh the pros and cons of every purchase as he once did. After all, isn't earning money for such moments the very purpose? This is wonderful. From now on, you can accompany me, and we shall travel the world. If you see something you desire, you may buy it without hesitation. Our family is prosperous now. There's no need to be frugal. Your son's earning potential is among the best in the paddock." His mother playfully poked his forehead with her finger. "Ouch," he exclaimed. "I'll take care of my own room. I'm off to find my daughter-in-law." With that, she departed, leaving Qin Mian alone in his study, staring blankly at the rag in his hand. Wait a minute, I just came to see what my mother was up to. Why am I being assigned chores? Didn't we agree that someone else would handle this? Why has it fallen to me? After all, I am a world champion, am I not? Just as Qin Miao's thoughts began to swirl, his mother's head popped back into the room, pointing at him. If you don't finish this, you won't be allowed to eat dinner. All right, he conceded. You are the head of the family. Your word is law. Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, after she left, a contented smile graced his mother's face. Despite her son having reached the pinnacle of his profession, basking in the adoration of countless admirers in a dazzling world, he remained, at his core, the same. In the ensuing 2 days, Qin Mian remained largely confined to his home, surrounded by his mother and wife. With such company, he hardly contemplated household chores, oscillating instead between training, leisure, and sleep. When tasked with cleaning, Qin Mian barely labored for 5 minutes before the cleaning personnel, summoned by Qin Mian, arrived. On Wednesday, prior to the commencement of the Monaco Grand Prix, Ferrari publicly disclosed the cause of Leclerc's car troubles during the Spanish Grand Prix. A malfunction of the turbocharger and MGUH led to a loss of power in Leclerc's engine. Upon assessment, it was determined that the issue stemmed not from the design or structural integrity of the car, but rather from the driving and operational processes. Essentially, the team was absolved of fault, with the onus resting upon Leclerc's driving. Furthermore, both components were rendered irreparable, with no possibility of restoration. As engine components, their obsolescence meant that the original restrictions remained unchanged. Moreover, Leclerc had already utilized 2 sets of MGUH components thus far. The first set had competed in 4 races, and the currently damaged set was the second. However, FIA regulations permit only 3 sets of MGUH components per season. Should a 4th set be deployed, a 10-position grid penalty would be incurred at the race's commencement. This predicament left Leclerc with a crucial decision: to either employ the old component, sacrificing some vehicle performance, or to activate a brand new MGUH to ensure stable performance at his home race. Yet, Qin Mian surmised that this choice was effectively a singular option. Given Leclerc's luck at home, if the old MGUH were not replaced, it was likely to fail during the race. However, due to the sensitive nature of team secrets, Qin Mian refrained from inquiring further with Leclerc. In stark contrast to Ferrari's precarious situation regarding engine components, Qin Mian's car had thus far utilized the same engine since the season's inception, with no need for a gearbox change. His teammate, Hamilton, had initiated the use of a second gearbox for this race, while the engine, like Qin Mian's, remained unchanged. Despite the general consensus that Mercedes' car performance this season had diminished, in the less visible corners of the paddock, Mercedes had astonishingly enhanced the durability of their engines. Consequently, not only Mercedes, but virtually all teams utilizing Mercedes engines have, to date, avoided retirements due to mechanical failures. Additionally, an amusing incident unfolded in the paddock. After the Spanish Grand Prix, Vettel's bag was stolen. He ultimately resorted to locating it via the AirPods tracking feature, but all that was recovered were his AirPods. The thief appeared to be a seasoned criminal, aware of the tracking capability, and had simply discarded the device by the roadside, leaving the bag and its contents to vanish without a trace. This operation can indeed be regarded as a significant triumph for Spain. On Thursday, Qin Mian departed from home and arrived at the paddock. Despite the fact that Qin Mian, residing in Monaco, often takes the opportunity to walk a segment of the Monte Carlo circuit with Qin Mian in the evenings, he approached this Thursday's track walk with utmost seriousness. He felt a profound sense that this might be his only opportunity to ascend to the highest podium this season. If he could achieve a commendable result during the qualifying rounds and the team executed flawless tire changes during the race, he could leverage the circuit's notorious difficulty for overtaking to defend against the drivers trailing behind him throughout the race. Therefore, although Qin Mian was already intimately familiar with the circuit, he still hoped to extract an additional 0.0001 seconds of time advantage during the track walk. Thus, he walked the circuit continuously from the designated start time until the conclusion, completing 3 full laps. When this news reached Red Bull and Ferrari, both teams began to grimace in concern. They were aware that with Qin Mian's capabilities, if he were to replicate his extraordinary qualifying performance from the Spanish Grand Prix, they might indeed struggle to secure victory in this race. Consequently, despite all 4 drivers knowing that their car performance surpassed that of Mercedes, the memory of the previous Spanish Grand Prix instilled a palpable tension among them. The most anxious of all was Leclerc. This was his home circuit, and since his debut in F1 in 2018, he had yet to finish a race successfully on his home turf. With this dual pressure, Leclerc remained perpetually on edge. Leclerc's numerous retirements at his home circuit were not without reason. Beyond mere luck, his excessive investment in this particular race contributed to his challenges. It is undeniable that Leclerc possesses talent. However, in comparison to elite drivers like Qin Mian, Hamilton, and Verstappen, his temperament tends to be somewhat impatient. When he is in a position of advantage during defensive maneuvers, he tends to relax psychologically, resulting in stable defenses that even the universally acknowledged defensive master Qin Mian would commend with a thumbs up, affirming that Leclerc's defense was impeccable. Yet, when pursued by competitors, Leclerc's impulsive nature often leads to unforced errors. This character trait and mindset can easily place him in the awkward situation of desiring something so intensely that he inadvertently loses it. Thus, while Qin Mian sincerely hoped that Leclerc would navigate the Monaco Grand Prix without incident and finish the race competently, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that Leclerc might once again face retirement in this race. After concluding the work on the track on Thursday, Qin Mian conveniently completed all filming tasks. Upon returning to the team headquarters, he engaged in a discussion with Frankie and Reyes about the characteristics of the Monte Carlo circuit. They began to analyze which tuning methods could extract greater speed from their car, considering that the Mercedes team's simulator had definitively failed. For the foreseeable future, the data from the simulator could only serve as a reference, and adjustments would not be possible until the Australian Grand Prix in June. It was evident that the Mercedes team was in such a state of pre-race preparation during this period. In the midst of his busy schedule, Qin Mian did not leave the paddock until after 10 o'clock at night. Fortunately, his home was not far from the paddock, and the drive took only about 15 minutes, shorter than some of the journeys from the paddock to hotels during other Grand Prix events. Saturday marked the beginning of the first and second practice sessions. Upon arriving at the paddock, Qin Mian noticed that even during practice sessions this year, the attendance was significantly higher than in previous years. Without delving into the reasons behind this, Qin Mian devoted most of his time and attention during the two practice sessions to familiarizing himself with the track and collecting data. Meanwhile, the Mercedes team had equipped the car with a high-drag rear wing and front nose, which had been part of their aerodynamic package prepared before the start of the season. Strictly speaking, this was the first time it was being utilized, and its effectiveness could only be ascertained once they were on the track. Moreover, at the Monte Carlo circuit, the car's maximum speed performance could not be fully realized. Thus, it was more advantageous to prioritize downforce over horsepower, as this would enhance the aerodynamic and mechanical grip of the car in corners. As the first practice session commenced, Qin Mian quickly discovered some encouraging news. The phenomenon of porpoising that had plagued the Mercedes car due to excessive downforce at the rear had been noticeably alleviated with the introduction of the high-drag aerodynamic package. Additionally, the car's cornering ability and controllability had improved under the influence of this package. However, it was important to note that the Mercedes car might be more suited to the Monte Carlo circuit compared to others, since there were insufficient straights to trigger the porpoising effect in the W13. Perhaps Red Bull and Ferrari experienced similar advantages as well. Thus, Qin Mian continued his Friday work as usual, albeit with a more meticulous and serious approach than in previous Grand Prix events. Soon, the two practice sessions on Friday concluded. Although Qin Mian had run a set of brand new soft tires for his flying laps in both sessions, he had been cautious throughout, adding an additional 20 liters of fuel to the car. Consequently, his final results were not particularly outstanding, hovering around 5th and 7th positions. Time swiftly passed, leading to Saturday, where Qin Mian continued his practice session work methodically. However, after the conclusion of the third practice session, an unexpected event unfolded, catching Qin Mian by surprise. After the conclusion of the third practice session, Hamilton sought out Qin Mian to exchange insights regarding the car setup intended for the qualifying and race phases. Qin Mian, eager to extract every ounce of performance from his vehicle, found himself in alignment with Hamilton's aspirations, particularly given that the latter had yet to ascend to the podium this season. Such exchanges, however, bear no notion of advantage or disadvantage between the two elite drivers. Both possess the ability to glean valuable knowledge from each other's configurations, the distinction resting solely upon their individual comprehension and grasp of the intricacies of racing. Nonetheless, Qin Mian had already identified the setup that he found most comfortable for this race. While he acknowledged Hamilton's alternative tuning philosophy, he chose to adhere to his own configuration. feeling no inclination to make alterations. Between the third practice and the qualifying session, Qin Mian's car was fitted with an engine specifically designated for the race and qualifying phases. Once all preparations were complete, the time for qualifying arrived. In a rare occurrence, Qin Mian's first flying lap in Q1 was surprisingly not his fastest. His quickest lap during Q1 barely secured him the 7th position. Given the performance capabilities of the Mercedes car, there was no compelling reason for such a cautious approach. The sluggish pace was primarily attributed to the brevity of the Monte Carlo circuit, coupled with the presence of 20 drivers vying for their flying laps in Q1. Consequently, Qin Mian inevitably encountered minor obstructions, preventing him from pushing the limits of his racing line. As a result, his performance in Q1 fell short of expectations. Ultimately, the drivers eliminated in Q1 were Albin, Russell, Gasly, Zhou Guanyu, and Stroll. Qin Mian felt a mix of surprise and resignation at Zhou Guanyu's early exit. The surprise stemmed from Zhou's impressive adaptability to the Monaco circuit during his F2 tenure, particularly in the season following Qin Mian's departure, where he secured 2 first-place finishes. The resignation, however, was due to Zhou's unfortunate luck. His elimination was largely a consequence of his team's mismanagement. The timing of his release for the final flying lap was poorly executed, resulting in Zhou being trapped at the pit exit. By the time he ventured onto the track for his warm-up lap, only 1 minute and 11 seconds remained in the session. This time frame was insufficient for Zhou, and even for the season's fastest drivers like Leclerc and Verstappen, to complete a final flying lap after warming their tires. Thus, Zhou's qualifying session concluded prematurely. This marked the second instance in which his team had hampered Zhou's performance during qualifying due to poor timing, leading Qin Mian to perceive a disparity in how the team treated Zhou Guanyu compared to Bottas. Although your team, Aero, may not possess the capability to monitor 2 drivers simultaneously like Mercedes, nor allocate additional resources to Bottas, it is still unacceptable to repeatedly commit such fundamental errors. Zhou Guanyu's inherent abilities are commendable. At the very least, he should reliably secure 1 or 2 points in each race. Even with Zhou's temperament, it is inevitable that he has expressed his frustrations multiple times within the team's communication channels after such incidents. Simultaneously, Qin Mian cannot help but admire the misfortunes faced by Zhou Guanyu and the Ferrari-affiliated drivers, Leclerc and Sainz. As for Qin Mian, he is essentially a cast-off of Ferrari, having never been a part of any Ferrari-affiliated F1 team aside from his time in F2. Thus, strictly speaking, he can only claim to be a product of Ferrari's youth training program, with no further ties to the team upon entering F1. During Q2, the absence of 5 cars on the track significantly alleviated the congestion, allowing Qin Mian to complete 2 flying laps without encountering any obstructions. In the final flying lap of Q2, he achieved an impressive time of 1:11.912, surpassing Verstappen and Perez, securing 2nd place to advance to Q3. The drivers eliminated in Q2 included Tsunoda, Bottas, Magnussen, Ricciardo, and Mick. However, despite such commendable results, Qin Mian found it difficult to celebrate. This was because, in his final flying lap of Q2, he had already exerted himself to the fullest, yet he still found himself 0.1 seconds behind Leclerc. This was still Q2, and Leclerc had not been operating at full capacity during that lap, when Q3 arrived and all drivers began to unleash the full potential of their cars. Qin Mian doubted his ability to contend for pole position in the qualifying session. Upon returning to the team's garage after Q2, Qin Mian found himself lost in thought while watching a replay of Leclerc's fastest lap in Q2 displayed on the monitor before him. What could he possibly do to extract just a bit more speed on the track? Regarding cornering, he felt he had already utilized every inch of the track to its maximum potential. A glance at the large screen in the garage revealed that the local broadcast from Monaco was even showing a slow-motion replay of his car's tires in close proximity to the barriers during that last flying lap. At this moment, he could see team engineers using sandpaper to polish the end plates of his car's front wing, as they had sustained scratches from his close encounters with the wall during Q2's final lap. As for car setup, there was no possibility of alteration now that he had already secured valid times in Q1 and Q2. Even if adjustments were made, Qin Mian would have to readjust to the new balance and cornering angles of the car, effectively ruling out that option. The idea of following another rider like Marquez in MotoGP was even more implausible. Just as Qin Mian was deep in contemplation, Hamilton's car was being pushed back to the Team S side. Upon witnessing Hamilton's racing prowess, Qin Mian initially harbored no grand thoughts. However, as Hamilton departed to relieve himself, accompanied by his fitness trainer Angela, an epiphany struck Qin Mian. If following closely was unfeasible, perhaps a towing strategy might prove advantageous. Yet, as this notion took root, he hesitated. Would it truly be plausible to enlist the 7-time champion's assistance? Moreover, the only stretch of the Monte Carlo circuit where such a tactic could be employed was the DRS zone along the main straight. Even if Hamilton acquiesced to provide a slipstream, the limited length of that segment would afford only a marginal enhancement in lap time, perhaps a mere tenth of a second. Furthermore, the success of a towing strategy necessitates not only the trailing driver's speed, but also the lead driver's impeccable timing. It is well known that Hamilton typically benefits from others creating a slipstream for him. Thus, his proficiency in leading such an endeavor may not be particularly high. Nevertheless, despite the myriad obstacles, Qin Mian was resolute in his desire to attempt this strategy. The prospect of achieving a better result was tantalizing, and without such an attempt, his final 2 flying laps in Q3 might yield a slower time than his best in Q2. Consequently, Qin Mian unfastened the steering wheel of his car and emerged from the single-seater. Reyes, observing Qin Mian's sudden exit, inquired with curiosity, "What is going on?" Without offering any pretense, Qin Mian stated candidly, "I'm seeking Hamilton's assistance." After uttering those words, he lifted the visor of his helmet and made his way toward the restroom located in the team's paddock. Reyes scratched his head, puzzled. Seeking Hamilton's help? Both drivers had Q3 sessions to contend with. What assistance could be rendered at this juncture? There seemed insufficient time for discussion, yet Reyes chose not to probe further, focusing instead on verifying whether Qin Mian's car had sustained any damage during Q2's demanding flying lap. After taking a few steps, Qin Mian suddenly realized that his approach might indeed be somewhat presumptuous, and his rationale lacked sufficient weight. Glancing up at the team paddock's rooftop, he recalled that Monte Carlo, being in Monaco, is characterized by its premium real estate, resulting in relatively compact team facilities. Consequently, all team command centers had been relocated upstairs. Furthermore, it was unlikely that Hamilton would return promptly, as a driver's racing suit is not designed for swift disrobing. He would need to remove both the suit and the fire-resistant undergarment to attend to his needs. Thus, Qin Mian promptly turned and ascended the stairs to seek out Toto. Upon entering the team's upstairs command area, he found Toto and Allison engrossed in their work at the computers and monitors. Several individuals expressed surprise at Qin Mian's arrival, but that was the extent of their reaction. During the qualifying phase, the drivers were exceedingly busy, and they too were no less occupied. On one hand, one must observe the circumstances on the racetrack, monitor the data of both the cars and the drivers, and also liaise with the personnel from the Brackley factory to exchange data and information online. The only individual who appears relatively unoccupied is Toto Wolff, the team principal and owner of Mercedes. Qin Mian has come specifically to seek out Toto. Upon seeing Qin Mian enter, Toto greeted him with a smile and a nod, saying, "Qin Mian, you performed admirably in Q2. I assure you that our team will not falter during the race, as long as you achieve a commendable position in qualifying. We will exert every effort to maintain that standing throughout the race." Qin Mian acknowledged him without much small talk. After removing his helmet, he directly stated his purpose for visiting Toto. "Toto, I would like to ask for your assistance in persuading Lewis to help me with a slipstream during my first flying lap in Q3. Huh. Upon hearing Qin Mian's request, even someone as seasoned as Toto was taken aback. After all, in Toto's eyes, these prodigious drivers, including Qin Mian, were all exceptionally gifted, yet they shared a common flaw: pride. The hierarchy of talent was clear. The top tier was reserved for the very best. Moreover, Qin Mian was the reigning world champion in his rookie season. And although he appeared amiable in his daily interactions, those who knew him well spoke highly of his character. However, Toto, with his extensive experience in the paddock, could easily discern that beneath Qin Mian's genial exterior lay a fiercely proud spirit, a lion cloaked in a sheep's guise. Consequently, Toto found it difficult to comprehend why Qin Mian, in pursuit of a good qualifying result, would seek his assistance in persuading Hamilton to aid him with a slipstream. Notably, Toto also recognized that Qin Mian's use of the word request indicated a humble posture. After the initial surprise, a profound sense of guilt washed over Toto. He quickly realized the underlying reason for Qin Mian's unusual demeanor. The Mercedes car's performance this season had been lackluster. He was aware that the final flying lap in Q2 was a full-throttle effort from Qin Mian. When the car returned, Reyes reported that there were minor scuffs on every part of the car that could possibly have come into contact with the track, a testament to the fact that Qin Mian had pushed his limits through every corner, brushing against the walls wherever possible. Given that the driver had extracted every ounce of potential and yet still failed to secure a satisfactory result, it was time for Toto, as the team principal, to shoulder his share of the responsibility. As for Hamilton, that was a matter for him to address. There's no need for you to intervene. You should return to prepare for the Q3 race. I will speak to Lewis on your behalf, Toto said, rising and patting Qin Mian's shoulder. Qin Mian was momentarily taken aback. He was prepared to owe Hamilton a favor, considering that both he and the team had no prospects of contending for the championship this season. At worst, he could serve as a wingman for Hamilton during a race on a circuit where Hamilton was particularly familiar, having done so in the previous season. However, to his surprise, Toto was not inclined to allow him to owe this favor. Yet, Qin Mian did not insist. After Toto patted him on the shoulder and descended the stairs, he merely greeted Allison and the others before returning to his car amidst their encouragement. Meanwhile, upon returning to the team's paddock after a restroom break, Hamilton was somewhat taken aback to find Toto engaged in conversation with his chief engineer. Noticing Hamilton's presence, Toto nodded to the chief engineer and then approached Hamilton. Lewis, Q3 is about to commence, so let us keep this brief. Although Hamilton was surprised by Toto's appearance at this juncture, he understood from Toto's words that there was a matter to discuss. Thus he nodded and inquired, "What is it?" According to the team's assessment, Qin Mian's final flying lap in Q2 represented the utmost potential of the W13 on the Monte Carlo circuit. I trust you have reviewed the footage of Qin Mian's final flying lap. Hamilton nodded. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he remained ill at ease with the current W13 after altering his driving approach. His qualifying lap times and race pace were both inferior to his teammates. Consequently, after Q2 concluded, Hamilton scrutinized Qin Mian's flying lap, hoping to glean some insights. As he observed the onboard footage, Hamilton discerned the reasons behind Qin Mian's remarkable speed. Upon introspection, he realized that he lacked Qin Mian's audacity, as he had navigated every slightly gentle corner by skimming the barriers and riding the curbs. Any misstep would have resulted in an early conclusion to his qualifying session, especially in Q2. Reflecting on these thoughts, Hamilton appeared to grasp something significant. Therefore, I hope you can provide Qin Mian a tow during the first flying lap of Q3. Upon hearing Toto's request, the previously bustling Mercedes paddock fell into a momentary hush. The prospect of a 7-time champion offering a tow to another driver? Even Hamilton, who had somewhat prepared himself for this moment, was momentarily stunned. He turned to glance in Qin Mian's direction, but due to the angle, he could only see a portion of Qin Mian's white porcelain helmet and the monitor on his halo system displaying a slow-motion video of Leclerc's single lap. He then glanced at the standings displayed in the paddock, which showed Hamilton's time at 1:12, 2:19 and Qin Mian's at 1:11, 9:12. He pursed his lips. All right. As Q3 commenced, the two drivers from Mercedes did not immediately take to the track. Instead, they waited until the other competitors had nearly completed their initial flying laps, at which point Hamilton emerged to undertake his first flying lap. Following the conclusion of Hamilton's inaugural flying lap, there remained 5 minutes before the end of Q1. At that moment, apart from Hamilton's Mercedes, only 2 or 3 other cars were circulating back to the pits, a number that would unlikely disrupt the tow strategy between Qin Mian and Hamilton. Qin Mian had also donned a fresh set of soft tires as he exited the team's pit garage. Meanwhile, Leclerc had set the fastest lap of the qualifying session, clocking in at 1:11, 3:76, a remarkable 0.2 quicker than his teammate Sainz, demonstrating Leclerc's familiarity with the Monaco circuit. Notably, Leclerc's time surpassed Qin Mian's fastest flying lap in Q2 by a significant 0.536 seconds. Observing this, Qin Mian felt a pang of frustration, given such a time disparity. Even with Hamilton's assistance, he doubted he could improve. Nevertheless, Qin Mian swiftly composed himself, resolving to do everything within his power and leave the rest to fate. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his warm-up lap. During this time, the commentators from 5-Star Sports, drawing from their extensive experience, discerned from the replays of Qin Mian's Q2 flying lap that he had already extracted the full potential of the Mercedes W13. They lamented Qin Mian's misfortunes and the despondency surrounding the Mercedes team. However, amid their discussion, a keen-eyed commentator noticed that as Qin Mian's warm-up lap was nearing its conclusion, Hamilton, who had already completed his first flying lap in Q1, did not enter the pit lane at the T18 braking point. Instead, he slightly reduced his speed. It was only after Qin Mian had passed T18 that Hamilton accelerated sharply out of the corner. At this moment, Qin Mian closely trailed Hamilton. What? Hamilton? He didn't T-pit after his flying lap? Was he intending to assist Qin Mian with a tow? Witnessing this, the commentator's voice was laced with disbelief and astonishment. Both the commentator and his colleague quickly turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Hamilton's timing for acceleration was remarkably astute, displaying the finesse of a seasoned second driver rather than that of a seven-time champion who rarely assists others. As they exited the slow corner at T19, Hamilton was perfectly positioned just 0.7 seconds ahead of Qin Mian, given the minimal turbulence this season. The difference in their starting positions meant that Hamilton's car would generate little aerodynamic disruption for Qin Mian's vehicle. Moreover, since T19 was a slow corner, the emphasis on cornering would rely more on the mechanical grip of the cars. Soon, the two Mercedes powered forward, one trailing the other, into the only DRS zone of the Monte Carlo circuit. As Qin Mian raced, he benefited from the slipstream created by Hamilton's car ahead, accelerating significantly by as much as 5 units. Compared to his normal performance. Even within the DRS zone, Hamilton refrained from activating his DRS to minimize the aerodynamic drag on Qin Mian's vehicle, relying solely on the full release of his car's ERS to maintain speed. Remarkably, this was not the extent of Hamilton's efforts to provide a tow. He had maintained his position from the exit of turn 19 all the way to the braking point before turn 1. Consequently, as Qin Mian approached the braking point, his front wing was merely a few centimeters from Hamilton's rear diffuser. Nevertheless, Qin Mian was resolute in keeping his foot on the accelerator. Many seasoned observers, who initially found the tow strategy on the Monaco circuit challenging, began to think that Mercedes had miscalculated this maneuver. The braking zone before turn 1 was simply too narrow for Hamilton to yield space for Qin Mian. Even Toto, overseeing from the team's command center, frowned upon witnessing Hamilton's actions, sensing the impending disaster. Qin Mian also felt a jolt of anxiety, realizing that Hamilton had missed the final opportunity to yield. It seemed hopeless. However, just as everyone assumed Mercedes had botched their tow strategy, an unexpected scene unfolded on the track. Hamilton, positioned ahead of Qin Mian, entirely overshot the braking point. While Qin Mian had begun to decelerate at the braking point, Hamilton continued to surge forward, clearly having misjudged his braking. The sudden turn of events caught Qin Mian off guard, yet his muscle memory guided him to the braking point of turn 1 without faltering. There was no time for astonishment. After braking, he executed a right turn into the corner with the grace reminiscent of his nearly flawless Q2 flying lap. Undeterred by Hamilton's peculiar maneuver, what followed was a moment that moved all spectators. After late braking, Hamilton veered left, careening into the track's buffer zone, while Qin Mian navigated to the right. At that instant, the two Mercedes cars diverged, one to the left and the other to the right, tracing parallel lines. Yet, the drama did not end there. In his attempt not to obstruct Qin Mian's entry into the turn, Hamilton braked late and turned late, resulting in his right front wing colliding with the barrier as he veered into the buffer zone. The silver lining was that by the time the wing made contact, Hamilton's speed had significantly decreased. Thus, the front wing sustained only minor damage, a small crack and the loss of the outer end plate, without incurring substantial harm. Despite the perception that F1 car front wings are easily expendable, shattering upon impact, they are, in reality, quite resilient, crafted from robust carbon fiber. The reason why a collision results in a substantial shatter is primarily due to the immense kinetic energy of the F1 car itself. Furthermore, the broadcast employs telephoto lenses, which diminishes the viewer's perception of speed. In reality, the energy generated by each impact is extraordinarily formidable. Hamilton, at a moment of utmost extremity, he yielded to Qin Mian in a manner that none among us could have anticipated. Upon witnessing this, Bingu experienced a roller coaster of emotions, enduring a tumultuous ride of highs and lows. Toto, too, felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. I merely asked you to assist in drafting the slipstream, but there was no need to push the limits to such extremes. Moreover, had that collision damaged the front wing, a staggering 600,000 would have vanished. Although spare front wings are available, The introduction of the budget cap has rendered the Mercedes team's finances quite strained this season. For a fleeting moment, Toto Wolff even began to question the wisdom of his decision to have Hamilton assist Qin Mian with the slipstream. However, Qin Mian's ensuing performance would soon prove to Toto that it was all worthwhile. As Qin Mian observed Hamilton plunge into the left-hand buffer zone of the track, he lost sight of him momentarily. Yet, after a brief pause, he swiftly regained his composure and navigated through T1 with unparalleled smoothness. Old man, regardless of whether my flying lap achieves the desired outcome, your willingness to assist a brother in drafting ensures that you shall forever remain my elder brother. Hamilton, stationary in the buffer zone, did not immediately turn around or spin his car to re-enter the track. Instead, he lingered on the circuit for a moment. Soon, Hamilton's voice resonated through the team radio. Do not disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Toto seized the role of Hamilton's track engineer, reassuring him through the radio. I trust he will not, and he has never let us down. Returning our focus to Qin Mian, he remained emotionally unperturbed by Hamilton's extraordinary gesture. With each corner ahead, he understood the necessity of matching the extreme limits of his fastest flying lap from Q2. This was not solely for himself, but also for the team, and especially in honor of Hamilton's near-collision maneuver just executed. With full throttle, he ascended the incline, meticulously tracing the shortest path on the track. Exiting T2 at full throttle, he brushed against the advertising board on the left side of T3, decelerating and braking into the corner. Qin Mian's entry into the turn remained exquisitely precise, akin to the deft hand of a master surgeon performing a delicate operation. In navigating the corner with excessive commitment, he grazed the green Rolex foam advertising board at T4, skillfully utilizing the downward slope of T4's shoulder to enter the second timing sector. The apex of turn 5, due to the drainage channel, prompted Qin Mian to exercise restraint, lest he risk colliding with the wall. Nonetheless, he found himself in a precarious position, skillfully leveraging the inward camber of the track to enhance the mechanical grip of his car. As he exited the turn, the distance between his right front wheel and the outer barrier was a mere centimeter. He then approached turn 6, a corner that posed little challenge for former F1 cars, known for their shorter wheelbases and greater agility when entering turns. However, the 2022 season's vehicles are considerably longer, making navigation through this bend a true test of the driver's skill and entry angles. Yet, being Qin Mian, he glided through the corner with remarkable smoothness. Mindful of the forthcoming continuity into turn 7, he refrained from utilizing the curb, positioning his car perfectly in the center of the track upon exiting. At turn 8, he also avoided excessive curb use, as it was quite high, and overstepping would risk losing control, especially since it was a downhill section. In fact, compared to his flawless flying lap in Q2, he was a touch more conservative here, adding a layer of insurance to not squander the slipstream Hamilton had created for him. Upon reaching the acute turn 9, Qin Mian pushed the limits of curb usage, finding just the right spot to utilize it without encountering the high curb. His car brushed against the left side barrier upon exit, with faint sparks visible, indicative of a gentle scrape rather than a collision, leaving no marks or sounds to compromise the overall balance of his vehicle. Accelerating through the most famous tunnel in Monte Carlo, the lighting at the exit posed no disruption for him, as he had developed muscle memory on this track. With a touch of bravado, he mused that if he were to slow down, he could navigate the circuit with his eyes closed. In the braking zone of turn 10, he again lightly grazed the curb, mindful that excessive contact could impact the aerodynamic balance. His approach was delicately calibrated to maintain optimal performance. Turn 10 required little elaboration, as Qin Mian had practiced extensively in the team's simulator to perfect his exit from this corner. Coupled with his adept entry angle, he executed another flawless exit, with less than a centimeter separating his front wheel from the barrier. At turn 11, he skillfully avoided the yellow curb, navigating the corner at the very limit, brushing against the wall upon exit, with the gap between his tire and the barrier certainly less than half a centimeter. If his tire possessed consciousness, it would surely be on the brink of bursting from the pressure Qin Mian exerted. He then proceeded through turn 12, entering the most demanding segment of the Monaco circuit that truly tests a driver's adaptability and showcases the most dramatic moments. At this moment, Qin Mian had merely recorded a purple sector in the first timing segment and a green sector in the second. Nevertheless, his overall speed still surpassed Leclerc's by 0.008 seconds. Whether he could challenge Leclerc's pole position hinged on his performance in the third timing segment. Upon reaching T15, the pressure proved overwhelming for Qin Mian, causing him to apex the corner slightly too early, resulting in a mild brush of his right front tire against the wall. Fortunately, the impact was negligible, merely inducing a slight quiver in the car without compromising its overall balance, an homage to Leclerc's prowess from the previous year. He then navigated T16 at the limit, proceeding through Monte Carlo's few full-throttle corners, T17, and onto T18. Maintaining his extreme approach both entering and exiting the corners, he left no room for error. Accelerating fully into T18, he hit the brake point and entered the corner, applying pressure to the curb. Exiting the corner, he again brushed against the wall, yet remarkably, he did not correct his trajectory, gliding smoothly out before activating the DRS and surging towards the finish line. Crossing the line, Qin Mian registered a purple sector in his final timing segment. His time of 1:11.267 was 0.109 seconds faster than Leclerc's. Consequently, his rank on the broadcast screen surged to first place. While temporarily atop the standings, witnessing his superior time over Leclerc elicited a sigh of relief from Qin Mian. With Hamilton's assistance, he had once again transcended his limits during the qualifying rounds. Meanwhile, Hamilton, back in the team garage for some respite, had just been ushered into the pit. He caught sight of Qin Mian's 3 timing segments, which were marked by purple, green, and purple respectively. Although wearing a helmet obscured his expression from the team staff, a smile graced Hamilton's face. This was as it should be. Even with 4 minutes remaining until the conclusion of Q3, Qin Mian had already delivered his fastest lap of the session. He had been thoroughly drained, leaving nothing behind. As he returned to the pits, Qin Mian communicated to the team via radio, declaring, "That was my all." Frankie replied, "Received a truly perfect flying lap. We are proud of you. Now please return." Acknowledging the message, Qin Mian commenced his journey back. Simultaneously, the 3 commentators from 5-Star Sports were utterly at ease. Their comfort stemmed not only from Qin Mian's exquisite final flying lap, but also from the broadcast director's choice to focus solely on the aftermath of Qin Mian's lap, neglecting the other drivers preparing for their outlaps. The camera lingered on the scuff marks on the Rolex billboard at the apex of T4, remnants of Qin Mian's passage. Soon, the live director presented a slow-motion replay of Qin Mian's flying lap. In nearly every turn, Qin Mian navigated the track with an exquisite precision, akin to a dancer performing upon the very edge of a blade. This seemingly impossible choreography, however, was executed by Qin Mian with seamless grace. After witnessing his flying lap, the commentators from 5-Star Sports, seasoned professionals in the realm of motorsport, were compelled to marvel at Qin Mian's artistry in controlling the car with an almost terrifying finesse. On the other hand, Toto, upon observing Qin Mian's remarkable performance, did not exhibit overt joy. When the camera panned to him, he merely pressed his lips together, arms crossed. Leaning back in his seat, his expression remaining notably serene, as if everything were well within his grasp. Yet, internally, Toto was not as composed as he appeared. When Qin Mian approached him, he genuinely believed that by utilizing his teammate's slipstream, Qin Mian could further enhance his time. However, he was utterly unprepared for the extent of Qin Mian's improvement, propelling him to the top of the leaderboard. Time and again, Qin Mian astounded him with unexpected brilliance. Truth be told, if Qin Mian were to somehow extract an additional 0.2 of a second from some unconventional angle, Toto would not have been surprised. Nevertheless, as he watched the slow-motion replay of Qin Mian's flying lap, Toto felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, any misstep by Qin Mian on the track would necessitate additional funds for vehicle repairs, a burden that would weigh heavily on the team during this era of budget caps. Fortunately, Qin Mian's flying lap did not disappoint Toto. Upon completing it, he returned directly to the team's pit room, fully aware that this lap represented the pinnacle of his performance in Q3, with any further improvement likely only a fraction of a second, contingent upon Hamilton granting him another slipstream. However, upon settling in the pit room, Qin Mian did not exit the car immediately. Instead, he inquired within the team's radio communication, "Do you need me to help Hamilton with the slipstream? I don't intend to run another flying lap. There's ample time." Frankie, upon hearing Qin Mian's offer, was not particularly surprised. After a moment's thought, he turned to consult with Hamilton's track engineer nearby. Soon, the message reached Hamilton, but unexpectedly, Hamilton declined Qin Mian's assistance. The slipstream effect at the Monaco circuit was notoriously poor, rendering any benefit minimal. Moreover, with everyone currently on outlaps, the timing was not ideal. Having pushed the limits to assist Qin Mian earlier, he deemed it unnecessary for Qin Mian to take the same risk. Acknowledging Hamilton's refusal, Qin Mian did not press the issue and simply exited the car. Upon disembarking, Qin Mian approached Hamilton's racing vehicle, extending his hand to shake with Hamilton. With heartfelt sincerity, he expressed his gratitude. "Lewis, thank you immensely." Hamilton, smiling, reciprocated with a gentle pat on Qin Mian's hand, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Before departing, Qin Mian also exchanged pleasantries with Hamilton's physical trainer, Angela. However, rather than immediately proceeding to the FIA weigh-in, he first inspected his own car for any potential damage. Aware that he had pushed his limits during the race, he recognized that many sections of the barriers had inevitably made contact with his vehicle. The most conspicuous mark was on the right front end plate of the car, which bore clear signs of abrasion. Although the Rolex advertising board was made of foam, under the immense kinetic energy and speed, even carbon fiber was not immune to scratches. The silver lining was that Qin Mian's car showed no structural damage. Any marks could be easily polished out. Once assured of his car's condition, and amidst the astonished commentary of the three hosts from 5-Star Sports, Qin Mian strode directly towards the FIA weighing area. However, a number of detractors, upon witnessing his actions, expressed their discontent online, launching scathing critiques against him. After all, with his recent championship victory, increased scrutiny inevitably attracted a wave of naysayers. Initially, these individuals refrained from voicing their disdain as Qin Mian basked in his triumphant momentum. But with the Mercedes team struggling this season, they sensed an opportunity. Yet, since the commencement of this new season, Qin Mian had consistently outperformed Hamilton, leaving his critics grasping for a foothold. Now, they finally perceived a rare chance. As the qualifying session was yet to conclude, his decision to weigh in sparked a frenzy among his detractors online. Meanwhile, on the track, Leclerc and Verstappen initiated their final flying laps in the qualifying session. A moment of dismay unfolded for all Mercedes and Qin Mian's fans when Leclerc posted the fastest sector time in the first timing split of Q3. Although his speed only surpassed Qin Mian's by a mere 0.0009 seconds, it indicated Leclerc's remarkable form for the race. He continued to navigate the second sector with unparalleled fluidity. As the Mercedes team sighed in despair, anticipating that Qin Mian's pole position would soon vanish like a fleeting meteor, the detractors reveled in their moment. However, at the exit of turn 8, Perez, trailing closely behind Leclerc, faltered and executed a drift into the corner, colliding with the barriers. Fortunately, although he struck the cushioning pad and avoided damage to the left rear suspension, the rear carbon fiber wing was completely shattered. As Perez came to a halt on the track, Sainz, who was racing in the final flying lap just behind him, found himself unable to brake in time. The location of Perez's crash was also a blind spot, and despite Sainz's attempts to avert disaster as he exited the corner, it was too late. A braking drift caused Sainz's left rear wheel to collide directly with Perez's right front wheel, resulting in a broken suspension for Perez's car. The two vehicles, positioned one after the other, effectively blocked the entrance to the tunnel on the circuit. Verstappen, trailing behind, could do nothing but halt at the entry of turn 8. With the track obstructed, a red flag was inevitable. This unforeseen incident caught everyone off guard, and shortly thereafter, the Mercedes team, initially apprehensive while watching the broadcast, erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Meanwhile, the previously jubilant detractors fell silent, as only half a minute remained before the Q3 session would be halted. The appearance of a red flag at this juncture meant the end of the qualifying session, as no driver could complete a warm-up lap and begin their flying lap within the remaining time. Furthermore, the track was not only affected by this incident. At the entry of turn 5, Alonso, having misjudged his braking point, locked up and crashed into the barrier, resulting in a broken left front suspension for his car as well. Consequently, apart from Norris, who had been the first to set a flying lap in Q3, all other drivers retained their positions based on their initial flying laps. Ultimately, Q3 concluded dramatically, with Qin Mian securing pole position with a time of 1:11.267. The final standings for Q3 and the starting positions for the top 10 tomorrow are as follows. 1. Qin Mian 2. Leclerc 3. Sainz 4. Perez 5. Verstappen 6. Norris 7. Hamilton 8. Alonso 9. Vettel. The Mercedes team, initially preparing to retire their cars, had to refit Qin Mian's vehicle with the old set of soft tires and then pushed it to the post-race interview area adjacent to their paddock. Fortunately, the FIA's interview zone was conveniently located next door, making the transfer a trivial task. Additionally, with Sainz stuck at turn 8 and his car damaged, only Qin Mian and Leclerc were available for post-race interviews. Although Leclerc ultimately finished second in this qualifying session, it was his home turf. And throughout his walk to the interview area, the cheers from the crowd remained constant. Even Qin Mian received a fair share of applause, as fans worldwide recognized his residence in Monaco and were well aware of his amicable relationship with Leclerc, leading the local populace to view Qin Mian through a lens of camaraderie. Even among the local spectators who came to witness the race, many had encountered Qin Mian on the streets of Monaco, rendering him somewhat familiar to them. As he waved to the audience, Qin Mian was enveloped in a profound sense of unreality as he approached the interview area. At that moment, Hamilton had just parked his car, preparing for the weighing process. During the interview, Qin Mian happened to catch sight of Hamilton, and as if by some unspoken connection, Hamilton glanced in Qin Mian's direction. A brief exchange of glances occurred, but soon they were engulfed by the throngs of spectators. After the conclusion of the Monaco Grand Prix qualifying sessions, spectators in the VIP stands were permitted to walk onto the track, leading to a substantial crowd on the circuit. Upon withdrawing his gaze, Leclerc approached Qin Mian directly. Chapter and summary of early March. It is well known that February is the time of the Lunar New Year. Due to returning home for the festivities and the subsequent journey back, numerous matters were delayed, resulting in a less frequent and unstable update schedule this month. I sincerely apologize for this shortcoming in my personal capabilities. Now, regarding the issue of additional chapters, I was previously under the impression that I could compensate for the 15 missing chapters from last month in full this month. However, it has become evident that I have fallen short of that goal. Additionally, there remain 3 chapters from February that are still outstanding. As for the monthly ticket bonuses, I garnered a total of 1,810 monthly tickets in February. I am genuinely grateful for the reader's steadfastness and understanding. This results in an increase of 9 chapters. And with the 3 outstanding from February, the total is now 12 chapters. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks for the generous rewards received. Min Bu Shan Yen Ci. 4, 998 coins. Rexlip New. 25. 500 coins. Kima B. 2, 482 coins. Book Friend 202-1106-25035-802-456. 500 coins in total. The rewards for February amounted to 33,480 coins, which accounts for 4 additional chapters. Thus, the total outstanding chapters to be compensated in March is 312 for 119 chapters. Finally, I wish everyone good health and success in the new year. Time to get back to work. 389. A close call. Leclerc playfully yet pointedly patted Qin Mian's shoulder, a grin masking his displeasure. You, my friend. How did you manage to run that lap so swiftly? It was evident that despite their familiarity, Leclerc was still quite irked by Qin Mian seizing the pole position during the qualifying phase. With an innocent expression, Qin Mian raised his hands in a gesture of feigned ignorance. What does that have to do with me? If you must assign blame, direct it toward Perez and Red Bull. Leclerc retorted with conviction. Now, standing before me, you are the sole culprit. The fact remains that you are ahead of me. If not you, then who else should I fault? Well, it appears there's nothing to be done. Your prowess is simply too formidable. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon your own Q3 flying lap, which did not push the limits sufficiently. Who in their right mind would run their first flying lap in Q3 like that? What if an accident had occurred? The entire race would have been ruined. That's not my concern. If you possess the ability, you ought to emulate my approach. All right, you're impressive. Leclerc could only express that he was unable to emulate the prowess of Qin Mian. Thanks to Qin Mian's meticulous preparation of his appearance in the team's paddock prior to the event, he was able to conduct his post-race interview ahead of Leclerc. Congratulations, Qin Mian, on your stunning final flying lap in the qualifying session. However, one might be even more intrigued by the slipstream that Hamilton provided during that lap. Was there any internal strategy within the Mercedes team regarding this? Posing such a question at this juncture seems rather inappropriate, as post-race interviews typically revolve around praising the drivers who secured the pole position and the subsequent places, allowing them to share their reflections on the race. After all, completing a qualifying session is quite taxing for any driver, and expecting them to cogitate on the appropriateness of their responses may be somewhat unfair. Nevertheless, this question carries a certain sting, potentially jeopardizing the harmony within the Mercedes camp. Having spent considerable time in the paddock, Qin Mian may not possess exceptionally high emotional intelligence. Yet he has certainly honed his ability to communicate effectively. Furthermore, his remarkable physical conditioning means he does not feel overly fatigued at this moment. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "I am immensely grateful for Hamilton's assistance. Without him, I would not have achieved such a swift flying lap. One could say that he deserves half the credit for my performance." Qin Mian's response artfully sidestepped the crux of the inquiry, addressing the question while not directly answering what the host had posed, expressing instead his genuine gratitude towards Hamilton for the slipstream. The host chose not to dwell further on this topic and swiftly transitioned to another question. "Your final flying lap showcased impeccable line selection and timing. But keep in mind that it was your first flying lap in Q3. Had that lap not gone well, or if any mistakes had occurred, you would have had to start the race from 10th position. While I do not doubt your attacking capabilities, especially after your miraculous performance in Monaco last season, are you not concerned that mistakes could hinder your chances of contending for the podium, given the underwhelming performance of the Mercedes car this season?" In response to this inquiry, Qin Mian fell silent for a moment before articulating, "In truth, I had not considered such matters until the commencement of my final flying lap. The time I achieved in Q2 was already the pinnacle of my capabilities for this race, and my focus was on how to extract a bit more speed from other areas to improve my qualifying position. Thus, that strategy emerged. Ultimately, I made no mistakes and did not disappoint my team or fans. The most important thing is that I stand here now, do I not?" Indeed, that lap was nothing short of flawless, prompting the host to nod in agreement. For the final question, tomorrow, you will start from pole position. Have you contemplated any strategies? Is there a possibility of delivering an exceptional defense on the Monaco circuit once again? To be candid, prior to the commencement of this race, I had not anticipated that I would secure pole position in the qualifying rounds. However, I trust that this evening my team will provide me with a comprehensive plan. Thank you for taking the time to conduct this interview, and congratulations on achieving pole position for the Monaco Grand Prix qualifying. Thank you. After the interview concluded, Leclerc waited for a brief moment. Following his interview, Qin Mian received his Pirelli soft tires for this qualifying round. Once these formalities were completed, Qin Mian returned to the team. Although the race today had reached its conclusion, Qin Mian's endeavors were far from over. In addition to the post-race meeting, he had a domestic media interview to attend, albeit a less formal one. The individual responsible for interviewing Qin Mian was Zhou Hauran from 5-Star Sports. It was evident that Zhou was seizing the opportunity to watch the race while also conducting interviews with Qin Mian and other drivers or team leaders within the paddock. Typically, during such times, Qin Mian would leave the paddock after his engagements. However, today was different. Given his acquaintance with Zhou and their pleasant exchanges during the race, coupled with the fact that he was in a familiar environment, Qin Mian readily agreed to the interview and even invited Zhou to dine together. Yet, the meal was not held within the paddock, as the team's hospitality area was somewhat congested and the Monaco circuit's paddock was not particularly spacious. Although there were dining facilities available with reasonably good fare, Qin Mian's presence in such places could lead to considerable complications, both for himself and for the local staff in Monaco. Thus, the interview was conducted at a Mexican restaurant located beneath his residence. The questions posed by Zhou during this interview were largely unrelated to the paddock, focusing instead on personal aspects of life. Given that Qin Mian's professional commitments often placed him in the public eye, whether competing in races or streaming video games, there was considerable curiosity regarding his pursuits beyond these activities. Consequently, this interview did not require Qin Mian to exert much mental effort pondering appropriate responses. The atmosphere was relaxed, filled with laughter and camaraderie. After the interview concluded, Qin Mian even took Zhou on a brief tour of his home, showcasing, and perhaps boasting about, his wall of trophies. Following the completion of Zhou's interview, Qin Mian drove him back to the hotel. The night passed without incident, and the following day, Sunday, marked the day of the Monaco Grand Prix. The only noteworthy aspect of the pre-race parade was that, typically solitary, Hamilton was accompanied by Qin Mian today. The two engaged in animated conversation while greeting fans in attendance, sometimes gesturing towards specific points along the track. If one were to draw near, they would overhear discussions regarding the racing lines taken during the qualifying rounds at various corners. As the pre-race parade passed by turn 4, Qin Mian pointed to the billboard at the apex and remarked to Hamilton, "I brushed against this spot yesterday. It was mainly because I deliberately touched that billboard while walking the track on Thursday, and I know there's at least a 2 centimeter margin inside. Therefore, I can enter the turn a tad earlier, and even if I do graze it, it won't impact the car's balance. What about the entry point? Where's the braking zone?" Qin Mian scratched his head, pondering for a moment before reluctantly admitting, "I don't know." However, despite this seemingly dismissive response, Hamilton nodded in understanding. After conversing with Qin Mian throughout their journey, Hamilton realized that Qin Mian was indeed a free-spirited driver, relying entirely on his instincts for the timing of his braking points. Yet, one could not deny that Qin Mian's instincts were remarkably astute, often leading him to the most accurate decisions. Today, Qin Mian was in high spirits, especially since the weather forecast indicated a low probability of rain, coupled with his pole position start. Given the unique characteristics of the Monte Carlo circuit, it was not a daunting task for him to ensure that all competitors remained obediently behind him, forming a train. Following the conclusion of the driver parade, Qin Mian returned to his team and completed all necessary preparations ahead of the race. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and even as he changed into his gear and settled into his car on the track, everything seemed impeccably organized. However, after waiting in his vehicle for about 2 minutes, the previously sunny sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a raindrop unexpectedly landed on his visor. Startled, Qin Mian felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. Glancing around, he noticed that the sunlight was waning, yet there was no communication from Frankie or any other team member through the radio. With a tentative mindset, he inquired into the team's radio, "Is it going to rain?" Frankie's voice quickly responded, and the music in Qin Mian's ears diminished significantly upon his utterance. "Well, the weather forecast didn't indicate." Suddenly, Frankie's voice halted mid-sentence, likely as he glanced at the meteorological cloud maps. It was clear he had seen something that prompted his abrupt pause. After a brief moment, Frankie's voice resumed in Qin Mian's headset, "Qin Mian, I have bad news. A rain cloud has formed by the seaside and is drifting towards the track. The rain is expected to intensify over the next 15 minutes, but it should pass quickly." Qin Mian felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. How could such a promising opportunity for victory be thwarted by rain? As the precipitation increased with the passing moments, many teams' technicians began to scurry from the paddock, transporting intermediate or full wet tires to the track for their cars. While Qin Mian watched the frantic scene unfold, with technicians hastily carrying tires in every direction, his frustration grew. Frankie's voice echoed again, "Qin Mian, I have a piece of news that is not entirely favorable. The FIA has announced a delay of 16 minutes for the start. By then, the rain may subside. I will inform you of any further developments as soon as they arise." "All right," Qin Mian replied. As he spoke, the raindrops began to intensify, and Reyes handed him an umbrella. This sudden downpour caught not only Qin Mian off guard, but also left the technicians, including Reyes, somewhat flustered. There was no time to fetch a rain cover from the team's garage to shield Qin Mian's car. Thus, they could only provide him with an umbrella to prevent water from seeping into the cockpit. Qin Mian was not one to fuss. He accepted the umbrella and positioned it between the steering wheel and the monocoque. For Qin Mian, the sole silver lining of the rain was that it transformed the previously sweltering track conditions into a cooler, albeit damp, environment. Still, he felt a twinge of concern and inquired about the upcoming weather from Frankie through the team radio. Frankie did his utmost to address Qin Mian's concerns. Meanwhile, Reyes and the others returned from the team's garage with full wet tires, as all cars were mandated to start on wet tires in rainy conditions. After a brief wait, Barber hurried over, cradling a brand new helmet. It is well known that the visor of an F1 driver's helmet is equipped with a film that serves a crucial purpose. When the visor becomes dirty, the driver can simply peel away this layer to restore clarity without needing to wipe it manually. However, the film designed for sunny conditions vastly differs in function, light transmission, and hydrophobic properties from that meant for rainy weather. With less than 10 minutes until the race start, and given the inclement weather, there was insufficient time for Qin Mian to replace the film. Thus, the team provided him with a freshly prepared helmet featuring the rain film. Ultimately, the anticipated good news failed to materialize. After the 16-minute delay, the race was set to commence, and the rain continued to fall. For Qin Mian, the only positive aspect was that the distance from the starting position to turn 1 at the Monte Carlo circuit was relatively short. As long as he executed a decent start, he could defend his position on the inside line before exiting the turn with determination, thereby preserving his starting rank. Moreover, defending against trailing cars in the rain could prove easier. The only lingering concern for Qin Mian was his awareness that his single-lap speed in wet conditions was not as competitive as on dry track, leaving him vulnerable to being undercut by faster cars. The start was to occur under the safety car's guidance. But it was clear that the safety car would not be leading for just one lap, as the rain intensified, further deteriorating track conditions. Thus, the FIA decided to allow the safety car to guide the remaining 20 vehicles, all equipped with full wet tires, in an effort to clear the racing line on the track as much as possible, draining the water before resuming the race. After all, the water displacement capability of full wet tires is exceptionally robust. Furthermore, this season, being the era of ground effect, the high-speed airflow from the Venturi tunnels disperses from the rear diffuser, creating an upward flow. Consequently, the mist generated by the ground effect cars is more pronounced compared to that of hybrid-era vehicles. It is important to note that the race cars not only possess tires, but also ground effect floors that contribute to the spray. The silver lining is that during the inaugural rain race of the ground effect era, Qin Mian does not need to trail behind the car ahead, as the spray generated will not hinder his performance. However, once Qin Mian reaches a speed of 70 km per hour, the view ahead becomes obscured by a dense white mist. After 3 laps under the safety car, the rain on the track showed no signs of abating. In fact, the FIA noted that the downpour had intensified. By the end of these laps, the 21 cars had left minimal marks on the racing line, prompting the FIA to display the red flag, thus halting the race. Consequently, Qin Mian was compelled to follow the safety car back to the pit area. As he started from pole position, he parked at the front, near the pit exit. After securing his vehicle, he chose not to remain inside waiting for team personnel to bring an umbrella, given that the Mercedes pit was located at the entrance of the pit lane while his car was stationed at the exit. The pit lane in Monte Carlo is relatively short, and the distance from Qin Mian's position to the Mercedes pit is not extensive. However, at that moment, almost all the technicians were bustling around the pit lane, transporting equipment and maintaining the race cars. Thus, Qin Mian felt it would be a while before he could expect to see his crew members. Deciding against lingering in the car, he climbed out to seek shelter from the rain. Upon exiting, he noticed Leclerc emerging from his vehicle as well. The two simply exchanged nods, acknowledging one another without engaging in conversation. Although they were both heading towards their respective team pits, the timing was inappropriate for dialogue during the race. As Qin Mian made his way towards the team pit, he caught sight of Hamilton and Angela, who was holding an umbrella for him. Qin Mian refrained from interrupting them, but after taking a few steps, he realized the rain had intensified again and opted to wait at the entrance of the Aston Martin pit for Barb and the others to arrive. The Aston Martin team shares a certain affiliation with Mercedes and Qin Mian, as Mercedes holds a stake in Aston Martin, as does Geely, and the engines used by the Aston Martin team are those from Mercedes. While Aston Martin is also a manufacturer team, one could jokingly refer to them as Mercedes' second team without facing any objections. Thus, Qin Mian remained there, undisturbed by the Martin team, and even a staff member approached him, inquiring if he required a seat. However, Qin Mian graciously declined this offer, as it was not long before Barber arrived, briskly approaching him with an umbrella. The two then made their way back to the Mercedes Team's paddock. The cessation of the rain was uncertain, so upon returning to the paddock, Qin Mian discarded most of his gear, even removing his racing suit. Although the lining of his racing suit was black, it was evident that, aside from the portion beneath his helmet, the rest of the suit was completely drenched from the rain. This was to be expected, as the racing suits are designed for fire resistance, not waterproofing. Moreover, the downpour in Monaco today was particularly heavy. Qin Mian had also walked a considerable distance in the rain. Fortunately, he felt no discomfort from wearing wet clothing, for drivers are accustomed to their inner linings rarely being dry during races, whether drenched from rain or soaked in sweat due to the heat of competition. The inner lining often remains damp. Even in cooler races, excessive nervousness can lead to perspiration, rendering the fire-resistant lining wet. The reality of wearing damp clothing during a race is something not only Qin Mian, but all drivers have grown accustomed to. Furthermore, during the race, everyone is intensely focused, with little concern for the state of their attire. The good news is that such garments are made from quick-drying fabric after shedding his outer racing suit. Qin Mian noticed that within 5 to 6 minutes, the moisture on his body began to evaporate. As he awaited the resumption of the race, Qin Mian lingered in the paddock for half an hour. By this time, his attire was completely dry, and the rain on the track had begun to diminish. Observing this, Qin Mian understood that the race was poised to restart. Consequently, he tidied his equipment and, once satisfied, returned to his car. Although the rain had ceased, the track still bore the remnants of the recent downpour, with numerous puddles remaining, which would undoubtedly affect the driver's starts and lap times. Despite the rain's cessation, all drivers were still equipped with full wet tires as the race was set to commence behind the safety car. This time, the laps led by the safety car would be counted as part of the official race. Following this, all drivers completed 2 laps under the safety car's guidance. Before the conclusion of the second lap, the safety car's lights extinguished, signaling its intent to pit after this lap, at which point the race would officially begin. Although no distinct racing lines had yet formed on the track after 2 laps, it was evident that the drivers' paths had significantly dried up, with no noticeable puddles remaining. Due to the rolling start, Qin Mian felt considerably less pressure. In the moments leading up to T18, he focused diligently on warming up his tires. It was only after exiting T19 that he commenced his acceleration out of the corner. In a rolling start, the emphasis shifts from the driver's own reaction time to that of the drivers behind. Leclerc's reaction was relatively commendable, as he did not lag too far behind Qin Mian. Despite Leclerc's attempts to exploit the advantages of his car's engine to catch up to Qin Mian on the straight, the starting straight on the Monte Carlo circuit proved too short. The most Leclerc could manage was to draw alongside Qin Mian's rear tire, reaching a position parallel to Qin Mian's right rear wheel. This marked the limit of what Leclerc could achieve, as he quickly found himself firmly boxed in on the inside line by Qin Mian. In a bid to slot in behind Qin Mian as they entered the corner, Leclerc nearly found himself pushed against the wall by Qin Mian. Consequently, after exiting T1, Leclerc settled down, trailing closely behind Qin Mian, waiting for the track to dry, for the DRS to activate, or for a mistake from Qin Mian. As the race progressed, Leclerc could not help but curse in the team radio as he observed the spray rising from the rear of Qin Mian's car. Previously aware of Qin Mian's formidable defensive skills, Leclerc had only experienced them in simulations or games. This was the first time he found himself truly hindered by Qin Mian on the track. It was undeniably frustrating. After this singular experience, Leclerc wished to avoid a repeat. After all, Qin Mian was the first to race at full throttle on this track after the red flag, generating the most spray as he sped along. In the ensuing laps, the time gap between Leclerc and Qin Mian remained within 1 second, yet Leclerc felt as though he was ensnared, unable to advance past Qin Mian. Leclerc attempted various strategies to overtake Qin Mian, but it seemed as though Qin Mian possessed an uncanny awareness, consistently blocking Leclerc's intended lines of attack. The narrow confines of the Monte Carlo circuit meant that if Qin Mian successfully obstructed Leclerc's key overtaking routes, any attempt would inevitably fail. In facing such a formidable opponent, Leclerc experienced a sense of futility, akin to striking cotton, powerful yet ineffective. Meanwhile, Qin Mian, leading the race, felt little pressure from Leclerc's pursuit, as the track offered only a few overtaking opportunities. Even in unconventional corners, as long as one was mindful of the racing line and positioned slightly narrower, it was always possible to thwart the trailing driver's path, although this approach might result in slightly reduced speed compared to normal cornering. It explained why the two cars often found themselves rapidly separated during their exchanges. Yet, with Qin Mian in the lead, his pace was of little consequence. Consequently, based on Qin Mian's defensive philosophy, an increasing number of vehicles began to trail closely behind him. By the time the race reached the 5th lap, 5 cars had formed a queue behind him. In fact, during the 3rd lap, the Red Bull team had recognized the improving track conditions and had already instructed Gasly to pit for intermediate tires. After switching to the intermediates, Gasly experienced a noticeable enhancement in speed on the straights, yet he frequently encountered issues of locking up and understeering in the corners, rendering his overall pace inferior to that of the full wets. Nevertheless, with the rain having ceased, the track conditions were bound to improve as the race progressed, making Gasly's increased speed merely a matter of time. By the 7th lap, despite the absence of a safety car, many spectators still felt the palpable sensation of watching a procession of nearly 10 cars, with Qin Mian serving as the safety car itself. Leclerc, trailing behind Qin Mian, resembled Verstappen, who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with the sluggish pace of the safety car. In the 9th lap, the first sector of the uphill area began to reveal patches of dry asphalt. By the 11th lap, a clear racing line was visible across much of the track. Yet no drivers were willing to pit for new tires. This reluctance stemmed from the characteristics of the Monaco circuit, where the dry areas were predominantly confined to the racing line. While it might seem tempting to pit upon observing a dry line, doing so could lead to emerging with a speed advantage over the cars ahead. However, the rain-soaked sections outside the racing line posed a significant risk. Attempting to overtake would likely result in rapid tire degradation, loss of grip, and understeering issues upon entering corners. Thus, even if one were to switch to a set of dry tires that could potentially be 5 seconds faster per lap than those of the cars in front, the persistent wet conditions on the Monaco track would impede any overtaking maneuvers. An additional critical factor was that Qin Mian had, over the course of 11 laps, compressed all the drivers behind him into a tight cluster, with the largest time gap to the car ahead being merely 17 seconds. Moreover, due to the track conditions, positional exchanges among the trailing drivers were exceedingly rare. In such an unusual scenario, pitting for tires could result in a drop that far exceeded the loss of just 3 or 4 positions. For instance, a driver in 10th place who pitted would likely emerge in last. The only drivers with a favorable pit window were those in the lower 10 positions, as they would find a relative lack of cars ahead upon switching to dry tires, allowing them to run their own optimal lap times. When the front drivers eventually pitted, these undercut opportunities could be seized. Nevertheless, despite these factors, no one dared to pit for tires during this critical period. After all, no one truly knows how this track, which appears to be dry, will perform once equipped with dry tires. As the drivers trailing behind Qin Mian voiced their grievances, a turning point arrived on lap 14. Frankie, from Team TR, advised Qin Mian, do not push too hard. Ease off slightly to allow the cars behind you some space. You need to create a suitable window for your pit stop. With the team noticing improvements in track conditions, they began to contemplate the implications of Qin Mian's impending pit stop. Hearing Frankie's words, Qin Mian slightly increased his lap speed. Even though his defensive capabilities were not as formidable as they would be under optimal dry conditions, his ability to keep Leclerc at bay stemmed primarily from his advantageous starting position and the constricting boundaries of the Monte Carlo circuit. During the period when Qin Mian alleviated the pressure from the train of cars behind him, none dared to pit. Despite the initial easing, the proximity between cars remained dense, making the risk of losing position upon pit entry exceedingly high. It wasn't until lap 22 that the track conditions fully permitted the use of dry tires, with the racing line gradually revealing its original color, creating opportunities for overtaking from various positions. It was then that drivers began to pit for dry tires. This tire change seemed to act as a catalyst, prompting a succession of drivers to enter the pits either during that lap or the next. Qin Mian and Leclerc were no exceptions. The Mercedes team was closely monitoring Leclerc and Ferrari's strategy. As Ferrari prepared to call Leclerc in, Mercedes promptly summoned Qin Mian, resulting in both drivers entering the pit lane in sequence. At this juncture, Ferrari could not replicate Mercedes' previous tactics, as the conditions no longer favored such maneuvers. The drivers behind had already switched to dry tires. Any attempt at deception to lure Qin Mian into the pits while Leclerc remained on track would undoubtedly disadvantage Leclerc. Upon pitting, Qin Mian switched to medium tires, while most other drivers opted for hard tires, evidently intending to complete the remaining 55 laps on a single set. Given the difficulty of overtaking at Monte Carlo, a pit stop could provide drivers with superior tires and improved performance, yet the challenge of overtaking remained substantial. Hence, there was a consensus among teams at Monte Carlo that if a pit stop could be avoided, it should be. For Qin Mian, the durability of the medium tires was comparable to that of the hard tires, sufficient to see him through the remainder of the race. After Qin Mian's pit stop, Toto steadfastly honored his promise from the previous day. The team did not hinder Qin Mian's progress, and the tire change took a mere 22 seconds. Upon exiting the pit, Qin Mian maintained his position in first place. Ferrari's traditional prowess did not manifest itself in today's race. The pit stops for drivers Leclerc and Sainz were spaced a lap apart, allowing Ferrari's tire changes to proceed without haste. The race soon descended into a tranquil state, as all competitors had donned slick tires, resulting in a dearth of overtaking maneuvers. Even a novice akin to the local Monaco broadcasters would recognize where to direct the camera at this juncture. The tranquility persisted until lap 26, when the audience witnessed Qin Mian's intricate defense against Leclerc, who repeatedly endeavored to close in within a mere 0.5 seconds, yet all attempts proved futile. As Ferrari and Leclerc's supporters ground their teeth in frustration, fans of Mercedes and Qin Mian erupted in jubilant cheers, albeit with a tinge of anxiety for Qin Mian. On lap 26, an unexpected incident marred the track. Mick aired at T10, brushing his front wing against the wall, which sent him into a spin, ultimately crashing into the barriers and splitting his car in two. This blunder was perplexing. Post-race, Qin Mian reviewed the footage, utterly bewildered by how his former classmate could have mishandled the Haas in such a manner. Regardless, the presence of an accident prompted immediate deployment of the yellow flag. Qin Mian, who had been diligently defending against Leclerc, felt a significant alleviation of pressure from behind. When the safety car was deployed, Qin Mian contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to pit for new tires, as it was conceivable to endure on a set of soft tires for the remaining 55 laps. However, as Mick's crash occurred, Qin Mian happened to be passing the pit entrance, leaving him with no choice. When he next had the opportunity to decide, he had already witnessed the scene of Mick's accident. Upon witnessing the wreck, Qin Mian promptly dismissed the notion of pitting for tires. His familiarity with the track was profound. He often strolled its length and had spent considerable time there the previous Thursday, making him well acquainted with the location of Mick Schumacher's crash. Despite the presence of a tow truck, the site was not spacious enough to accommodate more than one retired vehicle temporarily. Additionally, with the sea merely 5 meters to the left and only a sidewalk surrounding the area, no thoroughfare existed for service vehicles to navigate. Thus, during the race, Matthew was unable to remove the wrecked car. Under normal circumstances, leaving a vehicle on the track for a race would not be deemed alarming. However, given that Mick Schumacher's car had been severed in two, exposing the fuel tank and creating the potential for leakage, it could not remain there. The safety of those working on-site, as well as the spectators outside the track, necessitated its removal. In the event of a fire, extinguishing it would become exceedingly challenging. Thus, Qin Mian surmised that the FIA was highly likely to deploy the red flag, necessitating the removal of Mick's car wreckage. The only feasible location for transporting Mick's debris was the racetrack itself. Indeed, after 4 laps under the safety car, the race reached its 30th lap, prompting the officials to halt the competition with a red flag. Upon returning to the pits, Qin Mian wished to follow the lead of most other drivers and switch to a new set of tires. However, at that moment, his garage contained only one set of new hard tires and one set of new soft tires, with no new medium tires available. Qin Mian contemplated whether to opt for the soft tires at this juncture, yet this suggestion was swiftly dismissed by Reyes and Frankie in unison. Although new medium tires were unavailable, the existing set of medium tires on Qin Mian's car had barely been utilized, with most of the mileage accrued onto the safety car, resulting in negligible tire wear. Therefore, there was no compelling need for a tire change, and the team had simulated scenarios indicating that Qin Mian could complete the entire race on the current set of medium tires. Considering Qin Mian's adept tire conservation skills, it was indeed feasible to finish the race on the soft tires, albeit with significant wear and the potential risk of a blowout. Consequently, the team believed it unnecessary for Qin Mian to take such a risk, advocating instead for a stable finish to the race. Ultimately, Qin Mian was persuaded by the team and chose not to change tires, opting to continue with the old medium tires while awaiting the resumption of the race. The duration of the red flag was relatively brief, lasting only 20 minutes. After all, relocating Mick Schumacher's car and repairing the barriers on the track did not consume excessive time. However, post-red flag, due to the necessity of releasing slower cars and the narrow exit at the Monaco-Monte Carlo circuit, Qin Mian's vehicle alone obstructed the entire exit. Thus, the FIA was unable to release slower cars directly at the pit exit. Consequently, the race did not resume with a standing start, but rather proceeded with the safety car leading for 2 laps, during which the slower cars were released. It was not until the 53rd lap that all released slower cars returned to the rear of the pack, allowing the race to recommence. Due to the introduction of a rule prohibiting overtaking the rear diffuser of the car ahead during the safety car period, Qin Mian made no errors from the start until the next corner, T1, following the restart. However, from lap 32 to lap 40, Leclerc, trailing behind Qin Mian, exerted every effort to mount an attack. Yet, to be frank, Qin Mian's defensive prowess, coupled with his advantageous positioning, rendered Leclerc's attempts somewhat desperate. From lap 36 onward, the race entered its final countdown. Given that an F1 race is subject to a time limit, once a certain point is reached, the remaining laps will not be completed, and the race will instead conclude based on the time restriction. Due to the occurrence of 2 red flags during the race, the rules were invoked. As the competition reached the 36th lap, the remaining 41 laps were abandoned in favor of a 35-minute countdown. Upon the conclusion of this countdown, the race would come to an end at that very lap. The assault by Leclerc on Qin Mian ceased with 15 minutes left on the clock, as Leclerc's tires had begun to suffer from degradation and excessive wear amidst his relentless attacks. Throughout this process, Leclerc employed every offensive maneuver he had mastered against Qin Mian. Yet each attempt was deftly countered. Even when navigating slower cars ahead, Leclerc made attempts to overtake Qin Mian, but the latter's defensive prowess proved overwhelmingly formidable, effortlessly neutralizing all of Leclerc's advances. This final stretch of the race became a customary spectacle at the Monaco circuit. In the latter stages, no significant upheaval transpired. Ultimately, Qin Mian secured the Monaco Grand Prix victory through his astonishing defensive skills, wresting the championship from the grasp of the 2 Ferrari drivers. Meanwhile, Leclerc managed to break the curse of retiring on home soil and even ascended to the podium, albeit feeling a tinge of regret for not clinching the title in front of his home crowd. However, this was not solely Leclerc's shortcoming. Upon realizing that the victor was Qin Mian, Leclerc, despite his disappointment, felt a sense of admiration. After all, post-qualifying, he had taken the time to review Qin Mian's fastest flying lap. Aside from the surprise of Hamilton aiding Qin Mian with a slipstream, the quality and audacity of Qin Mian's flying lap left Leclerc in awe. How could he dare? Last season, Leclerc had experienced a similar fate during his own Monaco qualifying, resulting in a crash that damaged his car's right front suspension. Although the team from Maranello claimed to have repaired the vehicle, issues arose during the race, leading to his retirement. In summary, Leclerc did not attribute his failure to secure pole position at the Monaco Grand Prix to a lack of skill, but rather to mere misfortune. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of Monaco's fans, Qin Mian's number 66 car thundered across the finish line, greeted by the waving checkered flag. Upon crossing the line, Qin Mian was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. This marked the 7th race of the season, and until now, he had only brushed against the highest podium without ever stepping onto it. Today he had finally achieved his first victory, a monumental milestone in this season. Yet, rather than a sense of relief, Qin Mian felt a hint of melancholy. As Qin Mian was acutely aware, given the performance of his W13 on the track this season, the Monaco Grand Prix was likely his sole opportunity to clinch a victory in the standings, thanks to the circuit's unique conditions. Another event with a slight chance was the Hungarian Grand Prix. However, if his qualifying performance did not meet expectations, the prospect of securing the championship trophy would be dim. Naturally, this was merely a fleeting thought. After achieving victory in the standings, Qin Mian felt a surge of joy. Regardless of how the team's car evolved throughout the season, at that moment, his defensive prowess had earned him a result that brought satisfaction to both himself and the entire team. Bravo, Qin Mian. Impressive. I knew you could do it, echoed Frankie's excited voice from the team radio as Qin Mian crossed the finish line. Given the Mercedes team's performance this season, this victory served as a much-needed boost for everyone involved. The car may not have been perfect, but on the right track. Qin Mian consistently demonstrated his ability to deliver championships. Hearing Frankie's exuberant remarks, Qin Mian chuckled and jested. Phew, Leclerc's attacks were a bit too brief. I wasn't quite finished having fun. In response to Qin Mian's words, the already jubilant atmosphere among the Mercedes team intensified, with many sharing hearty laughter. Several individuals even whistled in celebration within the team's garage. As the champion, Qin Mian's communication with the team was broadcasted. In the commentary booth, the 3 enthusiastic hosts from 5-Star Sports, genuinely thrilled by Qin Mian's victory, found themselves laughing along after hearing his remark. With such a good relationship with Leclerc, he certainly didn't forget to mention him after the race, Li Bao remarked with a smile. Being good chimed in. Indeed, it's worth mentioning. After defending against him for so long, Leclerc must have exerted considerable pressure on Qin Mian. However, it must be said that no matter how many times one witnesses it, Qin Mian's defensive skills were nothing short of artistry. Aside from the 2 red flags during the race, the battle between Qin Mian and Leclerc was the highlight worth observing. Fega noted. Due to the restrictions of the circuit, the top 3 drivers parked their cars on the track after the race concluded. Thus, on the circuit, 2 Ferraris flanked a lone Mercedes. Everyone understood that such a sight could not endure, and it was likely that the Mercedes car would only appear here once this season, prompting numerous journalists to fervently snap photographs of the scene. After parking his car, Qin Mian seized the rare opportunity to stand atop his vehicle and cheer triumphantly. After a prolonged period of restraint, returning to this prestigious position filled him with exhilaration. Subsequently, he dashed through the unique human barriers of the Monaco circuit, directly joining the throng of Mercedes team personnel. It is noteworthy that Qin Mian also caught sight of his mother. After a brief celebration with his teammates, he approached her. Although she stood at a somewhat peripheral position at the celebratory podium, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely, the moment Qin Mian drew near, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards her. Observing the beaming smile on his mother's face, Qin Mian exclaimed, "Mom, am I impressive?" His mother's proud smile faltered for a moment, and she gently tapped his helmet. Though aware it was merely a helmet, she did not exert much force. Yet, she refrained from admonishing him, understanding that winning the championship warranted a bit of exuberance. After sharing an embrace, she remarked, "You ran splendidly today, remarkably so. You truly are my son." Qin Mian chuckled softly, although his laughter sounded somewhat muffled through the helmet. "I must be on my way. I probably want to be home for dinner tonight." His mother nodded, recognizing her son had matured, eschewing smoking and drinking, and leading a clean personal life without needing her reminders. Once she nodded, Qin Mian proceeded to prepare for interviews and the post-race awards ceremony. After completing the weigh-in and setting his helmet aside, Leclerc returned from celebrating with the spectators. Although Qin Mian could not discern Leclerc's expression through the helmet, he sensed that Leclerc was likely in high spirits. Most importantly, he had finally broken his home curse, successfully finishing the race at his home circuit and securing a place on the podium. Naturally, failing to surpass Qin Mian would leave Leclerc with a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, second place was commendable, and Leclerc acknowledged that Qin Mian had indeed performed exceptionally well in today's race. Why so serious when defending against me? Couldn't you let me win a race at home?" Leclerc complained upon seeing Qin Mian. Qin Mian shrugged with a smile. "There's no choice. I feel that my chances of winning a race this season may only lie at the Monaco circuit. If I don't give it my all now, I might not have another opportunity this season." Leclerc resignedly nodded. "I used to wonder what it felt like to trail behind you while you defended. I thought Verstappen and Perez were being a bit dramatic. Now, I have a tangible experience of it. It's truly difficult, and I don't know how Verstappen endures it." Qin Mian chuckled. "That guy has a far better mindset than you. During the race, I saw you nearly lose control several times." Leclerc, hands on his hips, looked at Qin Mian with a hint of grievance in his eyes. "Do you not have a sense of why I nearly lost control? Several times before reaching the DRS zone, in an effort to distance himself from me, you nearly treated the race as though it were a qualifying session. Even from behind you, witnessing your extraordinary cornering technique left me drenched in cold sweat. Now, upon reflection, I can still see the remnants of your car's contact with the track barriers. It is not entirely fair to blame Qin Mian for his aggressiveness. After all, he is acutely aware that this race presents his best opportunity to secure a victory in the championship, especially since he has already relinquished any hope of contending for the driver's title this season. Therefore, a more aggressive approach seems justifiable. Retirement from the race would bear little consequence. Last season, he proved his capabilities. Even if he fails to outpace Hamilton this season, it is of little concern, particularly given Hamilton's struggles with the current W13. "Let us not speak of our elder brother as if he were a second brother," Qin Mian remarked, acknowledging the steadiness with which you approached your recent overtaking maneuver. After exchanging a few words with Leclerc, who then wiped the sweat from his brow, Qin Mian noticed the personnel signaling to him, ready for the post-race interview. He bid farewell to Leclerc and briefly shook hands with signs before donning his cap and stepping in front of the cameras. "Qin Mian, it is a pleasure to see you in this position once again. The pressure for today's race must not have been overwhelming for you, correct? According to the latest statistics provided by the FIA, you recorded the fewest corrective maneuvers during the race among all drivers. The corrective maneuvers refer to instances when drivers, upon exiting corners, may apply throttle a tad too eagerly, resulting in oversteering. Most drivers might not react promptly, waiting until the car is significantly misaligned before attempting to regain control. However, F1 drivers possess an acute sensitivity to their vehicles, often rectifying the car's trajectory before it visibly tilts. While this may not drastically affect lap times, avoiding corrective maneuvers enhances the car's traction continuity, resulting in marginally higher speeds, both in terms of tail-end velocity and maximum speed. Throughout this race, Qin Mian primarily focused on defending against Leclerc's advances, and such a performance can certainly be deemed relatively effortless. In reality, Qin Mian felt little pressure while fending off Leclerc. On one hand, they frequently practiced together in simulators, allowing Qin Mian to gain insight into Leclerc's driving habits. Furthermore, as he had just mentioned to Leclerc, the latter's impatience when at a disadvantage often leads to more aggressive and urgent maneuvers. Thus, providing even the slightest opportunity to Leclerc prompts him to seize it with fervor, making the task of defending against him considerably more manageable than against seasoned competitors like Perez. The extensive experience of these veterans renders their understanding of defensive tactics almost intuitive, particularly when their car's performance exceeds yours. In an effort to secure their position, one must not only ensure that the racing performance does not fall significantly short of their competitors, but also engage in more strategic long-term planning. However, this is, after all, Leclerc's home turf, and he resides here. Thus, it is imperative to refrain from uttering the truth at such times. Instead, one must extol Leclerc's virtues, perhaps even to an exaggerated extent. Yet, undeniably, Leclerc's aggression is formidable, and there were several moments during the race when I nearly succumbed to his advances. The two red flags offered me a momentary respite. Had the race proceeded uninterrupted, I might not have been able to withstand Leclerc's relentless onslaught. Regarding the championship title for this leg of the race, I would estimate that my personal prowess accounts for merely 30 of the victory, with the team contributing another 30, and the remaining 40 attributable to sheer luck. In the latter stages of the race, Sainz attempted to overtake Leclerc. Yet I observed that whenever Sainz was poised to initiate an attack in the DRS zone, posing a threat to Leclerc, you would invariably appear ahead of Leclerc in the DRS zone. Was this a deliberate maneuver on your part? Such matters are hardly suited for discussion in this context. Coincidence. In stark contrast to the preceding lengthy discourse, when the post-race interviewer posed this question, Qin Mian resolutely uttered just those two words. However, the disparity became evident. While extolling Leclerc, Qin Mian had elaborated extensively, nearly elevating Leclerc's attacking prowess above his own. Yet, faced with the interviewer's inquiry, Qin Mian merely uttered a single word, and it was evident to all that there was an element of intentionality in his actions. Nevertheless, Qin Mian maintained an air of righteous indignation, undoubtedly enhancing the entertainment value of the segment. The others in the studio erupted into laughter upon hearing Qin Mian's response, leaving even the host momentarily speechless. However, being a professional, the host swiftly transitioned to another topic. So, Qin Mian, will Mercedes' impressive performance this week carry over into the next race? Based on today's performance, it is evident that the team's car has shown signs of revival. This time, Qin Mian did not mince words, while the fans might not be fully aware. Both Mercedes and their competitors understand that the team's car has struggled this season. Thus, Qin Mian candidly remarked, it is likely to be quite challenging. In fact, the team did not implement any upgrades for this race, and we are still grappling with the issue of porpoising. Additionally, the overall balance and predictability of the car are far from satisfactory. What troubles both Hamilton and me most is the narrow tuning window for the car. Therefore, I believe the team needs to invest more effort and resources into the car's development, ideally over the course of 1 to 2 years. At which point, I am confident the team's car will regain its former competitiveness, despite the myriad of questions lingering in his mind for Qin Mian. Particularly after his outstanding performance in today's race, the host could only bid farewell with a smile after 3 inquiries had already been posed. Congratulations once again on securing the championship in the 2022 Monaco Grand Prix. We look forward to witnessing even greater feats from you in the remainder of this season. Qin Mian nodded appreciatively, setting down the microphone, and waved to the enthusiastic fans before making his way off the track. Following the conclusion of the Monaco Grand Prix, the podium ceremony was situated in a building adjacent to the racetrack, and Qin Mian needed to head to the preparation area to await his turn. Given the street circuit, the windows on either side were filled with spectators, and as he walked by, many cheered his name and whistled. Naturally, Qin Mian responded with a warm wave. Meanwhile, standing with arms crossed among the Mercedes team personnel, Toto's mind was still occupied by Qin Mian's final remarks. He turned to Elliot beside him. Mike, when will the modifications to the simulator be completed? Elliot looked at his boss, momentarily bewildered. Was this really the time to discuss such matters amidst the celebrations? However, remaining in a professional mindset, he pondered the question briefly before responding. According to reports from the simulator department, the earliest completion will be by the British Grand Prix. What about the car development? Is the current W13 still the redesigned W13B? Before Toto could answer, Elliot promptly relayed the progress of the two distinct concept cars. The redesigned W13B has begun component manufacturing, utilizing my new chassis design. As for the actual vehicle, we may have to wait until the end of the year. The W13 now has 3 distinct upgrade projects, all focused on weight reduction. Yet we still face challenges with the tuning window and rear downforce issues. Nonetheless, the 3 upgrades for the W13 should be completed before the British Grand Prix. Is there a possibility of either Qin Mian or Hamilton ascending to the highest podium? We will do our utmost, Elliot replied, albeit with a somewhat awkward expression. Hearing this, Toto sighed in resignation. If the team's performance faltered in the upcoming races, he would have to engage in some motivational discussions with Qin Mian. After all, he had already learned that several teams were eyeing Qin Mian's expiring contract for next year. Toto found himself regretting, yet again, not having secured a 5-year contract with Qin Mian. On the other side, Qin Mian had arrived at the resting area beneath the podium. With no seats available, he settled on the steps leading upstairs. After taking a sip of water, Leclerc approached him. How does it feel to stand on the podium in your home race? Qin Mian asked curiously, watching Leclerc plop down beside him after grabbing a bottle of water. Leclerc donned his second-place cap and uncapped a bottle of unmarked pure water. After taking a sip, he remarked, "It feels quite splendid, though it is a pity I did not secure first place." Is this never-ending? Qin Mian expressed his dissatisfaction. What more can be done? It can be considered the fulfillment of a long-held aspiration since my entry into F1. After all, this is my first successful race in my hometown, and I have ascended the podium. It serves as a testament to my capabilities before the elders of my community. My only regret is not clinching the championship. At this point, Leclerc paused and inquired, "By the way, do you have any updates regarding the Chinese Grand Prix? I imagine you have been eagerly anticipating a victory on home soil for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Qin Mian crossed his arms behind his head and leaned back against the steps, lacking the decorum one would expect from a world champion and Monaco Grand Prix victor. He resembled a weary youth seeking a moment of respite. "I have no idea. I am uncertain if the team will even provide me with a competitively viable car to contend for a podium after the Shanghai Grand Prix resumes." Leclerc placed a reassuring hand on Qin Mian's shoulder. "If I recall correctly, your contract is for 3 years. I assenti it? With friends, there is little to hide." And since this information could easily be verified, Qin Mian nodded candidly. "Indeed, it is 3 years, and it will expire after next year." Leclerc leaned in close, whispering, "Have you considered returning to Ferrari?" Qin Mian gazed at Leclerc in astonishment. Is this truly the appropriate moment for such a discussion? Moreover, there are so many people around. My friend has just secured the podium, and cameras are trained on us. One cannot discern whether the focus is on us or on Sainz, who is currently being interviewed. Even the Netflix crew was present. Meanwhile, the low-profile Netflix crew, though unaware of the specifics of Leclerc and Qin Mian's conversation, was captivated by their proximity. Their smiles nearly mirroring Qin Mian's exuberance as he celebrated after dismounting from his car. Leclerc recognized his misstep. However, with the thrill of completing a race on home turf and achieving a podium finish, he was understandably exhilarated. Coupled with Qin Mian's concerns about the team's performance for the Chinese Grand Prix, Leclerc, aware of Ferrari's long-term strategies and plans, understood that while Ferrari may not consistently secure the championship in the coming years, they would likely remain competitive in the second and third positions. If Mercedes fails to provide Qin Mian with a sufficiently competitive vehicle in 2023, Leclerc firmly believed that Qin Mian could indeed consider joining Ferrari. At the very least, he harbored a genuine desire to be teammates with Qin Mian. As for the reason, Leclerc looked forward to the race, envisioning a scenario where he outpaced Qin Mian, followed closely behind him, with the team instructing Qin Mian to yield the track. As the time approaches, the scene of Qin Mian gritting his teeth promises to be quite exhilarating. At the very least, one can ensure that he can position himself behind Qin Mian without enduring the discomfort of being defended against by him. Of course, This is merely a fanciful notion of Leclerc, born from his frustration at being thwarted by Qin Mian. In reality, Leclerc is simply a driver. He is only capable of offering suggestions to Ferrari and cannot influence their decisions within the driver market. Moreover, let us cease this line of thought. I currently harbor no intentions in that regard. The incident in question involved numerous individuals, many of whom have not fully departed, with most merely experiencing demotions. I can assure you that should I dare to return, they would undoubtedly contrive some means to hinder me, such as vehicle malfunctions or 20-second tire changes. Leclerc recognized his misstep and acknowledged that Qin Mian's assertions could hold some validity. Thus, he laughed it off to deflect the conversation. Before long, Sainz joined them. After a brief preparation in that spot, the post-race award ceremony was set to commence. The trio of Qin Mian, Leclerc, and Sainz ascended a white spiral staircase, reaching the upper level, and were subsequently welcomed onto the podium by the event's host. The ceremony was presided over by members of the Monaco royal family, including Prince Albert II, his wife, and their twins. Qin Mian had met them before. During his time residing in Monaco, the royal couple had even visited his home. However, their stay was brief, and they did not partake in a meal. Nonetheless, it must be said that Princess Charlene Wittstock is indeed strikingly beautiful. In moments of casual conversation, Leclerc had shared with Qin Mian the less savory aspects of their royal family. Even Leclerc, a native of Monaco, privately critiqued his prince's personal life, revealing that Albert II is not regarded as an exemplary husband. Furthermore, it appears that the princess had once left home for a period, but Qin Mian, engrossed in his studies back in China, had not paid much attention to such matters. It remains a mystery as to why she has returned. Yet, the internal affairs of the royal family hold little relevance for Qin Mian. After all, as a Chinese national, his move to Monaco was primarily motivated by its tax benefits, the presence of friends residing in the vicinity, and favorable weather. With small talk momentarily set aside, the host's voice announced the entrance of Sainz, Leclerc, Qin Mian, and Toto, one after the other. Indeed, Toto likely understood that this race could be the sole victory for Mercedes this season, prompting his appearance to accept the award. As Qin Mian passed behind Prince Albert II and Minister of State Pierre Dartout, he arrived at the highest podium. During the award ceremony, the champion's trophy presented by the organizers remained a golden replica of the Monte Carlo circuit. Notably, the case for this trophy was crafted by Louis Vuitton, and Qin Mian's first thought upon seeing it was that Xiaoming would surely appreciate the case. The champion's trophy was awarded to Qin Mian by Prince Albert II and Prince Jacques, the little prince of Monaco. However, for reasons unknown, Qin Mian sensed that this little fellow appeared to be sleep-deprived, with notably pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, more so than his own after late-night gaming sessions during the festive season. Following his handshake with the king, Qin Mian crouched down to meet Prince Jacques, who seemed somewhat anxious and fidgety with his hands intertwined. With a smile, Qin Mian extended his hand for a brief handshake with Prince Jacques. Despite the boy's somewhat dazed expression, it is undeniable that human cubs possess a certain charm. After receiving the trophy, Qin Mian held it in his hands, admiring it for a moment before raising it high amidst the cheers of the Mercedes team below. The applause from the crowd resonated throughout the area. Subsequently, the Prince of Monaco approached Leclerc, and they exchanged a few words in French, appearing quite pleased to see Leclerc in this setting. Following this, the princess and Gabriella were responsible for presenting Leclerc with his runner-up trophy, with the princess also shaking hands with Sainz, Qin Mian, and Leclerc in turn. Ultimately, Sainz's trophy was awarded by Monaco's Minister of State, Sergeter. Finally, Toto's team was honored with the championship trophy. After the four of them received their respective trophies, the national flags of each driver waved proudly above their heads. At that moment, Qin Mian, with a serious expression, removed his champion's cap, and the commentators broadcasting the event in his homeland fell silent. A song deeply embedded in the hearts of all Chinese began to play. As the national anthem concluded, Qin Mian remained composed, singing along until the familiar melody faded, after which applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. He then collected his emotions, offering a smile to the staff of his team below. Following this, the group gathered for a photograph. The time for celebration had arrived for the drivers. As the champion, Qin Mian was immediately drenched, with Leclerc, Toto, and Sainz all showering him with champagne. By the end of the festivities, he was soaked from head to toe, even feeling champagne sloshing in his shoes. After the celebration concluded, The awards ceremony wrapped up, and Qin Mian and his team made their way off the stage. Meanwhile, the results and scoring for the race were announced. P1. Qin Mian 26, fastest lap. P2. Leclerc 18 P3, Sainz 14 P4, Perez 12 P5, Verstappen 10 P6, Hamilton 8 P7, Norris 6 P8, Alonso 4 P9, Bottas 2 P10. Vettel won. Qin Mian's performance in this race was nothing short of commendable. And most importantly, he not only secured the championship title, but also achieved the fastest lap of the day. In truth, given the current speed of the Mercedes racing team, it is quite challenging to secure the fastest lap. However, throughout the course of the race, it can be said that Qin Mian single-handedly dominated, consistently suppressing all competitors behind him. Consequently, the drivers trailing him rarely had sufficient time or space to attempt a fastest lap. In the early stages, some drivers did seize the opportunity to briefly claim the fastest lap from Qin Mian. Yet, as the race progressed and the fuel load diminished, Qin Mian unleashed his full potential on the track, obstructing the progress of all others behind him. Thus, Qin Mian rightfully earned this valuable point. Simultaneously, Zhou Guanyu's finishing position in this race was commendable, securing 13th place, although he did not achieve any points. Starting from 19th on the challenging Monte Carlo circuit and ultimately finishing 13th is an accomplishment to take pride in, especially considering the difficulty of overtaking on this track. This result is undoubtedly satisfactory for both Zhou Guanyu and the Alfa Romeo team, given Zhou Guanyu's current display of skill and performance. His position within the Alfa Romeo team appears to be firmly established. Barring any significant changes, the team is unlikely to consider a driver change, and it is reasonable to believe that Zhou Guanyu will secure at least a 2-year contract by the end of this season. Following this race, the drivers' championship standings are as follows. 1. Leclerc 121-2, Qin Mian 114-3, Verstappen 112-4, Perez 81-5, Sainz 76, Hamilton 51-7, Norris 48, Ocon 38-9, Bottas 38-16, Gasly 5. With his victory at the Monaco Grand Prix, Qin Mian ascended from 3rd to 2nd place, now only 7 points shy of leader Leclerc. The reason Qin Mian occupies this position, surpassing Verstappen, is primarily due to his remarkable consistency. Since the start of the 2022 season, he has not encountered any issues during races and has no records of retirements. In contrast to Verstappen and Leclerc, Qin Mian's strength lies in his stability. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise for Verstappen or Leclerc in the upcoming races this season, Qin Mian may indeed find himself with an opportunity to reclaim the Drivers' Championship title. Of course, this remains speculative. It is likely that both Red Bull and Ferrari will continue to identify issues throughout the races, dedicating more resources to enhance the stability of their cars. While Ferrari may still falter due to its corporate culture, Red Bull will certainly strive to improve the reliability of its vehicles. Meanwhile, the team standings are as follows. 1. Red Bull, 193-2. Ferrari, 191-3. Mercedes, 165-4. McLaren, 48-5. Alpine, 47-6. Alfa Romeo, 44-7. Haas, 16-8. AlphaTauri, 14-9. Aston Martin, 6. In the overall team rankings, Ferrari has further narrowed the points gap, with Red Bull now reduced to a mere 2 points. The disparity in points between Mercedes and the leading 2 teams remains substantial. This is an unavoidable situation, as Hamilton struggles to adapt to the operational logic of the W13. In truth, Qin Mian is aware that Hamilton's inability to perform this season cannot solely be attributed to him. Qin Mian quickly acclimates to the driving style of this car, largely due to its auxiliary features. Regardless of the challenges presented by this vehicle, Qin Mian manages to discover an appropriate driving technique and adapt swiftly. Although Hamilton is a 7-time champion, he remains fundamentally human, and his adaptability to racing has waned compared to his youth. After all, at 37, his capacity for learning is not as robust as it once was. Nevertheless, the Monaco Grand Prix has now concluded in its entirety. Following the race, Qin Mian naturally participated in the team's celebratory banquet. As the champion of this leg of the competition, there was no valid reason for him to decline attendance. Following the Monaco Grand Prix, there is a brief respite before the Azerbaijan Grand Prix in 2 weeks, a track that is also considered a favorable venue for Leclerc. The infamous "I am stupid" corner continues to be a topic of lively discussion among fans, while this circuit has also birthed countless memorable moments, such as teammate rivalries, dramatic missteps that led to championship losses, and brake failures that resulted in departures from the track. However, those events will transpire in 2 weeks' time. After the banquet, Qin Mian returned home to rest. The following day, upon awakening, Qin Mian let out a resigned sigh. Last season, after the races concluded, he had ample time for rest and recovery. However, today was different. He had interviews to attend in the morning, followed by a royal gathering in the afternoon and evening. As notified by Qin Mian, the interviews were conducted by 5-Star Sports and CCTV, which was unavoidable. After all, one is a well-regarded media outlet with which he has a good rapport, while the other is a national-level platform. As for the royal banquet, it goes without saying. The invitation from the Monaco royal family had been delivered to his doorstep, and they had personally presented him with an award just the day before, leaving Qin Mian with no reason to decline. The silver lining was that both events were conveniently located in Monaco, so Qin Mian sighed again upon rising. Beside him, Qin Mian remained asleep, her hair tousled and partially obscuring her face. Exhausted from the previous night's activities with Qin Mian, she had collapsed onto the bed without even taking a shower. Qin Mian did not wake her. After gently moving Qin Mian's hair aside to ensure her breathing was unobstructed, he rose from bed, casually selecting a short-sleeved shirt. He donned a cap from the Mercedes-Benz team, followed by a mask and sunglasses. After exchanging a brief greeting with his mother, who was enjoying tea and reading on the balcony, he stepped outside. Today marked the first day following the conclusion of the Monaco Grand Prix, and many tourists remained in the area, prompting Qin Mian to disguise his identity. In the morning, he participated in an exclusive interview with Zhou Haoran and others, followed by one with CCTV. Upon completing these engagements, he bid farewell to the CCTV personnel and then invited Zhou Haoran to his home for lunch. After their meal, they captured some footage at Qin Mian's residence before Zhou Haoran and the staff from 5-Star Sports returned home. In the afternoon, Qin Mian took a shower and changed into a suit he rarely wore. With Qin Mian's assistance, he tied a black tie. This occasion required him to attend as a guest, and given his understated nature, he deemed it unnecessary to dress ostentatiously. He had initially intended to bring Qin Mian along, but she declined outright. Like Qin Mian, she was not fond of such atmospheres, and the invitation had only extended to him. While it is quite normal for one to attend such gatherings with a companion, and no one would raise an eyebrow at it, Qin Mian still refused. Qin Mian did not press her, understanding that he too would prefer to remain at home rather than endure the formality. Dressed and ready, Qin Mian drove to the Prince's Palace of Monaco. Merely 100 meters north lay the T19 and T18 corners of the Monte Carlo circuit, a 15-minute walk from his home. However, given the nature of the evening's event, arriving on foot would lack decorum, so he opted to drive instead. Upon nearing the palace, he observed the circuit being dismantled by a construction crew, and he even spotted staff from the Mercedes-Benz team still tidying up. He greeted them from a distance before proceeding to the entrance of the palace. Coincidentally, upon his arrival, Leclerc also appeared, almost simultaneously. After parking his car, Qin Mian felt a surge of happiness at seeing Leclerc. In such a relatively unfamiliar environment, having a familiar face nearby could provide significant comfort, both physically and mentally. However, as Leclerc exited his vehicle, he approached Qin Mian with a somber expression, and, to Qin Mian's bewilderment, he placed a hand on Qin Mian's shoulder and directly stated, "I am very sorry about what happened yesterday." A large question mark hovered over Qin Mian's mind. What transpired that warranted an apology? Should he have been aware of something? Leclerc gently cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had to explain a situation he had initiated. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and said, "Yesterday on the podium, did we not discuss the possibility of you joining Ferrari?" Since there were no outsiders around, Qin Mian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I remember." After speaking, Qin Mian suddenly paused, noticing Leclerc's slightly awkward expression. "Wait, please don't tell me this is already leaked?" Although the journalists in the paddock lacked the sensationalism of tabloid reporters, the revelation of this matter could lead to unfavorable interpretations, potentially tarnishing Qin Mian's reputation and inviting some criticism. Leclerc grimaced and nodded. "I suspect so. Damn it," Qin Mian exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration upon hearing this news. "How could you not know about the uproar online?" Qin Mian, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. "I was busy with various interviews this morning and didn't have a moment to check my phone, so of course I'm unaware. Now that you know, Have you thought of a solution? I'm not a genius. How could I possibly come up with a solution right away? Qin Mian retorted with a hint of irritation. Then, after calming slightly, asked, First, tell me whether the paddock believes I am going to Ferrari, or if it's merely our conversation that has been exposed. Everyone knows you were invited, but you declined. Qin Mian sighed, wanting to scratch his head but hesitating at the thought of his meticulously styled hair, which had been arranged by Xiaoming. Resigned, he lowered his hand. You should go in first. I need to call Toto. Are you sure you want to do that? Shouldn't you discuss it with Xiaoming? This matter has unexpectedly come to light, and I think it could still hold some utility for you, like negotiating a raise or improving your conditions with the team. Qin Mian considered Leclerc's words and found them reasonable. Meanwhile, the news of Qin Mian potentially joining Ferrari was circulating within the paddock, with various media outlets eagerly reporting and speculating on its authenticity. Naturally, this news reached Toto Wolff's desk promptly. As he read the report, Toto rubbed his temples in distress. He had just returned to the UK the previous day, and his office chair had barely warmed before this issue arose. However, given that Qin Mian was the future star of his team, Toto could not afford to ignore the rumors. Moreover, considering Qin Mian's exceptional performance this season, which had been pivotal for the team, Toto felt it was time to elevate Qin Mian's status within the organization. While he could not simply dismiss Hamilton to allow the so-called crowned prince to ascend, Toto understood the necessity of soothing the concerns of fans, the team, and the drivers. Work is never-ending, he lamented, before picking up the phone to commence damage control. On the other side, after his conversation with Xiaoming, Qin Mian returned to the entrance of the Monaco Palace. To Qin Mian's surprise, he spoke with Xiaoming for approximately 10 minutes, while Leclerc remained outside, waiting by the door. Why aren't you going in? Qin Mian inquired curiously as he approached Leclerc. Waiting for you, Leclerc replied. All right then, let's head inside together. Qin Mian nodded. Any updates from Xiaoming? Leclerc asked as they walked. Not much. She mentioned she understood the situation and offered me some advice before hanging up. It seems the girl has made up her mind. How do you know? Just a guess. Leclerc smiled subtly. Qin Mian did not delve deeper, and soon the two entered the venue. As public figures in Monaco, a place relatively free from geopolitical intrigue, the security for such gatherings was not stringent. They entered without presenting invitations, relying solely on their presence. During the banquet, drinks flowed freely, but Qin Mian felt somewhat out of place compared to the effortlessly sociable Leclerc. More often than not, local businessmen approached Qin Mian to engage in conversation, exchanging phone numbers and discussing potential collaborations. The evening quickly progressed, and the royal family of Monaco, whom Qin Mian had encountered the previous night, made their entrance amidst the gaze of all attendees. Following the applause, the host joined the festivities. Qin Mian found himself in a less conspicuous corner, where those interested in collaborating with him had already made their introductions earlier in the afternoon. Consequently, his suit pocket now contained several business cards, granting him a rare moment of tranquility. However, it wasn't long before Prince Albert II of Monaco approached with Prince Jacques. Noticing their direction, Qin Mian quickly wiped his hands and mouth with a damp towel, smiling as he welcomed them. Thank you for attending our dinner, Qin Mian. I noticed you haven't interacted much with the guests. Is there something that makes you feel uneasy? Prince Albert II inquired after shaking Qin Mian's hand with a smile. Qin Mian offered an awkward smile in response. No, it's a wonderful event, and the banquet is splendid. However, Your Highness, as you know, I am not particularly adept at socializing. Sky Sports even reported that I am the least active endorsement-seeking driver among all current F1 racers. So, when I'm not racing, I prefer to be in a quieter environment, engaging in activities I enjoy. He then gestured towards Prince Jacques, who was holding his hand. Of course, I understand that this visit is mainly for this little fellow to meet you. Surprised, Qin Mian knelt to meet Prince Jacques before extending his hand. Your Highness, it is a pleasure to see you again. I believe we have already been introduced. However, Qin Mian sensed that the little prince still looked at him with the same apprehension he had exhibited during the awards ceremony yesterday. Of course, he extended his hand for a brief handshake with Qin Mian. Then, adopting a demeanor of a miniature adult, he said, "That occasion could only be deemed as us having met. It does not qualify as a formal introduction." After that, Prince Jacques earnestly introduced himself to Qin Mian. "I am Jacques-Honoré Renier, from Monaco, and I am the prince of this country. It is a pleasure to meet you." Observing the earnest expression of this young child as he shook his hand and introduced himself, Qin Mian found it difficult to suppress a smile. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied with equal seriousness, I am Qin Mian, from China, currently the reigning world champion of the Formula One Grand Prix. However, I have a feeling that my position and title will soon be claimed by the likes of Verstappen or Leclerc. No, I have faith in your abilities. You will undoubtedly reclaim the championship even in the face of significant performance disparities in racing, Jacques replied with surprising conviction. Qin Mian blinked in astonishment. How could this little fellow gaze at him with the same admiration that his fans did? At that moment, Albert II interjected to clarify, in fact, Jacques has always admired you. Since your first race in F1, he has been following your competitions closely, and even when he lacks time, he makes sure to watch the replays of your races. Qin Mian was even more taken aback. Really? Albert II nodded affirmatively, indeed. And once Jacques learned that you settled in Monaco, he was eager to meet you. But as you know, the pandemic was quite severe at that time. So we advised him against it. A mixture of surprise and delight adorned Qin Mian's expression, along with a touch of pride. After all, having the heir to a nation as a fan was quite an honor. Turning to the little prince, Qin Mian smiled and said, It is my privilege to have won your admiration, Your Highness. After nodding, Jacques added, Could you please sign something for me? I would like to hang it in my study. Of course, no problem. I also have the helmet I used last year. Would you like it? It's from the qualifying session of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and I can gift it to you. As a fan of Qin Mian, Jacques was aware that the latter was crowned during the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, making the helmet from the qualifying session particularly meaningful, especially since it had been worn by Qin Mian himself. Yet, being well-mannered, the young prince turned to his father after hearing Qin Mian's offer, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, silently pleading, Can I accept this helmet? I truly desire it. Please. Albert II inquired, Wouldn't that be too precious? No matter how valuable the helmet might be, I shall never use it again. My sponsors will deduct my sponsorship fee, Qin Mian joked. He then continued, Moreover, this helmet will likely remain displayed in my cabinet forever. I believe it is far more meaningful to gift it to a true admirer than to let it gather dust. At this point, Qin Mian looked at Jacques and asked, You will take good care of it, won't you? Prince Jacques nodded vigorously. Indeed, I will, and if possible, I even hope to wear this helmet to participate in competitions in the future. Qin Mian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Although he had spent some time abroad and had grown accustomed to life overseas, he still favored a more cautious approach regarding the growth and development of children. Thus, the thought of having a child learn to race cars from a young age had never crossed Qin Mian's mind. After all, as someone who drives, he is acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this sport. However, when Qin Mian glanced at Albert II, the latter smiled and nodded, his face radiating pride and aspiration. It was evident that he was pleased with his son's current choice. Yet, Qin Mian was utterly perplexed. My dear brother, he is the crown prince. What is with that expression of yours filled with pride? Moreover, this demeanor is rather inappropriate at this moment. Does one not realize how many drivers have lost their lives in racing accidents? Despite his internal musings, Qin Mian recognized that the philosophy regarding the upbringing of offspring differs markedly between foreign cultures and his own. Having grown up in China, he found it difficult to comprehend, but chose to respect it nonetheless. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Mian addressed Prince Jacques. Your Highness, are you familiar with Alonso? Prince Jacques nodded. I am aware of Fernando Alonso, a two-time world champion. Qin Mian continued. It has been 21 years since Alonso officially entered the F1 family, and he remains active on the circuit today. Many drivers in the paddock are his fans. Even Zhou Guanyu grew up watching his races. I, too, watched his competitions during my childhood. If I am not mistaken, you are currently 8 years old, correct? I aspire to race in the paddock for another decade or so, and I look forward to the day when we can compete together. Upon hearing this, the young prince's eyes sparkled with dreams and aspirations, clearly enchanted by Qin Mian's vision. However, he soon asked with a curious and eager expression, Can I be your teammate? Qin Mian was somewhat surprised by the boy's ambition. You have quite the aspirations. Young man, after all, it is no simple matter to team up with a world champion. You must possess sufficient skill to achieve that, unlike those of lesser talent. Such a stroll. Nevertheless, he added with a smile, Of course, if the opportunity arises. As the discussion reached its conclusion, Prince Jacques, after nodding earnestly, said to Qin Mian, You may call me by my name. Just Jacques will suffice. Qin Mian smiled in return and nodded. Very well, Mr. Jacques. Realizing that the conversation had drawn to a close, Princess Charlene approached at an opportune moment, greeting Qin Mian before gently leading the reluctant young prince away. As Qin Mian observed the prince's gaze, he suddenly realized he had yet to provide him with an autograph. However, given the current circumstances, it was not appropriate for him to chase after the young prince to offer a signature. Moreover, there is nothing suitable nearby for signing. However, I believe opportunities will abound in the future. For now, it is just Qin Mian and Prince Albert II in each other's company. I hope the food here pleases your palate. Indeed, the flavors are delightful. You must have noticed that I have indulged quite a bit. I am glad you enjoy it. Just as you mentioned to my son earlier, I too hope to witness you and my son compete side by side on the racetrack one day. When faced with the young prince, Qin Mian refrained from saying much. After all, he is merely an 8-year-old child who might not grasp your words and could even perceive them as a challenge to his dreams. However, in the presence of the child's father, Qin Mian voiced his inner concerns. Are you truly certain you want him to pursue a career in racing? With all due respect, while I consider myself a relatively successful racer, I am acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this profession. What prompts your thoughts on this matter? Prince Albert II raised an eyebrow in surprise at Qin Mian's inquiry. After a brief moment of silence, Qin Mian remained silent. Albert II replied, I do worry about Jacques' safety. But more than that, I prefer to encourage him to pursue what he loves. At the very least, I support his aspirations, so when he grows older, he will not blame us for his choices. Qin Mian merely nodded, acknowledging that it is the father's prerogative to raise his child as he sees fit. Yet, reflecting on the topic of children, Qin Mian pondered his own future. If he were to have children one day, what would he do? What if they also wished to follow the path of racing? Should he support them or oppose their desires? Noticing Qin Mian lost in thought, Albert II chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, It seems the concepts of parenting in your country differ from ours. Of course, I choose to respect that. However, if Jacques truly wishes to pursue it, we will wholeheartedly support him. With that, Albert II announced his departure, expressing gratitude for Qin Mian's presence at the dinner. You know, there are always some individuals one must meet at gatherings like this, and it has been a pleasure conversing with you. After extending his hand, Qin Mian shook it warmly. As Qin Mian emerged from his reverie, he smiled and reciprocated the handshake, saying, Farewell, Your Highness. After nodding and smiling, Albert II took his leave. With the prince gone, Qin Mian felt a slight release of tension. After all, he was the leader of Monaco, and Qin Mian had to maintain a certain composure in his presence. Now that he was alone, he could afford to relax a bit. However, it was indeed surprising that the young prince had taken a liking to him. While Qin Mian understood that the little fellow was just a regular child with his own preferences, it was truly unexpected to receive the affection of Monaco's heir, leaving Qin Mian both bewildered and somewhat absurdly proud. Yet, thinking of Jacques, Qin Mian pulled out his phone and called Barber. The call connected swiftly. Qin Mian, what can I do for you? Barber inquired. Are you in Brackley? Yes, I'm at home resting. Could you possibly come to my house tomorrow? Last year, I recall placing the helmet I used during the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix qualifying session in the storage room, where I also have a display case for helmets. Would you assist me in retrieving it? Do you need me to deliver it to Monaco? No need. You rarely have time to relax. Just stay home and spend quality time with your family. Simply send the helmet to the airport, and I will arrange for a plane to pick it up tomorrow. At that time, you can place the items on board. Qin Mian understands how infuriating it is to have a holiday interrupted, so he only troubled Barber to help him with this task, without imposing further demands. Upon hearing that the items would be transported by plane, Barber was somewhat taken aback, as the operation and maintenance of a private jet can be quite costly. Although the value of Qin Mian's helmet is immeasurable, utilizing his private jet for such a transport seems rather extravagant. Nevertheless, Barber is a person of discernment, which is why he has been able to remain by Qin Mian's side for so long. Thus, he refrained from asking further questions, merely nodding in confirmation after clarifying the plane's arrival time before ending the call. Soon after, Qin Mian made another call to the captain of his aircraft to finalize the arrangements. Once all matters were settled, an unexpected guest arrived before Qin Mian. Leclerc appeared, impeccably attired in a black suit, with a rose pinned to his chest, exuding charm with his handsome visage. He approached Qin Mian, holding a glass of red wine and smiling. This time, however, Qin Mian was less than cordial. He leaned against the wall, picked up his unfinished meal, and began to eat. After all, we are friends. Must you be so indifferent? Leclerc inquired with a smile. Qin Mian shot him a glance. Before that incident became public, I considered us friends. Now, I only wish to land a punch on your face. You should know, it was merely an unintentional mistake. Leclerc replied as he moved closer to Qin Mian. However, upon glancing at the contents of Qin Mian's plate, he was taken aback. The plate was filled with high-calorie foods such as coconut, chocolate, jackfruit, and fried chicken wings. Any typical F1 driver would surely be reprimanded by their fitness trainer for such indulgence, given the excessive caloric content. With the formidable digestive capabilities and physical attributes of an F1 driver, consuming such a meal would inevitably lead to weight gain, if not an increase of a pound. The profession of an F1 driver places great emphasis on maintaining weight. Any excess could significantly impact lap times, while the effect may seem negligible over a single lap. Across an extended race of 50 or even 71 laps, such minor differences in lap speed could translate into a time disparity of 5 to 6 seconds. Yet, at every gathering, Qin Mian feasts in this manner, indulging in whatever is delectable and high in calories, never refraining from temptation. Ironically, regardless of Qin Mian's eating habits, his weight consistently remains within the team's required range, and Barber, his nutritionist, has gradually devolved into more of an assistant role for Qin Mian. In response, Leclerc expressed a profound envy. After all, which F1 driver wouldn't desire the freedom to indulge in their favorite delicacies without restraint? At times, one might wish to whisk you away to a laboratory for dissection, to discern how your physique thrives on such a diet without gaining an ounce. Leclerc's tone eventually tinged with a hint of admiration and jealousy. Qin Mian chuckled softly. Such is the nature of talent. It's beyond our control. Never mind. Every time we discuss this, you attribute it to talent. After the dinner, there's a gathering tonight. Will you attend? Leclerc leaned against a nearby pillar beside Qin Mian. Qin Mian waved a fried chicken wing playfully, shaking his head. I think I'll skip that kind of event. It's not my scene. I'd rather return home to play some video games, or perhaps go to the beach. However, as he spoke, he hesitated, realizing that Monaco was bustling with tourists, and venturing to the beach might lead to being recognized and potentially causing a commotion in the streets. Contemplating this, he concluded, forget the beach. I'll head straight home after the soiree. Leclerc nodded. I noticed Prince Albert and young Prince Jacques sought you out just now. Qin Mian's eyes lit up, for he had been searching for an opportunity to impress Leclerc, and here it was, presented to him on a silver platter. He discreetly set down his plate and dabbed his mouth with a napkin, feigning nonchalance as he said, Indeed, Prince Albert came with Prince Jacques to chat with me. What did you discuss? Leclerc inquired with curiosity, struggling to suppress the burgeoning smile on his face. Qin Mian replied calmly, Nothing of great consequence. Prince Jacques merely wished to make my acquaintance and mentioned his admiration for my racing, expressing a desire to compete alongside me when he grows up. Leclerc, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped the underlying implications of Qin Mian's words. Make your acquaintance? Hadn't you already met during the awards ceremony yesterday? How much more acquaintance do you need? Admiring your driving? Isn't that simply fandom? So, the Monaco heir is your admirer, is he? Wait a moment. Are you showing off in front of me? Observing the shifting expressions on Leclerc's face, Qin Mian reveled in his silent triumph. Who would have thought? A local of Monaco, unable to win the favor of the royal heir, while I, the ultimate champion of F2, the guardian of tires, the master of defense, a prodigious talent who secured the world championship in my debut season, am favored by the Prince of Monaco fuck. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Leclerc's exclamation, Qin Mian couldn't suppress his laughter. Why? Leclerc asked, perplexed. It seems Prince Jacques holds a significant position in the hearts of the people of Monaco. To be honest, I'm not quite sure, Qin Mian shrugged. Leclerc scrutinized Qin Mian for a moment, seemingly assessing him from head to toe. Yet, despite his prolonged gaze, Leclerc could not discern any qualities in Qin Mian that would attract the young prince's attention. I don't understand. Then there's no need to understand. Qin Mian replied with a smile, patting Leclerc's shoulder. Perhaps it's simply my charismatic allure FK. After the dinner concluded, Leclerc remained for the subsequent activities, while Qin Mian drove directly home. By the time Qin Mian arrived, his mother was already asleep. Since their arrival in Monaco, his mother had adopted a remarkably regular routine, retiring to bed around 9:30 p.m. each night and rising early in the morning. Quietly opening the door, Qin Mian noticed that the light in the study was still on. Upon approaching, he found Xiaoming diligently working at her computer. Notably, Xiaoming was wearing a pair of black anti-blue light glasses, which added an aura of intellectual beauty to her appearance, starkly contrasting with her usual cuteness. The combination of these two distinctly different styles captivated Qin Mian's attention, evoking a fluttering sensation in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mian approached and, amidst Xiaoming's startled exclamations, hoisted her onto his shoulder. Hey, I haven't finished my work yet. There are people at the company waiting for my documents. Xiaoming exclaimed, her expression a mixture of confusion and protest as she reached for her computer, attempting to complete her final tasks. We'll handle it tomorrow. Worst case, I'll give the employees a bonus. They will understand. Qin Mian declared with conviction. But you need to put me down first so I can inform them to leave. She insisted. It's too late. Just let me put my glasses back in the study. I can't risk straining my eyes. No way, you're wearing them tonight. And thus, the night passed in silence. The following day, with a grimace, Xiaoming distributed a 100-night shift allowance to each of her colleagues. Then, in exasperation, kicked Qin Mian, who had emerged from the home gym with his shirt off and was sitting beside her. This is all your fault. Qin Mian chuckled, choosing not to engage. In the afternoon, Qin Mian forewent physical training, opting instead to start a live stream of himself playing CSGO. Racing was both his passion and profession, unlike Verstappen. Qin Mian's life encompassed more than just racing. He understood that enthusiasm for a particular field could not be sustained indefinitely, so during his downtime, he tried to avoid games related to racing as much as possible. Once the live stream commenced, a large influx of viewers quickly filled the chat. Due to the 7-hour time difference between Monaco and China, Qin Mian's streaming time coincided perfectly with approximately 9 p.m. in China, the peak time for viewership. Is Qin Mian live? Congratulations on winning the Monaco Grand Prix. Qin Mian is incredible. You raced splendidly the other day. Good evening, Qin Mian. Are you going to carry your teammates in the game just like you did with Mercedes on the track? It was unclear who had sent that particular message. But during the afternoon's gaming session, Qin Mian indeed found himself carrying his teammates. Although they secured victories thanks to his performance, the burden of being the team's anchor proved exhausting. Eventually, Qin Mian could no longer endure it. He called for reinforcements, summoning Zhou Guanyu and 2 other professional players. They then plunged into a chaotic whirlwind of high-stakes CSGO matches. The next day was Wednesday. In the afternoon, Qin Mian arrived at the airport to retrieve the helmet he had prepared for the little prince. Had he not resided in his home in England, he would scarcely have ventured to tidy up the storage room, which had consequently accumulated a fair amount of dust over time. Qin Mian recalled that his helmet was likely to be covered in dust. However, upon its arrival in his possession, it appeared remarkably clean. Of course, he was certain it was indeed his helmet, as he vividly remembered that during his racing laps, it had come into contact with debris kicked up by the car ahead, leaving a faint scratch on its side. After all, the full-carbon helmet exhibited commendable durability. Once he confirmed that both the helmet and its storage box were in satisfactory condition, Qin Mian sought out Prince Jacques. In the midst of the little fellow's astonished and excited gaze, he personally presented the helmet to him. The Monaco royal family graciously invited Qin Mian to their residence for a meal, which, unlike a formal banquet, was merely a simple family gathering, devoid of toasts and speeches, where everyone sat together to enjoy food and engage in pleasant conversation. After dining, the prince gifted Qin Mian a limited edition stamp exclusive to the Monaco royal family. Though Qin Mian could not quite comprehend its significance, the exquisite printing and substantial weight of the stamp made it a delightful keepsake, which he graciously accepted. Following the meal, Qin Mian took his leave and returned to England the next day. After nearly 2 weeks of adjustments, the Mercedes team had developed a strategy to address the issues and confusion arising from the simulator data. The evaluation of the W13 was nearing completion, and it was time for Qin Mian to return to the team to receive their assessment report on the vehicle and commence his testing duties. This entire process unfolded a month earlier than the team had initially anticipated, much to the satisfaction of everyone involved. Consequently, Hamilton set aside his work to return to the team for discussions regarding the car. Upon his return to England, Qin Mian did not take a moment's rest. After assisting Xiaoming in organizing his luggage, he hastily made his way to the team. Upon arriving at the administrative building, he approached Toto's office door. He knocked gently, and, upon hearing Toto's voice from within, pushed the door open. Toto, somewhat surprised to see Qin Mian enter, exclaimed, "Qin Mian? Why are you here so soon? Didn't you take any time to rest? With a smile, Qin Mian stepped closer to Toto, sharing a polite embrace before replying. The team mentioned that the evaluation results for the W13 would be forthcoming. As you know, Hamilton and I have been troubled by this car for far too long. So I felt a sense of urgency. After handing Qin Mian a bottle of mineral water, Toto settled into his seat and remarked, I had presumed that given your work frequency and nature within the team, you would be more interested in the progress of the modifications to the racing simulator. Especially since we have already somewhat abandoned the W13. Qin Mian shrugged and responded, while the simulator pertains to the future of the team, and I do hold expectations for it, I believe our primary focus should still be directed toward the current season's car. Toto did not elaborate much on the matter. After a nod, he remarked that the engineering department of the team indicated results would be available by next Monday. Once the outcome is determined, I will ensure that Barb calls you immediately. Meanwhile, the simulation department has identified the issues at hand and is currently dedicating all efforts to adjust and rectify the erroneous data. However, as you are aware, a simulator is ultimately a program, akin to your beloved games. Even when the underlying code is complete, certain bugs may remain elusive. Thus, it may take some time before the simulator is operational, and I will need to trouble you to assist with testing once it is ready. Qin Mian nodded, stating that these tasks fell within his responsibilities, and there was no inconvenience involved. Toto sipped his coffee and continued. What I just shared pertains to matters that want to yield immediate results. Allow me to share some good news. The new upgrades for the W13 will be ready by the British Grand Prix at the latest, and possibly even in time for next week's Azerbaijan race. That quickly? Qin Mian expressed his astonishment at the team's efficiency during this period. It seemed the team's performance had indeed invigorated the factory staff. When discussing this topic, Toto's joy was palpable. Qin Mian was well aware of the reasons behind the team's heightened productivity, but chose to remain silent, mirroring Toto's surprise and happiness. Over this time at the paddock, Qin Mian had honed his acting skills impeccably. After conversing with Toto for a while longer, Qin Mian prepared to take his leave. Notably, throughout their discussion, neither Toto nor Qin Mian broached the recent buzz regarding Qin Mian's impending move to Ferrari, as if they shared an unspoken understanding that transcended ordinary conversation. In the past, Toto might have discussed such matters with Qin Mian, but now, after claiming the Driver's Championship in his first season and consistently outpacing his teammate Hamilton despite the car's limitations, Qin Mian had evolved beyond the rookie Toto could easily manage. Thus, both parties chose to refrain from discussing contracts or related topics, delegating such matters to the professionals they had engaged, adhering strictly to a protocol of business decorum while maintaining amicable relations. Just as Qin Mian was about to depart, Toto abruptly looked up and inquired, Do you have anything of utmost importance this evening? Qin Mian contemplated for a moment. Not that I can think of. All right, then join me for a gathering tonight, Toto proposed. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian's expression soured. Toto, you know my personality all too well, don't you? Toto chuckled. Indeed. The team has employed a psychologist who conducted a profile on you. We know precisely what kind of person you are. Then why invite me? Qin Mian shrugged. Yet curiosity got the better of him. What were the findings from my psychological evaluation? Toto pondered for a moment. You are a good person. Qin Mian responded with a puzzled expression. Haha, just a jest, Toto laughed. Toto waved his hand and remarked, in truth, the attendees of the gathering are all acquaintances from the paddock. At least the vast majority are familiar faces or individuals you have encountered within the paddock. In such an environment, you can easily forego engaging in small talk with strangers, for there are hardly any strangers here. If you truly wish to refrain from socializing, you may simply find a quiet corner to enjoy a bite to eat. Everyone in the paddock understands your disposition and is unlikely to disturb you while you dine alone. Must I really attend? Qin Mian still sought to resist. Toto spoke earnestly. Qin Mian, you must understand that to thrive in the world of racing, networking is an essential asset. To put it bluntly, should your driving skills falter in the future and you find yourself compelled to leave the racing scene, the connections you cultivate now will enable you to lead a comfortable life within the paddock. Very well. With Toto's insistence, Qin Mian reluctantly nodded in agreement. After concluding their conversation, Qin Mian returned to his office. He placed a call to Qiu Meng to inform her of his whereabouts, but soon found himself feeling rather listless. After all, he was to join Toto for the gathering later. Returning home at this moment seemed rather inappropriate, despite the proximity of his residence to the office. Bored in the office, Qin Mian decided to stroll over to the Team's factory, where he felt at ease among familiar faces, all fellow workers, engaging in conversation without any psychological burden. That evening, upon receiving Toto's call, Qin Mian made his way to meet him. True to Toto's words, it was merely an ordinary gathering among friends. Toto hadn't even changed his attire, still clad in the white shirt he wore when they first met. Subsequently, Qin Mian drove Toto's Maybach, following the navigation to the venue of the dinner. Upon alighting, he indeed spotted numerous familiar faces, including Christian Horner, the team principal of Red Bull Racing, and senior advisor Helmut Marko. Additionally, he encountered FIA President Ben Sulayem, former President Jean Todt, and F1 Chairman Stefano Domenicali, even catching sight of Todt's wife, Michelle Yeoh, beside him. Beyond that, many prominent figures from the paddock were present. A mere glance revealed a multitude of acquaintances, including several drivers like George Russell and Fernando Alonso. Upon their arrival, Qin Mian and Toto were warmly welcomed by the crowd. Just a few steps in, numerous individuals approached to engage with Qin Mian and Toto. Shortly thereafter, another vehicle pulled up at the entrance, and a pair that unmistakably appeared to be father and son exited. Admittedly, Qin Mian found the duo somewhat unfamiliar. However, the two approached Toto, greeting him with familiarity. Toto responded with a smile, "Mr. Tilke, it is a pleasure to see you." After exchanging pleasantries, Toto introduced the two to Qin Mian. "This is Hermann Tilke, and this is his son, Casting Tilke." Naturally, Qin Mian greeted them politely, shaking hands and saying, "Hello to you both." Upon encountering these two individuals, Qin Mian still bore a perplexed expression. Toto, smiling, inquired, "Surely, you are unfamiliar with these two gentlemen?" To be honest, Qin Mian did not recognize them at all, and thus he nodded in affirmation. The father and son pair, noticing Qin Mian's bewilderment, chose not to interrupt Toto, intrigued by how the reigning champion would react upon learning their identities. "However, you are certainly acquainted with their works, perhaps even intimately familiar with their creations," Toto continued. Qin Mian raised an eyebrow and began to ponder what he might know that was designed by others. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, "Are the gentlemen responsible for designing the trophies for the qualifying rounds?" Caston Tilke chuckled and shook his head. "Not quite, but you are very close." Qin Mian scratched his head, wondering what else in the realm of Formula One could be particularly well known to a driver, and after considerable thought, he ultimately conceded. "I truly cannot recall." Toto, no longer playing coy, straightforwardly revealed, "Their work involves designing racetracks." Qin Mian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah? What?" Without further elaboration, Toto introduced the visibly aged Hermann. "This gentleman has a significant connection to you, having designed the Shanghai circuit, as well as the Istanbul and Valencia street circuits, though the latter has been removed from F1. You should be quite familiar with the first two, especially the Shanghai circuit." Hearing this, Qin Mian felt a profound respect for the elderly gentleman. After having already shaken his hand, Qin Mian extended his hand once more, expressing, "I am immensely grateful for your design of such an exceptional circuit in our homeland. I eagerly anticipate racing there when China Resume's hosting the Grand Prix." "There's no need for thanks, my young friend. It is I who should express gratitude to China for affording me the opportunity to design such an outstanding track," Hermann replied amiably. After exchanging pleasantries, Toto proceeded to introduce Hermann's son, Caston. "This is Caston. He is the designer of the Jeddah Corniche circuit and the Hanoi circuit." Qin Mian was further astonished. Previously indifferent, his perspective had shifted since becoming a Formula One driver, developing his own preferences regarding circuits. He found that tracks characterized by numerous braking points, slower speeds, and frequent deceleration were generally disliked by most drivers, himself included. Conversely, high-speed circuits that required minimal braking, allowing drivers to focus on racing lines and speed, were universally favored. Initially, Qin Mian assumed that the lack of braking on high-speed tracks was merely for the driver's enjoyment. However, after experiencing racing firsthand, he gained a tangible understanding. The exhilaration of driving on such circuits was one aspect, but the primary reason F1 drivers favored high-speed tracks lay in the excessively high temperatures within the car's cockpit. When racing at medium to low speeds or navigating tight corners, it became increasingly difficult to dissipate the heat generated within the vehicle. As the competition progresses, the temperature within the racing cockpit accumulates, causing the environment inside the car to become increasingly sweltering. However, on high-speed circuits, due to the air intake ducts positioned at the front of the car's nose, The faster the vehicle travels, the greater the volume of airflow entering the chassis, thereby preventing excessive heat buildup. Even the engine's air intake flow increases, resulting in a lower engine temperature. Consequently, on high-speed tracks, the overall temperature of the car diminishes. Jeddah, in particular, exemplifies such a high-speed circuit. Upon encountering his counterpart, Qin Mian engaged in a sincere handshake. This interaction reminded him of a conversation with Toto regarding the importance of networking. Indeed, knowing individuals of such stature could be advantageous. Simultaneously, he recalled a thought. Prince Jacques of Monaco developed a passion for racing, and he pondered the possibility of his own children inheriting this affinity. If his offspring desired to pursue a career in this field, could he truly dissuade them? This realization sparked a notion within Qin Mian. Could he potentially construct a racing circuit domestically to nurture young racing talents while simultaneously raising his children? Moreover, if managed effectively, he could leverage his own renown to generate revenue from the track. Nevertheless, at this moment, the prospect of profit was not Qin Mian's primary concern. With a professional circuit designer right before him, he contemplated the possibility of commissioning them to build a track in his homeland. However, given Toto's presence, it felt inappropriate to discuss business in such a public setting. Thus, Qin Mian resolved to seize an opportunity during the evening banquet to discreetly acquire the designer's phone number for private correspondence later. Mr. Caston, I truly admire the Jeddah circuit. It may well be one of my favorites, as the driving experience is exhilarating, Qin Mian remarked while shaking Caston's hand. It is my honor, Mr. Qin. Caston responded with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group parted ways. Initially, Qin Mian casually found a spot to enjoy some refreshments before seeking out Caston. The designer was somewhat taken aback by Qin Mian's approach, knowing well that he was not particularly fond of socializing, a fact well understood by most in the paddock. Curiosity piqued. Caston wondered what Qin Mian sought from him. After a brief conversation to break the ice, Qin Mian swiftly directed the dialogue to the crux of his intentions. Mr. Caston, do you currently have any projects underway? Caston candidly replied, I am presently occupied with the renovation of a stadium in Germany. Are you looking to refer me for work? Mr. Qin? With a smile, Qin Mian replied, Indeed, I have such thoughts in mind. Oh, Caston raised an eyebrow in surprise. It is merely a preliminary idea. But I aspire to construct a racing circuit in my country. F1 specifications, perhaps? No, not certain, but a track will certainly be built. Well, if you genuinely wish to connect, you may reach out to me. I just handed you my business card. I trust you wouldn't discard it thoughtlessly. Caston jested with a smile. Of course not. Given that Qin Mian has already expressed his intentions, and considering my profession, it is evident that he is inviting me to his country to construct a racetrack. It would be remiss of me to decline such an opportunity, especially when extended by a world champion. At present, I possess merely an idea, with no concrete plans, but I am certain that I shall soon impose upon you. I would welcome such an imposition. Opportunities to undertake significant projects in the construction industry are rare and precious. I do worry, however, that I may not meet your expectations for the racetrack. I doubt that. The ability to design an exceptional track like Jeddah surely speaks to your remarkable talents. Thank you for your trust. I shall await your good news. After concluding his conversation with Caston, Qin Mian returned to his original spot. As Toto wisely remarked, expanding one's circle often yields rewards. Subsequently, Qin Mian withdrew from social interactions, spending most of his time in solitude, enjoying a meal in a corner. During this time, some of his colleagues approached him for conversation. When engaging with the drivers, Qin Mian felt unburdened, openly sharing thoughts without reservation. The following day, Qin Mian returned to the team factory located in Brackley. This day marked the commencement of the W13 evaluation report. Upon his arrival, the meeting room was still relatively sparse, though Hamilton and Angela had already arrived. Without hesitation, he took a seat beside Hamilton. Today was not an open gathering, devoid of any events or recordings, and absent of fans. It was merely a routine internal meeting for the Mercedes team, hence Hamilton was not dressed in any attention-grabbing attire. After Qin Mian settled in, Hamilton inquired with curiosity, Are you truly going to Ferrari? Taken aback by Hamilton's sudden question, Qin Mian's expression momentarily stiffened before he replied with irritation, That is false news. Leclerc and I exchanged such a jest on the podium at the Monaco Grand Prix. Unfortunately, some unscrupulous journalists overheard it, and now the paddock is rife with such fabrications. It is utterly exasperating. Last night, upon returning home, Qin Mian had perused similar news on his phone, thus he remained well informed on the matter. With a week's respite between races, both drivers and team staff enjoyed a brief reprieve, yet fans found themselves restless without races to watch. Furthermore, the paddock had seen no significant announcements during this period, leading many to understand that this was merely the byproduct of an accidental joke. However, when one finds themselves idle, they can embark on any venture. Thus, the news of Qin Miao's intention to return to Ferrari and fulfill his childhood dream has spread like wildfire. Many have even speculated whether, upon his return, he could join forces with Leclerc to lead Ferrari towards a renaissance. Upon witnessing such conjectures, Qin Miao felt overwhelmed. He could scarcely count the number of individuals within Ferrari who wished to see him fail. The notion of returning seemed perilous, as he feared he might simply be sidelined or, while racing, suffer a mysterious engine failure due to improper tuning. It is all too easy for the higher-ups of a racing team to hinder a driver's performance on the track. P.S. The state of affairs is not favorable. Today's offering is merely 4K.